The greatest game ever made was back on your screens for 2026 as we started things off here at the Blast Bounty yesterday. I'm your host, James Banks. I've got Pimp alongside me, and we're ready to rock and roll with more fantastic action today to understand who can be marching on forward in this tough single elimination bracket. Did you enjoy the opening day? Was it good to be back, Pimp?
It was good to be back. It's always good to be back. It's always good to watch some Counter-Strike. Apparently the greatest game ever made. It's hard to disagree with that notion, James. Yesterday we had some cool results, some cool games, and also some teams who didn't do too well.
Yeah, we'll get into that in a little bit later time, but I do need to tell you all about the games we've got coming today. As always, it is 4 best of 3s each and every day, and we are going to go back and look at the yesterday results first, so I'll just cover that quickly instead. FUT taking on OG was how we opened things up with. This one was close, but OG a bit lackluster.
Yeah, a little bit. You know, 2 close maps, 2 games that went the distance, 2 games where you could have argued OG could theoretically have won both maps, but I think it's fair that FUT ended up winning 2-0. When it came into the clutches, when it came into the, I guess, key moments in the game, you saw one team being better than the other. Katie and the boys from OG, not there yet. Not there yet.
And you know what? I'm not going to stop saying this because it's JW's line and he is a legend. He came back with a bang, and that bang was knocking FaZe out in the opening game and doing it in style at the end.
See, that's a massive surprise. I'm not going to lie. I know people online are like, yeah, but FaZe have been bad for a long time. It's an online game. They were in the major final 3 weeks ago, so them losing to Eyeballers, whether that's online, whether the game is played on Mars or on the moon, doesn't matter. That was a big surprise. That was a massive performance coming in from Eyeballers, and I want the community to, you know, pay attention to what I'm saying just once in a while. When you say, it wasn't that big of a surprise, all you do is taking away from the great achievement it was from Eyeballers. I think they played a beautiful game of Counter-Strike. Yep. They won 2 maps against FaZe Clan, and not only won them, they dominated FaZe on map number 2 and map number 3. And when you say, well, that was expected, all you do is taking away from the great performance it was from Eyeballers. I think that was brilliant. Unfortunately for FaZe Clan, not good enough.
And do you know what? I will say they have piqued my interest into what they can do maybe going into the next round. We'll have to see how they can match up, who they'll end up picking when it comes to it. Here, though, I honestly thought Astralis were in some trouble. I imagined in some world, because changing 2 players, going international, Fnatic would be able to actually fight back in a pretty good way. But when it came to that Ancient at the end, it was really lackluster from Fnatic. And it was previously an okay map for them.
Yeah, it was a good way of finishing the game for Astralis. As you can see on the scoreboard here as well, 2 very close maps. Map number 1, map number 2. A lot of emotions in play as well. But at the end of the day, it felt like Astralis were the better team already early on. And I agree with you. That was, I'm not sure if it was surprising. To me, the surprise was the fashion they won in on Ancient. You know, that was supposed to be a much closer game, but let's be completely honest, James. You're looking at Astralis, you're looking at Fnatic. They're kind of following the same trajectory right now. They're following the same story. 2 teams who used to be major contenders, 2 teams who's won, I guess, if you put them together, the most majors ever. And nowadays, it's just a different world. You know, we're in a different time zone and a different time line, dare I say, for these 2 teams. So I'm not really too excited just yet. Good start for Astralis, for Fnatic losing Blame F. Honestly speaking, I don't see the future being too great for them.
Yeah, it's going to be tough to bounce back, but we'll give them some more time to, you know, practice a bit more,
always
get used
more
to these things. Hey, come on. they are recent changes. They definitely deserve a bit more time with that. And our final game of the day, well, this was being a crazy one. Aurora taking on Hotu, and Hotu, they almost managed to cash in and win that bounty. It could have been 30,000 in their back pocket. They went for a big name. They went for Aurora. Poor Norbert, though, he did say to me on the interview, he made this decision before Anubis, but guess what? Aurora didn't even pick Anubis, so it wasn't even a problem.
Wasn't even a problem, though. Unfortunately for Aurora, I guess their problem was that they didn't look too good yesterday. Losing the map on Nuke the way they did, allowing it going into overtime. That wasn't a pretty look for Aurora. But then again, you know, if we're playing this game of giving people more time and giving teams more time, then give Aurora a little more time to get started for the season. Now, win is a win, and you can always say that, listen, it doesn't matter how you win, doesn't matter what fashion you do it in. We got the W, we move on, and I expect to see more and a better play coming in from Aurora in the next couple of rounds. Well, I expect them to be right here, honestly.
They should be, you know? That is a team you would expect to be there, but I want to see how Soulfly integrates in before I jump the gun on saying they could be a sure thing for it, because it was worrying yesterday. That little bit did throw me off. But we get to look at the games we've got coming your way today. I think we've got it there for you. And this is what we're rocking with. 4 best of 3s. Like I said earlier, look at the big dogs at the very bottom of this list as well, Pimp. Vitality, VP, not really a big dog. Navi, Monte. Then we're going Heroic against the Campers. And then we're starting today with GamerLegion Passion. Out of these games, which one do you think has the most upset potential?
Oh, that's a good question. I'm almost willing to say Vitality versus VP in the sense that...
What?
Yeah, in the sense that I think VP is one of the stronger teams going up against one of the big dogs. You know, I know the Eyeballers face, that was a big surprise yesterday. It's online Counter-Strike. We saw the entirety of Vitality being at the HLTV Awards. They haven't really been playing much Counter-Strike the last couple of days. If you're coming in a bit cold, when I say upset, I still expect Vitality to win, but I wouldn't be surprised if VP is winning a map.
Really, VP? This VP?
Whatever VP.
VP's perfecto being their best performing player at the moment.
That's an issue. There's a lot of issues within VP, but I think, to be completely honest, it can't get any worse for them. I think they've hit rock bottom, and I expect them to do slightly better in the beginning of 2026 than what we saw in late 25. Again, I'm not saying Vitality are going to lose the game, because I don't think they will, but I wouldn't be surprised if the upset lays within VP winning a map or maybe pushing a map into overtime. We saw it with Vitality, you know, a couple of times last year as well, especially during the Blast Bounty, where in these online games, they allow the games to be much, much closer.
True.
They still get the win, but still close games.
Yeah, that's what can happen, right? You can take your foot off the gas a little bit, but you need to be able to course correct at the same time. I'm obviously very excited to see NAVI.
Yeah.
Yeah, no changes for NAVI.
Why?
No changes.
No changes.
This was good.
Is that a good thing?
For me, it's a good thing. I think they were just cooking towards the end. You know, look at how they got into that major playoffs. That was a positive. They beat Furia. You're not sold? You're still against them?
I mean, there's a ground rule in Counter-Strike that, you know, one tournament can't really define the other tournaments where you didn't do too well. And I feel like FaZe and NAVI are potentially...
You're more positive about FaZe, though.
Not after yesterday,
okay.
but let's be honest. What usually happens is that when you have a good tournament like at the major for NAVI as well, let's be honest, Wonderful had a great showing. NAVI looked great. The way they beat Fury, as you said, it was so wonderful to see them play well together, and it felt like Blade finally got them together. But if that only happens 1 out of 6 out of 7 out of 8 tournaments, I'm not really going to buy into that project. And there's this saying in Counter-Strike that you bought yourself some more time. So now obviously everyone within NAVI are like, oh, we just got to play like we did in the major. And then they forget the 7 tournaments leading up to the major where it didn't go too well. So I hope that's not the case, but I wouldn't really write off the fact that I think NAVI and FaZe for that matter, there's a great likelihood, unless they find early success within the first 3 months, we're going to see a roster change within those 2 teams.
Well, that's going to be happening later on. But for now, we're going to a quick break. And when we come back, we're going into our opening game, which is GamerLegion taking on Passion UA. opening game of the day. And Pimp, for this one, this is kind of like a good middle ground, in my opinion, of how this can work for these two teams. I feel like they are, in a way, on a similar level, despite the changes that GamerLegion have gone through.
I think that's fair enough to say. I think it's two teams that have aspirations to be at the same level. Obviously, they are not current top 10 teams. They're not teams that you'd expect to be in the playoff studio here in next week, but they are teams that are constantly knocking on the door, or at least trying to. So I feel in terms of aspirations and in terms of goals for 26, they would align, but I do see one team being, at least right now, further ahead in that progress than the other.
And that would be probably Passion, but I'm going to start things off with GamerLegion, because GamerLegion has gone through more changes, some that they would not ideally want to go through. And this team right now, I kind of feel bad for players like PR, HypeX, because these guys as young players trying to find their footing are going through a crazy amount of change that maybe Towson and Rez are a bit more used to. They got a new IGL. Their main coach that we've praised so highly in Ash is not out. IMD's come in, and obviously he was the analyst helping out a lot, was giving a lot of praise from Ash, but this right now feels like kind of a stopgap for the team.
Yeah, it's kind of a lineup that is sending mixed signals in a way. I think if you want to attack the first point with Ash not being there anymore as a coach, I think that's a giant loss for them. Obviously, he was a big voice within the team. I think he did a good job for the vast majority of time. Obviously, for him, he had a bit of a burnout. I think he's been very open about it as well, so respect for that. So obviously, he's not involved right now. Another one would be Snacks coming back into it. Personally, I think it's a great signing for a team that is trying to rebuild themselves, because Snacks is in the same period right now where he has to rebuild himself as an in-game leader. Coming from G2 back to GamerLegion, he now has to prove one more time that he can get the job done, and I think that's a motivating factor. So I feel like there's positives, there's negatives. To me, signing Snacks, that's a good thing. To me, losing S, that's a bad thing. So I agree with you. We're kind of left in the same place as we were before.
Yeah, so let's see now, though, looking at their kind of history and where the ranking has gone. Because there was one time, they were literally, what, 14th, 15th, 13th, there you go. See, I couldn't quite remember. And then it's been sometimes peaking, never getting the invites they needed, or succeeding at the events. They had the beginning of 2025 playoff GamerLegion. That was the word. There's
two things that sticks out to me, and that's, I guess I'll address it first and foremost. The lack of finding an AWP player that could make the difference within GamerLegion was haunting them last season. They tried Kersey, didn't work out. They brought in HypeX, not willing to rule him out yet. I think he's shown glimpses of what he can do during the major. He had a fantastic clutch, but he's not consistently showing up at a high enough level. Maybe he gets to show that in 26. The other one would be the whole notion of GamerLegion and PR. I think there was a lot of rumors with PR potentially leaving the team, moving on. I think he's good enough to maybe move on and get to a better team. So if you're PR right now, you're the star of GamerLegion, you're ranked number 24 in the world, you got a new in-game leader, your coach left you. Are you 100% motivated to give it your all to GamerLegion? Are you just sitting right now waiting for the next offer? That could be an issue, and that's something they have to deal with internally in GamerLegion.
And while they are dealing with it, I did catch up with PR to get his thoughts on the whole situation. You're going through a lot of different changes within this team right now. How does that affect you? Like, how is that making you feel as a team? How are you handling this all?
I mean, it's completely new for me, because it's my first team on this kind of level, so it's something new, and yeah, I'm not used to this. I've been practicing with my team for not that much. I mean, it's not even 1 week since I'm playing with the new roster and like the new coaching stuff and everything. So yeah, it's tough for me, but I hope it's gonna get better.
How big of a change is it for you? Is it something that you notice that like you have to play a different way, or it's maybe the calling's a different way than what you're used to with Snacks now?
Yeah, definitely the calling is way different that I got used to. It was like a shock for me, and to be honest, it's still so. Yeah, it's gonna be interesting. I can't wait to see how it's gonna go in official games. Okay. But so far, I need to. Yeah, as I said, it's a new thing, and every IGL is different, right? So it's first change like that for me in my career. So yeah.
And you know what? We've spoken so positively about PR. He is 18 years old. He was one before Molodoi and Kioski came around that we were talking about as he could be Rookie of the Year. Now he's got an IGL that plays in a very different way, different calling style. He's got to prove he can be flexible with it, but I can understand his nerves with this all, right? Because if you're comparing how Snacks likes to play and what we've seen when he was on GamerLegion, when he was on G2, it's nothing like what Ash and, say, ZTR were doing towards the end of this GamerLegion stint.
That's the thing. You never really know how he's going to deal with it and how Snax is going to use PR and set him up. I do think that if you want to spin it into a positive, Snax is an in-game leader that has, throughout history, allowed his individuals on the team to explore a lot of freedom. So if PR can take that freedom and use it for good and maybe start to trust in his own abilities, his own reading of the game, his individual skill, his aim, which is up there with some of the better players, then maybe that could even mean that PR gets more comfortable over time. So again, I'm not willing to rule out GamerLegion. I'm not willing to say that I don't believe in this project moving forward. But as you said, there was a time where we were like, maybe GamerLegion can make the playoff at a big tournament. Yeah. Maybe they can sneak into top 8 or top 6 at a Krakow, at a Cologne. But I feel we're far, far away from that right now. If they can make it in here, that would be a massive step in the right direction. But I think it's unfair to expect it this early on.
Yeah, it's still very early days of all these changes, but we need to start talking about Passion UA and their development. This is a team in 2025 that went through changes. They went from complexity to passion. They get reunited with TC. They had a Ukrainian player in. They start playing 7 maps out of nowhere.
Yeah.
They started to impress us in multiple ways, and they were 1 game away from the playoffs of the Budapest Major. That would have been insane.
That would have been insane. That would have been a massive, massive, massive victory for this lineup. And I think the Major in itself, the way they conducted themselves, the way they played, the way they gave us hope that maybe they could have been part of the playoff, I think that was a good step in the right direction for Passion UA. That's why I feel like right now they're further in their development. They've also had a team now together for quite some time. Does feel like Krem has been integrated well into the lineup. Does feel like JT is getting the most out of his pieces. Haltzerg, another player that I feel is a bit up and down, but again, would love to see him trend upwards, because I feel like that's what you need when you look at Passion UA. If you want to be part of a major playoff, if you want to be inside this studio, if you want to be a team that we have to take seriously at the highest level, I need someone to be the marquee star. I need someone to be able to step up more often than not. It has been Krim at time, but I would love to see Haltzerg step in and help him out in that department.
Well, let's find out how he is feeling. We've got Haltzerg here for an interview. Focusing on you and your individual performance, we've spoken many times together, right, about sometimes you being a bit streaky. You can have these good games, then it can start to slow down. You don't have that consistency. Do you feel like it improved in 2025? And where do you think you are at now coming into 2026?
Somehow I feel like my individual level keeps falling. I've been struggling individually for the past few months at least. But I feel like mentally and everything around the game, mentally and in my own head, I'm much better at this point. But I'm struggling individually, but I'm working very hard to get that back. And I feel like the mentality part is also helping me to overcome the bad performances sometimes, and helping me work harder every single day to become better, and trying to improve that the low points.
And it's very important for him, because there was a whole topic, I don't know, maybe beginning of last year, where it was about his frustration, about his tilt. But he's even saying himself, the performance has been going down. Now, this is where it has to change, because otherwise, Passion have got bigger ambitions than this.
Yeah, I think that's fair to say. We had the same conversation before he re-signed his contract, when they were still in complexity, where he didn't do too well. He was showing too many emotions, and people were wondering, maybe it's time to move on from Haltzerg. And then I think 3-4 months before his contract apparently was re-signed and he got a new one, he started to play really, really well. So I feel like Haltzerg has it in him. I think it's a player that, you know, his biggest challenge, as he's addressing here as well, is the mental side of the game. Yeah. I think in terms of quality, mechanical skill on the server, he's definitely good enough to be part of Passion UA, and he's definitely good enough to be a player that can make the difference occasionally. But for him, it's always been about the mental game. So I'm glad he's focused on it. I'm glad he's aware of it. But again, I want to see him take another step in 2026 together with Passion UA before I start to buy into them being a team that we really have to count on.
Well, let's have a comparison between him and Hypex, the AWPer on the other side for GamerLegion, because obviously Haltzerg has more experience. He's done more. He should be the better player on the server at time. But it is in these type of games where we normally see the best of Haltzerg. This is where we get him taking a few more risks, making it pay off. You know, he doesn't make the same mistakes. And this is the one where I can feel if he gets this going, he can get some energy, he can dominate the server.
I think so too. I think it's a great opportunity for Haltzerg. Come in and get off to a good start to the 2026 season. Again, when you have Ops going up against Ops, yes, there's going to be a duel between Hypex and Haltzerg, but most of the duels are against a rifle, and that's where I want to see Haltzerg be successful first and foremost. And then I would love to see Hypex maybe being activated and integrated a little bit better into GamerLegion. You have to think that if you're Snax, you're coming in, you have your Polish teammate in Hypex, maybe Snax is giving him a lot of focus and then making him feel more comfortable, so he's going to be a better match and a better fit going up against Haltzerg. Holzer. Because I'll be honest, for Hypix, there's been a couple of games, a couple of moments where I think to myself, oh, I see the glimpses.
It gets exciting.
It gets exciting.
Yeah.
You know, I see why they signed him. I see why they find him interesting. But it's too and far in between. I feel like he's way too inconsistent at the moment. So if I'm Snacks, I'm looking at PR, I'm looking at Hypix. Those are the two players I want to be function at a high capacity. And if they can get them going, then I would see a lot more from GamerLegion, and I'd expect a lot more from GamerLegion in the future.
By the way, there's one thing that we have to mention when it comes to Passion, and I feel bad for them. So they had Anubis in before. Then they adopted Train. They were pretty good at Train. And now they've removed Train. They've given back Anubis. These guys, they can't find consistency in the map pool because Valve is just playing with them. Every time they start leveling up, their Train started to look really good at the end of the year. And they worked on it the whole time, and now it's gone again, and now they've got to build Anubis back in with Kavem. I don't know what's going to happen here, man.
Nah, I think it's an advantage to a degree. I get what you're saying, right? But it is a team that has been trying to adopt a 7-map pool. So they're used to playing a lot of different maps. They're used to integrating new maps. They've done that with Crim on 7 different maps, you know, in last season. So having to do that one more time with Anubis, I don't think that's too big of a challenge for Passion UA compared to other teams. But I agree, had they removed a map that wasn't as high in their pecking order, that wasn't Train, it would have been even better for them.
That's what, if they just got a bone every now and again from Valve, like, don't take our good map and give us another good map back. Like, remove one of the maps we're not so good at, you know? Give us a fresh chance at this. The good thing is, though, that Kavem, as a new player to the team, he had a voice enough and confidence enough to tell these guys, I want to play Mirage. This is my best map. You can't not play it anymore. And they did. So this, to me, also shows about the internal situation within the team and the trust and the agreements they can have.
We're talking about Passion UA, a team that was, as you said, one game away from being part of the major playoff just a couple of weeks ago. And we have them going up against GamerLegion, who even the old roster was starting to see decline. They couldn't really figure it out. There's a reason why they brought in Snacks instead of CTR. There's a reason why Ash perhaps burned out because he couldn't find the solutions within the team. So I feel like right now we are looking at a Passion UA that should be the upper dog. They should be establishing themselves not only in this tournament, but also to be a better team than GamerLegion. And that's what I think the biggest challenge is going to be right here. Because I feel Passion UA, they're usually better in the games where they're the underdog. During the major, when you would come into pretty much every single game, you'd say, yeah, Passion UA can win, but they're still the underdog. I think they thrive better in that environment.
So here we have the veto. Anubis removed GamerLegion.
Come on.
No Anubis being played just yet. No one's taking the risk of it. But look at this map pool we have. Dust 2, Mirage, Inferno. This is good middle grounds in there, but I still give quite an advantage to the Passion boys. Like, this is in their wheelhouse now.
It's in their wheelhouse. It's maps they like to play. It's a map that notoriously are known for being open. You have Dust 2, very open map, a map where the players can explore themselves, where the AWP have free range of motion as well. Hypix and Holzer, there's no excuse whatsoever on the CT side and or on the T side in order not to find impact. It is AWP's paradise in terms of dictating where you want to go on the CT side. Same could be said for Mirage, a map that is very open, a map where a guy like PR can express himself. So I think in terms of the map pool and the excitement that we're getting out of this game, that's the perfect pool right here for both teams.
Well, let's hope the game delivers. And I know two people who will always deliver in all of this. It's Hugo and Harry. Take it away.
Jokester.
Oh, jokester.
That's good, man. That's nice from him. He's nailed that. Hugo, how are you feeling this morning? Good?
Fantastic. Yeah, I'm ready to see this new GamerLegion roster finally gracing our screens. We saw them obviously go over to NA for a bit of here and there, but obviously not full lineup. And now we have PR back, healthy, feeling good in the server, and Snacks at the helm as well. So what are GamerLegion going to bring to the table today against a Passion UA, Harry, that I never know what to expect from?
Yeah, I mean, dude, at Passion UA, they had an okay time at the major to round out their season.
Great time.
They graduated from a stage for the first time. They'd never done that before, and they were a game away from the playoffs. Obviously, it was FaZe Clan, I think, that went on to wreck them in that head-to-head. You and I got to watch that one. It was a sad way for it to go. But something that was interesting that the devs were talking about, the idea that Train's now gone, Anubis is back in. They had a good map, well, their best map, traded for them what became their best map, and now it's gone again, and their old best map has returned.
So they're going to be the best on Anubis, maybe, at some point.
We'll see. Not going to be coming up today. It's a pretty vanilla map pool. It's the Pugger's Paradise map pool, Hugo, with the exception of Inferno.
Still a classic, Harry. We've got the top 3 pick percentage maps coming through.
Oh, I'm feeling really good today, Hugo.
That's great.
This is it, man. Snacks, get to watch him in this pistol round. Light things up. What's not to love? We had JW yesterday, Snacks today. Screw it, bring me Olaf Meister tomorrow.
Oh, I always love the long take back to B, but they're going through middle here. Torsen's going to miss that timing. So there is a window of opportunity. But not if you go back to long. Snacks is back at the car. Passion go around the world. I think if they made that decision a bit quicker, it might have done them a lot better because GamerLegion are edging their way back to the B-bomb site. Hypex hanging around. Rez full committing. And just a single flash on Hauser. Going to be hard to actually get any value out of that. Torsen can block B. Rez is full bait. I don't mind it. But you still got to hit the shots.
Yeah, you really do. Torsen up first. But it's all to try and tee up Rez. It makes it a lot easier if Torsen gets out with anything. Rez now has to do it all alone. Plays it late, they're in behind him, and Rez caught with only one.
Great nade.
Chance at the plant now, and a chance to make this one interesting for Passion. Finagling their way back into a 3v4, but it won't matter unless Grim can stand tall in this 1v2. Swing out deals with the Doors player, and now Grim, only one left to find. Passion, their hopes resting on the back of Grim right now in this clutch, and Hypex can't quite get a beat on him. Grim allowed to duck and weave. Plays out in that 1v2, and that's a pistol secured for Passion UA.
Naughty from Grim. Great headshots, 4 kills in the pistol. To think the nade brought him down that low, and he's still able to pick it up. So Passion UA have Grim to thank. Unfortunate for Rez, he had the drop on him as well, but Grim just appears behind him. And a little late B contact for Passion UA, puts a pistol down range as GamerLegion force buy up. 4 rifles here for Passion. Ouch. Kavem had some struggles in the major. Couple of good maps, couple of poor maps. But I think playing some online games, the top of the season, back in Europe, going to be good for him. We know this guy can be a real talent. At times a front runner for this Passion squad. Snacks will live to regret it. And this should just be a simple round now. Only Torsen at B. Passion keeping it tight. Pretty dead off-season, Harry. No changes.
Everyone thought all the roster changes were going to happen.
The reason I say it is because I'm looking at someone like PR, especially on a GamerLegion project, team known for selling players, buying players, selling players. And I'm thinking, why is he still here? Everyone was kind of expecting some upgrades perhaps to some of the top squads. Not much changed. And PR was on the tip of my tongue. Yeah,
no, that's fair. That is fair. You know, yeah, it was a pretty quiet off-season. I think, you know, the thing with PR now still, you know, being inside of this GamerLegion squad is he's someone who did take a bit of a dip as of late. And like far from the insane heights you got to see from this guy when he first leapt onto your screen. And I kind of want him to find that again. You know, that's going to have to happen now within GamerLegion. But like, especially because you've kind of missed that window for the roster shuffles, I think you want to keep reminding everyone just how good you are.
Yeah, I think it's...
Because otherwise you're going to be, you know, thought of as a bit of a flash in the pan, you know? Like someone who came in, high ceiling, presumably from the offset, but then kind of slowed down as you got figured out more.
Well, how about this? Will this show it off? 2 kills on the short side behind the Molotov. It's a nice start to the round, but it's still only eco. GamerLegion might just crumble as the long split comes in. It's perfectly timed from Grim. Double in response, and forget about it. 3 on 5 looking to be picked up here by Passion to convert on their pistol. I don't think there's any stopping this one.
And I want this to be a good start to the season for old mate Grimothy.
Yeah.
I want Grim to play well. I think he's in a kind of exciting position in a way.
Okay.
I think it's all about framing, you know, but like, because you have like Twist's obviously within phase, and no one really knows what to expect with that team ever from Major Final to eliminate a day one of Bounty by JW and the gang. You know, it's a bit of an uncertain quantity. You have a Liege as well in Liquid, but I think there's... You know, Grim has always been someone where you look at him and it's like he's really, really good out in NA, but he's never been in the conversation as like the best. And I think there is a world where he could try and carve that out with the other guys being on separate teams that aren't in super stable positions. This Passion squad kind of, I would say, building in the right direction. You know, that's been my big takeaway from getting to see them in Hong Kong, getting to see them at the Major, certainly making moves in the right direction, and Grim can be a huge part of that. And so I hope that's the kind of vibe, the tone he sets to open up his 2026.
I like that angle. I think, you know, you mentioned this earlier, but...
Because he was always the guy, like, left to the wayside, you know? Like, even thinking back to when he first joined Liquid ages ago and got to play with the other two, it was like he was not put in his roles, not put in star positions. But he gets that freedom here in Passion UA.
Well, picked it long in this round. Passion just walk out middle in the meantime. Snacks, before the smoke blooms, easy kill for him, and so Passion, it looks a little bit loosey-goosey in this round. 2v5, AWP on the line, Hypex, good for it. And Halzerk, same results? No, he hits the headshot, so bomb plant opens up if he believes. But they're very close. And so he falls. GamerLegion on the board. Didn't have to wait too long here. Because remember, you mentioned this earlier, Passion, not just a series away from the major playoffs, but 2 13-11 losses back-to-back.
Yeah, on rounds away.
On games where they pulled off the most ridiculous rounds. Remember the 2 Ninja Diffuses on A-site, on Overpass. So, arguably, games, or at least a map that Passion should have won there. To think this is a team that could have been in the major playoffs. This is a major playoff we went on and said it was the most stacked of all time. And the game certainly delivered to that, so... Oh, I love a little 3D Max B-pop, what they got. Great flashes, but Torsen's just going to hold the shot. They didn't clear his position. He's able to line up a kill. They get into B, though. That's a great trade-out for Passion.
Reds was about ready to come through and try and play, but Re-Smoke in the way now. Blows it open, gets away with good damage. That softens up JT. Yeah, there are a few IGLs in this game that you're really scared of the numbers and what they're capable of as individuals. JT is one of those players, and so bringing him down low should serve GamerLegion well. Readies himself over towards the car here, but needs to be damn near flawless as they creep on in. JT, missed opportunity, leaves it just on Halzerk, and he gets double swung. That's well handled in the 2v1. Not keen to repeat the mistakes of that last B retaken from the pistol. They swing that one together and don't really give Halzerk the room to play with.
It's a very impressive retake to do that 4v4. 4 kills out of PR as well. He starts with smoke spam. Snacks does some classic Snacks moves. He's done some crazy things already in this game, dropping down CT when they're out mid, jumps on PR's head. Gets punished, but PR makes up for it with another big multi-kill round. And GamerLegion break the money of Passion. What has Snacks got for us? Looking very aggressive in these few rounds of play so far. GamerLegion know they're up against pistols, so they all decide to back up. Don't give them any entries off the Deegs. If you want it, come get it. Making Passion work for it. Short split, 3 long. GamerLegion just setting up in time. PR in the pit. All 3? No, Hypex steals the first. And that might just be the round. Bomb loose at long. Nothing to do but die here for Passion.
What are your thoughts on Hypex? Because obviously one of the things for GamerLegion for a while was like they couldn't find that reliable orb that they were looking for. How do you feel like, you know, what's the eye test? What's your kind of, do you have a take?
No, I don't really have a take. I just remember his EPL like debut, and I haven't seen him too closely since. I don't think we covered them at Budapest. They went out really early in stage one.
We got to see a couple of their games.
He's a lot more passive than any of their other AWPers, I'd say.
I think my take with Hypex is he is more passive, but I actually think he plays his best when he's being more aggressive.
Yeah.
Like it feels to me like he's an aggressive AWPer trapped in like a passive AWPer's mindset, you know? Like, I think some of his coolest moments have come where he's tried to make plays. He's like the guy late peeking into an angle on the AWP. Hell, even there at the long hit, bro. Like, those were nice shots on the swing out from long side. I think, not with an F, sorry. I think that even at the major, which like you said was a pretty woefully short run for them, the games where he looked best was when he was being a bit more involved early. I quite like watching him when he's playing more flashy and risky. But he doesn't really do that.
No.
I want to see it more, man.
Yeah, I don't have a take.
Because even in some of these moments, dude, like some of the sequences Hypex has had while he's saving, which I know, like, what a horrible statement. But like some of the sequences and the shots that he'll hit are crazy good. All right, Torsten, what you got for us? Dead straight away to the Hauser KWP.
Oh, they just tank the molly, but only Grim decides to do it. Nice trades. And the lurk in mid punishes Snags. There's a flank, but still the B site has been lost, and so GamerLegion, another retake, this time man down. Is it worth it? Or is it another fancy exit on the save for Hypex? Yeah.
Just you wait, bro. If they come hunting for him, you'll be impressed.
Don't think they will. They need the money badly on this T side. Okay, not exactly on the same page, their passion. Grim trying to run through the molly halfway through on his own, but at least they don't get ahead of themselves. Everyone else stops, waits the molly, gets that key trade that gives them the round. They knew there was only one B player after picking Torsten. Oh, Hex saving. Well,
he missed that one, but like that's a passive AWPer's fight right there, you know, like.
Either way, Passion exploiting this B bomb site, looking good from it. Winning the pistol here. Should have really won that 4v4 where they popped it. And they take this one cleanly as well.
Which player in the entire server were you like, was it PR that you were kind of most surprised hasn't shuffled?
Yeah, and also just because of the org as well.
You know who, I don't think he's not my top one for most likely to have moved.
Awesome.
No, JT.
Oh, okay.
I'm kind of shocked, bro. I think he really upped his stock in at the major.
I agree. I don't know where he'd go.
I know one place.
I think he wants to... Where?
I know one place.
Go on.
Hello, it is under the water. Team Liquid.
Oh.
That's where I thought he was going.
Don't do it to him.
Yeah, I mean, Grim probably said, look, man, take it from me.
Trust me on this one. Trust me.
I don't want to go.
I think he likes playing with these boys. You know, it's been a long time.
No, that's fair. He has been with them a very, very long time. And they have Kvem now as well, which he was very exciting at the major.
Passion stocks are rising, Harry. Buy now or forever hold. Ooh, how's that nice combat AWPing? It's bombed down Kvem lurking mid. He's out as well, so he has a lot of the map cut off. It says, watch your tunnels. Halzek's going to try and spot middle, but with this smoke down, Hypex can't really do anything. Fighting for mid together. Giving PR time. 9 and 2 on PR. Don't count him out, but he'll need to do it all.
I mean, Halzek's just trained in. Hasn't made much of a habit of missing, has this Hauser KWP. That first shot lets PR in, but time very, very low now. Needs a reaction, and Kvem will give it to him. Chance to hop on this bomb, leaves the AWP in the post plant. Knife pulled for Hauser. This is going to be really, really close.
No.
PR just shy of the mark, as time will decide it.
Really nice try.
The passion, man. They nearly give that to him. The early swing from Kvem out through the doors. That's exactly what PR was hoping for.
Yeah, smoke on the bomb always causes panic, and Kvem tries to get ahead of it. Catch him before he gets on the defuse. Luckily enough, it is a fake on that final play, and I think he was screwed either way. Halzuk knifing the smoke in a corner plant felt safe. Just, it was too long of a flank for PR to win that round. Very nice try. It's looking good individually, 11-3. Had some moments already in this game, but Passion continuing to hit this B bomb site.
What do you think of the dartboard in Snacks' room?
Oh, I didn't see. The dart player?
It's really all I've been looking at.
Okay.
I couldn't even tell you what Snacks looks like right now. Every time they show the camera, my eyes just go, darts player, fair enough. Do you watch the darts, Hugo?
Nope.
Have you been inspired by Luke Littler?
Nope.
Well, that's an L you're going to have to hold on your own, Chief.
Good for him, presumably. Isn't he the really young man who doesn't look young?
The young old man, yes. The young veteran of darts. Grim and Kvem out towards long. Get away with 2 kills in an instant. Hypex would have been a great time for one of them sequences, but it won't come through. Molly burns him alive.
That's why I don't have a take. Like that round right there. That's why I don't have a take. You know? Not bad.
I think right now, that I'll say this. He's looking a little rusty right now, is Hypex.
Okay.
A little rusty.
How do you get rid of rust?
Elbow grease.
Yeah, you're going to get in there with some elbow grease?
That's the sound of elbow grease.
Do you put it on your elbows, or?
I think it's
got to use
the grease to
really
generate. Yeah, from you working them. You're really working them bows.
Okay, there's bows. All right, now Passion. They're
really working them bows.
They've been worked. GamerLegions are bruised. Oh, PR scouts. Grim, another crucial entry, and JT is at the front line every time on this T side. Passion win another round, decisively and decidedly. They're starting to run away with this one, Harry. 70 rounds on Dust 2. Nobody's complaining. Do you think the role of AWPing on GamerLegion is as cursed as the role of player on Team Liquid?
Ooh, no.
No?
No.
Okay, player on Team
Not
Liquid.
by a long shot. Because, like, you know, the AWPers in the past have always just been, like, I would say fine. That's how I would describe it. Like, they weren't massively problematic. And oftentimes you didn't really have expectations to begin with, because the whole GamerLegion project was, like, pick up someone relatively unheard of and rely on the scouting. And
You'll be fine, guys. The bar is so low.
No, but it's more just, you know, like when Patty and Rainwaker went to Liquid, my expectations were so high. No, but you get what I mean. Like Nerds, for example, who was in like a massive slump throughout the almost the entire time in Liquid and has only just really started to kind of find his form. Yakindar fell off hard. Cadian came in, didn't do anything. Twist was also in Liquid for a long time. I mean, Grim was fine.
Okay.
It was everything. It was the post-Grim Liquid. That's where they hit the bump.
Grim left Liquid, Liquid fell off. All right, big round here for GamerLegion. Very important. Well, they could be swept out of Dust 2 right now. Passion's pick, after all. They've just been playing a pretty decisive game. It's not been slow defaulting here from Passion. This is one of the slowest starts to a round, letting Kvem work an entry. Surely won't swing onto the car, knowing there's an AWP in play here for GamerLegion. AWP is out mid for Passion, and Halzuk just eats the flash, doesn't seem bothered by it. Jump spotting on B. Kvem looks like he wants this. Ugh. Hypex careful, smoking down, he plays ahead of it. What a shot from Kavem. That is a crazy tap. Torsen hears them leaving B as Kavem takes a space as well. The bomb is loose. Torsen can get out as well. This has gone panic mode for Passion. Everything has gone wrong after that 5v4. Absolutely everything. Crushed by that B hit. Too loud on the runaway. And GamerLegion, it was a necessary round to stay in this game.
Yeah, just gets a little too loose, too fast, get caught in transition. You don't want to feel like you let GamerLegion back in right at the end of this first half, right? You had a chance to really run away with Dust 2. Could still feel like that's possible if you pick up an 8th here, but that's not the dream start. They lose Kavem early on that long play.
It looks like a stubborn repeat, but they were relying on that entry. There were 5 players sitting outside long doors there. Passion wanted that kill. That was the whole round. Trusting in Kavem. Maybe he's feeling it after hitting that shot on Hypex, but still 4 and 10. Had trouble. Oof. Nades have been good for GamerLegion. Back to long.
Nice way to start, but reinforcements are on their way over. Ooh. Snacks wiped clean. And now it falls to Rez. Long's been taken and he hears them moving in very, very quickly here. Flash to try and set him up, and Rez out with that swing. They've got 2 players anti. It's not a problem for Passion yet. Torsen up next, throws Caution of the Wind on a peek around this smoke. Fought down low, gets out with 1 more, but it's on this swing out from CT that Hypex might just fall to the Halzerk Orp. It locks down the short angle. And so this would be a time for a Hypex round. He's left in the 1v2. And he's correctly assessed that short's been taken. Never left himself open to the Halzerk Orb. And so they're going to clash over here on short. Orb trained on the angle from Halzerk. He's baited the shot out, but a miss for Hypex. And that's going to seal the deal on a dominant half for Passion UA.
Flamesy's got players breathing down his neck, and there's a ton of pressure coming in on Mezzi. He lines up the bodies, though.
So solid.
Locks this down. Another multi-frag moment, but here's Donk's rebuttal. Okay, over towards outer, damage onto the op. And now ZywOo slides away.
No fast moves.
Donk gets into the back of the site. This is a 1v5.
He can sense the fear. Rotation around for ZywOo.
Donk comes back. ZywOo, remember, full health over onto the AK. They're feeding Apex to him. And now this huge health advantage. Time's ticking. Donk's out wide. Okay. Clashes and kills them off. Always reliable Russian rifling. But your answer comes in the way of a Molodoi A-site entry. Spam down through the smoke as Monte.CET continues to counter, and Kickstand walks this over. But here comes the clutch. csgo so low already. No nade to finish this off. It's gonna have to be a guillotine from csgo, not once, but twice.
Off default, and he's moving up.
Monte.CET's been playing phenomenally in this 4th map to keep the Falcons' dream alive.
How can he get 2 from this position?
I don't know.
He's trying to think different. He might catch 1. If he gets both, it'd be a miracle.
He will stay tucked in and hidden and hope. And as they encroach closer, he remains in the shadows. This is Falcons getting closer to that bomb now. The retake's in full effect. Monte.CET stomping over. It's a headshot immediately. No! An act of God from csgo. At times when we've seen Vitality kind of come in after that first volley, this is a different timing from them, and they're going to try to send one through the car. Oh, that beautiful flash out of Mezzi.
Oh!
Good recovery for Monte.CET, not letting that go for free. We've got that smoke still for Monte.CET, and he gets the answer back.
All right, now we're talking.
It comes down to 20 seconds. It is right there. Rob's not sure from which avenue. TSS going in first, dies out to Mezzi. Monte.CET's got himself a 3rd, and the quad on for an ace, and time to plant. and Sanctuary on the other side as Apex will walk this approach.
He's got to take a breath. Monte.CET low HP, 14 health, looking for this last kill.
Locked in, holding the angle, Apex's head, primed for the popping. In a full house for 4 rounds. Monte.CET uses that moment to establish an angle on Hut, but misses. And there's a lot of movement for Fury at Outer. They write off this threat. Kicksand can't get his. This is Yakindar just trying to charge it down. Multiple bodies still, but he doesn't give a damn.
He's not done yet.
Oh, he's just tearing right through everyone.
He's a bulldozer.
Nico, last man standing here inside of the site. It's a quad kill for Yakindar. He will stare them in the face and step up to the plate.
Well, it's a big plate, that's for sure, and Snacks may be hungry, but can he truly chow down on the 8 rounds that Passion UA have thrown their way? Yet to be seen, really. Passion start this game very strong, winning a series of rounds in quick succession, Harry, on that T side of Dust 2. Some lovely entry work from Grim and from JT, and some abuse of that B-bomb site, like every true Dust 2 game.
Yeah, you know, I mean, it's been a pretty open and shut case thus far, right? GamerLegion had a chance to make it a lot more interesting in that final round with the 5v4, but just unable to convert upon it.
Cocky cool.
So a bit of aggression here from Passion UA to open things up. Running it down out through top mid. JT, that's a nice start, and you might feel content enough with that to try and get away with the 5v4. And they're given the room to do so. That's because PR in the downtime has moved all the way through, but Grim looks really suspicious.
He saw him, for sure. But he knows that PR doesn't know.
Yeah.
So they're going to clear him together.
Try and deal with PR, who thinks he's being real sneaky right now. He's not. And so suddenly the plan is in disarray for GamerLegion. They thought they had an ace up their sleeve with PR there. You've now got to look further afield, and you're hoping that Torsen can try and open something up in this 3v5.
That's such a sick little play for Passion. The fact that they flash it as well, multiple players clearing. Grim realizing the info is one way. The issue is they did leave B completely open, so that's a bit of an oversight here, as GamerLegion have done exactly what Passion did to them in their pistol round. Walked in late from spawn. And back in spawn sits Hypex, needing multiple kills. He'll deliver 2. Kavem on the flank. 3v2, good chance for GamerLegion.
They're going to try and pressure these players out through mid. The backstab in the window won't land. And so these dual Berettas feast on the final 2 from GamerLegion. Passion breathe a little easier. That was a tricky round when all is said and done. Even if it starts off great and they get to that initial 5-on-3, it proves to get a damn sight more difficult with the B plant. But they get through to the other side, and they have a chance to really clean up here on Dust 2.
Yeah, get the Hoover out. Poor PR.
And I mean, it's kind of what I want to see from Passion UA. Like we were saying coming into this, it feels like they've been going from strength to strength. I think if you want to show that, don't have too much of an issue in this game. You know, if you have loftier ambitions, if you're thinking you want to try and be like a playoff-bound team in 2026, I feel like you don't want to be struggling in these opening stages.
And nice to see them land instantly at the top of the season. Can they close the game? Force buy out here for GamerLegion. Bomb plant doing well for them. They're just going to walk out mid right now. Careful. No one. I mean, Kavem has pushed deep B. Oh! Not able to escape after 1, and Nyx was so far away. So GamerLegion are again going to get that site.
Oh,
no way.
Nyx gets his, and now just waits for his team, right? No need to force the issue in this 3-on-2. They are brought down very, very low on the spam. That's a lot of damage found onto Nyx. So don't get ahead of yourselves here, Passion. round is far from over. They're anticipating a reaction on the tap of that bomb, so you see they don't go for the commit, but a TK in there makes life awkward for GamerLegion.
He heard A1S and he turned around. Did he think they were behind him? That's his teammate with the A1S. He literally turned around. What? I think it's literally like you're so locked in, you think the A1S is your opponent, but then he gets team killed. Look at this. What are you looking at? They're in front of you, and then PR kills him. He was an enemy. What? Explain.
I mean, I think you explained it.
Okay, fine, but justify. Zestify. What the hell? Anyway.
Oh.
Mirage is up next.
Yeah, I do imagine you're feeling a little cooked at the end of that one.
Oh, get him out.
And now they're just getting deleted by an MP9 up close. Oh.
I'm still reeling.
That's all fine though, isn't it?
Oh, and he team killed him.
He did TK.
He did team kill him.
In a way, you were
What are you looking at me?
You were right to be worried.
Yeah, true. Could have looked forward.
Snacks could just tell the TK was coming. He was going to try and kill PR first.
True. It was a race to the bottom.
But the young man reactions get the better of him.
Yeah. You know, that is like, yeah, no, I'm not going to try and justify it. You are locked in. When you hear the A1S and you turn, that means you're locked in. Sometimes for worse, not for better.
You know my saying, Hugo.
What you saying?
Sometimes you got to check out to check in.
That's true.
You got to lock out to lock in.
I'd like to check out. Can I check back in? No, sir, you've already checked out. Well. Can I wait in the lobby? No, sir, you don't have a booking. So, GamerLegion getting sent back to the streets with a game like this. There was a chance. We're looking at 12 rounds on the tip of my tongue because Passion are just fighting middle, fearless. Snacks walking through the B smoke. Up next, the weather.
I mean, it's one of the things I really started to appreciate about this Passion team as time's gone on. I feel like they try to avoid overcooking where possible. You know, it's like, oh, they're down to fight us in mid? Sure. We'll fight them in mid every step of the way. What are they running? Like one scout? Yeah, fine by me. And so just a clean sweep here. Really no resistance from GamerLegion on Dust 2.
Is PR the European Insani? Or am I being too nice?
No, because Torsen is really good.
Oh, okay.
And like Insani doesn't.
So's Breno, Harry.
Well,
yeah.
I think like, you know, Insani has to drop 30 if they want to win.
That's true. That's true, actually. Yeah.
Whereas like PR has had quiet games and they still win even with him being quiet.
That's valid.
Like, because Rez is in this team, forget about him. But he might be required in this round if GamerLegion want to keep seeing the sights on Dust 2 any longer. They're in a 3v5 here and a bit of awkwardness out towards long. Snacks again with the smoke hawk. This time it will yield some results for GamerLegion to hold on to. They've got long control. Ready to try and challenge this. Our Passion, and that's a fight they might end up regretting. Kavem fed to Snacks out on long, but a weird timing for Rez down in lower. Sees it reduced just down to this 2v3 on the back of the long push.
Util comes down, plenty of time. Passion, 3 players on the cross, 3 nades thrown. announcing their presence. GamerLegion still try and make it across. They're not going to be able to. Snack sneaking in, but look at the bomb site right now. Just ready to swing and finish the job, sending us to Mirage. Nyx tries to. And repeat after repeat, a fearless Passion UA in this game. A game that GamerLegion were never truly in. One streak of 3 rounds. As soon as they got guns out, and then nearly a flawless map after. Passion finishes strong. Beautiful game out of Passion. Never really started for GamerLegion, and that's Passion's pick going well to start off Blast Bounty. The Bounty Hunters coming for GamerLegion's head.
The Bounty Hunters playing like the most wanted, because GamerLegion didn't show up in this one. This was straight out the gates, a good start. Then you thought you might have a game on your hand, but after that, right, we get into round 7, it's just more and more of GamerLegion just playing solid CS.
Yeah, that was a bit of a disappointing ending to Dust 2, because I agree with you. The first 6 rounds, you think to yourself, all right, we got exactly the game that we were expecting. 2 teams who are somewhat similar in individual skill, 2 teams who have the same aspirations. It's 3-3 on Dust 2. One team gets off to a good start, then Snacks and the boys from GamerLegion answer back. It's 3-3, but from that moment and onwards, there was only one team on the server, and that was Passion UA. There were a couple of rounds, a couple of retakes over on the B bomb side where you could argue, okay, that was the moment for GamerLegion to get back into the game.
Yeah.
You should have won a couple of those rounds, and who knows, maybe it would have been closer. But apart from that, the vast majority of rounds were dominated by Passion UA, and they were significantly better when you look at the scope of the entire match.
And you know what's interesting? When we spoke to PR for the interview, I was actually nervous, thinking he wouldn't be able to perform, you know, or show us a good level. He couldn't do the full carrying. He wasn't going to be able to secure them every single round they needed. But individually, he was at least still playing up to a good level that we expect from him, even with all the changes going on around him.
Yeah, I think we have to find some positives, or at least try to. And I think one of them would be PR for GamerLegion. You're right in saying that we, you know, pointed him out coming into the game, and we have him as obviously the star winning GamerLegion, the guy that is the catalyst behind them when they are supposed to win games. And for him to have a great individual display, you know, winning some of these closer rounds and helping them getting the first 3 rounds, that was good from PR. But there's only so much you can do. This round, again, left with no time. You know, what are you supposed to do in a 1v2 clutch in order to win it? It's very tough for him. And overall, it just felt like PR couldn't do enough to get the team behind on his back and get him moving forward. So individually speaking from him, he can be okay with his performance, but it's never fun losing 13-4.
And we did touch on Hulzerk at the same time, right? Him and Grim were the ones leading the charge for the Passion UA side. And that's what you want to see, right? Them alongside them at the same time. This is the trio I'd be looking at if you're a Passion UA fan right now, as this needing to be your win conditions. And we said in games like this, Hulzerk does love to do a bit of farming.
Yeah, 100%. It's always great to see Grim and Hulzerk play well at the same time. I think in terms of Grim, I feel like I always know what I get from him. He's been stable. He's been consistent. He's been taking up the star reign of Passion UA, and he's really been playing well. He did well at the major as well, and it's a player that you can always count on. Whereas for Hulzerk, as we spoke about, coming into this game, I think that's the notion a lot of the people sitting at home as well have, that they remember Hulzerk when he's popping off. They remember some of those games and some of those moments where he looks like a star AWP player. But unfortunately, they also remember the games where he's not hitting his mark, where he's not finding his skills. So in a game like this, first of the season, you're getting off to a good start. You're playing Dust 2. He picked up the AWP. He picked up the rifle. He found impact left, right, and center. It's a good start for Hulzerk. It's early on, but that's what we want to see more of. And as you spoke with him about as well, you know, it's all about consistency. If you can find some sort of consistent level within Passion UA, having Grim next to him, having Grim next to him, that's when we start to talk about Passion UA being a team that maybe, just maybe, gets to play playoff at some of the bigger tournaments.
And just look at that, right? We got some time here because this game was such a just simple, steady, fast game. Yeah, it actually was. I was trying to be nice with it, you know, but that's why I got you here, Pimp. You can be the other side of the coin. I will say this, though. Yeah, we're close at the major. JT right now, for me, is such a positive as a leader, as what he's able to do with this.
Yep.
He's been doing this now for so long without having those star pieces, right? He had Liege for some time, but I actually think at times that kind of made it more difficult. You know, the voice that a Liege has when it comes to it. Right now, it seems to be like he's back in control. He's got what he's wanted, and he knows how to use his pieces.
Let's pick up that conversation, because Harry and Hugo had it on the cast as well, you know, saying that who are you the most surprised to see having not made a move up towards the ranks, right? They spoke about PR saying that's the obvious one, but I think it was Hugo or Harry. That was the rumor run, right? But they both said that JT, I think he's been doing God's work. I agree with you. He's never had the player material where you would make the case that this is the lineup where you're supposed to go into playoff or you're supposed to win trophies. When you had Elise, it was more likely that you would be in the playoff because he was such a great player individually, but with the roster he's had to work work with for the past year and a half. No one really expected him to do much more. And I think what he did at the Major, what he's been doing at Passion UA, what he's been doing for a long time in Complexity, the severe lack of great in-game leaders out there in the landscape of Counter-Strike, I would be looking towards JT, and I would be thinking, if I were a GM, maybe it's time that we give him a shot at a team where he has players or he has the player material to actually make big waves in the scene. That or Passion UA goes into this season saying, listen, we're going to give you 5 guys a chance to continue the moment that you were showing during the Major as well. Let's see if you can take another step up. If not, then we're going to give you better players to work with, JT. I would love to see that transpire, because I agree. I think he's great. I think he's doing a good job. And I think he's one of those in-game leaders that makes the absolute most out of what he got to work with.
And I don't have the financial history for Passion UA, but I will say they got Zinchenko as one of their owners, you know. Big football player, can dig deep if he needs to be. You know, could be something they could cook with there if they want to grab him a few more players. You know, when you mentioned the point, though, about JT, like why maybe someone else didn't pick him, I think if he was like a European IGL, someone else would have tried to pick him if he was playing that well. Yeah. It's almost like the stigma around the fact that he's playing in the Americas is like, oh, we're not giving him a chance. But if you're looking at how he's doing it, if you're looking at all the things you're saying, he's way better than what people kind of see him as. He's
one of the guys that speaks on the server and not off the server. I agree. I think it's a great point, because I'll be honest, whenever I speak to him as well, whenever we do interviews with JT,
so humble.
He's very humble, and it's hard to get a sense of his deep personality to some degree. He seems very calm, very collected, and sometimes you just want a bit of a flamboyant guy, you know, that voices his opinion or maybe starts yelling at a teammate if he's not doing well enough. I don't think that's the leadership style of JT, but I very much agree. You don't necessarily have to be loud outside of the server. You don't have to have a big personality. He does all the speaking on the server, and as I said, I think he's doing a tremendous job with what he got to work with.
And he also is, just on the last point, I never see him as a hindrance individual-wise as well. I think he comes in not the sharpest, like crazy fragging out, but he can have these moments where he'll charge forward, he'll take the lead, and he'll pick up the pieces when some of the other players are slowing down at times.
I agree. I agree, but that's also where I kind of want to at least give the counterpoint to JT moving up in the ranks, because I think Passion UA is a decent team. You know, we're talking about them maybe knocking on the door to be a top 10, top 12, top 13 team. So if you're JT, what is that next big step? Like, is he good enough to join a team like G2? Is he good enough to take over from, I don't know, Kerrigan and FaZe if he ever was to retire? Is he good enough to make that big of a step, or does it have to be a middle ground team?
Steps.
That's the thing. And what kind of team is that? Because I almost feel like Passion UA is that kind of team, you know, that is knocking on the door to be a top 10 team. So it goes both ways. I think we can both agree that JT is a great prospect. He's a fun prospect, has a lot of experience as well. But it's also hard for me to imagine what kind of team is it that he can actually join and get to work with. Maybe G2 if Honda's not working out as an in-game leader. Maybe it's a too big of a step. I don't know, but I feel like it's an interesting conversation and maybe something we can keep in the back of our minds. And who knows, maybe Twitch Chat have a better suggestion than we do.
Twitch Chat, you've always got suggestions, surely. Better, maybe. Better than me, probably. Better than Pimp, no. But I want to touch on the GamerLegion side, on the opposite of this. Not so much around the IGL, but around the coach thing. We touched on it a little bit in the pre-match, but Ash, obviously, such a big voice, big name, his gameplay. IMD, who's now the analyst or assistant coach who's got into this interim coach position, he's been with Ash. Ash has credited him so much for a lot of the pickups, spotting out new players, right, helping with all of this. But I just wonder if that also is a factor in where they'll struggle more. Because, yeah, you've got Snacks who has all the experience, but if Ash was giving so much and putting all this time in, even if IMD has a blueprint here, can he use it in the same way? Does he have that same authority, that same voice? You know, and this is always going to be something they're going to end up struggling with.
Yeah, it's a very good question. I honestly don't know, to be completely honest. From the outside, from all of us watching, it's incredible tough to highlight how much of an impact the coach is actually having. Like, how much has it been Ash? How much is it IMD? I think overall the sense I'm feeling right now for GamerLegion early on in the season as well is that, to me, they're a question mark. I don't really know what direction they're heading right now. I don't know how to manage my expectation. I think what you said coming into the game as well, that they were a team that we would sometimes put in the conversation that if they play well, then maybe they can be part of a playoff at a bigger tournament. I think those days are gone for now. Is that enough to motivate Riss? Is that enough to motivate PR to stay? I would fear that's not the case. So I'm feeling GamerLegion is now standing in a position where they need to find some sort of success within the first couple of months to make sure that everyone keeps being invested into the project. And then who knows if Ash is ever going to come back? Who knows if PR is going to stay? To me, there's a lot of question marks within GamerLegion. And one way to raise those question marks is by winning the games they're playing.
well, maybe they can win Mirage. That's where we're going to next. It is their map pick, but it's certainly going to be tough with all the things we said. A little mini podcast for you here. The production nicely put on in the background because that game was so quick and there was not much to talk about. Maybe there'll be more to talk about in Mirage. We'll have to wait and see.
Maybe.
Make it make sense. That's what I need to ask you here, Pimp, because we're going to Mirage. GamerLegion picked it. They didn't used to play this map. They're now playing it with Snacks. Nuke was on the cards, but they banned it out rather than picked it, and Nuke looks pretty good for him. I'm just looking at stats. I'm the stats Andy right now. What's going on?
I'll provide you the context.
Okay.
So GamerLegion, you're right in saying they didn't used to play Mirage. Well, they did, but a long time ago. Last time they played Mirage before Snacks joined was in July 2025 at Cologne.
Okay.
They had a loss streak of, I think they lost 8 out of 9 games on Mirage. So clearly back then they went away from it. Ash was like, nope, we're not going to touch Mirage anymore.
Yep.
Then Ash is out, you get a new coach, you get Snacks in, new in-game leader, and they picked it up again. They played it at Miami, at the Philadelphia tournament, where they won against M80, played a pretty good game of Counter-Strike, and it's always been a map that Res in particular likes to play. It's been a map that PR as well has been functioning well on. So I think this is more so the case of GamerLegion trying to integrate a map where the players individually feel comfortable, whereas as a team, they didn't really have much success, as you said, back in July when they last time picked up the map.
Well, let's find out if they can play it, because for me, right, when I'm looking at this is also a map that Passion UA have just added, but they've got reps on it now, and they do look okay on it. I remember them challenging Falcons back in Hong Kong.
And that's where, again, we need to provide context for the viewers at home. They have a win rate at 29%. That is for Passion UA, and you think, oh, that's ugly. But they're losing to Falcons. They're losing to FaZe. They're losing to NAVI. They're losing to some of the best teams in the world on the map. And they're making it close. I remember in Hong Kong, they were playing Falcons on Mirage when they first pulled it out. They lost 13-10, and I remember watching that game, analyzing the game, thinking to myself, Passion UA, you probably should have won this game. You had plenty of opportunities. So yes, the win percentage is not looking good, but the quality of a position they're playing and how they're able to push them over and over again, even beat, I think that was Team Liquid doing the major on the map quite convincingly. I am all for Passion UA playing Mirage because I think they're doing a good job despite not getting the W's just yet.
Well, let's see if they can get the W today. Let's see if they can get the W in the Blast Bounty and take a bounty for themselves here. Over to Hugo and Harry.
Yeah, thank you very much. Dude, yeah, a little bit of Mirage, Hugo. I don't know, I'm a little bit underwhelmed from GamerLegion at the end of map 1. They were never really in it. They were never really in the conversation for turning that one around. And even though, as the devs were kind of alluding to, the win rate isn't good here, it's the level of competition that Passion have been playing against, but also fact that this was their Instaban for the longest time. There's been a big adjustment period there. You can imagine after the major, with this proving to have been a bit of an important map for how it all panned out for the Passion squad, that they've continued to revise and improve upon their Mirage.
Well, you also know what's worrying, right? Here we are talking about Passion UA and then picking up Mirage and then, you know, showing some better look on it. I think we should also talk about GamerLegion's Mirage because they played it a bunch as a team for a long time. But when it came to last season, Harry, they played it twice an entire season. So they just completely stopped touching this map. Don't know how they got away with it, but GamerLegion don't exactly have the recent experience. So that's a little bit worrying. It was a huge loss streak going across Astana and Dallas that maybe prompted this for GamerLegion. But you also hope, while Passion UA have been putting in the time, that GamerLegion have done the same. They did pick it up back at Frag, so that's something. But remember, that was with a different roster. They didn't even have PR there. It was 2 in-game leaders. So what have GamerLegion got in this game? Coming up Con quickly, some ugly shots, but Rez recovers on the final bullet. He won't live. JT double up in the bomb out Palace. Ooh.
All right, nice little tap for Hypex. PR takes it one step further, and if you don't deal with this man in middle, the retake never begins, so they finally get past Hypex. JT, 3 kills deep. Even more will be required. Kit's on Halzerk, and he's tagged up. Trying to close in now, but they lose JT out of the stairs, and Halzerk can't be expected to do a damn thing. That low on health on the swing out from triple, he's shut down, and that's a nice pistol from GamerLegion, one that they're able to recover in spite of a bit of an ugly start to it.
Yeah, very surprised they recover that. JT found some clinical early kills to stop that A split. But bomb out Palace and no one in the sight. So GamerLegion start the game off strong. Reassuring look after the way the Dust 2 went. Ooh, Kaven dropping under with the M4. Like this move. And he's not fighting top mid early as well. He's looking to play late in the round. Such a common play. I think Donker's really made this meta. So it should be expected. With that smoke, you're just revealing it. Oh, they're not ready. He just swings and gets a kill, but Rez is still good for the trade. Now the M4 is lost. So it's up to the site hold. What's Grim got?
Oh, well, no accounting for that. JT, just this hero deagle, but it will get shut down. And on this little jaunt out from Catwalk, Rez here to stop this retake in its tracks. Nix has really got nothing left to do here. Bomb has been planted.
See ya. Should get away with this M4 now. Although... definitely not. Nice chase for Hypex. Even grabs that upgrade. So here we go. GamerLegion going to get their freebie in round 3. Unless they waltz into a stack. And then Passion have to hit hard. And they need to hit hard on the CT side because, yes, you know, you can give them their props with, okay, a lot of losses to top teams, G2, FaZe, Falcons, but at the same time, the one thing that we've seen consistently from Passion UA on this map is a real struggle on T sides. They've put up a series of great defenses and struggle to close out games, so they need these CT rounds. Is that B stack?
Nix kind of has like the young pimp vibe about him in this picture.
I see what you mean.
Yeah, right? It's throwing me through a loop.
Yeah.
Young pimp. Now there's a good nickname, Pimp.
Young Pimp.
Young Pimp.
Should change his
But just like Y-U-N-G.
Oh, like a rapper.
Yeah, Young Pimp.
Not Lil Pimp?
No. Maybe Hung Pimp. That's
I don't know
good.
what you're onto, sorry. Maybe you know more than I do, Harry. Oh, only damage here.
Young Pimp pulling up. Nope. He's dead.
Oh, just...
So is everyone, Hugo.
It's true.
Well, not everyone.
I'll give it enough time.
True. Time makes meat out of all of us, Hugo.
Makes meat.
That's what we become for a bit. And then it's just bones. You can't eat them. I've tried.
Weird. Orbs out here for Halzerk. No kits, you'll note, despite the fall by in round 4. Just a standard con split here. They're going to bring a bit of pace in the bonus. The MAC-10 running it in. Break is good. Oh, but he didn't check, and so Rez gets the upgrade, gets the split off, and even though Snacks gets picked, it seems worth it right now. GamerLegion running amok into A. Halzerk having to rotate out right now. Go retake CT. GamerLegion, it's all about picking strong positions here. Back to ramp, under Balk for PR, trusting in his aim. Rez in connector. It's a good spot to be in for GamerLegion. But Util will make it interesting.
How much can PR get away with? That's kind of the big question. Just a one and done, but his teammates there to lend a helping hand. Great catch for Rez and Torsen. And that will only leave Halzerk with this AWP, unable to part ways with that AWP. It gets knocked out of the round. And okay, GamerLegion, they got hands after all.
That they do. Looking a lot more locked in this game, that's for sure. Some nice tempo. Not respecting smokes either. Just coming through on that A split, trusting in the cool. Passion UA, there's no moment from anyone here to celebrate since that pistol from JT, and even then. Oh, JT, known for his deagle, but it's a 5-7 in this round. Always doing more with less.
Known to you for his deagle, Hugo.
Yeah, I mean, known to get one, Harry, and then lose the round, famously.
I think it's probably just you and B-Trams who know anything about.
No, his deagle is old school. No, it's not just that one game about rivals. JT's deagle is a long time coming, Harry. We've been watching JT for years. He's always had that deagle on him. Harry's Googling JT Deagle right now.
Wait, no, that's the one from the event you're talking about.
Yeah, he's had some clips. Trust me. See?
You're right, there's two over his whole career that aren't from...
No, shush. Not taking this slide.
That's from the event I was talking about.
We've been repping JT, and now you're like,
I'm repping JT, but I'm, you know...
The Deagle. Well, actually...
JT's just pretty good with all the guns.
JT rifle, though, that's the thing about JT. 2 kills from the captain. Someone do something. Help him out. Oh, no. Guess not. Guess nothing.
What's going on, Passion? Come on. Do something. Big Knicks round, I think. Pulling up like young Pimp out in the spawn.
He does look like young Pimp in that photo. I don't know what it is.
I've seen him in real life. Like, I don't look at him and think, that's young Pimp, but in this image.
Ooh.
And dude, I mean.
Pimp can do that.
With a dig like that.
JT-esque.
JT-esque dig shot.
They're just not peeking. There's no way to win. See ya. Ooh. Young Pimp would have hit that, though. All right, time to wake up for Passion because it's just been a bit of a flat CT side, and this is meant to be their good side by quite a margin. GamerLegion just having no problem. A-split after A-split. So if I was Snacks, before we go live, I would have put all the darts, you know, on 180, triple 180 or whatever.
Triple 180.
I don't know, is that a thing? Triple 60 or triple 180. I don't know how it works.
You're trying to get to 3.
I put them all.
No, wait, you're trying to get to 180.
Like I've nailed.
Yeah, and you would do 3 on the
60.
Triple 20.
60.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, that's what I did. But like, wow, look at me.
I mean, he wouldn't need to fake it.
No.
Snacks looks like he can throw a dart.
Yeah, sure. Whatever that looks like.
I don't know. Like, it's just something, like, for example, and we'll both agree here,
Yeah.
Torsen does not look like he could throw a dart.
I completely agree.
Right? And I'm like, I don't know what. I don't know why there's some innate feeling in you that decides whether or not someone looks like they'd be good at darts.
He could play rugby.
Could he?
Torsen looks like a rugby.
Yeah, actually, I see that. I see that.
Okay, 5v4 here for Passion.
Ooh. And Snacks with the catch.
And Wonderland again. Back in those B apartments. But he's walking it back, and Nick still has deep apps. They know they don't need to play B right now. It's a good rotate from JT, putting 3 strong on this A side. Grim in the open, though, is going to leave them in a predicament. Halzak has to hit some quick shots here because his teammates mollied off.
Boost up, and Halzak caught by it. Good use of Torsen there, throwing him over the boost and extending this advantage. You've teed yourself up for a 6th consecutive round here. That's great business from GamerLegion. And for Passion, back to the drawing board, not the dartboard.
No.
Grim looks like he'd be good at darts, but I also know Grim, and I bet he's not good at darts.
Okay. Snacks. This is nice watching Snacks. Yeah, back in GL. For better or for worse, you know, watching Snacks in the modern day. See? Worked there. Snuck in. Last second. Got the exit. So 6-0. He's just got such a unique play style.
He does. Like, you never really know what's going to happen.
No. I like that boost as well. They heard the scope when he scoped Palace, so just realizing wide off the stairs is the perfect remedy. Just really not any of these rounds particularly close for Passion since the pistol round. Krem trying to escape. This should be his wheelhouse, you know. This is part of the reason Passion started playing Mirage. For those who don't know, Passion didn't play Mirage. This core, this X Complexity core, did not play this map for 2 years. They didn't play it in CS2 until Blast Rivals. It was 2 years and 4 months not playing this map as a 3-man unit of Halzak, JT, Grim. Came to Rivals, they almost beat Falcons. They went on to play it at the Major, not the best results. Taking down Liquid is something, but struggling against international European competition, and this is another example of it. And Kvem was meant to be the guy. He had a great barrage in his previous Passion and ICLA squad. Right now, he is struggling, hasn't shown up in either of these maps. This GamerLegion run rampant.
I think like that's kind of the problem, right? Even on Dust 2, the one that you won very comfortably, Kvem still looked a little bit shaky there. Now you get onto a map where you really need him to perform, and that's going to start to matter. It didn't on Dust 2 when everyone else was hitting hard, when GamerLegion looked a little slow to ever get going, but like, believe me, now you are feeling Kvem's absence in this series more than ever.
For sure. Oh. PR can just go for it, I think. Flash. Able to take the AK out of the play. No! Kvem! They're not looking at you. Oh dear. It's brutal. This is brutal.
Damn, they're nice little setup there.
Yeah, it is clean.
Clean.
But 7-0, Harry. And I don't know what's he scored there on his darts board. I can't tell.
What do you mean?
6 darts on the board.
Oh, are there?
Yeah.
I'll look at them. Sorry.
6 darts.
Hang on, Hugo. Let me get my glasses. I'm going to inspect this board.
It's a bit out of focus. It's hard to see.
Why do I have so much stuff?
Where's B-Traps? He tell us the score.
Yeah, man, we need it. Lord only knows we need it. God, these are dirty. Sorry, Hugo, this is a whole ordeal.
Knicks against them all. Actually, against none of them. They cancelled. They were going full B, but deep utility here for Passion and back to the default for GamerLegion. We're in no hurry. 7-0. Everything has worked.
I can see so good. Okay. Come on, Kvem. This is the round. Let's get it going, buddy. You're 1-7. I know, you're not last. You're tied for last. And that makes it feel a little bit better. But Kvem, they need you.
It's 3 guys, 1-7.
Exactly. And that's not good enough. And just to think, it could all start right now, the recovery arc. Because, Kvem's, finding his form at the Major was what made the Passion run exciting. He'd struggled in high-pressure games, but you saw him look to overcome that. And so you kind of want that to reflect even in these type of matches now.
Oh, my God. Literally any of them.
Come on. Come on, Kvem. Oh.
I mean, it's great. I've got to say, it's great for GamerLegion. These splits have been really claustrophobic. The util's been nice. The timing of con and ramp, and they've just been walking through the con smoke, walking through the ramp smoke. But you can't look at this game and say the Passion UA haven't had a chance to shoot back. Halzak just got 3 AWP shots off on default, and he missed all 3 of them. At a certain point, it doesn't matter. You just got to hit them. You've got to hit them.
Yeah.
You got to hit something.
You could have you could have the best util, the best comms, the best crosshair placement. None of that matters though if you don't kill them.
Yeah, shoot the enemy. I like your point about Kvem though, because I think what was interesting about him, which you don't often see, is despite the hype around this player and the moments we've seen and some great online games, he hadn't played a big event until Rivals. Rivals was his first big event. He played in an arena. The whole team crumbled in that arena in a winnable game. And then they went on to the Major. Again, a second big event, high pressure, some stage games there, albeit with a smaller crowd, but the pressure of the Major on his shoulders. And he had a couple of crumbly games at the beginning as well, but then...
Yeah, slow to start.
Slow to start, but then he warmed into it. He looked good. He had some moments, and we thought, hey, he's here. This is where he should be doing, arguably, his best work in these online matches against a team of a... I don't even want to say similar level, really. Yeah, okay, you're the bounty hunters. You're picking the favorite, but... GamerLegion aren't exactly a world-beating team, and they're also going through changes right now, in-game leadership changes. So This is a game where, and hey, we saw it on Dust 2, Passion dominated them, but then what happened here on Mirage? They have just completely disappeared. GamerLegion capitalizing very well. Not even really, score's good for Rez, but this isn't a one-man game. This is a team game right now for GamerLegion. Rez still plucks that 5v4 out of middle. And Passion just throwing themselves at window.
In games like this, I think back to words from someone far wiser than I.
Okay.
Which would be Adam Torsas, the Hungarian author for Mouse.
What did he say?
He said, you got to show them you're the dog in the house.
That's true. That's a good...
You got to show them you're the dog in the house, Hugo.
This house is dogless right now. Whose house? Torshi's house. GamerLegion are looking for the flawless game at this point.
They are. And, I hope that that's their mindset too. I think it's easy to, loosen up at this type of a lead. Everyone's feeling very confident. It's like, hey, screw it, everything's working, so let's try everything, we can just get real loose with it. We can all take our fights. We can enjoy that. And don't get me wrong, I think there's still merit to playing like that. It makes you really annoying to play against. It's really hard.
Bloody hell.
But shoot for the 12-0, shoot for the 13-0.
Yeah.
Because at this point, that's really all you have left to play for.
Oh, Halzerk.
Yeah, I know. He's having a nightmare, isn't he? But he's never going to run out of toilet roll. So on the upside, there's that.
I didn't see that. That's so much toilet roll.
This guy took the pandemic personally.
That's so much. That's way too much.
Dude, now we know. You know when everyone was bulk buying toilet roll at the dawn of the pandemic, Halzerk bought it at the ground floor.
4 years.
Yeah.
He's still sitting on the same mountain. Oh dear. That's something. Okay, it's a scrim right now for GamerLegion. They're just pracking. They're trying new things. Good molly on B will buy time for Nyx to get back in the site, but they're still coming in. 3 players walking through that smoke. Does Nyx realize they jump out?
Oh, good stuff for Nyx. There's the support from Halzerk as well. Finally coming through with a kill. He has all those toilet rolls, Hugo, so that he can mop up when he's done shitting on these kids.
Jesus Christ. No.
Here we are. Oh, it's Kabam on the board too, and Halzerk there.
I mean, we said
with their powers combined, Hugo, they just might be able to get 3 rounds after all.
We said 13-0 last round, so it was about time for that to immediately get cursed. Well, a round is nice, but it is just a round here for Passion UA. All right. Quick timeout.
Also, it looked like Snacks had a 41 on the dartboard, I think.
What, with 6 darts?
Oh, I only saw 3.
There's 6 darts.
There's 6 darts?
Yeah.
What are you doing? Single player darts? See, that's Nyx. That's not Young Pimp.
No, yeah.
But then you see him in the photo, and that's Young Pimp.
Hair.
Yeah.
Facial hair. He doesn't have it in the photo. But in the photo, I see the Young Pimp. I feel like he's always had facial hair.
Right that way. Okay, I started getting gaslit so hard to myself. I was like, wait, are they actually just using a Young Pimp picture?
Maybe Boss are trolling us.
Because they don't even look the same.
No.
That's not the same man.
I don't think so. Rush out ramp, and look, Passion are fighting for mid. GamerLegion just get A for free. Oh, it's the perfect call here. Snacks with a pace change, disrespect, and it's excellent. He's in their head right now. Nothing's going right. GamerLegion, credit where credit is due. They've rumbled.
Oh my god, the spam is pretty insane, isn't it? Everyone's wounded, everyone's spamming smokes. And old mate Snacks is the first to put a kill on the board from it.
What have we got here? Can Passion even win this? They have to try. Nice nade combo with the flash as well. Res full blind and Nyx double up. It's the only one on double digits here. Smoke on the bomb, but can they cross? Will Snacks allow it? Cover on the orb does get missed, but they're sticking
Defuse.
And the Palace player dead to the AWP. Halzak hits the one shot he had to win that round. Nyx off the defuse. Passion pick it up in a 4v5. Halzak got his. Let the record show.
I mean, the fact that they win that is kind of insane, isn't it? Right? It's such a clean site take. There's full util down. It's this little nade break play, and then, yeah, you're dead on. Halzak delivering, getting the one he had to, enough to win them the round. And so shooting for something resembling a recovery here. 3 in a row right at the end of this first half. That's what Passion are hoping for.
Passion go back to what they wanted to do, which was fight for the mid-control last round. And there is a slower play here for GamerLegion. Oh my, Snacks is just having a field day. Flick headshot, 4 health. Give him the orb. Torsen, easy kill for him. 13 and 4. Just looks like a different team here, GamerLegion, versus the Dust 2 that this started with. But then, Passion Strike, 3v5 turns to a 3v2 as Halzak has found his mojo, maybe a little too late. Oh, run it back. Oh no, 2 kills.
Still done his part in the round, and now it's down to Kavem and Nyx. Nyx has so often been left to the wayside without a chance to play. Well, this kill is for all the marbles, looking for that 3-round streak in at the end of the half. Flash dodged, Hypex gets eyes on, but time's running low. Has to go for the kill now, and he'll hunt it down. Hypex with the chase. 3-round streak denied. That's double digits for GamerLegion as they look to recover.
Hey guys, this is Mahone, and I'm going to break down how the pros hold short on Mirage so you can do it just like them too. Let's go. At the start of the round, typically you'll want to throw a flash at the top of mid to push the T's back. This flash hits anyone standing between top mid and the chair, ultimately creating space for you to peek middle. The top mid flash creates an avenue to peek middle, but you also have to worry about someone coming from underpass. To deny the possible T coming from underpass, you can throw a Molotov at the entrance to prevent them from getting to bench. This gives you more safety when you fight top mid. The top mid flash and underpass Molotov are good tools to help you fight, but before you reach that point, there's a chance a T could cross the initial angle before you get to bricks. This is possible if the T has the best spawn and your teammates at window and connector get smoked out. If this happens, you can Molotov the bricks and progress as the Molotov is still up. But if the T's don't push up, a great angle to hold is between the bricks and the corner, where you can't be seen from chair. This is strong because T's tend to clear the bricks angle on the right corner, but not exactly the spot in between. This also allows you to be close enough to spot if a T runs up connector. Another spot you can use is on the ledge in front of ladder room. Holding this specific spot matches up with the right end of the bench, so if T's jump onto it, you'll be able to catch them mid-air. Being up close also allows you to see the T even if they crouch, whereas if you stand further back, the T now has the option to crouch for cover. If you want to get a deeper view into mid, you can get a boost onto the bricks. From here, you can catch T's running down the slope of mid from an elevated position, and even if the T's throw a smoke at Cat like this, you'll still be able to see over it. Now, these are some great positions to play on short, but you'll likely want some flexibility to move to ladder room. The best way to do this is to throw a smoke at the front of catwalk. Not only does this block the T's from pushing up, but now you can move to ladder room without being caught. Being in ladder room allows you to defend against T's coming up short and through window at the same time. You also get access to this position on the cement blocks in window to spot the cross towards connector. T's often overlook this position since they're clearing the top of connector when they enter. But holding short is just one part of being in this area. What are some other ways to help your teammates? If you don't use your smoke for front cat, you can also use it to re-smoke the bottom connector, which slows down the T's map control. If a B push comes in, putting yourself right up to the bricks gives you an isolated fight for the window. The power behind this is that the bricks actually covers up many of the common flashes that pop towards the B site. For comparison, exposing yourself to the site with the same flashes would look like this. Now, despite everything you can do as the short, you can start the round by going through window instead of B site. If you make the cat jump, you can contest mid far earlier. And instead of jumping on cat, you can also go for the ladder room jump. Being in ladder allows you to cut off any T's who go fast towards short. But if you peek middle from ladder room, keep in mind a T with the best spawn can already make it to second chair. And that was the last piece on how to hold Mirage short like the pros.
Well, we might need to send Passion to the Mahone zone right now, because with 2 rounds on the CT side of Mirage, it is a stark difference between their Dust 2 and the second map of this series.
Starchly different, you could say.
Yep, indeed, Harry. It's got all the flavors, well, not exactly a flavor, all the ingredients for a 3-map series.
It does.
Inferno is our decider. GamerLegion dragging us there.
Yeah, you know, 2 rounds. It's not a lot. So I've heard, I wouldn't know.
Full stop. End of sentence.
But, you know, with a pistol round, Hugo, suddenly it feels like actually you're right back in this game. That's how I would be selling it to the guys.
Okay. You sound like a really inspiring coach right now.
I'd say, fellas, look, you win this round, we're basically at the same number as them.
All right. Well, let's start somewhere. Pistol coming out. Julie's up close, and PR pops them as Hypex stops them at the door. Oh, wait a sec. Wait a sec, he's stuck. He's dead. JT turns around, but for Rez. It's all on rails for Rez right now. Double smoke headshot. Pop, pop. Good night. Let's talk about that third map.
Yeah. Well, right now, if I was the coach of Passion, I'd take a page out of Hallie's book, and I'd say, fellas, map 3's right round the corner. Don't tilt, please.
Yeah, so guys, it's over. Please relax.
Yeah.
Please stop getting angry. It's a good strategy.
Been seeing folks say that Torsen looks like Alexi B's brother. Not like in the way that we all know Alexi's brother like that. Just that they look similar. Thoughts?
No. Stick with the young pimp. It was working. Just gonna let this round play out. We all saw it. It's okay. That one will not be remembered.
Oh, I meant Hypex.
Oh,
not Torsen.
Oh, it's the hair. It's the hair.
Yeah.
Yeah. You meant Hypex.
Yeah, I just said the wrong name. That's Torsen. Yeah. He doesn't look anything like.
Well, I'm glad
Alexi.
I stood my ground.
No, and I agree with you. That's the one.
I see it. I see it. Yeah, yeah.
You do a really good Alexi impression.
Oh, God, can I do it on...
No, probably not. We'll rehearse it for next map. Stick around. There's a third map coming. I can assure you all of that. At 12-2. Hugo will get it refined in the break.
You'll see,
because... No, don't tempt it too early. I genuinely have a lot of faith in your accent here, and I want you to nail it.
I just believed in it, but, you know.
No. Don't believe in yourself. Believe in the preparation,
Okay,
Hugo.
That's a good bit of advice.
Kavem out through mid. Grim's gotten one. All right. This might be shaping up to something.
I mean, if they win this round, they've basically got the same scoreline, I heard. That's what my coach said, so... Passion up cat. It's a bit of a rotate coming in. GamerLegion putting 2 players on this B site. They could win a 3v5. I've seen crazier things. But Torsen gets scouted and Hypex outed. Back in the market instead. Door shut. Takes 2 with him. PR in the clutch.
Impossible, but now it is, because you're dead, and that means the round's over. Passion keep it going. And Grim looks ecstatic. He doesn't. That smile is so upturned. It's like a cartoonishly visible frown. I've never seen anyone frown so hard. You okay, Grim?
Case of the frownies. Full default here for Passion. A chance to prac some T-side rounds here. Not many.
Hash frowns.
Mrs. Frowns, boys. I knew that would get you.
That's so bad.
Yeah.
It's good though.
5B, valid. It's a valid strategy. Just the 4. Should be Passion's 4th round.
Well, they have to get past Rez.
Okay, that's fine.
They've done it. Oh no, hang on. Still room for this to go awry. Because PR's claw back a 4-on-4. Now you are very out of position. Arguably, you couldn't be more out of position. And so it might just be a save here. They're not worried. They have a lot of rounds to work with. And so yeah, just hold on to whatever you can. Try it again in the next one.
Oh. Oh, thanks.
Oh, it's just every fight is so labored, isn't it?
Yeah, it's so ugly.
Terrorists win.
Some scavenging going on. GamerLegion gets some AKs out of that, so not a bad save by any means on the B stack. Still a threatening round. Yeah, 2 AKs, Scout, Deagle.
Oh, good catch for Nyx.
Just clear rampage.
I mean, dude, I feel a little bad for Nyx because he's like actually been putting in a solid shift in this map, but largely was avoided back in that first half. Very rarely got to play in a rounds where it would actually matter. But here's him and Grim just bringing it home. Another round for Passion UA. And another save for GamerLegion.
On back of the tournament? Question mark? Snax always finds a way, man. Cheeky guy.
Also, someone said Alexi B's brother. Ah, yes, Alexi A. And that's funny.
That's good.
That's good.
It's a good joke.
That might be Hypex's new nickname.
Alexa, buy orb. No?
Alexa, order an Xbox 360.
Other brands are available.
Terrorists win. Quick, Hugh, how can we take advantage of people listening on TVs through
Xbox
their
turn
Alexa?
off.
Yeah, Xbox off.
Confirm.
Okay, Google. Look up.
Hey, Siri.
Oh no! My phone started. No, I don't want to hear this.
Your phone just.
I forgot I have a Google. I've betrayed myself.
Oh. You've been hoisted by your own petard.
I have.
Okay, Passion. They're still trying, man, and I'll give them that. I will give them that right now. They are giving it a good go. Just against 12 makes it so hard. One missed chance, and you're done. Torsen falls off. They hear that. Cat split attempted. Kavem, JT getting it done.
2 really quick kills.
Open for business right now. They heard Torsen leave. Now they're going to go. AT is felled in middle. B is open.
Oh, Torsen. Oh, Smart deciding against it, and he had to leave really, really quick when he misses the jump.
Let's go. It's done.
One more save. I don't know,
No,
man. We
nice.
can't be taking it seriously yet, man. Like, it's still too early. It's 12 to... You still have 6 chances
These
even
rounds
now, but there's
have
no
been dominant.
denying. You know, these are pretty convincing thus far.
I thought their T-side
The
was
Passion
the
UA.
bad side. I don't know how they're doing it.
What you need is the T-side calls of Snags and the CT calls of ZTR. Merge them together.
It's an interesting theory.
Yeah. Maybe if
Maybe we should get rid of PR and put ZTR on this team. I think that team could go top 3 at Fragadelphia. Not the highest bar. It did happen. Passion onto 6. How did we get here? It was a 2-round first half. It was both pistols converted by GamerLegion. It's 4 rounds straight for Passion UA. Is it the fakest comeback you've ever seen? Or do we just don't know what's about to happen?
I mean,
Goodness.
you know, it's like at this point, you've come this far, like, keep giving it your all. Because at some point, GamerLegion are going to start to get nervous that they're choking this game. And I don't know if that would have dawned on them just yet. I don't know if that's their biggest worry just yet, but it will come eventually if you keep racking up rounds.
All right, here we go. Hypex can win the game right now. He's in a strong position. His team are far away, but that smoke has forced Passion to change their mind, to go towards Connector. Bomb is open. They need this kill here, and now Flash falls just at the feet of Torsen. He's not blinded. Kvem trading, 2v2, Kit on Hypex, no smoke. Snags, TikTok. Brain rot as the clock, gone. Not gonna happen. Nick's a safe pair of hands here. Passion, keep it going.
When do they get nervous, Hugo? Maybe they're nervous already.
One more gun round.
That's where you're putting it.
Yeah. 12-8, and then you have to eco. That's when you're like, guys.
Like, we're actually going to lose this game. That's the thought that creeps into your mind. Okay. That's not a bad way for this to start. Clash of the Orbs, and Hypex comes out ahead. Over the smoke, Snags hoping he can get a whiff of this short play, and with Kvem also knocked out into a bit of a rough round here. Nyx has been the real shining light for Passion UA on Mirage, and he's at least found a step towards the equalizer. 3v4 now, thanks to that one on Torsen. But Passion are very strung out. They're in no position to make a play. And things go from bad to worse with JT dead down in lower.
They had me in the second half, not gonna lie. But a 2v4. We're in with a 1v1 temporarily available, but wrong check as PR comes out first. And, well, Passion, it was a nice try, but they just gave themselves no breathing room on that CT side. 2-round haul. GamerLegion got 9 rounds in a row to start this game. And so respect for that, because we're going to take this all the way to Inferno as Young Pimp tries to save this map. 1v4.
I mean, nowhere he goes, does he have a fair fight? Gonna try and choose this B site, what feels like the lesser of two evils, but even now in danger of being peeked from A. You see they've got a watchful eye on it, and with PR stepping out into the open, Nyx changes his mind. Out into the window now. This is lengthy routing, and it's wasting time he just doesn't have. With Snags waiting back in the palace, there should be no room to get this bomb planted. Nyx doesn't know it, and he's tried to pace himself as well as he can here, but surely a dead man the moment he tries plugging in the numbers. GamerLegion will take this one over the line, and this series rages on all the way onto Inferno.
Something we didn't expect after what we saw on Dust 2 was a complete turnaround for GamerLegion. They came into this Mirage, they got off to an amazing start, they looked unstoppable, and it just felt inevitable that they would close this out and get the win.
That was a very clean T-side, as you said, to begin the game for GamerLegion. Every single round, every single scenario, every single call from Snacks work out in perfection for GamerLegion. And as much as I want to say it, 13-7 right here, that's a cosmetic little comeback coming in for Passion UA, because this game was over within the first 7 or 8 rounds. Nothing worked out for them. Grim, we highlighted him having a great game on map 1. Haltzerg, we highlighted him having a great map on map 1, and both of those two guys were combining for 2 kills 8 rounds into the game. So if that's the case, then there's absolutely no way you're going to win if you're Passion UA. So gotta tip my hat to GamerLegion. There was a clinical and very well orchestrated T-side.
But help me here, Pimp.
Okay.
We just spoke about how these close games, this great Mirage we were starting to see from Passion UA, how they developed this map. I know there's been a player break afterwards, but that's a fall-off.
It's a fall-off, but it's also one of those maps where I think if you ask them, it's like nothing worked out. It's a game off. It's a mental leap. It's a map where nothing really worked out for them, where everything they tried, everything they were trying to throw at GamerLegion on the CT side, it's not that they didn't try. They were trying to be aggressive on towards ramp. We saw Grim push down towards slope a couple of times, trying to find some information, trying to find some opening kills, but he was being traded out every single time. So I feel like it's one of those scenarios where GamerLegion played almost a perfect game of Counter-Strike, and Passion UA on the other side, they tried, but nothing worked out for them. And we all have those games. We join up the server, we think, oh, this is going to be my game. I'm going to gain 26 elo winning this one, and then nothing works out for you. And it happens to the pro players as well, unfortunately.
Well, they were hoping to gain some bounty, more than just elo, and that wasn't going to be the case. We need to take a look at some player who just couldn't hit the shots, and we spoke about him so positively, so it is fair when we look at things not working out for him at times as well.
This is going to show 2 things. As I said, Grim trying to find information, playing proactive Counter-Strike, and then Haltzerg, let the picture speak. It's a little bit unfortunate. He's putting himself into a rough position right here, Haltzerg, but you'd expect him to hit at least one of those shots, maybe even 2, and that's the issue with Haltzerg. James, we often talk about him. He has the ability to be a really, really good player.
Yeah.
Sometimes he's just missing everything.
Well, he's not missing toilet paper. He has plenty behind him, so I borrowed some as well.
Okay.
We can dry our eyes after watching that go down and just try and make ourselves.
I'm going to use it to clean my glasses, actually. Yeah.
You're going with the cleaning bit.
Yeah, I don't want to see that again,
No, yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. It was pretty ugly. It was pretty terrible. I do appreciate him lending us some of this extra toilet paper in there.
Nice guy. Nice guy.
Very nice guy. But, I mean, all jokes and memes aside, to go from one map where you had all the impact to this shows me the opposite of what I spoke to him about in the interview. And that's why I'm focusing on it. This isn't about, like, being harsh to Haltzerg here. This is not actually showing the improvement that we were hoping to see.
No, in all fairness, there's 2 things to this one. Obviously, there's no denying Haltzerg had a terrible game. If we were to call him right now on Skype and be like, Haltzerg, do you think you played well? He'd probably say no. That was a Skype, Ventrilo, I don't know what people mumble we used back in the days. What are you using now? The Discord, I guess, or whatever? He would say no. He'd say, I didn't play a great game of Counter-Strike, but he wasn't at fault for losing this game. It was the entirety of Passion UA that didn't show up. You could say the same for Grim. We spoke about him being a known quantity, always, get an output from Grim. We saw nothing right here. We just spoke about JT for 5 minutes, saying that he may be one of the missed opportunities in terms of taking a step forward, getting to a better team. One would argue that the calling he did here, Mirage didn't work out, and I'll be honest, I'm not holding them at fault for it. I just want to see a response, because sometimes you just have games when nothing works out, and it can, kind of spiral out of control, especially when you consider the GamerLegion actually played some solid Counter-Strike.
Well, let's turn our attention to some of the positives in here, because we didn't actually really mention this player, but Towson at times does have these great games. Towson at times is not really a liability for the team, right? I think he plays his role pretty well, but within this, he went above and beyond the Call of Duty.
Yeah, I think he's definitely not a liability, and he's a player that is, I wouldn't say severely underrated, but a little bit underrated. I don't think many people in the community are giving him praises enough for actually being one of the few players who's doing his job and doing his role to a pretty good extent. This game, as you said, had a great showing, found a lot of impact, was a big part of the reason why the T-side was looking so strong for GamerLegion. I'd almost kind of compare him to Stan Astralis in a sense that he gets praised for playing the role that he he has up to a high level. Whether Astralis is winning or losing in that tough period, you could always count on Stair doing a decent job. I feel Torsen has the same qualities winning GamerLegion. It doesn't really matter whether GamerLegion are winning a lot of games or losing a lot of games. He's a soldier for the team, and you can rely on him. And I'm pretty sure if you ask Snacks if he likes to play with him, the answer is yes. It's one of those players that will do whatever you tell him to do, and he will do it to a decent job. He's not a star player. He's not necessarily the guy that's going to win you the game single-handedly. But in this game, and more often than not, he's doing his job to a good level.
And he's a safe pair of hands to work with. And as was Rez there, right? Rez at the end we were showing at the same time, because we kept talking about this like Rez PR duo. That's what we're looking at here. But when you're seeing these moments from these players, okay, it is against Passion UA, but it's also, you came back from Dust 2 being so down and out of it, looked like this series was over for you. You then play Mirage and you show us that, okay, we can understand why you want to play this, right? Because even some of these just straight out of spawn calls, you know, these fast switch up of tempo that Snacks was doing on the T side, it was completely catching Passion off guard.
Yeah, it's catering to the player material that you have, and I think if you're Snacks, that's what you got to do as an in-game leader. You have a guy like Wes who loves to play Mirage, you have a guy like PR who thrives in the map, Torsen as well, clearly, and all you got to do if you're Snacks is you got to set them up, you know, within your system and make sure that they can express themselves like individuals on a map like Mirage, and I think he did that to an excellent degree. The T side we saw from Snacks and GamerLegion right here, it was fluent, it was fast-paced, it had different elements to it, whether they were going for mid-control, whether they were executing late on towards the A-bomb side, everything they threw at Passion UA worked out, and that you got to give them credit for.
Do you feel like maybe in some ways, though, that we overhyped Passion a little bit from that first game, or did we maybe overhype their Mirage based on what we saw last year? Because this was like, I'd understand if they lost the map, but it was close, but it's the fact they got so rolled on, which now puts a lot of question marks in my head, because we were positive about Passion before this moment.
I feel it's easy to get carried away when you see a performance like this and be like, whoa, what the hell happened right here, Passion UA? Because I agree with you. It was atrocious. I tapped out after 10 rounds thinking to myself, you know, okay, game over. Let's move on to the third map.
Yeah.
It's just one map, though. And as I said, like, as much as I hate giving excuses to players or to teams, I want to see a bit more before I make up my mind. Now, if Passion are coming in the third map and they're going to play another shit game, which, in fact, it was right here, then, yeah, sure, we can have those conversations that, oh, maybe we were overhyping. Maybe we did overestimate them a little bit. And maybe the expectation should be managed a bit better for Passion UA. But having one map off in a best-of-3 series that you're going to end up winning anyway, I won't fault them for that. Now, maybe in an hour's time when you ask me and we know the result on the third map, but for now, in isolation, horrible performance from Passion UA doesn't mean they can't bounce back on map 3.
Well, I'm going to go and give Hulzak back his toilet paper so he doesn't miss any of this and doesn't start shouting at us. But when we do that, it means we need a little quick break. Maybe get yourself a drink and snack. Maybe you need to go to the toilet as well, or just wipe your nose. Either way, we'll see you back for Inferno in a few.
Wipe your ass.
things might have been getting a little bit sleepy after that game. But this thing right here, this wheel will bring the excitement you need to the Blast Bounty. All will be revealed in week 2. Stay tuned. Not a pizza, Pimp. Just not a pizza.
You sure about that?
I'm promising you it's not a pizza. I had a sneak peek
I wish
yesterday.
it was.
I will try and find us a pizza relatively that size.
You know what's going to happen on Friday?
Ooh,
In the studio?
What?
Pizza Friday.
We have a Pizza Friday.
Yeah, we got a message earlier this morning that you could order a pizza for Pizza Friday.
I know what I'm doing when we get into the first round of this game, but we do need to do some other things as well. We have got the NovaShots app on our screen that everyone can download at home and play for free, sign up and get involved in. Yesterday, we put some of our money into Eyeballers, which was a good win in the end.
Yeah.
Fnatic got eliminated.
Yeah.
And then who else did we do?
I don't know, and I don't remember. And I honestly don't care. Now we need to focus on the moment, James. So we have this game at hand. Passion UA, GamerLegion. Who do you think is going to win map 3? Let's splash a bit of cash here, huh?
Passion.
Passion?
Passion.
Okay, how much of our coins do you want to put in?
I want to go low, and you always telling me what to put. So let me find Passion.
Yeah.
Let's do like 50.
75.
You just want to change every time, bro. 75. Oh, no, that's 75.
So we still believe Passion would win, but maybe not as convincingly as we thought so.
All right, I'm doing that.
Okay.
I'm straight in.
What about we have a game coming up as well. We can predetermine a bit. Friendly Campers versus Heroic.
I'm not putting money on that. That just doesn't make sense.
How about we put 50 on Friendly Campers?
Are you crazy?
Why not?
Okay, why not? Why not, Pim says. I think this is delusional choicing.
Yeah.
I did the interview with these guys as well, and they don't even understand what's going on.
Well, even better reason to put some coins on them. We're going to continue to do that throughout the week, but that's the thing, James. We got to diversify. We got to spread it out a little bit. Got to be smart about it, you know?
I do want to spread it out and diversify, but I also want to be smart at the same time. I don't think this is a smart one, but I'll put this on you. I believe that you are the Friendly Campers expert right now.
How could they lose that game?
What, with the name and the everything going for them?
How could?
To Heroic?
Who?
Oh, wow. That's harsh. That's harsh. We'll get into that later on. Let's get ourselves into the third and final map of this match. We're going to Inferno with Hugo and Harry.
Yes, we are. We're going to Inferno, Hugo. You love it there, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. And so we've kind of had some disappointment from both teams, really, on each of the maps. Passion took way too long to ever get going on Mirage, and GamerLegion didn't show up at all on Dust 2. As we go to Inferno, maybe a bit more of a middle ground.
Oh, look at Snacks. He's done it. He's done it. He's done it, Harry.
He did the 3. He got the 180.
That's not 180. That's 360,
180.
baby. Someone told him to... Oh, Snacks, look at him. He knows. I bet he stood up and he threw them one after the other perfectly for the 360. That's 6 darts.
See, that's the thing with Snacks compared to other IGLs, Hugo.
Yeah.
They're playing horseshoes. He's playing darts.
God damn. Chess over checkers. Counter-Strike over Valorant. He knows. That's sick. I love it.
He is the Chesler of the Exchequer.
Respect Snacks. The guy knows darts. Oh, come on. All at one?
Yo, hang on.
Okay, yeah. The game is paused. We paused the game to watch some
they're
darts.
actually pausing it for this.
Oh my goodness. Oh, he's nailing it.
I told you.
Yo.
He looked like he could play darts.
Okay.
And y'all thought it was a joke.
Sick. He's actually sick at darts.
Y'all thought it was a joke.
What a legend.
Snacks, the Dart King.
What a beast.
And there we go, Games Live. Snacks is throwing the inaugural starting dart to open up the third and final map of this series.
All right, I'm biased for GamerLegion now. Sorry, I don't have a choice. That was aura right there. What up now, haters?
Snacks doesn't have haters.
Just has people that aren't yet fans.
Exactly.
Rez with the first kill of the game in what is an interesting pistol. 2 players dry peeking B. Util has to survive on JT to go back. 2 sets of nades. Damn, Snacks. Yeah. Oh. He's very smart. He is tiny, and Hypex bailed him
Why is
out.
Hypex ready for that?
I don't know how he got
Hypex, you're
that.
crazy, dude.
What just happened?
Alexi A engaged. Do you like darts?
You like darts? Full eco here for the old Passion boys. There's always one guy to buy the Deeg. Today it's Kavem.
Not famed for it like other players on the roster might be.
Like who? Exactly?
Grim Deagle.
No, never heard of it.
The gun that Rez is using has arse in the name. Thoughts?
Wait, what gun? Fam as.
Fam ass. Well, it has ass, but I can only say that with an accent, and it would have been really jarring.
As.
It's not a fam as, is it? Fam ass.
Famousy.
Don't ever say that.
Okay. That's valid.
I'm worried you might have just gotten us taken off the air.
I'm sorry.
Right. Did you prep your Alexi accent?
Oh, no, I didn't.
You didn't? You had one job. I thought that's what you were doing. We didn't speak to each other for like 10 minutes.
Let me think. I might screw this up. You'll see, no.
Oh,
that was
see?
weird.
That's
That
why
was
you should have
not
rehearsed.
Ah, you didn't remind me. I was busy. Sometimes you have... No, I can't do it.
Oh.
No. I have done it before, but I don't know. It's not my best. It's not my best.
It is.
It? Really?
Normally.
Okay, not today. All right, map 4. Be there.
I'll play you some Alexi clips ready for
that would help.
map 4.
That will help.
Or in the halftime, actually. Halftime. JT, what's he up to? Gonna creep ahead of this smoke as they lob in the retake util. Passion play right through it.
And they go, full send. Man down, 2 men down. Snacks has done a lot of damage through the smoke. Firing darts. Picking JT. Kavem hiding in pit, but they will flush him out and Nyx is back in spawn. NT, but not to be. PR with 3.
Whenever they show highlights for the rounds, I want them to like subtly put in the Snacks dart throws.
Okay.
I hope that that's something that someone's working on somewhere in the world. See, it's in a place like this that famous commentator, ex-player Chad Sponge Birchall got his start, stacking boxes of fruit. Nyx is back there right now with the fruit boxes.
Okay.
There they are.
Wow.
You know that about Chad, right?
Yeah.
That's what he used to do.
Where was it? Woolies?
Woolies. Little Woolworths,
Oh,
mate.
Woolies.
Still operating out there in Australia.
Wow, it's like a different era.
See them? Just goes to show you. 1 minute, you're stacking fruit. The next, you're a washed CS player. It just goes so quickly.
He's probably watching, Harry.
No, I know he is. That's why I led him in one direction with a nice, I'm recalling his youth. He'll like that. He'll have a little wry smile, and then I insult him. I cut him down.
Ah.
Lead him in one direction, and then slam him in the other. He likes that. Right, so little partial around this Galil that Nyx was able to hold on to. And so he'll be the guy who's to get the round going. And he's dead straight away. Pistols get out in the top mid, but not for long. Hypex brings this one to a very quick close unless JT can muscle away through. No ammo in the AK, and that is 400 IQ from Hypex, Hugo.
Yeah, shoot all the bullets, and so when your opponent picks them up, they don't have any bullets. That's kind of smart. Maybe meta soon. Maybe.
People don't know, but like it's a bit of an inside joke here between me and Hugo.
Oh, no longer, you just kind of...
No, I know, because we're sharing it.
Oh.
We share it with everyone. We want to bring them inside the joke too.
Okay.
How does it feel, guys? You're inside the joke with us.
Harry always shoots all his bullets out.
So there's only like 2 left, because then if they kill me, they have to pick up the gun and reload.
Yeah.
But 2 bullets is all you need.
It's true.
Arguably, it's a surplus.
Well, a round is a requirement here for Passion UA. They've started similarly slow on this third map after an outstanding Dust 2. It's more of a seated second and third. Oh, PR not missing. Almost dies there on the hunt, but they let him get out, and little did they know that was the opportunity on a weak B bomb site to take the round. Kavem just walks through mid. He'll pay the price. Nyx, again, trying to be the solo carry of this squad, but they're just, just running through the mid-smoke, Harry. They are just running through the mid-smoke. Not much to it here for Passion. Halzek's got the basketball net behind his PC. Do you think he throws the toilet paper rolls in the basketball net in lieu of a ball?
I feel like the net is the purchase you make second.
After the ball?
Yeah, I feel like because a ball is so...
I got the net, but...
non-commit. Yeah, right? Like, because if you draw the line there, like...
I've got to get the ball. I'll get it soon.
That would be like buying the car insurance, but with no car. Like,
yeah, but then when you do get the car, you are insured.
Yeah, okay, yeah, like, you are really insured.
You're just planning. You're ahead of the game. You don't want a car without insurance.
True. Fair and true.
Yeah, okay. Ruined your whole argument there, huh? Kind of hard to miss that, but at least you got the info that they're rushing mid. That smoke! Oh, the molly wasn't put out, Harry. The molly. That's so unlucky. And they just get blown to bits. Passion. Round ends in a second.
How's this gone so wrong?
I don't know.
Passion looked really good to start off the day. GamerLegion, they looked slow. They weren't fully locked in, but as the series has gone on, a hell of a turnaround on Mirage, where they nearly had the flawless half, and they went on to absolutely dominate Passion UA. And it feels like that's carried over onto map 3, with everyone looking a little out of it.
Hate it when you gotta hit the smoke in the center, the molly in the center with the smoke, Harry. Get it on the edge. That's what will happen sometimes. Either way, they were getting sprayed and naded. Hypex got that info on the mid rush. Tries again. Smoke comes down. Kvem and Grim and Halzerg, they were the silent 3 last map. They've started similarly. I mean, no one's doing much better. JT's also at 1, Nick's at 2. But Grim and Kvem, stars of the show on 0 kills apiece. 6 rounds of play is problematic. Walk Arch, but they're going to walk into Snacks instead, and he has just been getting fed kills through smokes in this game. Little explosion on the A take. Oh. Almost. Maybe there's hope.
Yeah, chance for something, finally, right? In with the opportunity to win a round here and now, a Passion. But to do so, they've got to finish the job versus PR, who's yet to die, and Hypex, who's been a bit of a monster to open up this 3rd map. Oh, that flank through the apartments gets called back. Nick's just looking for 1 kill's worth of value, and he's going to get it. Meant to be onto Kvem now, just to play it patient around that smoke in the pit. He'll actually answer with a swing, and so Passion UA takes him a long while, but finally on the board, and at least earlier than they were back on Mirage. Yeah. This is where it's got to lead to something now.
It was 9-0 on Mirage before they found their first round, so this is, I guess, an improvement, but going to need a lot more here on the T side. On what for many teams is a T-sided map. Haven't really seen much on the B side of the map, though, in this game. It's been very mid-focused, walking through these smokes on long, on short.
All I know is Snacks needs to throw those darts before every game, because he's playing lights out.
3-1.
And I think he's still just riding the high of scoring 179.
Is that what he scored?
Yeah, he got 1 on 19. I feel really bad for him about it, but like, oh, actually, yeah, that is. Yeah. But that's fine, you know? Like, you were so close to perfection.
Oh, Kvem is very ready for that. A grenade, though. Are they just going to commit off spawn? The entry is tempting, and they chase down that pit player. Torsen, you ain't got time to drop this smoke. They're jumping out of apartments. And so Passion, finally with a pop that works to their favor. Finally. Sneaky Snacks. Sneaking around the...
Dude, you said earlier, like, he's just unique in terms of...
He's going for both.
Dude, he does want the double here.
Oh,
and
shot the
he'll get none.
I respect it.
Terrorists win.
But all right, the start of something. 2 in a row now.
Can't keep just doing pops off spawn, surely. Good read from Kvem on that boost. It's got to be something, B. Because little do they know, PR is alone most of these rounds. Now, don't get me wrong, it's PR. Don't want to fight him, but he's not got any support. He's just been left a bounty of utility, and another 4-man A stack comes in for GamerLegion. That's why Passion UA keep getting caught out, feeling like, oh, the long player's backed up into the site, and then Snacks just appears out of nowhere. Hypex is here with the AWP. Very committed mid, and I feel like Passion are just going to walk into this again.
Well, gone about as well as it has done all the other times they've tried it.
Like, not a single smoke, not a single Molotov, just flashes, and GamerLegion could just repeat. They have 4 players. Just would like a little bit more. You know, JT's T side is usually very methodical, very set cool, heavy. Not today. Really struggling. There's, you know, a long smoke, a short molly, maybe even both. And that's suddenly a lot more difficult for GamerLegion to get away with a flawless round.
Well, Snacks has finally decided, look, we've beaten them so badly on mid every time they've tried to come here. Surely this is where the pace change is, and they try and look for some results on the other side of the map. They start 3B, but they don't get that play they were looking for.
I mean, they're 2 here, but they have all the nades of 3 players. The AWP here finally, not for long. Okay, JT hasn't had a kill in like 6 rounds, but just found the double entry. I'm shocked they don't go.
Oh, that's clean.
And he insta-rotates as well, but... Oh, no, I'm not certain about anything. If Kavem finds him on long, they'll know B's clear. That's all they've got here.
I mean, even if Kavem dies, they know that B's clear.
Yeah, true.
So the only way they don't get that info is if Snacks never fights.
Oh, it's over. It's overcooking again.
Oh, dear. They're playing right into his hands.
Now, Kavem has good timing. That's something.
Well, in a way,
oh,
yeah.
Okay, yeah.
Gonna catch a freebie on Torsen. Rez, that could have been the lineup, but won't end up coming through. And so it looks like Passion, even though they end up playing into the stack, well, they will still hold on to the round. A sigh of relief there for Passion UA.
Snacks is hitting hard, man. Not just on darts. He's hit some shots today. Darts. Passion just trying to squeeze out 5-round half. Doable. Nice entries for JT here. Oh, the difference a bit of well-placed utility can do. And wow, shot of the round, I think, there. Darts.
Torsen with some aggression. All right.
JT, run it back.
Woo.
Oh.
Hypex with 1, but Torsen caught out in no man's land, and now Hypex. There's the follow-up, little fancy flashy orb sequence out towards the apartments. Gonna slow the roll of Passion UA. And now it grinds to a bit of a jarring halt. JT trying to open up back doors as he goes blow for blow with PR. And he will get past him. That's opened up a route to the plant here, and a chance at the 4th round for Passion.
Ooh, bit of spam, but bomb has to be prioritized here. Putting it down now. JT with deep position. Rez is not ready, and with that smoke, no vision. Hypex, money not enough to get the AWP, so I guess PR could drop it, but then gonna have trouble, so maybe just worth saving here. If they don't give you anything. Exit it will be. I've heard he's pretty good at these, though. Oh, Harry, you've kind of cursed it. Nice trade out for Passion and an AWP for Halzerk at the end of the half. Last round here, last chance for Passion UA. And hey, they've recovered. They're in this game now. JT is providing in form of entries on B.
JT
Nice.
caught as he turns from the flash, and PR just goes full aggressive down through Banana. This would be a nice way to shut out Passion right as they started to pick up some steam. I mean, an 8-4 CT half, you don't feel dismayed with that at all. Down to the mid creep, so often used to running into stacks here, these crossfires. But in this round, GamerLegion are a little more passive, so you'll get given the mid control. It's as they try and go past that they nearly line up for Hypex. Nails Halzerk as they peek around the corner, and now just Kvem and Nyx as they attempt to stem the bleeding. They're going in at one hell of a crossfire in the site. Down here in the pit, you've got a bit of support from Torsten just looking on. Will get cleaned up. Still Snacks and Hypex left to break through. Rotates on the way as well. Nyx with one, AWP dead. This is happening. Kvem with another. And 2v5 looking to come through. PR was the guy that got the ball rolling on this round. Well, he's going to be the one to keep it going as he arrives late to the party. Site already taken. Passion had no business getting this one. And they have fought their way back in. It's Nyx and Kvem that they've got to thank if they can get this over the line. With PR making noise, the crossfire established. Nyx will shut them out of it. That is a wild round to find. 2v5 to close out this half.
I mean, unforgettable names in all through Counter-Strike. I mean, there's so many in every single generation. I think usually it's someone who's able to kind of break the rules of that particular era, someone who kind of unlocks this vision of the way they want to play the game that other people can see and build upon. One of the first I'd name is Snacks. Defined how smokes could be used, the way he played around them, the way he walked through them, the way he hid in them. That wasn't being done at the time. That particular moment is a time of greatness for Snacks. Someone like JW and Kenny S with how aggressive they were with the AWP. Trophies, winning events, going on streaks. The NIP guys, because of the streak that they went on. The Fnatic guys who established an era. There's always greatness there. I think for Pasha, I think what made him was his personality. Having someone being that outspoken and that strong and provide emotions and provide his thoughts and be entertaining in a way that the audience can connect with and fans can connect with and we as commentators can connect with. He was always able to get kills, and despite that, you'd see these moments where you were like, how is this guy a pro? Like the way he walked around corners, the way he stepped into a 1v1. In fact, pros at the time even had a name for it called the Pasha peak, which was like the slowest, most awkward peak ever. That was kind of the greatness defining mood around the team at that point. Olaf back in like 2015, he was such a force to be reckoned with. He was one of the players that Fnatic could just send out and say, find us a kill. And he could go duel 2 or 3 players at a time. He really did become that player where once upon a time he was the jack of all trades, and he was just so good at all those trades. 2016 was the era where Brazilian Counter-Strike really hit it. Fallen's greatness obviously comes from his movement and his ability to understand his positioning, take a shot, fall back, find new cover, and he was like a master of this kind of like retreating off defense that would just pick a player off. So you add all that together with his leadership and kind of the style of Counter-Strike that he developed with the Brazilians, and Fallen's just in some ways a complete package of greatness. Device was someone who kind of mastered the textbook of Counter-Strike and always played within its limits to its maximum potential. ZywOo is someone who just has incredible consistency, sharp with the AWP as well as the AK-47, extremely versatile, and he's a star player that doesn't demand a lot. Simple's greatness came from the fact that he just beat the game. He's the best player to ever touch it. His motivation at some point was, I want to put on a show. I want the crowd on their feet as I decimate you inside the server.
Simple, are you serious? What is that? You can't do that, Simple.
And that level of greatness is really hard to achieve and might not ever be achieved again. For me, I think the GOAT conversation is a fun one. Device is the greatest CSGO player of all time. 4 majors, 21 MVPs, 20 MVPs. He was the center point for the greatest team of all time of that Astralis lineup. And then we get to ZywOo, and he's going to take the mantle of the greatest player of all time. It's just a matter of time before everyone kind of gets on board and accepts that. Someone like m0NESY, someone like Donk should be next in line to have some kind of a GOAT status conversation. You need the major trophies. You have to have them. Donk's already got one in his first rookie year. If he's doing this in year 1, where is he going to develop into? But it's competition and it's Counter-Strike, and things can change in a heartbeat.
The 5v2 finishing blow from Passion UA to close the half keeps them in this game. It was a very slow start, but what a finish to your T side. Sharp shots from Kavem and Nyx keep this game close down the stretch of the third map. A match that has been extremely one-sided for either team. Who's going to take it on Inferno? Yet to be seen.
Yeah, I mean, you know, I think the value of going on that streak at the end, but also just the fact that you win a 2v5 to kind of keep the streak in check, give yourself a bit of breathing room. I think that's a huge push for Passion, who have looked a little out of it, really, since the second map. Like, the only guy who was really firing up on map 2 was Nyx. And even when everyone else found a bit more down the stretch, it didn't really feel like it did a lot to improve the longevity. Well, Nyx is still playing good, but you win a little 2v5 like that, and I think that just pumps everyone up. It reminds you, like, you can win this game, you know? Nothing is set in stone. Even something as one-sided as a 2v5 to keep the streak going can come through. And I hope if you're someone like Grim right now, you see the mammoth effort that Nyx is putting in, you're going to want to give a little bit more to this game, knowing that if you provide anything here in this second half, it could be enough for the win. It's a game that's tightened up, and Halzerk opening the pistol in a 5v4 will continue lending intrigue to the prospect of a comeback here from Passion UA.
Julie's a nice in this position, but if GamerLegion play it right, he's going to get caught looking the wrong way. So there's perfect timing as the steps are made out middle. Torsen activates. It's a great way to clear the boiler. 4v4 now, and make that even better for GamerLegion as they empty the A site of Passion players. Flank around the world, but no saving this one, surely, without a kit.
Come on, Grim. 1 kill to his name. I don't have to tell you, that's a very quiet half. And it's not going to get any prettier here in the pistol, as there's the turnaround. Might have started 4v5, but they're left standing with 4 players left. They get out laughing. GamerLegion right back to their winning ways.
After the Res and PR map and Mirage, it's Torsen and Hypex's show here on Inferno. Both of them finding a multi-kill in this round. Hypex with some really nice orb shots on the CT side, bunch of 5v4s. It's a really good-looking GamerLegion at this point in the game. Passion have only had 3 entry kills in this map. 2 of them coming from JT. Makes sense when you consider Grim is at the bottom of the server, 1 and 11.
Well, a 4 spy on the cards.
Hypex. That's a brutal entry. Oh no.
Oh, that's nice. Of course.
Dude, that kill from Rez is so important because I feel like you're just going to overlook Grim there, getting baited in by Nyx. So just clearing Grim out of the corner. And he's also 1 and 12 now, so even more in his head, I'm sure.
I mean, they were trying to, like, bring him back into the round there, bring him back into the game, set him up in a little bait and switch. But he did fire off 1 bullet from the MP9 that gave it all away when that first player came around the corner. And that's what allowed Rez to be so ready for him. I mean, obviously, you know, Passion hate how Grim's playing, but if you're GamerLegion and you're Rez there, I think there's no better feeling kill. You've gone, you've hunted down the guy who's 1 and 12. You've had games like this. You know how it feels. You know how in your head you are. And you're thinking, like, you know the setup they were trying to run. You know that's the round that's meant to reactivate him and bring him back into the fold. Oh, he gets a couple of freebies on a bait and switch. Nah, I've just deleted him. Go back to the mind cave.
It's not a palace. It's a cave.
No, it's a cave.
There's no drawers. There's no cupboards. There's nowhere to
But
hide
there's the
your
1 bullet.
thoughts. Yeah.
And that's all it took.
You're just watching the shadows on the wall. There's a whole world out there. You don't know it. Plate of pain. Hypex again. I mean, like, you can see the frustration. Sure, it's only eco rounds or forces, but Kvem, back-to-back rounds, same peak in middle, and same punish by Hypex. He's got his number right now. Ring, ring, 10 rounds. Nothing going wrong here for GamerLegion on their T side. And it's now or never, essentially, for Passion UA. Pick up this first buy, start your comeback, or another most wanted survives here at the Bounty. Are they just gonna walk out apps? Oh, it's so great.
The perfect answer to this setup as well. No cover from the double short side play. As Hauser goes to try and give them a way out through mid, will get shut down. Nyx is also overran. Them trying to come back, but even if Rez didn't find him there, dropping down from the apartments, Hypex was ready to do so, and if anything, his position's even more dangerous now in this post plant. If you try and move in through short with this moto smoke down, he'll be there to shoot you in the back.
Oh my god, Grim just can't catch a break. It's not his game. Homing nades coming in over
I'm
the
gonna
long
say
side.
this, like the last 3 deaths for Grim have been complete BS. I don't know about the other 11 before that. They can't all have been like this, surely.
Dude. Not his game.
Sometimes just all the bad deaths come at once, you know?
It's better to get them out in one map, I guess.
Well,
not the third map
not
of the series.
the third and potentially final map for you at the tournament.
Grim reaped. Oh. Come on. Show someone else.
Oh man, like we've all been there.
There we go.
You know, that's the thing that's like really quite humbling about Counter-Strike is top level to bottom level. You've all had those games where just everything's going wrong, and Grim's having one of them right now.
Feels out of your hands. 11-5. GamerLegion. When you consider how poor Dust 2 was, what a return to form.
Yeah, 100%. You know, you had no solid foundations to stand on. You had to go and build them up yourself on map 2 and then hold the fort all the way to the very end of this game. And they've looked to do exactly that.
Some BN snacks calling. The apps rush 3 rounds in a row.
It's a good double here from Kvem, though. And it's given Passion something to hold on to in this round, at least. A 3v1. Hypex, though, sitting top of the board for the GamerLegion squad and in the server. So let's see if he can do something in this 1v3. Got a minute and 10 seconds left to play with. Bomb dropped out in the apartments as well, so he's got to scale up to get that back. Might find himself fighting to the very end of this round. The way things are... Oh, never mind. It's all good. Kvem's alleviated any pressure, any weirdness there. Kvem lays it to rest. The thing that was making me nervous was the 2 players that would have fought were Kvem and JT, and that would have left Grim in the 1v1.
Oh, no.
Oh. So it's good that it doesn't
Every time
get
I
that
think
far.
of a game like that, I think of that Astralis Pain game, and it was Snow, who was like 1 in 15, and Yabi on Inferno gets like 3 1-deeks in a 1v4, and then he's in 1v1v Snow, and it's like, obviously he gets 1-deeked. That's exactly what you're talking about. Okay, Grim, trying to get involved. Down bottom banana. Surely he can't leave him here. Kavem goes back for nades. In fact, Grim will hand them to him, but GamerLegion not interested in banana right now, taking back that mid control. Good util to push Passion into a passive setup. They can now do a B hit if they want, but still don't know about Grim. Maybe, Harry, maybe. Great smoke.
Nade to break it open though, and Grim hears the footsteps. They're coming his way. This is his chance. Finally in the position to do some damage. Grim stops the take of banana, and that might force a change of plans out of GamerLegion. They hang around, they keep fighting him, and they knock out the player deep down bottom B.
Don't leave.
Rez just getting a bit of a gap out towards long. JT, a rough fight for him, but able to win it out. And now the rest of GamerLegion just hoping they can follow through on an A play. But as we said, you know, those kills at banana, they completely change the nature of this round. And with it, you're just so boxed in with so little time left that there's no winning this for GamerLegion. And so hope dies last here for Passion UA as they will find themselves a couple of rounds back to back all of a sudden. Maybe there is a world back into this one.
What a cheeky repeek for Torsten, knowing they're going to go for the gun. So he just peeks after time. Like, it's the least expected thing. Able to punish one more player. As GamerLegion just try and squeeze out the win here. Passion are putting up a bit of a fight. But again, like Mirage, is it just cosmetic? Is there anything to it here on the CT side? Triple B going to take more space again, but in the corner sits GamerLegion. They pushed into banana this time. Lots of damage done to both teams. The famed AUG is out for Grim, and it does find one through the smoke. Ever since Rivals have been playing the AUG, Harry,
yeah,
it's really good.
It's good. Grim has a point with this. He was kind of the guy that really tried to get this going.
And the amount of hip fire he does, I can confirm, hip fire is actually very nice. Like, I don't really use the scope.
Dude, the one that's crazy to me is in the close range fights, the fact that you can one-tap is insane.
Well,
like,
yeah, you can't with M4. And
yeah, it insta-headshot.
Down, yeah.
So, like, CTs do have an AK in their arsenal to a degree.
I think it's
the 5.7.
Yeah. It's good.
Nah, but seriously, the AUG actually does slap.
Really good. I think it's really good. It is significantly more expensive. Well, I guess not anymore, but it's a bit more expensive.
I mean, the game is tightening up. This is a very long save from GamerLegion. They lose 2 players early, and that just kind of decides the outcome of the round right there. Counter-terrorists win. I would never store the bananas that close to the bleach myself. But others might. But I ain't talking about Ichigo. That's an anime reference, Hugo.
Yeah, I ignored it.
Bleach is an anime, as well as a cleaning product.
Does everything these days.
Timeout called in. GamerLegion are the ones to burn it.
Okay, feeling a bit stressed. I mean, the game is a lot closer than when the comeback started on Mirage. GamerLegion didn't want to show too much. They did 3 apps pops in a row. So they stopped working. And now a couple of rounds to talk about here for the Passion CT side. GamerLegion's money starting to run out. Can they take back Banana? Because that's back-to-back rounds. Passion have really put an onus on Banana control. We haven't really seen any B in this game. It's been so A-focused on both halves.
Colony collapse disorder, Inferno. Where there's way less Bs than you remember.
Is there a solution?
Oh, I mean, when the invites are so good to A, when you're getting them like that,
yeah,
you understand why they just keep running it back. JT can't withstand it, and so one pause, one entry, that's really all it takes for GamerLegion. Can't say that that was some slick tactical round from them, right? You just get given a kill like that out towards the boiler, and you know better, you follow through in the 5v4, and it just becomes a kind of ripple effect, right? You lose that one player, but everyone else is out of position. Everyone else gets caught in that transition back around to their spots. And things go from bad to worse for Passion. Now they're vying for overtime to get there. They would need 4 in a row. And while they've struggled at streaking together rounds, this is their kind of nicest looking streak yet. 3 is the max they've been able to put on the board in a row.
Yeah, and that's the way that Inferno blows sometimes, because if you're not holding your spots with at least 1 kill, you are doing a disservice to your teammates. It's so hard to multi-kill in positions on this map, on CT side. Especially when you have no teammates baiting any attention or drawing any fire. Trade is all but guaranteed for GamerLegion, so nice clean entry, and like you said, just run it in. That's what I think Snacks also brings to the table. He's not afraid of holding the W key. And so match point here for GamerLegion. Passion low seed picked their opponent. And it made sense, at least on the first map, but since that point, it's been quite the one-sided series for GamerLegion, this new project. Showing good signs in this series. Look to culminate on B here. PR loses his fight. Kavem, same spot, does continue to spray for his. And okay, Passion. One more swing at the king here. As 3 kills come through.
Like,
96.
Like, what is that?
How do you do that?
What is that?
Hypex has been hitting those shots all game, though.
Oh, grim, dude.
Nice entry.
I think he's doing a good job. I would be way more tilted if this were...
So, like, again, you said this earlier, good example of that's just a BS death, I think.
Like, he hit the shot,
he hit the shot.
didn't he?
He didn't even get a second bullet out. M4 wouldn't have done it. 96 damage. Like, that's so quick. B-rush. Go on. Oh, Grim's trapped. Grim is in trouble.
Oh,
he switched off the AUG after that.
Yeah, felt like it let him down. If at least stopped this quick banana take, the pace change from GamerLegion, considering, as you've touched upon to no end, it's been a very A-focused game. To be able to batten down the hatches when suddenly you've been tasked with it on the back of a B hit. It's a nice showing from Passion UA. They get themselves into a 5-on-3 and a lot of damage done on a PR. So suddenly, Torsen becomes very important. The guy a little further ahead of the pack, trying to take some space away out here towards long. Given a jiggle, that's the info for Passion. Only 1 player spotted, and it's not crazy to envision there might have been someone here from the start, so you're not seeing a big shuffle of the defense. They're largely rooted in place right now. Content with feeling like they can field an advantage wherever GamerLegion attempt to end up in this spot. But job's not done yet. Halzerk down here in the pit. If he hits this shot on Hypex coming around the corner, you're golden. Instead, going to double back and knock out Torsen in the apartments. They get the spot on the bomb here as well. And this should be another one of these saves for GamerLegion.
Double digits for Passion. 5 rounds straight. Cannot say I was expecting this kind of recovery. Grim might find them right at the bitter end as well. There's a knife out, PR. Oh no, it's gone back. It's okay, but he's still dead. Okay, nice exit for Grim. Impact frag at the end, removing the money. PR's only 950 bucks. So GamerLegion are in a bit of bother here. We haven't really seen anyone fake a site in this game, right? In this map, go take some big control, go back to B and actually succeed. It's been kind of all-ins off of entries, especially for GamerLegion, committing off their first kill. So will Snacks be able to call anything here with just one rifle in this round? He's going to buy Galil to try and join Hypex, but 3 Tech 9s? Might just have to be another one of these pop plays here for GamerLegion with a bit of pace.
Aggression in through the apartments. Back for Rez. JT could get caught crossing, and they've given away 2 kills.
GamerLegion
on the back of that push. There's guns to get picked up there as well. Suddenly you're armed, you're dangerous, and this 3v3 certainly has legs on it.
Yeah, now the call is just slow down. Goal is get those guns. Let's get armed here. 2 Tech 9s, put some AKs in their hands. And suddenly they have a really good shot at closing this out on a force buy. Remember, this is going to be back-to-back forces if they lose. So right now is your best opportunity to close the map. Snacks is faking B right now. Those AKs retrieved. Maybe they even go back to him, but oh no, pushing middle so early in the round. Still, it works out. PR hears 2 players push forward. He's going to go for the backstab. Grim smokes mid. He knows there's timing available. What a smart play from Grim, but still, B is lost in the process. Bomb controlled by Passion UA, and GamerLegion lost in the source. Oh my god, it's all just timings. It's just timing after timing and PR hits it. Is that the game? Can Nick stop it?
I mean, you said how this round has been timings after timings, and that's what you've been relying on, but that's not what Passion UA want to rest their entire game upon. So Nix is trying to be a bit more finessed with his approach here. Ducks out through lower tons. Nade finds damage. He can stop this bomb right now. It's been juggled across. PR's grabbed it. Nick's having a run through his own Molotov, just playing to close the distance, and PR shuts him down. That is a nail-biter of a closing round. End of the line for Passion UA, and GamerLegion get to keep on fighting.
GamerLegion come out on top. But my, oh my, I started to believe in that Passion UA comeback. That was close, but PR, you know, he went for that swing. He believed in himself. He fought with that confidence and made sure they could get that 13th on the board.
Yeah, massive win for GamerLegion. Not gonna lie, after the first map, I thought that was gonna be a tough series for GamerLegion. Second map, completely different story here in Inferno as well. Felt like GamerLegion were in control for the vast majority of the game. I know it got close here to the ending, and it kind of had OT written all over it. But again, as I said, off to a good start in that first half for GamerLegion. Looked like they were the better team, and then when it came to the clutch moment, when it came down to the last round right here, you saw the likes of PR stepping up. You saw Rest stepping up. You saw Snacks even stepping up at times as well. So overall, you got to give credit to GamerLegion for winning a very important series, dare say, against one of the teams that I would consider them to be the straight-up competition in order to be that, you know, team just topping tier 2, knocking on the door to tier 1. It's a big win for GamerLegion and a good start to the season for them.
And what is most impressive for me about this GamerLegion was that they showed these great starts on the 2 maps they won, you know? Got off to a hot start, then they can maybe drop a few rounds, whatever, but they were willing to fight back, get into the game. They really just put Passion on the edge the whole way through, you know, like fighting from behind, making them very uncomfortable.
Yeah, they did, you know, and that's one of the questions we had, you know, how is Risk going to react? How is PR going to react to still being part of this project, to having Snacks coming in as an in-game leader as well? Is he going to put more focus on them and give them more, I guess, responsibility, but also more freedom in that regard? And again, early signs, we saw them play in Miami, you know, the Philadelphia, we see them play now as well. I think overall, it's fair to say that GamerLegion is off to a decent start here in 2026 and definitely something they can build upon. So for them, they should be super, super happy. For Passion UA, it's a tough loss, especially when you consider that they were up 1-0 in this series.
And for Passion UA, we had higher expectations because of how well that major run was.
Yeah.
How much they were grinding these smaller events to put themselves in better VRS position, right? This team was doing it all in like a hard mode way up until the major. And now it just feels like a little bit of that is lost when they go out like this, especially considering the good start.
Yeah, it's a tough loss for Passion UA because they need the points, they need the VRS, they need to go a bit deeper into this tournament. And as you said, like that's what they've been known to do, you know, grinding out some of these smaller tournaments. Again, I'm not going to ring any alarm bells because I don't think it was an atrocious performance. If anything, I think GamerLegion played a little bit better than I expected, and Passion UA played a little bit worse than I expected. But it does put some pressure on them in the next couple of tournaments where they need better results and they need some wins in order to gain some more VRS. So there's no beating around the bush for Passion UA. It's a disappointing way to start and end, I guess, the journey here at Blast.
Well, sadly, we couldn't get any interviews, Pimp. So that means we're going to a break nice and early. And that means our next super exciting game is Friendly Campers taking on the likes of Heroic without their AWPer. So we've got a lot to talk about with that one after the break.
Been the beating heart of Counter-Strike for 25 years.
Friendly Campers are in action here at the Blast Bounty, and they will be taking on Heroic. But this matchup is a bit chaotic. It's a bit crazy because Friendly Campers were not even supposed to be here. It was Big who declined it, it was Sharks who declined it, and then Friendly Campers were the one who were able to get it because NRG dropped out. They played the Flomland. By the way, NRG gained a lot of points from that Flomland, so it made sense not for them to risk anything, come here, lose it. They pull out. We end up with Friendly Campers, who right now don't have an organization. They've been competing at a lot of smaller events and stuff.
Yeah.
We're still not quite sure what to make of this group because it's up and downs between sometimes performing pretty well and then other times struggling in these events that they were supposed to be some of the favorites coming into.
There's two things I know about Friendly Campers. One is they have the best team name out of everyone attending this tournament. That's pretty goddamn good. Second of all is that we don't know that much about them outside of the online results they've been able to produce. It's a team that has been, dare I say, controversial in terms of how they play online and in terms of how people perceive them, but also a team that seems very eager to prove and show the world that they are the real deal. As you said, maybe they shouldn't have been in the first place, but once you got gifted an opportunity like this, it's all about making the most out of it. So I'm super curious to see what kind of team is coming into this tournament, how they're going to conduct themselves, how they're going to play on the server. It's online, it's in their environment. So I'd actually expect Friendly Campers to put up a pretty good show here, and let's see whether or not that's enough to take down a team like Heroic.
And I do love that because they've got a point to prove, and that always adds some more fuel to the fire. For Heroic right now, though, they're going through changes. They're in an awkward situation because Alcared is supposed to be there as their AWPer, but no, Youngster comes back in who just got benched. So it's all mixed up. We don't know who's going to AWP. We don't know how it's going to happen. So do you know what I think we should do? Is we'll talk to Krisen. I caught up with him earlier. Let's hear what he's got to say. So, Krisen, you guys are starting this event and starting the year in a bit of a crazy situation. You end up with Alcared not being able to play with you. So how did you try to deal with that? How are you managing that? Obviously, who's taking up the AWP role?
Yeah, I mean, it's a bit challenging, of course, like getting Youngster in last minute now. We were also like boot camping, so having to fly him here and all of this has, of course, limited us a little bit with the amount of practice we've had with him. I think so far it's been going okay under the circumstances. And I mean, for the AWPing role, right now, you know, we are trying a bit of different stuff. Sometimes you might see different people pick it up, but yeah, we're trying to figure it out along the way, you know, what works best and whatnot. So it's trial and error.
And just give me your thoughts on Friendly Campers as a team right now, because a lot of people have got different thoughts on this team, how they are, and what to expect from them.
I mean, yeah, they're a bit like different from probably what most people are used to watching. I think they play a very fast-paced game and also just a bit careless, you could say sometimes. I think they play it very well though, and it's definitely not something you should underestimate. So I think it's gonna be a tough game. I think we're gonna have to really like put in all the work, especially in like the default stuff, and make sure that we are good enough fundamentals, or else it can go bad very quickly, of course. So yeah, I mean, I think it's gonna be tough, but I'm, as I've said a couple of times, very confident that we can do it.
Krisen is a man full of confidence, and I have liked what I saw he was doing on OG. If it wasn't for Caden coming back, he'd probably still be there because he is an IGL to look at for the future. Now, though, this is where the IGL can only do so much because you're put into such a difficult situation of how you manage this, how you do this. Like, what's going to happen? Who's going to AWP? Who's going to do what?
Yeah, it kind of screws with the whole picture that we like to set here for the Blast Bounty, that we get to see early signs of the team. You know, what are the expectations for a team like Heroic coming into 2026? For us now, it's all about, you know, in isolation, this game. Can they overcome the struggle and the hurdle of not having Alcared here, not having a designated AWP player? Whereas it's going to be tough to be like, oh, Heroic, they're trending in the right direction. Oh, they're looking good, off to a good start. We can't really say much because we don't know what the roster is going to look like down the line. So in isolation, it sucks because it kind of limits what kind of storylines we can build and what we can care about. But in isolation to this game, in terms of what's happening today, then nothing really changes. Heroic have an opponent in front of them. They need to win. And as Kristen said, they're playing a team that sometimes seems to play a bit fast-paced Counter-Strike, but also a bit careless. And, you know, to translate that, it's something people say when they play against someone who's just running around, you know, head on that arm. It's the nice way of saying it. And that can be a big task, especially when you're bringing in a new guy and when you're in a bit of a turmoil period.
Well, we're going to Nuke first. You already said Friendly Campers have the best name, but they also have the best logo of this event. It's very cute. It's very fruitful. Let's see what happens when they get into the game. Let's see what magic can happen between Heroic and Friendly Campers. Hugo and Harry, over to you.
Friendly Campers, taking on Heroic with a little standing situation. Hugo, how you feeling right now?
Yeah, I'm wondering what's going to go on for Heroic. You know, who's pulling out the AWP? How's it going to work? Are we going back to the old days? No AWPers in the team, Harry. Is everyone just going to rifle? Is there going to be a new, you know...
I miss 5 rifles, man.
5 rifles was
5
fun.
rifles, dude. No one did it like the old Liquid, but... Damn.
Youngstar's been playing a lot of Pugs. Maybe he's been pulling out the AWP. Yeah, Pugstar. Maybe he's ready to, you know, show us how it's done. Who knows, really? But I think it's going to be a messy game, Harry. That's for sure, right? You have a last-second stand-in situation for both squads. For Heroic, it's Alcarin with visa issues and Youngstar back in after just being benched. And then you have Friendly Campers who are standing in for NRG, a team that just came from NA, just won at Flomland, and so, came second place at Flomland, and as a result, didn't come here in time, I guess, or change their mind. It was going to be a pretty quick turnaround. It would definitely have been a jet-lagged game. So Friendly Campers seizing this opportunity, as they definitely should, to get to play against you know, a reasonable squad like Heroic, a proven core, and play in a prestigious tournament that Friendly Campers have not really been able to do recently. They've been grinding kind of the Draculans of the world and smaller online things. So good opportunity here for the Friendly Campers to prove themselves. Some names you may be familiar with, some names that have come from squads that we've seen at places like Pro League before. Samey comes to mind for me, Olymp as well. So let's see what the Friendly Campers can bring to the table today. Fast A.
Yeah, right into this top site, right in to the Molly Dual Beretta combo, and they don't even make a dent. Youngstar getting hyped up, trying to bring some good energy to the squad.
Is that our first boot camping team that I've seen?
That I've seen, yes.
Good stuff here for Heroic. On LAN. Fist bumps galore. And a pistol round that gets absolutely shut down. Of course, it makes sense to having a boot camp when you consider the in-game leadership change here, bringing Krisen in and Susp as well. Some things to iron out here for Heroic, and this is the perfect time to try and do so. Here is the heavy favorite. Bomb made it down vent. There's no one ready to stop this. Do they even realize open plant? Not denied. Bit of money. That's a win there as far as Friendly Campers are concerned. Walk just trying to squeeze a D shot out at the end of the round. They're chilling. Krisen looking calm. And now waiting for this buy round here from the Polish side.
Curious to see what we get from Friendly Campers in this one. Because like you say, that there's some names here that you will like recognize from other events, other squads. Touched on Olymp, but even Rico, Samey. Playing alongside Taz all those years ago. But I'm not gonna lie, Hugo, I don't know a lot about Moonwalk.
Well, let's find out together.
Yeah, I don't know a lot about Badge Me. But I like the name.
Do what to you?
Yeah, right? Like what you would say if you're a detective. You know, and like you gotta go find some evidence.
Badge me.
Badge me.
I'm locked and loaded here on the cross. Gonna make it down to secret. One lurk in lobby. And the flank denied. Good awareness here from Friendly Campers. Reading Krisen on the flank. Now they can speed up down lower. 4 players here. Badge me in lobby. There is a player trying to get stuck into B, but now Nilo is stuck in the open. Using a little bit of cover here. He's still got to fight the single door if they come through, and that bomb is ready to move. Good molly from his teammate, buys him some time. Bajmi found on the lurk. And how is Nilo alive when they're in the window? He's not. Bomb out. Nice shot. 4v2. That might be enough.
Yeah, just going to head for the hills on this one, but Rico is giving chase. All the way into the spawn. He wants to try and remove this gun from xFlowered, and he's on the track to do so. Oh.
Oh, unlucky. It's online CS.
Terrorists win.
Quick tech while we get Moonwalk back in the server. Get back in the server right now, some would say.
Have you missed seeing Youngstar?
I like Youngstar. I think he has good aura. He can take a joke.
What do you think of his gameplay?
His gameplay? Does a lot with little. I mean, he got benched, so... I just want to know if he's AWPing.
When Youngstar was on, he looked really, really good. But
Yes,
I think he hit this period of... I don't know if it was... it's weird because he always came across as like a very self-assured, like confident person in interviews or just speaking to him at events. But it felt like he hit a period of like no confidence, could never get anything going. The usual plays weren't really working anymore. He had a number of like...
Yeah.
I don't even want, like, Dismal is almost underselling how bad the games were, where he would, like, you know, multiple tournaments kind of put up these, like, single-digit games.
When he's having a good game, it's so much fun to watch.
Because I even remember when he first moved into the team, and, like, we were looking at other folks in the squad to try and step up, or hell, even when someone like Nilo joined the team, it was like, oh, damn, you know, like, this is the guy. But then Youngstar, I think, actually, like, did a really good job of stealing the thunder in the initial stages of the new look heroic.
I think Nilo's been underwhelming, considering the hype around him, for me, so far. Maybe in this new squad, this new mix, it could work better. But I'm still waiting to maybe get the player we were promised. But also, yeah, there's a lot of expectation when you get better positions, and I think it's more expected to have poor games when you're playing anchor spots and supportive roles on T side. So it's easier to forgive.
While we're here as well, talking about heroic, what do you think of Linus to MIBR? What? That's a real question, isn't it?
Is that a real roster move?
Yeah.
So Linus and Klim.
Yeah, the boys.
And then Exit.
Yeah.
Sani.
Yeah.
And who are they keeping? Breno?
Presumably.
No. No.
Oh, there's no exit.
No exit. Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah, Venom Zera came in.
Venom Zera and Breno.
I actually think it's a pretty good team.
It's better than Kicker.
I actually think that's a pretty good team.
It's better than Kicker. Like, the bar was not too high, though. I don't know. Insani's career is getting kind of wasted. Maybe, you know, for a long time we felt like Case Rata was getting his prime.
Exactly, and they signed some Europeans.
Well, no, yeah, but this is their second try. This is Furia 2.
Yeah.
Like, this is Furia 3 now.
Yeah, but the sequel's going to be better.
I'm happy for Linus. I think he's going to seize the opportunity. I think he's playing with a very strong
Because Klim was good.
Klim was good, yeah.
Klim's good. Insani good. Breno good.
Okay.
I think it's a good team.
All right. What,
I don't know if they're going to be like Furia caliber, but top 30, I think so.
Top 20? Yeah, see? Now we're struggling.
Top 30, easy. Top 20 is a stretch. But not impossible. Like, the individuals are there. It's just like, I don't feel compelled because I don't know how Linus in this team is going to gel.
That's
but
also
what I'll say is, my God, they were listening to Kicker like he had so much influence on how that team was playing CS. They were really, really keen to listen to what he had to say.
Was Kicker even in-game leading?
It was a mixture.
Sides.
It was a mixture of Exit and Kicker, and I think that's why it's probably good that they got rid of both of them, right?
Yeah.
Like in
Full
one
reset.
go.
Full reset.
You have a full reset. But what I'll say is the whole team were very, very accommodating to how Kicker wanted to play, or at least that's how it looked, because they played such a radically different style. Okay. And so I'm like, hell, if they come in and they give Linus that same respect to like change things, I don't know. I think it could actually be a pretty damn good move.
No, I don't hate it. I just, let's wait and see what they can do this season. I guess I'm sure we'll see them in Europe.
Linus, Portuguese tips.
Youngstar AWPing. Youngstar is AWPing. Let's go. Starting
His
heaven.
idol and rival is simple.
That's true. Learn from the best.
Got schooled by him.
In Clash Royale, not.
Yeah, wait, did he win in Clash?
Oh, he smashed Simple in Clash.
Which is crazy, because Simple's really good at Clash.
Yeah, Youngstar better, though.
I know. Clash GOAT.
Youngstar, the Club Penguin King. Should have seen his crib back in the day.
He had all the puffles.
Ah, the puffles, man. What a throwback.
He had all the puffles, bro.
All right, here we go. Friendly Campers again get down B. But again, lobby gets cleared, and this time the lurk is not there.
I mean, getting outmaneuvered like this, it's going to puffle your feathers, isn't it?
Yeah,
Nilo already down a lower, sure, but...
Oh, can you get... Yep.
He's in the safe zone. And he's even got teammates here. They haven't been outpositioned at all. Nice. They've done it too, the friendly Campers. And this is feeling more like a night at wherever Jason Voorhees was at.
Who?
Silver Lake or something? I don't remember the name of the encampment, but you all know what I'm talking about.
I don't.
A little horror movie lore.
Oh.
One for Moonwalk, but goes no further.
All right.
Youngstar on the AWP.
He's an AWPer.
He gets the ball rolling.
Nice stuff from Youngstar. Hits 2 out of the 3 taking shots. Keeps Heroic in it.
Camp Crystal Lake. Damn it. That's close.
All right, a couple Mac-10s in this round. Not out of choice. That's all they've got. Looking for that hot pop, late high flashy. Entries out hard, but the molly lands at the perfect time. It's the Mac-10 that does feast for a double. How is Youngstar still alive? Not for long. Sammy responds. Nilo out heaven does deliver. Double kill on that save. Picking up the round for Heroic in what is a bit of a messy top hit. And Friendly Campers probably kicking themselves. Some rounds coming down pretty close, but only picking up one of them. No money to show for this. Looking like a lot of just set calls here. Fate to split main. Entry's good.
Oh, the main split. Gonna get there just in time, but it will look to get cut down as Nilo shows Youngstar how it's done. finishing the job and putting a stop to that A hit.
A lot of pops coming out from friendly campers. It's a nice idea. Smokes red, quick main. Strong position from Susp. Nilo looking good in this game right now. It's nice to see. I think I'm going to slow it down now, the campers.
I kind of want Youngstar to have like a really good game on the AWP.
Yeah.
Because it's also like, what does that mean?
What does that mean is a great question.
Ooh, good turn there. Crizzen dealt with. Down and lower as he attempts to rotate up through Secret. You've got something resembling a foothold here, but as the knife's pulled, trying to run across the vent angle, Xflower just chows down on a free kill. Rico gonna try his luck on the smoke push, catches him with nades out. And it's just shy of the kill. Susp even falls in at upper, but with the bomb tumbling away from them at the hands of Nilo. Chances of winning this one feel like they go out the window. Same even burns in that Molotov. They know he's here, and oh, that's not edging. That's just getting burned by the molly. Caught there. Nilo gonna stop him in his tracks.
That's
good stuff from Nilo on these lower drops, man.
Rico could have gone back up top, but he's trying to like fake out B a little bit further. He opens the door, tries to drop a smoke, but Nilo's just got the angle on him because I feel like he was definitely just gonna fake smoke, go up vent, group on that A site after Sami finds the lurk kill, but maybe trying to do too much here. God, they even hit Youngstar with the heaven smoke, and he still lands the shot. Nilo just multi-kill after multi-kill. So much impact in this game right now. 6-1. I take it all back. Making this one look easy.
I test on the Youngstar AWP pretty good right now.
I know you're cheering for it.
I kind of am. I kind of am.
It could be fun. Valkyrin's visa problems don't get sorted. This could be a suitable replacement, Harry.
The inverse Fallen. Oh, well, that's finally a clean finish in at the top side. They've been trying to get this going the entire game. And so this time it will work out.
It's one way to win a round. Incredibly quickly and cleanly.
And yes, for anyone wondering, Youngstar, he was benched.
Yes.
He is benched.
He is still benched.
He is on the heroic bench. But, as Hugo was alluding to, because of visa issues, Alcaren not in. And so, Youngstar being on the bench has now been called in to replace him.
I love how you're explaining it like it's a foreign concept.
Well, no, people were asking, why is Youngstar playing? Isn't he benched?
He is benched.
He is benched. You guys are right. But also he's here. Crazy.
Wow. Both things are true. He's also an AWPer.
He got that big green in him. This is his swamp.
What are you doing in my swamp?
Shrek was like meant to have a Canadian accent at first. I'm
really?
so glad they didn't do that.
Horrible.
Oh, eh?
What are you doing in my swamp, eh?
The Irish?
Yeah.
What are you doing in my swamp?
Get out of my swamp. Apparently the Polish dub of Shrek was very good.
According to
polls.
Nice.
Sure, a lot of watching. Ooh. Oh, wow. It's unlucky and still 4v2. Oh my goodness.
They aren't happy, Campers. Maybe they are. They've battled back in. But now they've got to stop Nilo, who's on a tear at 11-2. Bomb's been picked up, and he's read the reroute. They're dead. Nilo, one step ahead.
He's locked in right now. Perfect. The way he even slowed his vent climb to wait for the main player to commit, gets that kill, perfectly reads the last. Another 1v1 picked up by Heroic. Youngstar's learning one thing. AWPing may be fun. AWPing Heaven when they're out A is not fun.
Yeah. Why couldn't the happy Campers pitch their tent on Nuke?
Why?
Because a couple of the poles were missing, Hugo. Come on.
That's
it's that
good.
simple.
That's good. That's really good. Not stopping Nilo anytime soon. 12-2. Brick wall. Oh, you want to go ramp, do you?
You want to go in it? Nilo's domain?
I prefer the Chow main myself, but... Looking for a succulent ramp hold here as the AWP comes in on Sammy. Whole map is quiet. Not going to get given anything on this default. Moonwalk crossing secret. Needs to clear his corners. And he does not. Nilo's time to shine.
He already shining. Oh, dead now. It's going to fall to Youngstar, and he will deliver 2 quick kills. That's a stand-up performance from the stand-in out towards ramp. For Rico and Buy Me, as I've heard he's called.
That would make sense.
It's just this lower take into a crossfire, into the double setup. Both players spotted out towards the control room, but nowhere left for Buy Me to go. Really just has to pick a fight and stick with it. Had to keep battling forward, and they'll swing him together.
Rogue just on the same page right now. Dealing really well with these chaotic A hits. Friendly Campers never getting a chance in these 3v3s to slow down. And part of that is how most of their rounds are set calls. Doing a lot of A hits. Just shut down on ramp this time. 8-2. Domination. No clear way in for the Friendly Campers.
Damn. Bad to worse. 5v4 in this one. And even though you've made it across secret with a handful of players, there's still a lot left to do in this round. Sure, you have some decent map control, but you're spread a little thin, especially after losing Rico out in the yard. Gonna need these players in lobby to try and get into position to actually cut down rotates or have some impact on the lower play if it comes through. They might look to come up the vent, which is a risky move.
Hold up, they're thinking.
Hold up. Wait a minute. Something ain't right.
Youngstar open ramp, but they won't come his way. He might have to, once again, AWP Heaven. Might be one of those. It looks like a vent climb here. Only Nilo lower. Everybody else up top. Good shot for Olive. Flicks on. Spam from main. Connects a lot of damage, and the vent players die before the door does. Buy Me. Can't buy that. Sold. On the top site. Youngstar hits his shot. 9-2 for Heroic. Brutal CT side right now.
Well, it seems like the only dub the polls might be taking is their one of Shrek, Hugo, because this is a very, very one-sided game right now.
That's good, that's good.
I will give them credit. You know, that was a marvel what they did with that film out there in Poland. But here on Nuke, it's not as pretty.
Another ramp hit. Nilo in a strong position yet again. Just able to mop him up, surely. Youngstar support orb. Nilo lets him in. And there's the contact, so Nilo can strike. Back's turned. 1, 2, and there's a third for good measure. Go get him, Youngstar. Finish it off. 7 health. And 1 shot from death. Can he connect it? No, he can't. Buy me 2 kills, 3 in the round. He's finally finished off. No 1v5 antics today. Heroic storming the board here on Nuke. 10-2 domination.
Titus springs his trap, but he's left as the last man standing.
That was brutal for FaZe. I can't believe they get out so cleanly. It didn't... Yeah. Someone call an ambulance.
Apex, they've been yelling at you the whole game, calling you names. What do you want to say to them?
That's all you can say. Took you back.
Look at this man.
Yep.
He's enjoying himself.
Oh my God, he's playing the guitar.
What does this man not do?
Man.
You think to yourself, what the?
Is it a bat? Is it a plane?
No, it's an eagle.
No.
It is actually a falcon.
Barreling down from Banana and getting this double kill out of the gate.
Yeah, it feels like this is where the Rovers be on the road a little bit. They're
Heroic are in a fantastic position here on Nuke, looking for a clean, decisive victory over the friendly campers. Maybe a little too friendly to hack it in this one. In terms of the head-to-head, it's been giga one-sided, Hugo. Heroic are kind of wrecking them right now.
Yeah, there's no other way to put it, really. Pistol round or bust here on Nuke.
Even with the pistol, I think this is still, and I know this runs counter to all the points I've made all day about
you've been all on the comebacks today,
I know.
Been buying in at the ground floor.
All right, Olymp, little reposition here, a little bit wider out on the ramp, and you know what? With a pistol, anything's possible. It still hinges, though, on actually winning the pistol, and Nilo's double kill will serve to complicate matters.
17-4, he heard me. Youngstar's walked out 8. It's clear.
I've been a little disappointed with Nilo.
Wow.
And then Nilo goes on to give us this.
Beast mode.
Oh, I made you sound like the Joker.
Yeah. You want to know how I got these opinions? Not from this game, that's for sure. Ooh, cover the plants. In it goes. Walk. Lucky to be alive. But not for long. 3 kills for Nilo.
Yeah. In spite of popular belief, you know, we all thought the Moonwalk could never die, but there it is. Falling out of fashion into this 2-on-2 now. Nilo on for the ace. Will he get it?
Yes.
No one gets aces anymore. Come on, Nilo. There's the fourth, and there's the truth. No one gets him. xFloud steals it away.
They both have 19 kills. That's why you got to keep the synergy. Got to keep everyone side by side. Nilo putting in a solid shift with xFloud, who has crept up the board. Crizzen 2 and 8. He's just here. Bro thinks he's on the team. Just hanging out.
The thing I think that's nice about this environment for Crizzen is, like, in the past, I think he's been a good, like, a solid IGL for a while, but he's largely been with lesser experienced pieces. Not to say he's experienced, he also isn't super experienced. And it's like, I think as a result, they always had this massive propensity to choke. Like, whenever the game was important, whenever it really got tough, they would just choke. Didn't really matter the scoreline, didn't matter how much they were winning.
What?
But here, you know, he's got some, I'm not going to say massively experienced pieces, but certainly more than he was used to playing with. And so I feel like it's going to be way harder for that to follow you into this team.
That's a good point. I can't believe Rico dies to that position. xFloud is hiding under silo, and it pays off. Heroic just let friendly campers walk into crosshairs. Now in a 5v4 in the blind dark. Gonna go out ramp together. Ooh, little hot play denied. And so the rest of the team just waltz.
Do you clear this? Yep,
Clears
xFloud does. And he's overtaken Nilo as this very quickly becomes a 2-horse race. And the horse is Nilo and xFloud. Oh, xFloud's gone. Nilo could overtake him here. Gonna have to if they want to win this round. Gonna have to clutch up, and Nilo's got them in spades.
Just re-peeking. Like, you're not even expecting that. Getting shot at from ramp. Moonwalk has 3 kills, and Nilo just re-peeks and wins a round like it's nothing. What an unreal game from him. 21-4, matching xFloud. 2 insane carries. All outshining Young Stars Orb. What a shame. It looked so good. But I can't talk about it anymore in good faith.
No. This is our, I don't know how to say the first bit, Umasami, Pretty Derby.
Some more anime references?
Well, kind of. It's a game.
Okay.
It's a horse girl game.
Okay, I don't want to know anymore. That's enough.
It's really popular. Everyone knows.
Oh, there's a lot of stuff that's popular.
Everyone's playing it. But very few have triple gold, platinum, diamond account like me. Here we are, xFloud down at lower. We'll get overran by Olymp.
How's he alive?
Won't get out with any more. Nilo gets put on him.
Oh.
And moves into the lead.
He is winning. If they win this round right now, Nilo takes the cake and he eats it too. You're not allowed that. You're only allowed to watch the cake. Susp, big flank. Heaven available. Ramp available. Team are down B. Susp. Closing the gap. And he finds that MP9 on lower health as well. They're going to go up vent. Samey will meet them there. Oh no. He's been spotted. Misses his shot and nowhere to escape. Up vent into Moonwalk.
Yeah, into the last man. And 2 of these 3 players are low. They needed the instant kill and they're going to get it. Heroic don't even break a sweat. Nilo topping the charts as he wins that tightly contested bout between him and xFloud.
The battle on the server was not actually between the 2 teams. It was between teammates for who could rack up the most amount of kills in the quickest time possible. And that achievement goes to Nilo with this one. I just want to say, for Heroic, from the first pistol round, the vibes were incredibly good. Obviously, they're on boot camp, but they're all dancing and just smiling and getting away with it. Like, this looked like more than just a comfortable game. This looked like they could do anything they wanted at any time.
Clearly had a good time on the server. Clearly had a good time at the boot camp, as you said, you know, vibing, dancing, and dare I say it, even though we had a tech pause of, 7 or 8 minutes, by far the fastest map I've ever seen in real playtime. Felt like every round was just a straight up rush, a straight up execute coming in from friendly campers, and the vast majority of time Heroic were able to win the rounds as we saw in the game, but I will say, scoreline-wise, it looks like a very one-sided game, 13-2, and it's hard to make the case that it wasn't one-sided, but I think I counted at least 4 or 5 rounds that came down to a 1v1, and all of those went the way of Heroic. So, in essence, maybe a bit closer, you know, than the scoreline suggests, but at the end of the day, James, I don't think anyone was in doubt whether or not Nilo, xFlout, and Heroic were going to win this game.
You know, I would suggest one thing for the friendly campers, maybe a rebrand to like the fast rushers.
Face it, guys.
But you could go face it, okay, it's fair enough, but do they want to give promotion, you know? I was thinking just more friendly campers. They're not doing much camping in this. There's not a lot of waiting.
There was no camping at all, you know, none whatsoever. And you're playing a map like Nuke T-side, which notoriously is known for a map that offers you at least the decision. You can play a very slow paced T-side. You can play with the smokes in yard if you want to. You can drag out utility. You can nade the door and then apply a bit of pressure without doing much, just waiting for a reaction for Heroic. I saw none of that from the friendly campers. I get to some degree, I'm trying to put them in a defense situation as well, because I get to some degree why they were doing it. They came so close a couple of times doing these inside splits where it was down to a 1v1. It was a force buy. It got down to a 2v2. So they probably felt, oh, just one more kill. We're so close. Let's try one more time. But when it continues not to work out, you end up looking a little bit silly. So unfortunately for them, couldn't really make it. And unfortunately for us, we have another very one-sided map.
And from the friendly campers, there was a lot of rushing. There was a lot of inside hits. It was a bit one-dimensional for my liking.
Yes, I think that's fair to say. As I said, it was the same over and over again. I think we have pointed out round 8, a round that we can play out when we have it ready, which is a great example of what they were doing round after round after round. And, you know, they only won 2 rounds in this game, James, and I picked out one of the few rounds they ended up winning. Look at the time right here. There's only been played 25 seconds of the round before they go into this inside crunch. Again, I like it. It's aggressive, it's out there, and you completely destroy Heroic in no time. This was round 8. They tried it in round 7. I think they tried it in round 6 or round 5, and they tried it in round 2 or 3 as well. They were so focused on doing inside splits, and they came so close a couple of times in the first 8 rounds where it got down to a 1v1 where I believe it was Nilo pushing out from heaven, getting a couple of multi-kills before closing down the round. So I get why they were trying. I get why they kept, I guess, working on the same recipe, but when it didn't work out in round 9 and round 10, at that point, you only have 2 more rounds to play, and you kind of given up the entire half. So you're really putting all your eggs in one basket, and when you do that as an underdog, it's rarely that it works out.
I kind of feel like what they were doing was, oh, it nearly worked. We'll go again. It's got to work this time. We've got to keep trying. Sometimes, you know, you just need to mix it up. You need to change things up. We mentioned one man's name again and again and again, and rightly so. Nilo was here, owning, dominating, looking very comfortable, looking so confident, alongside xFlout as well.
Yeah, those two were firing on all cylinders. xFlout had a tremendous showing, especially on the CT side, the way he was, you know, being aggressive in yard with the M4A1S, playing in main right here as well, willing to take all the fights. I love that from xFlout, but I think my MVP is, as you can see right here, Nilo coming in, coming out of heaven, playing ramp, getting baited for, winning clutches all over the map. When those two are playing at that level, it takes something extraordinary from the friendly campers in order to win the rounds, and that wasn't really on par right here. I also do want to say xFlout, that's a name that we've seen circling around from quite some time. Nilo as well, I feel like he's finally getting that breakthrough, right? A player that we've been speaking about for a long time, a player that had a bit of a weird leave from Heroic as well, where he was signed to play and then all of a sudden he wasn't playing. A player that in, was it NIP Academy, said that he had to finish school before he could go pro, etc., etc. I remember first taking my notes on Nilo 2 or 3 years ago where I thought to myself, this guy is going to be one hell of a player. So he's been a long process in the making, but I feel with a performance like this and what I've seen from Nilo as of late, I feel like we're getting to a point, James, where we can start talking about this guy as being potentially one of the stars of the future.
Yeah, and I just want to look under him a bit more when it gets like more stressful games, more tougher opposition, because I have been baited by this before. I've seen a Nilo game where he's owning, and then I come to watch it in a tougher opponent game and he's not able to do the same moves. So he's got some learning to do, but he definitely is a promising talent within there. xFlout himself, to mention, didn't get to go back to Aurora now that they're like grinding up. He was there during the parts where he was removed and brought back in, but he's grown a lot as a player and a person. I was kind of surprised to see they didn't try to get him himself, you know, like give him another chance now.
Yeah, maybe they feel like they've tried his potential, but I agree with you. I think he's thriving in Heroic. I think he's found his role. He's found his position. He's found his, I guess, his groove within that lineup. I think he's a player that Heroic as an organization as well are putting a lot of trust into. So in that regard, sometimes as a player, it's also better to be a place where you feel valued. Whereas if you were to join Aurora, you'd be like, maybe I have a couple of bad tournaments, and then they're gonna kick me again. They've done it before. Whereas I feel like here in Heroic,
bad blood there now.
Exactly. Now, like you feel like you're at home. You're where you can grow, and I think it's an interesting lineup. It's an interesting prospect. What annoys me with Heroic is the fact that we're talking about them potentially playing with a stand-in in Youngster. And it's not that he didn't have a great game. He did fine. He did everything he was supposed to do. But it's very hard for me to be like excited about Heroic because I don't really know what the next tournament and the next tournament is going to look like roster-wise. So in isolation, great performance right here for the future. Let's wait and see what kind of roster they're coming up with.
Now, one thing I want to ask you about Friendly Campers, maybe I'm delusional, but like...
Sure, you are.
Many times. They weren't checking corners sometimes. Like it was not just once or twice. I'm watching, and he's just going forward, and it wasn't even a rush. He just walked, and it's an obvious... I would check this corner. Yeah. Like, I was confused at that, because it's one thing to just give away an opening kill, but to not check some basic corners when they were actually playing some of the solo routes, that's kind of inexcusable, especially at this level.
Now, obviously, I can't say for certain what's going on and what they're thinking, but I think that's a counterproduct of playing such a fast-paced game of Counter-Strike, where all the players, the first 8 rounds, are just rushing, doing inside splits, where, let's be honest, if you got to hit those timings and if you got to be there in the face of Heroic, there's certain corners and certain protocols you're not going through. But I agree with you. That's why I kind of lost it for Friendly Campers right here. When they didn't try to slow down the game, they had 1 or 2 rounds on the T side where they did double smokes in yard, where they tried to get down secret. That's why they didn't check their corners. That's why they didn't, fall back and where they actually had, I guess, time and they had all the momentum going their way in the sense that they could have checked everything. They could have done it methodically. They didn't do that, right? So one thing is trying to go for an aggressive way of Counter-Strike. I'll never fault them for that. I think that's fair enough. But they kind of showed me as well that when they tried to rein it back and play a more slow-paced way, a more controlled way of Counter-Strike, that's where they felt uncomfortable. So I get it. Friendly Campers is a team that relies a lot on their aggression, but as you said, very one-dimensional. And the second you force them to slow down, that's when they feel out of the server and they feel even more uncomfortable.
Well, let's see what they can do going into Mirage. It may be statistically not the greatest map for them, but we've seen many teams here at the Bounty bounce back after losing the first map. Will that trend continue? You'll find out after the break. Heroic did manage to roll over the friendly campers in the opening map, and it was friendly campers pick. Now we're going to Mirage and Pimp. Just looking down some of the stats and the history, Mirage doesn't look good for the Polish side at all. They did beat Heroic Academy. That's it. That's the only team they beat. That was the Academy team of Heroic. Now they've got to face the real deal.
Yeah, is that your silver lining, that they beat the Academy team? So maybe there's a chance here?
I don't know. This is the only thing I've got, bro. There's nothing else. There's nothing else positive to look at here. They're losing to everyone.
Now, I was looking at the results as well, and I kind of agree with you. Two teams playing different levels of Counter-Strike. Obviously, Heroic are playing some of the better teams out there, you know, knocking on the door to Tier 1, whereas for Friendly Campers, it's a different level of competition. So no, Mirage on paper, not a great map. Every time they play a good team on the map, not only do they lose, but against Foot, you know, another great team on the level of Heroic, they lost 13-4. And the games they do have on the map where it's close, it's against, you know, equal-minded people. So I agree with you. Based on the map, it's not looking too great for Friendly Campers.
And on top of that, Olymp gave us an interview at one point, and he was saying to HLTV that, like, oh, you know, we'll finally be able to play some LANs, we'll be able to prove ourselves, all these words out there. Here we go. We will finally be able to play in LANs. People can no longer comment that we are only on-liners. They did play some of these smaller LANs at the end of 2025. They didn't come out and win them. I wouldn't say they did badly, but it is a lower level of competition. We're not talking Tier 1. And right now, obviously, this is a golden opportunity for them being at Blast Bounty, but it starts online. And so far, they didn't show up. Now, we've done this. We've said, oh, it's going to be this 2-0 situation. Is there any way we go to a third map here, Pimp?
If there's one thing I've learned doing this job for 9 years, there's always a way. You can never say anything is certain with 100%. I used to do that back in the day.
That was your classic.
But I got smarter as time moved along. No, it's not likely that we see a Heroic coming into Mirage struggling. I don't see where it should come from when it comes to the Friendly Campers as well. One thing maybe that could be a thing that could help them out is if they continue this, you know, fast-paced Counter-Strike. Mirage is a map that sometimes can snowball a bit out of control, but I'm really grasping for something positive to say here, because I do feel Heroic look like to be in a great mood. They're boot camping, they're taking it seriously. They have a core of players who definitely know each other well, with Youngster coming back into it as well. So I'm not really worried on behalf of Heroic. My only question for this matchup is whether or not we're going to have a game where there at any moment is a competitive aspect to it, because we didn't really see that on Nuke.
Give it to me then. Give me a score. I don't ask you for the prediction. Just give me, like, how do you think this will go?
I would be happy if Friendly Campers keep the distance within 2 or 3 rounds throughout the game. So, you know, losing 13-9, 13-10, something like that, that's fair enough. If the scoreline throughout the game is 6-4, 3-5, 3-3, something like that, so I can build up an imaginary feeling inside my head that, oh, maybe if they won that clutch, or maybe if they win this round, or maybe if they punish them by an eco over here, we have a game on our hands. So I want to see them remain competitive, you know, so it only takes 1 or 2 big moments in the game for them to be part of it.
Well, I think the logo is so good that Friendly Campers are going to win 13-9, and we're going to go to a third map. That's how it's going to go down. Hugo, Harry, give me your predictions.
What are they smoking over there, Harry?
I mean, I could give my prediction, but I don't know if James would like it.
No, maybe not.
Because I don't know if I agree.
Yeah?
I don't know.
It's a strong take.
I don't think Friendly Campers, as friendly as they may be, are going to be here much longer, Hugo.
Yes, that does appear to be the case.
It didn't leave me filled with hope that they got demolished on the first map.
It left James some cope, at least. Someone's got to have it.
I see it. He likes the logo. That's fair.
That's fair, but, you know, you kind of... Counter-Strike is more than just the logo.
I don't know. Ask anyone who reacted to the Hellraisers, Dignitas, whoever.
Rebrands,
Maus, even. They were copping it.
Yeah, people don't like logos.
Even though I like the new Maus loot. I say new.
Oh, well, yeah.
It's like a decade old, it feels like, but...
Probably.
Here we are. Heroic looking for the 2-0. And we're about to find out if they can get there, Huge Byron.
I think they will. I'm with you.
You're really laying all your cards on the table from round 0.
I think Friendly Campers didn't show us a whole lot. Maybe there's still hope here, though, Harry. It's just not been a great map for them as of late, has Mirage. And we all know Youngstar is one of the top AWPers in the scene at the moment, so looking forward to see what he can do in the second half. Perhaps.
Certainly one of the top AWPers who also plays Clash Royale.
Yes. Well, he's in the top 2 there. They've walked towards Con and no one's realized. Bami's missed that. Krisen jumps out Palace. And now he hides out, waits for his team. Or he doesn't. Fragging hard. Krisen. Captain Krisen. Double kill in the pistol. And Heroic Right there.
That's free. And that familiar feeling.
Of what?
Just heroic dominating.
All too familiar. Prison has almost out-fragged his nuke.
Fair enough. Honestly, you can say that, man. They're winning. Like, there's no BM to the winning team.
Just giving numbers there.
That's just straight facts from the mouth of Hugo Jonathan Jablanowski.
That's my full name.
I'm watching you, Jablanowski.
That's good.
That's good. That is
nice.
actually good.
Nice.
Always watching.
Always watching. It's like kind of shriveled Edna mode there.
A bit of Edna mode.
Pixar getting a lot of airtime today.
We're loving a bit of Pixar.
Well, and Shrek.
Let's run through what Pixar films traumatized you when you were a bit of boy, Hugo.
No, let's not do that. Well, Harry, a long time ago in the grass.
That's another good Polish joke. A good Polish Pixar joke. He's aligned two together there.
Full of them.
A long time ago in the grass.
B-Pop and Olymp. Oh, he gets mollied at bench. He was trying to let them in, make it look like an A stack. And in fact, it still is an A stack. Unplanted, heroic, forced to save.
If you're not from Poland, which obviously
most people aren't.
Most people are. Then just look up like Pixar films and what the titles translated to in Polish. It's a good fun game for a bit.
Yeah.
You know, it doesn't have like infinite replayability, let's say.
No.
But A Bug's Life, that got changed to a long time ago in the grass, Hugo. As you would know, you made the joke.
Yeah. No, that's just a fortunate series of words, actually, in the right order.
It just got really lucky.
Terrorists win.
Oh. Well, Krisen doing great right now, calling rings around these campers. And one more full eco coming in here for the Polish side before we get to see what they're made of. CT side Mirage, I know they've had trouble, but that's kind of paradise in a way.
This is paradise. Do you know what that's a reference to?
No.
Come on, man. You gotta... Every time anyone speaks, all my brain pings is random references to things.
You gotta say
and I hate living
say it in
like
Polish,
this.
though, okay?
I don't know it in Polish. I don't even remember the...
Okay, do you know?
Yeah, wait, but I have to go there in a really roundabout way. Just give me a second. Ryan Reynolds' wife. Of course, Blake Lively.
You're doing the Wikipedia game right now.
Blake Lively, that's the one I couldn't think of, and she was in a shark film.
Sharknado.
The Shallows, famously, Hugo.
Not very famous.
Right before the shark tries to kill her, she gets told this is paradise.
Well, apparently not. Avoid the
It's
stack.
obviously a bit of grim irony. And I'm implying that maybe that's how you've elected to use it here. Because this is not paradise for the happy campers.
Well, not
or
yet.
Not the happy campers, sorry. The what's in it? The funny campers or something? What is it?
I'm just letting you...
How have I forgotten? The friendly campers, that's it. The happy, friendly, funny campers. Tree friends.
A long time ago in the camp. But they need to lock in now on this buy round. All right, we're going to have an AWP here for Sammy.
Heroic, man. This would be a very, very quick day in the office. If they're able to pull this off in a quick 2-0. If they're able to take this first rifle round, I'm worried we get right back to where we were. Which is Heroic just kind of beating up on this stand-in squad. There's Samey in the feed. All right, he's opened things up. A 5v4.
Top mid push denied, though. Heroic stay vigilant. Oh, no way.
Oh, that's nice.
That. No way.
That's really nice for xCloud. Youngstar up next. Meanwhile, Nilo, star of that last game, he's in the apartments. They're going to try and link up on B here. It's a very strong off angle for Olymp.
Yeah, not going to be clearing this anytime soon. Easily done. Youngstar walks in, but Olymp looking like he wants to peek into this. Oh, Youngstar almost hit the timing into the site, but he hits a flick instead. Bomb needs to go down, but they're flanking quickly. It's a good plant, I think. Might just be open, but Bomb goes down. Flank up short. He's seen them. Youngstar trying to buy some time here. Low health, needs an instant kill, and he's not going to get it. So, friendly campers on the board here early in this second map.
All right. You can see there a interesting reaction. They finally get on the board. And I want to see a bit more fight out of the friendly camp.
At least they're making plays, right? We're getting the top mid pushes, getting involved. Try to do some gamble stacks. Heroic have caught well around these stacks. They avoided both of them on the anti-ecos. Oh, what? Full spam through the smoke.
No accounting for that. Orb comes back. Samey opened up last round with the 5v4. But a couple of swings and misses here. Leaves you in a bad way. And he's dead on the rotate with a Crizzen shutdown. And this Orb firing blanks right now. Ooh, okay. One for Moonwalk, but everyone else was already saving. Yeah. Round's already been made up.
Too low. Very hard to get back in. There's still so much util, even so, for Heroic. They don't fancy their odds. Going to give it another go later. Be able to potentially drop some guns. Just really nice. Clean calling from Crizzen. Loving what we're getting right now. Obviously, a little bit of luck in that round with the smoke spam through B. But just keeping it quite simple at the moment, doing a lot of XX. So with that save, allows another full buy here for the CT side.
All right then, start off over towards the apartments and starting here pretty heavy too, with just xCloud left to try and lurk out towards mid.
Okay, still making plays.
Down there in lower, and that might force their hand forwards just to commit to this B play, and that's right as the friendly campers start moving into position. Ooh, xCloud! Could have had something going there. Molotov misses, and if anything, that kind of inspires Moonwalk to go and check it, so they've done well to deal with him.
Okay, double down, and that's the third in the round for Moonwalk. He's a bit everywhere right now. Orb covers, he might find the fourth, he does. Moonwalk slides up top mid for a quad kill. Rogue probably not expecting that much resistance in middle so late in the round.
it's just kind of been a string of set plays thus far from Heroic. They're going to go back to another one, this time on the other end of the map, out towards A.
It's a stack though this time, 3 players and 5 moving over. They're believing this one for good reason. Sammy, another 5v4, and with Moonwalk up close, Bomb is loose, and Heroic are committed. What? Falling in, Sut finds his second. Youngstar too hot to handle, and Galil cannot finish any kill. So Rico finds 3 from under balcony, and Friendly Campers put another on the board, seeming a lot more competitive already than Nuke.
Yeah, they have a lot more fight in them, that much is for certain. You're seeing a better degree of comfortability here, and I mean, that makes sense. It comes with the territory. Get off of your, get onto a more puggy map a little bit, kind of chance to play a bit more stripped back, leave it to some gunfights.
And also just some more gambles as well, right? A lot harder on Nuke when you have to, kind of cover every position, but Friendly Campers have been running stacks.
Yeah, right? They've just kind of been able to like have a bit of a feel on the game and stack accordingly, and it's worked out for them.
I think a lot of these are gambly though, right? The first 2 4-5 stacks got avoided, but they're AAA, double under balk. That's just off spawn. And so, a nice gamble that pays off. And look at this flank as well, pushing B-Apps all the way around behind Heroic as they get ready top mid. Gonna flash and maybe even peek with it, but the run boost makes the intention clear. Can just wait for this flank, don't need to fight, and so Olymp will shut it out with 3 more. Four. Doth we have a game?
I mean, I'm very relieved that we're getting more fight out of the Friendly Campers, but also I want to see a bit more from Heroic right now. They've kind of kept it pretty simple and stripped back in these last couple of rounds, and sure, they've gone into stacks a handful of times, but now they're getting out-dueled, they're getting outclassed in some of these head-to-heads there. It's a 2v2 for this lowest scrap, and Moonwalk's even hanging around, trying to fish a bit more out of this. There's an important kill for xFloud. Moonwalk will get away with a second down there in lower and actually battles forward into mid. Youngstars just missed the timing on this, so they've got no idea. Sammy shutting them down, locking off this short angle with the AWP, and xFloud's got no road left to run. 1v2. Molly in his face. He's got to change direction on this one and look for a way out. Bomb is out in the open as well, so don't really know what you're expecting xFloud to do here.
Nowhere to go, nowhere to hide, unless he's saving, but I feel like he's going to give it at least one more peek, and that could be the final peek. AWP on the line. Jiggle, wiggle, miss shot. Can he yoink the bomb? Oh, he's another. He knows the AWP is here. Sammy re-peek saves the day. 3 kills from Sammy, and 5 rounds for Friendly. They've taken the lead. They got 13-2'd on Nuke. That was their map pick. Here on Mirage, Heroic had some nice moves, but now just getting kind of crunched in middle every single round.
I think when you're just getting rolled on a very technical map like Nuke, it's hard to really get anything going. I think it's why it's one of the few maps you still get some like super one-sided games on, because if you kind of fall behind early on, it's really, really hard to ever get out of that. Here on Mirage, really not the same case. And with Heroic just kind of constantly running these largely pretty grouped plays, they've thrown in a mixture of different splits and such, sure. But I don't think it's been anywhere near as kind of ferocious or in your face as Nuke was, where there were a lot of moving parts to keep track of. here it's been pretty direct thus far from Heroic. I wouldn't mind seeing them take the pace out of one of these rounds and really try and leave it to the mid-round.
Yeah, especially when you know you're getting the fights, right? Like, we've had double under pushes, we've had top mid pushes, we've had B-apps pushes. Not like Friendly Campers are playing passive by any means. Heroic are getting the fights.
Yeah, and I also just think, you know, you're the more established team. Like, you're supposed to have good answers to mid-round situations. And like, I don't think there was anything wrong with, you know, trusting your execs, trusting your set pieces early on, but they haven't been working. So this is the slower round. We're getting it now. They try and walk in through lower. Orp's going to find them, but an important equalizer for xFloud over there in top mid.
Saves his teammates' life in the process, keeps things even. All in. Found that gap, but he missed the shot. Jumping up, awkward spray. And Heroic happily with an advantage, but I don't want to count Friendly Campers out. Look at the health. Heroic very low. 4v2 though, they find the AWP in lower. Just waves on waves of pushing CTs. And now back to middle. Baime's ready.
I mean, they are all pretty wounded. They might line up for him here.
Yeah.
There's the lineup! And bye-bye me, he gets rid of 3 of them in seconds. It's all on to Nilo now. And as he loops himself into the conversation out through lower, he's got a world of hurt awaiting him in mid. Back turned on by me out on short. Oh. And Moonwalk's just left the angle out towards connector. He's kind of threaded the needle on this play. But he won't expect such a passive angle from Baimi. They've walked right by each other.
Yeah, I think you're going to waste so much time clearing positions here. You're going to have to start running to a bomb site. 25 seconds. Didn't even get the bomb. Where's he going to go? Either way, they'll hear him coming. 15 seconds. Need to clear this corner or it's done. And so Baimi finishes what he started. 4 huge frags to put this CT side up at a winning half.
I mean, you saw the read that Nilo had on this situation. He thought that Baimi had gone all the way through top mid, was looping back in through the apartments. So just kind of a misread on the situation from the get-go. Left him with really no chance in that 1v2.
And that's a 2v4. 4 kills from Baimi in it. Very happy about that one. Because Friendly Campers are well and truly in this game. Not nuke anymore. And this is why I said CT side Mirage. It can be paradise, Harry. Because win or lose, they're doing it on their terms. Even in that round. What do? They pushed B. They pushed under. They pushed top mid. They're just doing most outlandish stuff. And it's working. Annoying.
Flashed in and just hunts Krizen, knows they've got him separated from his men.
It's a lot of trust in the flash.
xFloud really attempting to come and lend a helping hand. I do think a part of you wish he just kind of calls the bluff on that short smoke, right?
Would have worked.
You know, they're very homed in on the apartments right now. He has the drop on these mid players, hasn't been spotted crossing. There's no info. This is where I think if you're Heroic, you're getting paranoid about a stack, right? You feel like maybe they've read into this. You've oftentimes gone into the stack over towards B. You know at bare minimum the defense is going to be prepared for you, so they try and feign the footsteps back. But this hasn't really worked, and if anything, it's given more time to the Campers to bring a third player over. And now that same AWP that's been causing you a lot of problems, well, it's going to be here ready to receive on this B hit.
No reason to doubt on A right now. They have a player tucked in under balcony. The whole map has been quiet over here, so realizing what's going on, Rico catches that backstab and Heroic just flooding into a stacked bomb site. They don't clear the boost. Why would they? And it's too late to make up for your mistake. Friendly Campers show up to Mirage and they dish out an 8-round CT side. What a return to form from the Polish squad.
From my sense, a rivalry is something that tests you to your limit and shows you your limits. It's something where there's a lot of emotion because of how hard it can be to overcome the rival. There's a beauty and poetry in it because the rival is holding up the mirror to your weaknesses and they're exposing them, and that's frustrating to deal with, but then you're forced to be honest with yourself and to try to work through it and to become better. And that is what both you and your rival want. And I think that's one of the most special things about competition. I think one of the things about the Fnatic NAVI rivalry that was interesting is that French and Swedish Counter-Strike, I think, was really important to CS. With NAVI, you had this kind of combination of like crazy firepower and personalities with that French energy. And then you also have on the other end of it, the stoic, calm, also villains of the time in the Fnatic roster, where they didn't show us the super deep level of strategy and tactics, but they showed a mastery of how to mid-round. As well, the AWP was obviously got nerfed thanks to JW and Kenny S, and so you also had in that rivalry the best AWPers, and the two AWPers that understood how to play aggressively with the AWP like nobody else. But I'm thinking back to the early days of CSGO with that kind of French-Swedish rivalry. I'm thinking about that stylistic difference and how both of those teams were showing the best of CSGO in different ways. I think Liquid was very important to shaping narratives in North America because Liquid was really the first serious team in North America that showed a culture-defining change. Liquid had moments of much greater success than others. Later on, you got this edition of the Twist lineup where eventually they did beat Astralis. This, I think, elevated all of North America along with it. It was necessary for them to do that because Astralis was showing mastery of the game in so many different levels that to compete against them was so infinitely difficult for basically anyone and everyone. And so everyone was studying Astralis, and Astralis were essentially making a student of the entire scene. And I think Liquid was one of the responses to the cultural impacts of Astralis.
Who's friendly now? They come in with a bark and a bite to Mirage. 8 rounds on the CT side, knocking out Heroic with constant aggression. It's the crazy part. Heroic's first few rounds, some nice XX, avoiding the stacks, looking good, and then just run at for 7 rounds straight. Friendly Campers come to play here. Blast Bounty right on the edge of elimination as a last-minute stand-in. Well, right now they look to long it out for at least one more map.
Yeah, and I mean, you know, that would be really impressive. There was kind of nothing speaking to this at the end of map 1. But looking a damn sight better now. Ready for the push in through lower. xCloud still gets the better of them.
It's crazy shots. Finding a double there. Can they leave? Oh, yes, they can. Oh dear. xCloud doing it all right now.
All right, if the B hold can't withstand it, xCloud's job ain't even done. It's a 2v2 over here for this B control. Olymp giving them a run for their money, but time ball for the rotates and everyone else joins the fray. xCloud getting pumped up as a pistol round delivered to Heroic puts a bit of wind back in their sails.
A requirement, it felt like, just with the streak that friendly Campers amassed on that CT side. Like I said, 7 straight. to break the momentum. And also convert on a second pistol here for Heroic. I think they've won them both in this map. And this should be a simple conversion for Eco. Nicely done. Game time. Game on. This will close up in the blink of an eye.
Going to be another battle for this mid control. Good timing on this push in a con. They've already spotted xCloud, and that's the top performer for Heroic, removed from their first gun round. Really aggressive, really quick. And it's all looking to shape up here for the Campers as they get kills all across the map. Oh, hang on.
Careful, don't troll now.
I've never seen a Crizzen clutch.
Sit back and watch. Oh, come on, I'd like to see him go for it. They're behind him. He doesn't know how open this one is for the taking. Are they hunting the save already? Like, bro's in the site. Where is By Me? They're running away. This is a 1v4. He can just stick it right now. He doesn't know.
Oh,
he hears him running. Crizzen finds all
is.
four. He's won it. They thought he was saving. What on earth?
And you see the reaction there for the Campers. They know that that is a grave error.
Two kills and they run away.
Yeah.
Where do you think he is?
Oh dear. Oh dear.
I don't even know how they lost that. Running off the bomb site, knife out when your teammate is nowhere near. That's an unreal round to lose.
Well, that's his first 1v4 in Heroic. And his third ever.
First 1v4 in 2.5 years.
Since the academy days for Crizzen.
Oh my goodness, just sickening. Like, it all happened so quick, but even in that 2v1, they were allowed to reset. Just hide back sight, By Me, flanking. I'm sick. And so's Crizzen, to be fair. I didn't even watch the last round. It was just another round right there.
Yeah, I know. That's crazy. I'm still reeling from the last. Haven't even moved past it yet. And I mean, you know, we're feeling that as spectators looking in. Imagine what it felt like to have that happen to you. And then another round just happened. And now this game is really, really spiraling. It's all tied up. That 8-4 half doesn't really matter at this point. Heroic are right back in the fight.
Well, that's going to make the boot camp feel pretty nice when your captain comes through after a 3-kill nuke and 1v4s to even up the scoreline. Heroic vibes at an all-time high after a round like that. My oh my. They buy back in, but it's not pretty. Smokes get used immediately. Nothing left for replenishing.
Moonwalk dead. I mean, this is a test of your mettle for the friendly Campers. Can they brush off that horrid 4v1. Get back to posting some rounds here. Feels like it, as they really have put the squeeze on Heroic, but this one's going to stall out on A. It's left to this B plant. That's what they were teed up for this entire time. Olymp even getting very, very aggressive. Bomb gets planted. Heroic up for the retake. It's important for them that Olymp doesn't get away with a kill here, right? You kind of want this forward position to be used against the campers, but he'll catch Youngster on that push out through the spawn. Has the element of surprise for that one kill. And that now brings us in with 2v2. xFloud 3 kills to his name already. Job is far from over as he spams Olymp out of the bench. He's on for the ace. Samey gonna stop him, 1 kill shy of it, but Nilo carries that torch on for Heroic. Still very much burning as the defuse is in and a Heroic move into the lead.
Oh, they're unstoppable right now. They are just running on fumes. xFloud, great patience in jungle to not reswing that con player till his teammate was there. They peeked together and the spam through bench, seeing that bomb plant, reading it well. Both players just assaulting through the bench. Need a lot of shots to finish a kill from full health there, and Olymp forced out another clutch round here from Heroic to take the lead back in this game. Absolutely sickening recovery from Heroic. And Youngstar's got the AWP, out AWPing Samey in top middle as well. .5v4 and they just concede middle. He's feeling like a B hit with the bomb in apps 2 there. Nice shot, but
I mean, that's a pretty huge kill, or at least it's meant to be, right? That's xFloud removed, and up until now he's been the big threatening piece, but won't come to matter as everyone else falters in their fights, and now it's just Bimey left in this 1v4. And he won't have a Crizin-esque round, even though he beats him in the head-to-head. Heroic is starting to really pick up some momentum, yet to drop around in this second half as they make a surge, a final minute surge towards the finish line. They want this to be a 2-0. They want this over and done with. They want to celebrate that Crizin 1v4.
Hell yeah. Buy him something nice. Take him out to dinner, because that really kept this streak going, this streak of 6 rounds, and it kept friendly campers full tilt, full buy every round. They have just been forcing. Another investment and arguably another quick round. Just running out ramp. Youngstar, watch out. They're flooding. He's going to have to concede. Giving them A in a 5v4, but xFloud comes in. We know he's good for multi-kills, not in this one. Youngstar has to perform in what is soon to be a post plant. Ooh. Oh!
All right.
Okay.
Crazy double from Crizin as he keeps the good times rolling. He's just been a real force of nature in this second half, has the captain of Heroic, and the nade knocks out Samey. Again, a multi-kill round from Crizin.
That's my captain right there. Just showing them how it's done. And talk of done,
dude, I think,
they look done.
Yeah, you feel so deflated. Just this string of rounds that you've had. The 4v1 is, you know, definitely the backbreaker in there. But don't worry, they've broken other bones along the way. You had the almost ace from xFloud, deal sealed in the 1v1 from Nilo in the you know, round after, and just there, even a big 3K from Crizin when you finally have a bomb plant and it just so quickly gets away from you.
It just happened so quick.
Yeah, exactly,
well.
right? Like you were 8-4 up, you were feeling really, really good. Suddenly, Heroic are about to 2-0 you.
Yeah, absolutely. They were rocking CT side. Remember those pushes, some of the moonwalk rounds, the lineup from Bimey in the 2v4 had some sick rounds, and then just Heroic happened. Crushed under the weight of this most wanted team. And right now, they want to finish this quick. 2 rounds will get them there. boost is nice, but they need to walk further to find xFloud. Oh, and the molly might dissuade them. Youngstar opping CT, up connector they go. He's going to find them.
Oh, all right.
They're all dead.
Oh,
so
won't
don't
matter
worry.
because xFloud is just the GOAT.
Apparently, 24 and 15. It's crazy. Back-to-back maps as well.
Come on, Youngstar. Oh, he hit that.
He hit that?
He did hit that, which is
hit
impressive.
On the planter. He hit on the planter.
Wow, that's really not who or what I thought he was aiming for, and that should be enough for them to take the round. Sammy softened up, and Krisen there just as the constant difference maker.
Let's see that again. Was he moving and he hit the... I don't even know how he got Sammy. He didn't get the Apex player. That's... Okay, sure. Either way, xFloud's just absolutely storming the board right now. Oh, the lineup. Crisp from Heroic.
I mean, even this feels nice. I think it would have been very easy to have like a humongous misstep here on Mirage where you kind of let the campers in, you let them ride the high of that strong first half, but xFloud has no care in the world for what they want. What? He wants this game over and done with, and as he's verging on 30 kills, he has been the reason that Heroic have clawed this back. Don't get me wrong, there was a sick Krisen 1v4 in there, but my God, has xFloud put in a crazy shift in this series. Second highest performer on that previous map of Nuke, and absolutely rocks their socks off on Mirage. Hell of a comeback from Heroic. 8-4 down, it matters not. 8 is all they get. End of the line for the friendly campers.
The friendly campers are going to be some sad campers right now, unable to fight into this one, despite putting up a good first half. xFloud, he came alive once again, back-to-back maps. He said, there's no way I'm going to a third map. I'm not going to allow that to happen, because it did get dicey, Pimp. It did get close.
I mean, 8-4 half for the friendly campers. I thought to myself, that's going to be enough to make this game hyper-competitive. Unfortunately for them, there was this one moment in the second half where Krisen, winning a 1v4, getting a double of kills with a FAMAS, then picking up an AK-47, destroying the friendly campers, and at that moment, it was game over. They had nothing else to show for. The score says 13-8, and yeah, Heroic played a picture-perfect CT side, but my God, was that game close up until the point Krisen decided no more.
He decided no more, and he's going to be very happy considering the same thing here that for Heroic, right? They're under a strange situation. They don't have an AWPer. They're playing with their benched player, you know,
sure.
Not even a stand-in, you know, they're just trying to make this work kind of in a wild situation. They can be happy they got an important win here. They can be proud of their performance here.
Yeah.
For the friendly campers, though, on their side of things, obviously, first map didn't show up. This map, they at least showed more grit within them, but it's still going to be kind of lackluster from their expectations of what they said themselves they wanted in the interview.
It's the fashion they lose in that is a little bit worrisome for my taste. When you have an 8-4 half, you even lost the pistol in that 8-4 half, right? And Heroic converted, so they were up 3-0, and you get to 8 rounds, you think to yourself, this is a winning position.
Yeah.
You have that 1v4 situation against Krisen, and you can just see, you know, some teams can lose that round and still bounce back and still get something done on the server, but it felt like whenever they were losing, even on Nuke as well, but whenever they were losing close rounds or clutches or moments where they felt like, oh, we could have won this, you could see the player cams, they were visibly upset. They were not necessarily, you know, too glad about it. And I feel like in terms of the mental fortitude coming out from the friendly campers, it's very tough to play Dr. Phil based on webcams and basically watching them from one map. But it did feel like they just fell flat, you know, like the backbone was a wormish kind of thing. And that's not good enough when you are given such a big opportunity to play the Blast Bounty, which essentially you weren't supposed to from the get-go. So a little bit disappointed that they weren't able to make more out of it, but on the other hand, for Heroic, as you said, it's a good way of winning. Showed a bit of adversity, showed a bit of mental resilience, and got the job done.
Let's go all the way back to the end of the first half. Let's go to round 15 in there, and we'll have a look at the end of the first half. No, it's later than that now. Yeah, there, MR12, MR15. I'm still cooked on all of this.
Yeah, I'm going to take a wild guess and say this is going to be the round where Quizzen is absolutely destroying all hopes for the friendly camps. Youngster is getting baited for right here. They're losing out in the duels, and unfortunately, none of them are really working out. If you were to pause the clip right here, it doesn't matter how you do it. It doesn't matter where Quizzen is at. I am not sure why he's getting all these freebies. I like the way he's playing it, though, right? He's sneaking in. Again, this player, why are you out in the open? Why are you not holding your position? Player in jungle, you're so far away from the bomb that you're forcing yourself to run and give up your position so Quizzen can pre-aim towards jungle. Had you stayed closer to the bomb, you could have walked out. He had no idea where you were at. Guy on default, had you stayed default, there's no way Quizzen would have won this round, at least without buying a couple of more seconds for the guy in jungle to then get into that position. So, as much as I want to give Quizzen credit for winning an unbelievable 1v4, which it was, that was some of the worst counter-planned position I've seen anyone play in 2026. Wait, actually, the worst.
They were actually, yeah, the worst. We're not many days in, but also they were just all in such random positions. Like, they were so spread out. It was like a hunt before even knowing they're a hunt, and then they all scrambling towards the end. It was a mess. It was kind of to go to show. It started to see what was happening. We saw on Nuke. Started to come back into Mirage despite them having this lead, despite them having themselves in a good situation. But sometimes that's just the way the cookie crumbles. I want to put some focus on Youngster because he has to come into this situation. Benched, now turns up at the boot camp, does his best, saw him on the cameras, still happy, still energetic. This guy, like, I can't really fault him, man. I like him a lot.
Can be easy. Can be an easy situation to be in. Obviously, I think he would have hoped not to be benched in the first place. And then you gotta, I guess, recope and figure out, okay, what's the next move? He then gets another opportunity to play under the flag of Heroic. And let's say that he comes in and he's blowing off expectations. If not, Heroic can use him for the future. At the very least, he's putting himself on the map, and maybe other teams can look towards Youngster and say, okay, that's the kind of personality, that's the kind of player that we can integrate into our lineup. So as a Counter-Strike player, it's a fragile job. It's a fragile position to be in, especially when on the bench, but it's better to be a bench player that actually gets to play on the server and gets to showcase yourself than just sitting on the bench and not doing anything, you know. Bobski would probably have liked to play a bit more for Astralis in his time when he was benched, but wasn't supposed to happen. Maybe Youngster can make the most out of it.
Well, we've gassed him up enough, so let's talk to him as well. Youngster, how you doing, my man?
I'm doing good. How are you?
I'm doing very good. Thank you very much. Now, just talk to me about your mentality coming into this situation, last minute, having to stand in, coming off the bench to help the boys out. Like, how is it for you? Is it kind of awkward? Because you still seem the same energetic person on cameras we were watching.
I mean, at the start, I can say, like, I was home chilling. I was actually doing some plans for the future, you know. I was with my family, and I get the call on, I don't know what day, but it was like late at night, you know. Got the news. I had to play as an off, you know. So just trying to do the best out of it. So
did you start doing some crazy AWP practice, like AWP only DM or something?
I mean, I was traveling the next day, so I didn't really have time. I had to go back home because I was not home, so I had to go back home and pack the bag. And the next day I was off, so it was fast scheduled.
What's the goal here for you, Youngster? Obviously, it's a delicate position to be in, and it can be quite rough not knowing what's going to happen for the future. Is the goal just to play your best brand of Counter-Strike, and then hopefully someone else will pick you up, or do you think there's still a future in Heroic?
I mean, I don't know what's gonna happen with the situation. I was trying to help out the boys. You know, they're my friends, and the org is legendary org. I love the org, so just trying to help. And who knows what happens for the future.
You feel like this event is just a last chance in a way to show off a bit more, get some people interested in you as well?
I mean, not really. Like, the first season of last year was a good season for, like, overall Heroic, but also for me personally. And then, of course, like, the second season had, like, its up and downs. Like, we did some roster changes, like, or many roster changes we bought and sold players. So, like, I still know, like, and I think I have, like, a okay, you know, like this, as you say, like, I'm this positive, just trying to do my best, you know. And like, for people who know me, I was always trying to be positive and do the best out of the situation, you know. So we'll see how it goes.
It's a really important quality to have, and it's one thing I love about you as well. So it's good to speak to you again, Youngster. Good luck going forward in the rest of the tournament. Keep that energy, keep that smile on you, man.
Yeah, thank you so much.
One of those players that's impossible to hate.
Yeah, 100%. I love his energy. I love his positive vibes, and I love the fact that he's just coming in with an open mind and trying to do his best. I will also say, for people at home wondering if he's coming in, you know, with an individual mindset, imagine you're a rifle player. Imagine you have a certain position, you have a certain role that you've been playing out in Heroic and your former teams as well. Now you have to play the AWP. He's not auditioning to become an AWP player for a new team. So he's basically in an impossible situation. He's not going to show the world that he's a better rifler than he were before he was getting benched, because he's playing a different role now in Heroic. So fact of the matter is that he's coming in so positive and he's willing to just do whatever that is required from him. I love that mindset, and I hope that youngster will have a future, whether that is in Heroic or some other team. I think there's a lot of players and a lot of teams out there, you know, on that level that could use his qualities that he possesses.
Yeah, I don't think he will stay on the bench for long. But Pimp, we are done for the day, but there's still 2 more best of 3s coming your way. And next up, it is a banger one. 2 Ukrainian organizations going head to head. It's NAVI taking on Monte.
Welcome back to the Blast Bounty, where I finally made it. They let me off the plane. I've been stuck on an airplane for hours and days, but I'm here now and ready to talk about some Counter-Strike. How you doing, Maui?
I'm doing all right. I just thought you were hanging out in Vegas and it was some kind of hangover part 4 Darth Mike edition.
Yeah, they locked me on the roof. They had to find me. I put on this outfit as I was coming.
Did you meet Mike Tyson?
Over.
That's all I need to know.
Look, we can't talk about that.
Okay.
Can't talk about that. I signed an NDA.
Of course.
No Mike-related conversation. Moving on into Navi-related conversation. Perhaps we do have a matchup between Navi and Monte. That might be a little bit of a similar heavyweight bout
Yes.
to what we had in the movie The Hangover, which is that one of them's less heavy than the other.
Yeah, a bit of a mismatch, you would say, based off of the prestige of one organization, and really, I'd say the heights that one of them has fallen from, if you even want to call it those heights. But for Navi, we're looking at the same roster that they had last year around. This is a team that made it to the semifinals of the most recent major with the surprise victory over Furia. I feel like in some ways, they maybe put a little bit of a target on their backs with how well they performed at that, but I don't think anybody is really too upset. And I think that the personnel, as we've seen in HLTV's top 30 list, all of these guys have really proven themselves, including Alexi, that they are elite in terms of what they're outputting individually.
Oh, definitely, right? I mean, you got substantial player caliber, and you really had them come on. It wasn't always consistent event to event, but you had enough demonstrations of the facts that they can all be clicking at the same time. And when they are, this is a super dangerous team. I think Mikaze's come on really nicely down the stretch. We've had enough impact events and impact maps from him to really say, okay, this guy's got it. This guy's got it at this level of competition. When you combine that with Imma, when you combine that with Bit, 2 fringe top 20 players, that's really exciting.
It is, and I would say that my bold prediction about Navi for this season is that they are going to be a consistent top 6 team. I think they're going to be making it to almost every single playoff that they can at big events. I feel like maybe they don't quite have the firepower to necessarily always take it to a Vitality or maybe even an upgraded Spirit or a Falcons, but I feel like I'm going to see them making it through nearly every group stage rather easily.
I think the real question for this Navi, especially since they've returned their full 5, they haven't made any changes, right, as some were speculating, is can they contend for trophies, right? It's not just the top 6. This is an organization with such prestige, with such history in the game. They want to be lifting trophies. They want to be adding hardware into the trophy cabinet. And that is, I think, where we still have some questions about Navi, if they can really contend with those tippy-top teams like the Vitalities of the world.
It's a good question, one that's obviously over time going to be really spelled out for us, but I have so much faith, almost a blind amount of faith in Alexi and Blade, and I think that every single player with Mikaze now, instead of being the squeaky wheel, now being part of the driving force for what is making Navi as good as they are, especially on their playoff runs, I think they have all of the pieces they need and are really shaping up nicely.
I'm hearing that if Blade starts a cult, you're signing up.
I'll probably be his right-hand man, if he'll so allow me.
Well, we'll see. Right now, he's got Alexi B, and we have another team to talk about. So over on the other side of things, Monte, right? They've got the task of trying to deal with the Blade Alexi cult. And this is a team that just recently lost one of their big pieces, Ryu moving over to Astralis, Rainwaker coming in. He's playing with them as a stand-in for now, but my understanding from talking to Gizmi is that it is a little bit of a trial as well. They're playing him in those spots to see if he works, to see if he can keep the team moving on a positive track, because Maui, they ended last season with a pretty big win. They won that DreamHack Knockout tournament, which was an absolute brawl. I was actually there. I watched it. They were in dark rooms using like signs to block each other off. So they weren't, screen cheating accidentally. It was a crazy tournament. Look, if we're talking about Navi as the prize fighter, Monty right now are the bare knuckle boxers fighting in a back alley, and they won it.
That it is an impressive victory given some of the competition there were a lot of teams around their level. So I feel like losing Ryu, though, is going to be something that they have to deal with. Obviously, Rainwaker, after his time with Liquid, he started frying when he was on 500. He started actually really coming into his own, wasn't quite the same passive force. I feel like he had a little bit more initiative as an individual. I think he just playing at that level just instilled a little bit more faith in himself. So if he's able to bring some of his own individual proactivity and confidence, there's a real chance that he can fill those shoes that Rio left.
That's the big question, right? Can he just keep them on the positive trend? We'll have to find out. This would be a great way to demonstrate it, right? If they can get it done against Navi, or even just look solid against Navi, be very encouraging. Question is, where are they going to do it? So let's go ahead and find out. It's time for the veto. Any suspicions here about what we might see?
I'm kind of curious. I mean, Navi was toying with the veto quite a bit in the previous season. I'm kind of interested if either of them are going to be going with Anubis here, because obviously it's in the pool. Monty going with Nuke showed some familiarity with that in the previous season. For the side of Navi here, Okay, no, they just go with their
Mirage.
tried and true Mirage.
Yeah.
Not really too much of a surprise, I guess.
Gizmy was telling me in the interview that this is what they expected. They got the veto they anticipated, so they have had the chance to prep for it a little bit, which will give you a bit of comfort. That is the Anubis out. Eventually, we'll see some more Anubises. Can't wait till that gets worked back in. Just really curious to see how it works with the economy changes. And if we're going to get some more changes to it maybe sometime eventually. Thank you, Valve, please. So we do have the veto. We're going towards our final map of I've completely lost track. I'm a little jet lagged right here, Maui. What's our final map?
Well,
oh, that's right. Dust
1
2.
second and we got it. Yeah, there we
Yeah.
go. Dust 2. I would say this is an incredibly strong veto for Navi. I mean, I feel like this is a huge uphill battle for Monte. That's kind of why I was interested to see if they were going to throw any sort of curveball into the mix here. But as it stands, I'd say that Navi are winning this series 9 out of 10 times. Maybe that's even being too generous.
Well, generosity notwithstanding, if we get a 3-map series here, is that a moral victory for Monte, even if they can't take it over the line?
I would say so. I mean, I feel like right now, as they're trying to integrate a new player in his first event with Monte, you're going to just be looking for him not being a liability, a losing condition. Really, though, I think that the one underrated aspect of Monte is that a lot of their individuals, if you just kind of give them an open space, if they're able to take a fair fight, they can stick it to some of the guys on Navi. I'm not writing them out completely. It's just that Navi doesn't really give you fair fights. They're a team that, because they have so much tactical prowess, they're going to be getting a lot of backstabs, sideswiping you, just catching you when you're unaware. When you're trying to fill a hole, they're creating 3 new ones. So that's going to be the question for me. Can Monte just corral what Navi is doing, or maybe just be the proactive team every time they get the chance?
That'll be the question, a question that they have to answer, but someone who might have some answers over on the Navi side is Alexi B, so let's hear from him. I'm here with Alexi ahead of his matchup against Monte. Alexi, coming into this season, coming off of last year, right? It was a little bit of a tough year for Navi, and there was a lot of speculation from outside the roster that there might be changes coming in. Obviously, we know now U5 are returning. Anything you can share with us about those off-season conversations and what ultimately led to bringing back the full squad this year?
I think every rumor we heard was false, and I think there was a lot of false rumors, not even surrounding us. So there's nothing else I can say about it. But yeah, we came to this season with the same squad, and we're confident we can improve and play like we ended the season.
Love to hear that. It was a strong end of the season. Some really nice results going into that. Question about your young player, Makaze, right? He came on really strong at times last season, particularly in the end at the major there. What are you expecting from him coming into this year?
I'm expecting of the same, and I think that he understands himself that what he's capable of, and he can pull it off at the biggest stage. So yeah, for sure, I wouldn't say we trust him more, but I feel like he showed us how he can play, how he can individually just completely shut the game down, and that's a very good thing to have for this season.
Now, looking at this matchup in particular, a Monte team that has made a change themselves, that are, haven't had as many opportunities at this level of competition. What do you make of them?
They just changed the player, so I think maybe not the most comfortable thing for them. But at the same time, who knows, maybe they started the season a bit earlier. We also did, and we've been grinding on the bootcamp, and we are trying our best now to go with the flow of last season, just try to improve as much as we can, map pool changes in a couple days ago, and just trying to be in shape and understand that the online games can be tough, and be here to qualify for Malta.
Love to hear it. Good luck.
Thank you so much.
Eyes on the prize for Alexi, and the prize is Malta. I thought it was interesting that it seemed like the outside conversation was very different from the internal conversation for Navi.
I suppose. I mean, I'm the thing I really keyed into that interview was more just the faith that they have in Makaze and the rise that he's had. This would be a great way to start off 2026 for him, especially on Nuke, given the fact that he's going to be dealing with all those outside yard problems that Monte are trying to throw at him. So I just want to see him continue, because I feel like he's top 20 player caliber. And so if he can get a really nice start here, get the sample size that everybody wants to see, then he definitely can get himself in that prestigious elite 20.
Well, we'll see if he can do it. It would be a hell of a way to start off 2026. So without further ado, Navi's debut, Monte's 2, and our casters, Scrawny and Launders, to take it away.
It's nice to have you, Mike. Welcome to the Blast Bounty, and welcome everybody to the Navi debut of 2026. I mean, already on a boot camp. Nice to see them taking it super seriously. Alexi even giving us that info that they've kind of started their boot camp and their season a little bit early. I think that just gives you more faith in Navi if you're here to cheer them on today.
They are serious gamers, and I mean, when they came into Budapest, they were the team that I think a lot of people expected to just have no problems versus underdogs. Like, they don't really crumble in those situations. And they figured out a way to power up for that last event of the year. Like, Navi, in a lot of regards, know what they're doing. When in terms of organizing the calendar, making the most of pieces you wouldn't expect, believing in a vision where the players don't end up leaving over a long period of time. Like, they do that all almost better than anyone else, and they keep proving it as every season passes. So let's see how much better they've gotten now.
We don't talk about pick'ems often when we're not at the major, but think about how confident everybody was Navi was going to go 3-0.
Yeah.
Even all the other teams were saying, nah, Navi got this. And guess what? They delivered. So it'll be an uphill battle here for Monte today. Beginning nuke on the T side as well. Ex-Fnatic Afro in the server, folks. And right now, you've got Ema getting shot in the back. Makaze tests the side of the main smoke. That's going to find him 2 headshots. And so man advantage reestablished for a second, but Afro's going to get that equalizing kill. And a little bit of space as bomb is planted here. They earn themselves a breath. Here comes the retake. Quickly in. Makaze finds a third, and Afro shuts him down. And that's all Afro's going to get in this one. Valiant effort with his 2 kills in the middle, but a Navi CT pistol to kick off nuke.
Saw that shot from Bit. Barely was looking at him from up in heaven. That's nice. And I mean, they throw in the flash. It has nothing to do with Mini. It's just to get people looking up into heaven. The double push down the smoke. It's so well organized. This round, they didn't even get a kill from their upper hold. They had Makaze push back in through the Mini smoke, grab 2, heaven player, retake players. They all contributed. But from Monte's POV, they're like, man, we got 2 guys down on the site. Still couldn't win this round. Or bring it close, really.
Well fought, you know, bomb plant earned at least, so it's not one of those entirely flat A commitments that sometimes you see. But Monte's still tough pill to swallow, that you had really no space in the post plant whatsoever to thrive. We go double Galil, AK-47 for the follow-up, and early ramp presence to come Bit's way. Already getting into the elbow of that ramp push. This is a lot of space given. You can kind of spread out, breathe a little. And all of a sudden, Bit gets caught off guard as well by Azuwu. So he comes through with consistent openings in round 1 and 2 at least. And pressure to be had downstairs as Ema locks into dark. But they'll pause. Monte, that is, sitting inside of ramp instead.
With the bomb. Oh, okay. Gizmi gets this trade back. And in the 3-on-3, obviously, they want to go down lower. Hard to argue against it.
Ema had that earlier rotate in Alexi. He's still over towards the double doors.
Kaze got hit in the head. Down to 7 health.
Can't die, because if he does, you'd think, you know, ramp's still leaving you with options. And at least 1 CT confirmed downstairs. Afro manages to get down through Secret as Alexi peels back away from the double doors. There's a world here where Ema gets caught out.
The vent guy, though, it doesn't feel like he's going to come help in this situation. I mean, Afro's looking around. He's trying to get someone in the back line. But, oh, here it is.
That's where it goes.
But do they run into Ema? Yeah, they do.
Got a back turned. Oh, I thought he would get caught off, but instead he catches them with the double kill.
1-on-1.
Gizmi dropping down on top of him like that. Bit of a gift given over. That's the bomb drop in the Astralis corner. But remember that early damage Afro got on Makaze?
This door can make all the difference. Wait, he's not going to get the bomb?
Not yet.
Too much searching here, Afro. This is not going to give him options when he wants to go for the plant.
I mean, he last saw Makaze over
Will he
towards hell.
fake is the question. That would be crazy, but it might be the right move.
Doesn't choose the smoke, has to commit to it. Oh, he got him off it.
My.
Don't die, Makaze. Wait, whoa, oh my God. Coming back in a 3rd time, dying after it, so be it. It's a round win for Navi, but we're playing dangerous games out of the gate here today.
Dangerous games, absolutely. I think after the 2nd time you open the door, time's expired, just go for the shot. Still well done to not die. Man, Afro spent this whole round just looking around, really. Trying to, Afro even had to go get that bomb in the 1v1. Just wanted to get the easier kill. And to his credit, had no idea where the rotation would come from. Didn't feel like he could plant, probably. So, fair enough.
Last spotted Makaze in hell. So he goes to clear base of ramp, but Bit gets cleared out.
Yeah.
This is a faster one. Again, force buy back in, made possible with that bomb plant and the idea that Navi's economy is low. You catch him off with a quick pace. EMET in with another double from lower.
3v3 now. They're already out of grenades. This control side hold is going to be everything. They're not even going for the plant.
Single door duel picked up by Afro. Makaze bested, and I like the tenacity of Monty in this round. They smelt blood in the water.
Oh, and Alexi, did he? Nope, doesn't know they left.
So a wasted frag grenade in the middle of this one.
That'll also hold their attention
anything
for a long time as they try to scale. They're going to constantly think about backside here.
Yeah, you're right. Look how worried they are that there's still somebody behind the silo. Yeah, sorry, boys. You're chasing ghosts, and as Gizmi comes back in to kill Alexi, it's best case wonderful save. Talked about the economic impact of the last round. This one's going to hurt as well for Navi. Monty, it was a great read, and they caught Bit off with that aggressive smoke push.
Just kind of a failure from Bit. He has ramp to himself, his deep smoke. He's holding the left side, misses the flick to the right side, doesn't deliver a single kill. That's not, you know, from his perspective, it's just not supposed to happen. He's actively watching this smoke push, looking to make it, you know, 2 or 3 kills and embarrass them this round. And instead, well, how often would he not get a kill in that spot?
Navi in a real rough spot now. MP9 and 5.7s around that M4 coming into round 4. Great chance for Monty to put some early terrorist round wins on the scoreboard. Their map pick of Nuke versus their opponent selected by them as well. Still my favorite part of the bounty.
Definitely. Just something great to have.
I think the all-time bravest pick still belongs to G2 last season when they tried to take a swing at Spirit.
Oh yeah, like
their
right
first
out of the
pick,
gate.
and they went right for number 1.
Mm-hmm. And they missed.
Yeah, of course, but hey, they tried.
Yeah.
A lot of others missed as well, but they didn't have the bravery mixed into it. Right now, brave to face the exits onto that A bomb site. 2 CTs stacked up per. And that 5th layer up in heaven and wonderful, so very little map control. But the thing is, Monty aren't spreading out whatsoever. Clumped up inside of the lobby, ready to respond to a push like this. They'll catch all 4 frags. So a good thing they're there in numbers. And unfortunately, it's just false confidence for Navi. They get the first kill, nothing from it thereafter. Wonderful. The last remaining Navi player is going to go interrupting back into the lobby with a clean shot onto Gizmi. And still 63 health. I mean, this is oddly doable.
Dude. Look how fast he went downstairs. And, oh, he's assuming that they're going to fake. Tried to scare him, but they didn't run back to lobby, so I don't think they even heard the vent drop.
It's ambitious from Wonderful, but unfortunately, out-rotates himself, comes storming back down through the vents as well. He's got a Molotov, and he's got no kit to play out on this one. And there's no money in the coffers either, so next round's looking real bleak here for Navi. Even if he does save, and seeing as he doesn't sense an opening into this B bomb site, that's exactly what he's going to do. Tuck tail, give Monty that second, and we've got a tied game 4 rounds in.
Yeah, very nice kills. And trades back here for, what is it, B-Mass or Bi-Mass? I forgot. Cast him so long ago.
B-Mass.
B-Mass, yeah.
B-Mass.
Yeah, it's B-Mass, yeah.
Or is it Biomass? That's a thing.
Yeah,
it's not.
I don't think so.
No.
Great round from him and Afro.
Raini Walker.
It's wonderful to have the same haircut as Darth Mike.
You know, 2 peas in a pod, those guys. I get it, Wonderful. Low maintenance.
Yeah. I think about that sometimes.
Mm-hmm. Oh, poor guy.
Ooh.
Spam through. So hope your save was worth it. M4 scooped up by Makaze at least. See if anything can get done, but it's another slower start by Monty. Just going to play collected, right? We've seen 2 rounds now, 2 setups inside of lobby. I like to see them be this kind of passive when it comes to dealing with what could be that threat of a couple pistols. You know, you got the lobby aggression that you were looking for last round. Took 45 seconds to get there, but you got what you wanted, and you won the round off it. Shots up into heaven as the pistols trickle down. We've got one backside, and remember this, picked up M4's got a chance. Alexi B and Ema picking up kills with upgraded pistols. The second Desert Eagle headshot connects from heaven. Ema has been so good so far with these doubles, but it's a Zuwu's clutch queued up. And down into the vents he'll drop still. Space given behind him.
And
he will get away with this plan.
Yeah, I mean, it was the outside rotation from Imma. He'll go down. Bomb is taking a couple extra seconds to get planted, and he's worried about decon, so it gets pre-closed.
Ema walks up. Zuwu's gonna climb the boxes.
Shadow's there.
Yes, sir. Saw that. Oh, he takes 77 health off Alexi, who's got to be careful with his next peek. Floor bang comes through from single, and this is such a nasty angle to try to exit. No chance. And Zuwu's going to close the 1v2. Valiant effort from Navi, and this consistency from Ema yet again with just the dig. But it's Monty's round win and lead.
Yeah, they probably should have been able to convert in that spot just because, like, Alexi doesn't have to die at ramp. He goes a little bit wider. It's Azu has no options in that spot once they know that he's there. And he missed his first spray, but Imma isn't coming out of decon. So this is a great move from Azu to make. Shouldn't have been able to have this opportunity. So Navi, well, for Imma, he's the guy hoping Alexi helps play off his position. He got the 2 deagle shots up from heaven. That shouldn't have happened in the first place.
Navi usually the sort of team to capitalize on those situations when they make those impossible moments happen. But not able to push that one over the line. So they come back in with their guns and low utility. You can see already down to 4 grenades across the team for Navi.
Patience great here for Monty in this round. Already Navi, we see, don't have any impact utility. They've got no HEs, no Molotovs. They actually have no kits on this round. So longer this goes on, they're just going to feel very exposed. They're going to be able to re-smoke Mini. Or Squeaky, I should say. But if it becomes an upper pop, that might be the one round they're actually looking for.
Alexi trying to dodge these flashes. One good one gets him off his angle, and in that moment, BMAS comes through with the double entry. Sees the third push towards vent. Makaze into the cover, gets away with a second, and then wonderful from up above. But you've got that vent player ready to pop, and he'll find them unprepared. It's Bit this time with a double, and Navi keeping the pressure on, even when it feels like Monty have the edge.
Yeah, big time. I mean, they got both kills in the entry again. Like, that's like the pistol round all over again. It's the rotators coming, it's Makaze coming in with the 2K. The sprays are great and everything like that, but this is around Monty. I felt like before the exec dart, I was like, oh no, like they're coming into a low utility Navi. They kind of want something like an upper pop where you're not throwing a lot of counter utility, you're just fighting. And then they get the kills anyway, and then they lose anyway. So here it is, rotators saving the day. And it's not even like that messy here for Monty. It's just everyone from Navi rotating in really quick.
Shout out Makaze for being able to get into the cover
Seriously.
of the boxes, right? Because you see that BMAS wants to lock into him for the 3rd kill of his entry frag. Getting into the cover, finding the vent kill, and then even stuffing the one guy who goes wide enough to try to stop him. As action-packed movement from Makaze for his 6th and 7th frag of this map. He'll be sitting pretty at the top of the scoreboard for Navi at the moment. And that's a tied game again for the record, not to mention we have Monty deciding not to come into this with anything really. We've got a Desert Eagle on both BMAS and Azuwu, but that's it. Full buy on the other side of this round. We'll see what kind of damage they can do to limit Navi's success. Easy 1-2 between Makaze and Ema. Zoned. Can't play behind the red box with the pressure from Makaze. Can't sit behind the long side of it with the secret peek. And Ema should know better than to put his head on a silver platter for that Desert Eagle. should.
I don't know. I think he should just peek. I think he's really on form right now, and someone else could make a mistake. You know, it's like a first situation. If I don't get the eco kills, we're going to lose. That's his quote.
But you got to remember, Ema's playing with Blade standing behind him.
Yeah, but Blade can't actually do anything if he's far him.
Yeah, we'll talk about it after. Ema living in the now. Things fall quiet here for 30 seconds as we near the 30-second mark.
All right, Bit, you get another try at the ramp hold.
Make a bit of sound and try to jump their way around the corner, but Afro quickly toppled. And there's support here for Bit as well, so they're going to chew through this ramp attempt, and nothing happens whatsoever, barring that Makaze death. One frag versus Navi is not going to really chip too hard into the economy as we get Monte getting back in with their next buy.
I feel like this lineup could be a Bizarro Liquid lineup. Starting with Rainwaker, of course.
Yeah. Yeah, if you were to tell me that, I mean, I could see Afro.
Were you the guy who said, like, hot take, I think Rainwaker was actually a little bit better than the debut showed, but...
I was there for that conversation, but I can't take credit for it.
Okay, someone else.
Yeah, we were out there, though. We were talking about all the Liquid rejects and the could-be's and the has-beens. Well, now he's back.
He's not shooting for the body anymore.
With North Americans' op struggles, I feel like, you know, Afro, somebody post-Fnatic could have ended up on Liquid, too.
Bizarro Liquid, I'm saying.
They always need at least one European. Here we go into man advantage. Wonderful's dead already. 3-player pack crossing over. This double up for Navi. I mean, this is a great setup for it, but Bit's got to get something, and if not him, then Ema. With one frag in between the two, it's not enough. We're going to get the vent scramble downstairs as the 4v2 for Monte bodes well. Bomb's still sitting back, though. They're going to play options because the other half of Monte right now taking over ramp control. So you can sit here, pause on secret, force Alexi's hand. Shadow advantage is now going to make B feel all the more clear for the taking. And when you link up with your other double over towards ramp, this one, a done deal.
You think that Bit angle works if he tries it again? You think it was just an awkward shoulder clear?
Yes.
Yeah?
I got hope in it.
I'm like, I haven't seen that one.
I think also you got to take an alternative angle when you're there with two people.
Oh, he had a teammate. I get it, but they weren't really covering the same fight.
I have faith in Bit to play the good lines.
I think he's trying stuff.
It's 2026, man.
Yeah. No better time to do it than January.
Well, maybe wait until you have a lead. You know, a better lead than this.
Okay. Yeah. Okay.
You try things at 8-2, not at what is now 4-4. And on top of that, 4 survivors as well for Monte. So very healthy round, considering that they decided to come into the previous with the double deagles. We've got cash flow, but yeah, I can see that angle catching.
It looked, it looked like a really hard one to figure out, but the shoulder spot was just perfect.
It also had Bit with shadow advantage too. Makes it even harder for the terrorists coming down. But he got away with it. Navi will come into this one with a limited Makaze. Desert Eagle for him, MP9 on Alexi. Monte have everything they want in this world. I think 4 rounds on the board, 8 rounds deep is also where they're content to be. But a more aggressive opening here from Bit out of the ramp room. We haven't seen him pushed up this far. Testing the limits of lobby. Monte will set their eyes into the A site instead, and that's going to cost them a Zuu. No trade for that one. Wonderful on his own out here. Has a Gizmi duel queued up, and he'll win his. Also taking limited damage in return. 3 separate engagements, all go swimmingly. 25 damage per Navi player, each of them walking away with a kill to their name.
Yeah, now they're lack a gun here on Makaze. It won't really matter at all. 2 on 5. Afro, this could be an amazing shot. We'll see if he catches this jumps ball in the doorway. It's pretty much impossible. Oh. Guess if there'd be got to do it, it'd be BMass.
Makaze's got to play it safe. Using that deagle, he'll dive right back into the single door. Vent support inbound. And a ramp room. Angle held here by Bit. He'll collect his. And we're a Makaze kill away from a team ace. They're going to send him in for it. And there we go. 1 frag per player on the Navi side, none of which die.
Let it be known that was a 5 damage headshot with a dink that sounds the same as if it did 99 damage. And that's not okay. And if we're going to change things, we don't have to bring cash in. Let's start with that change.
I like that. Really working on the minutia today.
Yeah.
It's Counter-Strike. Devil's in the details. That's fair. If we do have different audio sounds for different grenade pin pulls.
I mean, at least a differential between under 50 and over 50.
I like that. More aggressive stance into Hut.
Not all dinks are equal.
Afro. Oh, he's going to get found out, and Alexi stuck into that fight. Wonderful slips down into the bomb site, and there's good support here along the back wall. Falls to Rainwaker, 1v3, a stuffed attempt to get into that A site.
Yeah, he's low, no kill. Imma, 4 HP, don't know if he can be found.
Another Imma 2K. He has been so consistent with the double ups.
That's why I'm saying he should peak.
You've sold me.
Bit, it's just narrowly, okay.
All's good.
He doesn't have the HP for it. He goes down. It's all about Imma's sharp aim.
It's a majority alive situation for Navi, now sitting pretty 6-4. But honestly, great Counter-Strike being played by Monte. I like it. You know, some teams step up to the challenge and bring nothing. But they've offered us some good rounds, some convincing calls.
You weren't impressed with Happy Dads?
Flappy, what was their name? Happy Campers.
Happy Campers.
Just joshing you. Those guys crumbled when they lost that 4v1.
Yeah, that was hard for me to watch because I've been there.
Yeah, that'll get you.
That's
yeah.
It's funny because you watch from the outside and you're like, just don't tilt.
Yeah, just don't tilt.
Just don't tilt. They were actually doing great.
Kind of as easy as saying don't lose the 4v1.
Yeah, yeah. That was definitely easy to not lose as well. You can say that. But I did like the emotion out of them. We saw, shot, adequate response, proportionate.
Gonna feast on these unarmored Glocks, bringing nothing to the table. Instead, just trying to set up for the following rounds. We've got 2 left to play out. Excuse me, 1 left. That was the second to last. 7-4. Comfortable one for Navi, and the buy will be good for Monte. They've done good economy management throughout this. Their buys have always had all the util. Nothing scruffy out of Monte, and an honest 4-round T-side so far versus Navi. Chances in a few of those that Navi have picked up, so nothing to be ashamed of if you're Monte. Dare I say it, Lauder's a good game of Counter-Strike at the Bounty so far.
Yeah, definitely decent, and I think they have the entry power for sure. We've seen it.
It's just the double potential coming out of all of Navi and Makaze.
What a recovery.
Yeah, really nicely done dealing with the pressure of that flashbang. Gets a frag grenade out. And that's going to piece up Monte sitting outside down to the 3v5. So starting to feel the pressure of a solid, confident defense. A defense that can rely on multiple pieces, as we've seen. Double digits between Ime and Wonderful. Makaze and Bit right there on their heels. And Alexi B just orchestrating the entire affair. We hit a minute left in this T-side out of Monte. It's going to be a main entry attempt. Ime's the guy to be piecing together 2Ks, but in his absence, Makaze and Alexi combined on both sides, shutting down what was left of that valiant effort out of Monte. But in those last 6 rounds, 1-round win and not a single bomb plant in the others.
My name is Jacob Winneke, and today I'll walk you through a little bit of a map analysis on Nuke. It's between Spirit and Eternal Fire, and what I want to showcase for you guys today is how you condition your opponents to feel uncomfortable and maybe deny them information in order to cause rotations and then losing your rounds. Now we have Spirit on the T side and we have Eternal Fire on the CT side, and I want to set the scene from the get-go. Donk over here towards Yard is being applied to, I guess, pressurize a little bit. According with Donk right here, there's also 2 smokes being put down. One here and one here, which is gonna deny the vision for the player up here in CT spawn, so he no longer knows whether or not anyone can cross down towards secret. So with those two smokes, you're conditioning the opponent and forcing them to make a calculated guess whether or not someone is going down secret, which is why they have placed a player down towards secret already here, so the CT defense have now been spread thin from the get-go. Now what's gonna happen now is that Spirit is gonna stay inside the lobby, and what they're hoping for is some sort of reaction for Eternal Fire. However, they're playing very defensively. As you can see the way it's set up right now as well, you have a player very defensively out here, you have a player down towards secret who's super defensive, you have two players inside who at this point haven't made a move or haven't pushed or haven't done anything, and you have a player boosted on ramp as well in a very isolated position where he cannot rotate away. When you're in this position right here, you're fighting till you're dying. Now what's gonna happen is that we have 3 Spirit players moving towards ramp right here later in the round, and they're gonna go out towards ramp and applying their pressure. Now before they do that, they have players out here in Donk who's now rotated from yard back towards lobby, in towards center with this boy. They're gonna throw Molotovs towards inner. I believe they're Molotoving behind the second vent. They're Molotoving somewhere on this side as well. And they're also gonna throw a smoke towards gate. Now what that does is that they're trying to sell the idea that they're going inside. Meanwhile, 3 players from Spirit are moving in towards ramp, and they're actually going out ramp right here.
Monty bring a little bit of a test to the table at the start of that T side. 4 rounds secured, and they'll swap over to the defense of their map pick now. But it looks like Navi's boot camp and an early start to the first season of 2026 looks good. Everybody's contributing. We've got multi-frags and no glaring issues or errors, really, from either team.
No, absolutely. I think that was just a team that was better overall. And it was actually... It was like Navi, it felt like they were trying to catch a falling knife every round, but they successfully did it. Like, a round that was basically over, Makaze, Ima would come in with 2K, so.
Into the second pistol of the map, and Alexi's got first blood this time. Wonderful splashbangs are good. Catches Gizmi just stuck back sight where BMAS is now still able to hang on to a little bit of space, but the damage has been done. 30 health left between the 2 CTs. Makaze and Wonderful have an advantage here, but what they don't have is their bomb.
Yeah, I was like, why aren't they trying to dive the vent? But they've got to get this thing off the floor.
Good on BMAS to survive all that pressure. There was a lot of terrorists flooding outwards.
It's got to be a headshot right now. Oh,
yeah, it's not. Makaze takes one to the body again from 45 down to 15. Now Rainwaker, oh, that's what he's looking for. But it would have been better on Wonderful.
7 health. Rainwaker, he's got to hope for something interesting to happen here from Wonderful to sort of overcook this play. And, well, that's a guaranteed spot if he doesn't think that Rainwaker is going to rush it and go to ramp. I don't know if he knows about the headshot right now.
Honestly, the timing still works, though. The timing still works in that if he is... Yeah, Wonderful's going to be thinking ramp for sure. I think Rainwaker's like 5 seconds ahead of the internal clock of Wonderful.
Will he give him a shoulder or not?
Oh, but sitting here on this angle...
Oh, everyone's shooting at shadows today. They can't shoot back.
Afraid of the shade.
Saw BMAS pre-fire a shadow earlier. It just worked because he's got amazing spray control and just kept it going, but that's tough.
Good on Wonderful.
Falling for the shadow.
Gets away with it. And Navi take that second pistol for the 9-4 advantage.
You don't even have the shoulder peek anymore, you shadow peek.
Shadow peek.
Shadow peek, it sounds cool. As well.
Terminology, let's get it.
Nice shot.
First, CS2 gave us edging, and now it gives us shadow peaks. This game is elite. And so are Navi.
And Azuwu.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's one of those names I'm still certain is just to mess with us.
Yeah, definitely. It's like Bob XD.
I try not to take myself too seriously, but when I have to say Azuwu all day, I really wonder, maybe I should go just pump some gas, you know?
Pump some gas.
That was my old job. I thought of...
you never told me about that job.
Yeah, I used to be a cashier at a gas station.
Huh. That happens 10 out of 10 times and you're holding an angle with the scout.
Oh, back's turned. Don't drop this, Gizmy.
Oh, Gizmy.
Yup, pick one!
Ooh.
Yup!
Nice.
And the second. Nicely done. That's that kind of situation where the second always gets away, and when it wasn't the instant headshot, you think it could have, but you don't check your corners, and Navi's pistol momentum goes up in smoke.
Emma's like, I gotta save the day again. Every time. Whoa. Almost rewriting into that frag somehow. If they're not careful about how they peek this, he can isolate these fights. Time is just getting down there. He doesn't think it's possible right now, even though they're all in reachable spots. He might get one more shoulder peek off the back of red. We'll see.
Whoa, a little bit labored, and Rainwaker there to end it. So
Gizmy,
Monty's
baby.
CT endeavor starts with a nice double deagle out of Gizmy.
That is no easy task. Everyone's been in this situation. Guys who aren't looking at you aren't impossible to predict because they don't know you're there. They don't know how they're going to strafe. Wonderful. Couldn't get that spray under control in time, and that was pretty much just a perfect play with the deagle in that spot when you're sweating. I'd rather be in a 1v1 with Flusha than be in that position.
So Monty going to put the pressure on the start of both halves. We saw Navi pull ahead towards the end of the CT side.
Ooh, they're not making the committed rotation to double up on ramp, so this won't be a little bit of extra emphasis on Rainwaker. Uh-oh, careful. Uh-oh, time to go.
Getting out of there, sticks around for a second.
Interesting.
Yeah. And then they're going to start stomping over towards Hell instead. So Afro's going to hold the line. Rainwaker tucks into the wall, takes a further angle as well, and things are going to get weird if they don't see anything for a bit longer.
Going to get very weird. Man, if he wants to play this far up. Okay. It's a good spray, but now he's really committed. Okay.
Holding it down with the double. Ooh, and then Azuwu comes out wide with the Galil, but takes a Tech 9 to the forehead. Now Gizmy's chance to put this one on ice. He'll do exactly that. Another double for him back to back, this time just to close it, and a 3-round lead, all that Navi have. Monty, the advantage of a CT side here. Bottomed out economy on the side of Navi. Everybody sub $2,000, so that's going to be a save.
And the nature of it as well with the half buy coming through and the Gizmy kills.
And we're talking about a 2-round game with Monty on the defense of their map pick. Again, they seemingly did do enough in that first half. Needed, we'd think, maybe a second pistol to give them this kind of a kickstart, but a force buy, hey, you take what you can get. Round 16 will be an opportunity to feast, build up the money, and really put the pressure on the start of Navi's season.
And they've won 2 of those low buys this map so far. They don't want any smoke this round.
Navi don't really have a fire starter, barring this Desert Eagle. No Kevlar across the board, no flash to try to set him up, just banking on Monte overstepping, and Afro keeps it clean with the FAMAS. You can always trust the FAMAS in the hands of the French. It's where it's meant to be. But it looked better before we watched him. Frag grenade meant to deal with somebody. More Glock dinks than I'm comfortable with. A second one coming out, and now an M4 in the hands of Bit. He still has 2/3 his health to work with. A lineup for main could be sketchy.
How is he even still fighting here?
Too many targets for him to take down. It's a triple challenge through the main side for Monte to keep majority alive.
And that's what's important. So, yeah, the Glock kills, it looks cool. You get a couple of frags, but they just needed numbers. So, I think for NAVI, this is where they feel like the real game begins. It's not like they go to T-side and they're suddenly scared, though. It's NAVI. Like, their T-side rounds are so hard to play against. Monte will have to grind these out. Afro's got his op. He's looking good so far. So let's see how that translates. Well, 7 damage in the back of the foot.
Ooh.
Okay. He's just happy to duel from up there, huh?
Yeah, Bit was grooving up there. Sliding around. Trying to dodge op shots. Pays off. 5v4 for NAVI with the gun.
Oh, he didn't go wide enough. Okay,
but he still gets it before Makaze can regain vision.
Uh-oh. That ramp
Wonderful,
is
slips
totally
the net.
open.
Yeah, Rainwaker's going to get caught off by that one. Dishes out 28 damage in response, but finds himself taken down, causing a Zuu to kind of panic rotate towards double doors. And luckily for him, there is no overextension here from Wonderful.
Yeah, also, Wonderful's here just with his ear to the wall, understanding that there's one lower. There could be two, but for now, they've pulled one from upper. Now, this is an interesting spot from Holt to Holt from, actually. Nicely done here for Gizmy. The floor gets taken over. BMAS up in heaven. That molly, no, doesn't land in the right spot.
Front sight plant instead. It's going to put Bit in a good position for the post plant. Smoke comes down to try to cover the vent exit. Bit, does he lose track of it because he's lost a teammate? And that heaven push kind of drew his attention for a second. Seems sketchy as Ema tries to keep himself into the cover. Oh, the smoke held, and BMAS gets the trade out of the side of that. That is a 1v1 clutch. Good trades, 2v2 situation really, but all that really matters is Monte cuts that lead down to only 1 round.
Yeah, very solid. Bit just forgot about vent because there was some pressure up from heaven, and that allowed them to slip out into the top site. That was really nice in the retake. Tricky situation, and after a kill like this, losing your offer, outside control all at once, this is pretty huge for Monte.
Just a great smoke as well to get your player out of vent, right? Puffy on only the main side, and it's the exact path he takes. Bit follows him, but a second too late. Monte had few tools for that retake, but, you know, they go into that with an idea, a plan that pays off. Well executed. And game on. Pressure now for NAVI. Down goes their one real gun trying to tiptoe its way out. Bit had a responsibility. That rifle will find itself in Wonderful's hands instead, but a 5v4 bodes well for Monte at a minute 30. Makaze gonna try to get his game going, walking the Deagle up on main. Here's that reload behind the vent, but decides not to overextend just yet.
That could be easy to get scared with ramp getting taken over, but with their numbers, they don't really have to move much. Got one preemptive rotation downstairs. NAVI can posture like they're going to do something, but they can't really take lower with no nades.
Gizmy's got a lineup, takes the pressure off ramp, supported by Rainwaker, means it's all theirs. Monte are going to tie this game at 9 rounds all. A CT side that has shown great promise off of the Force Buy victory. The most glaringly obvious mistake NAVI have made this game was that round, not converting the 14th. For the strong T-side start, and now we're talking 5 CT round wins in a row.
Every time Gizmy's on an angle, I'm like, it's a great one. This is a great place to stand. This is a great place to be. He's constantly generating opportunities. NAVI will go into a timeout. This blade gets animated. I'd love to know how much work goes into games like these, because you know there's a certain amount, probably more than the teams you play against normally, since you can go off of your head-to-head more often.
I think also just more prep on average, just because you're also selecting your opponent well ahead of time.
Yeah.
You know, some days at events, you just literally have one evening of turnaround. You better hope that you already had a good encyclopedia on your opponent. Rainwaker thinking about taking a move up the secret stairs.
A little parched there, buddy.
Yeah, let me take a sip of water here, Launders. You can play by play.
Okay. I'm really gonna let the round breathe here. Okay, it's a nice trade from Azuwu. Even though Makaze gets this first one, hard to say who's more important in this spot. I mean, because Secret's wide open, that was something they had of interest. And the smoke's gonna come up. Oh, in favor of Monte, actually. They're
all right.
Great spots to punish.
It's like a couple of prying eyes there between Azuwu and still Gizmi. They knew something was outside, they wanted it, and they just kind of took an extra bit of a foray. Liberty on the peak. BMAS gets his angle back just as he's trying to pass tools over to Azuwu, who gives his position up, then decides to drop off of Hut, but his support goes down from main. Then up from heaven comes the next one, and Alexi can't handle either side. We've got Monte in the lead.
Oh, these big moments, these close moments. We saw them go the way of Navi in the first half, but that's stopped now. Every single round, Monte are the ones getting the X Factor frags. And now it's 2 full rifles, the way they've just handled them. And it's, again, another collection of good spots. Like, every time we take a snapshot of a different portion of this round, this is CT in a favorable position to a Navi player walking out and ultimately getting the first frag. But this time, you're not getting 2K trades in response. So, down to Tech 9s and a Galil for Navi. Only 1 round so far on this T side.
Gizmi eating flashes, almost the first casualty of round 20. Had just enough time to get back into safety and still decides to take the dangerous crosser over the smokes, locks into Garage instead.
He was like a man on a mission, now he's like a man with nothing to lose. So it ends up putting him back into the same spot, times a flat circle.
Whoa. He'll hang on to this. No grenades to pull, so it's going to be M4 out and waiting for Navi to step into this angle. The Tech 9 from top main is going to kind of flush him out of the position. Afro in a tough spot with an AWP. Holds off to the 1 kill towards Hut. Does the vent player dive? Jumps up, and awkwardly, it's going to be Makaze's Tech 9 to stuff him back in it. Navi find the perfect place to pounce. Because of that early damage, it's an easier opening kill, and it comes so rapidly that all of a sudden Afro's in this awkward place, stuck behind a vent with an AWP, 4 players running in front of him.
Yeah, and he thought, you know, I mean, a lot of that hinged on the fact that they had someone in Big Garage, but that guy was so low. So Gizmi couldn't even give him a quick heads up. There was no chance to reroute the position from the vent. It's the perfect thing that Navi tried to do. But this one for Monte, this is the free one. This was the layup. This was the setup round into map point. And unfortunately, Navi steal it back at the worst possible moment. They've done so much hard work to get here. Again, 2 full rifle round wins. A massive comeback in this game.
You know, if Navi can stomach these kinds of round losses, then so should Monte.
Yeah.
And we give them a, extra plus, the fact that they had been winning so many consecutive rounds and so convincingly, still tons of cash to come back in. They're going to have everything they need in this next one, Op on Afro included.
Yeah, that'll just be it's a humiliating way to lose a round. I'm not humiliating in this spot, just, yeah, it's an undignified way to go. It's disheartening, is just the word that I'm looking for. They know it's like, oh, like this was the map, really. I'm sure it felt like, but now we're back into another rifle. They have to look back on all their massive amount of success so far this half. The CT set that's been going great, and also no lucky rounds. A lot of great positioning kills that they've gotten, and just try to tap back into that.
That'll be the round you can't forget if Monty are unable to close what has been stellar Counter-Strike here on Nuke. Gizmi fully blind, gets back into it. They should still think about the threat, but he changes sides of the smoke, and the Lexi still keeping that head on a swivel.
They're so sure that someone's there.
2 rounds in a row, Gizmi gets bested, going down with nothing. Pressure on main yet again. Can't forget about what Navi transitioned into off of the Gizmi kill 1 round ago. But instead, they're going to try to slow this down slightly, take a different route towards Hell, and we see defenders trying to lock into corners here. Rainwaker down beneath.
And will this spot be sufficient? They're about to surround it. Got Navi sort of still watching every flank, coming back into lobby late. Here's the clear. Oh, no.
No, it isn't.
He shot early. Oh, he could have set up something better than that. Obviously, he doesn't know. Just us.
Thinks maybe it's a single lurk instead.
30 seconds are still options.
Whole pack moves past. Emes still floats around lobby. You've also got a Navi member outside in Bit. They're going to try to join up downstairs.
Oh, this is crazy. They're going to go lower now?
Yep. Emes going to control the vent. Bit moves down Secret, and it's a double push down onto B, and guess what? Nobody's home to stop this.
They're right about everything. They just got to go fast.
What a read.
Yeah, that's very nice. And they're even going for a fake plant. They had some missing information, but they had the perfect read, as you said. Wow.
Leave it to Alexi.
Side, yeah.
And also, I would say, you know, add to that, as Ime isn't going to be able to stop these players, it's a great read to go downstairs, but I think also a great read how confident they were somebody was inside that garage smoke.
I know, it's unreal. And I don't know if when they threw that flash that we saw Gizmi get blind, but he also took a fast step to get into the smoke, and that's why they, even though they lost him, maybe he was there, but they clearly have good prep on the setup because they've just identified his spot twice now.
Did you remember to wash today?
Decon, yeah.
Okay, good, good.
Yeah, I shower every 6 hours.
Terrorists win. That's usually my Malta experience, but it's a little cooler here this time of year.
Yeah, in the summer.
So Navi back to the lead. Did he? I don't think he fast stepped.
No, they just were so sure.
Yep.
They just were so sure.
Very confident. You know, last round gets tagged up, tucks into the same corner.
Where's he at? Where is he? Ah, that's crazy awareness.
But again, because of Monty's consistent success at the start of the second half, we still have guns in their hands. They lose out to Tech9s. They lose versus a formidable call from Alexi B in the round after. This is Navi bringing fight to the table here, showing you why they are one of the best and why they don't lose to teams like Monty regularly. Right now, Gizmi plays from main, tries to get around the credit card peak, but back turn. The timing here from Navi. It's the same pathing as the last round, but the pressure consistent. Rainwaker on the recovery. He's got a Zubu to work with, but the EMAT push out from Secret, that's going to get this back. Eyes onto the upper floor.
Oh, that Molly's going to be really annoying. And they don't want to respect it.
Goes through, and the other has to just sit back. Untradeable position as Afro tries to take a glimpse over top of the ledge there. This one for 12 as Navi's T-side recovery comes via 3 rounds consecutive.
Made him sweat.
He'll take a look at it. Rainwaker knows better. M4 needs to be saved. We talked about everything they were able to bring into the last 2 rounds, but all of that in question now as Navi secures their 12th.
That's Navi for you. Just 2 great rounds following a massive comeback out of Monty, just to show you, yeah, it's hard to tilt them. They can still continue to play better as the game goes on. 2 of the hardest rounds to go up against, and this is the first time, unfortunately, I've seen Gizmi sort of out of position or just not knowing what was going on. He's had a very good game in terms of his awareness up until this point, but
feels like 2
I'm
rounds.
not surprised when people look confused when they're playing against Navi default.
Sure,
Like,
yeah,
they're just stuff.
Also, 2 rounds caught kind of in the same position. You know he has to change spots.
Yeah.
Like he feels that, and maybe his fallback protocols also just aren't as fleshed out. So it gets a little awkward.
And this Molly, I think VMAS, you know, he knew that was coming. And I think there was actually a world where they win this retake, even though the percentage was lower. That, to me, looks like rushing it a little bit. It sucks to stand behind a Molly in heaven, but yeah.
I'd say his reaction says he knows it.
Right. Yeah.
Tough one. I mean, Afro also just kind of head over top of the vent ladder, sitting duck.
Yeah.
An additional kill made easy in that 3 versus 3 on the A site.
That's a moment where, you know, the crazy kill goes right, vent guy comes up, a second player in heaven, and then they somehow win. But it was a bit of a gamble. Doesn't pay off this time.
But hey, silver linings, Monty. The economy is still there for the buy. It's BMAS will be limited, FAMAS no utility. But you can't say that the cash flow is what cost Monty this game. It was a really good recovery out of Navi. Felt like they were in a tailspin as those 5 rounds were added to the board for Monty consecutively off the force buy victory. But Navi find themselves. Will they find the finish here in the 23rd round? Because it'll have to come by way of 4v5.
Well, it's BMAS dropping out of heaven. It comes in behind him, doesn't do much at all. It's a big first kill for him. Big for the program. Rainmaker's got the new look here. Prop style in the ramp. No one behind him. No opper rotating in. Doesn't get the shot. Ramp's open. No one here to even tell you if they're going lower or not.
They're going to start charging down in strong numbers. Navi looking to play this as a pack to try to push it over the line. Afro just crawling into control side, gets the clean one onto Wonderful. Won't be able to get a second, but still BMAS bolsters it with a double of his own, and then Alexi pops him from over top of it. This would need to be the 1v3 for Alexi. He's got another duel queued up towards doors, but he wants to go clear flank, or at least think about it with the little bit of time he has to spare.
Doesn't believe BMAS is going to peek. Knows that he's over here control side.
Does he take the fight or close the doors? Tries to chase a Zuwu, who tags him down, and that is it. Monty able to extend it off of the BMAS double from control.
And he looks to the heavens. Really nice job there from BMAS as the rotator. Keeps this game alive entirely. Yes, they let Navi get map point in sort of unceremonious fashion, but in the end, this overtime is still open.
All starts with the 5v4. Navi tried a fallback plan. Almost worked. And we've seen rounds where Monty had nobody downstairs to really hold them back. And I was worried that with just that solo hold from Rainwaker on ramp that they wouldn't get enough of a notification, but they were fast on the rotate.
Yeah, I think they just slammed the emergency button and ran downstairs, but they didn't even have, like, again, they had the ramp multi came out, but Afro wasn't there to get information.
So these constant rifle rounds for Monty, earned off of that 5-round streak they had. Giving them a chance to give a real test to Navi in their first map of the season. Pushing Navi beyond regulation on Nuke. It's not something every team can do. It's gonna be Afro sitting inside of Secret, forced up, or rather chooses to move that duel on his terms. Will drop one in the process.
Choosing it straight down on material.
Taking damage. Gizmi lucky to be alive. Now, he was a point of contention for a lot of these Navi terrorist round wins. Oh, wow, he should be dead.
Yeah.
Wonderful has a free shot as he's jumping in his reload. And instead, Navi decide to peel away from red.
Yeah, catches him off guard that he would even try to do that, but I don't know if that 1-for-1's worth it. We'll find out, Afro. He decides to go a little extra aggressive. Gizmi's low. This one's going to orbit back into lobby.
Still enough of utility to go into and execute as well.
Yeah,
you know, oddly missing smokes. That's the one thing Navi don't have with this cache of grenades.
Rainwaker's got all the util here for Monty.
Doesn't throw any out. He's got a teammate inside of that A site committed to the wall. So what's he gonna do? Nothing. has to peel back slightly, keeps eyes on it, sees nobody drop. Bit's gonna kill Gizmy, finish off that little bit of health. That's gonna be added pressure into the A site. Desperate to get into cover was Azuwu. It all falls on BMAS. 10 seconds to this clock. Rainwaker rotates in, and from the back of the site, this will fall. It's a hell of a test offered up from Monty. Quality Counter-Strike versus NAVI. But some perfect calls from the NAVI camp get them through with this 13-11 victory on Monty's map pick.
NAVI pushed right to the brink of regulation there, really coming down to the wire. 8 seconds, I think, when the final kill comes through. That one very nearly slipped into overtime. Wow, what a test they were given on Nuke.
And a great mid-round to finish things off. I really like the way that they go for the 1-for-1 outside. They pressure towards ramp there. You see the Monty players are scrambling in their rotations. And even though Wonderful wasn't able to pick up the free kill towards door, there's just too many factors going in Navi's favor at that point. The bit flank, the fact that they're just catching them with their pants are down, Monty's that is. So all in all, I was really actually pleasantly surprised by how close Monty took that one, but Navi eking it out by the slimmest margins.
I do think it's a testament early on to this Monty team, right? I mean, the reality is just that this is such a brutal format that you're out, you're one and done if you can't get a win here. But that's an encouraging map of Nuke, right? We were saying early on in the pre-show that there is an element of the moral victory if you're a Monty team that's dealing with having lost Ryu, having one of your strong players poached, that you can keep it going, that you can keep it trending with Rainwaker now in the fold. And it's going to sting that they didn't get into OT, but it is so encouraging right now if you're a neutral fan watching this team to say, okay, yeah, this squad came to play.
Especially when a lot of the rounds that they won were so earned. I mean, yes. A lot of gun round wins, not just getting the freebies. So I feel like we saw some good individual play as well. I mean, this is a round early on in the series, or the map that is, where it looked like things were going to go the way of Navi. I mean, even though it is a poor buy for them, there is a flurry of frags that go in their direction on this A-site stack defense, and then Azuwu just is able to stand up. And Azuwu, I feel like this is a player where I'm still kind of getting my finger on the pulse for what he's all about, but every time I watch this guy, I think when he was on SAW recently as well, I just see these glimpses, these flashes where he seems like he has so much poise, maybe not always making the best mid-round choices, but in terms of aim, clutch ability, I'm liking Azuwu right now. I'm thinking he's one of the up-and-comers for sure from the British region.
Sharp, one might say.
Sharp, yeah.
He is one of those names that
concise.
Several of the tier 2, tier 3 UK guys will just rant about how great he is.
Yeah.
And we haven't seen the consistent sample size, but I think you're right. When you see him in those flashes, when you see them in those clips, he impresses. He's got the ability to maybe take it to that next level. And I mean, with Gizmy as well, right? A young IGL, you're being tested. You're having one of your pieces removed right before the start of the season. You have to work with a stand-in, a trial, whatever it is. You're trying to make the system work. That's always going to lead to changes in communication and the information that you're being given as well. I think it is an interesting thing because they lost. So if you're watching this as a neutral fan, you're wondering why are they saying such nice things? But it's a very quality showing considering all the variables and considering who they're up against.
Of course. And speaking of Gizmy, I mean, this kind of trigger discipline moment where he's able to pick up two Navi players who barely didn't clear his angle out to give his team a little bit of life. That was so necessary on that CT side. And I feel like everything I saw from Gizmy here in terms of even calling and individual play, to me, kind of marks him as a guy that people should keep an eye on for the next season, next 6 months, to say, okay, maybe if somebody's really lacking on that IGL department, at least give this guy a check.
Definitely going to put himself on some radars if he can put together a full series here. One other thing before we move on over into the Navi conversation, Rainwaker didn't seem to be a problem, which is always a good thing to know with a stand-in. I don't know that he necessarily stood out, but he didn't do that in a bad way either.
Yeah, I'm saying the jury's still out. I'm not really gonna make a.
You don't love our one map sample size?
Yeah, I'm not gonna make a strong Rainwaker claim already. I feel like
do it. Hot take.
Well,
come on. All right, we'll move on.
He looks better than when he was on Liquid off of that one map. No, I mean, he did all right. Okay, I'm more keyed into how Navi are coming into this one also, because let's not forget they did win the map there. I felt like Wonderful was great in the first half. I thought Makaze was pretty good throughout this one in general. This is This is another good round, though, for the side of Navi, where they were able to just put together a nice pinch on the ecos here. I feel like this was so necessary from Navi, and I almost feel like the fact that they had to kind of win by the skin of their teeth with those kinds of moments, it's a little bit of cause for concern. Like, again, they got it over the line, but the way they went about that and how they even kind of lost some mid-rounds, didn't win too many of the 4v5 situations you think that they would be able to just kind of come up with a good secondary plan in, there's room for concern.
This is where, for a lot of teams, you would say ring rust. Maybe they're a little bit concerned. But I will note that Alexi mentioned in the interview that they came back early, that they've actually been working at this for a little bit, because sometimes the expectation in these kind of events is that the quote-unquote tier 1, the top 10 teams, maybe take a little bit more time on that vacation because they feel they've potentially earned it. That hasn't been the case for Navi. They've been at the on the grind set. They're trying to get things on point for this season. So I don't know if they can use that as much of an excuse as we might normally give them credit for.
Well, I think map 2 is going to be a lot more telling in that regard, because this one from Monte probably lightly surprised Navi. I mean, it was a pick for Monte in the previous season, but it's not a map that I feel like Navi came into the season. They should have. The thing is, they should have known that this should be a weakness for them, so they needed to be working on it a bit more.
We'll see if they have been. We'll see what they can do. We'll have to find out with that. Anything that we should be keeping an eye on here at Maui as we move into Mirage?
I feel like we'll have a little bit more time to talk about it after the break, but I think that first off, when it comes to Mirage, this is where likely the series does end. We'll get a little bit more into the details, but I do think that this is a pretty tough one for Monte, and maybe their best chance might have slipped there on Nuke.
Well, you've given the folks a teaser, a little bit of a taste, and now you'll get the full course after this break. back in and ready for Mirage as Monty let Nuke slip through their fingers, but now get a chance to challenge NAVI here on Mirage. What do we make of this? What do we make of Monty's Mirage in particular, Maui? You were teasing it before. A little bit worried about this one.
Well, I just think that Rainwaker playing on 500, at least he gets to play the same spot that he was on that team because Ryu also was an A anchor. So that should be a seamless transition. I just think playing against Navi's A side attacks has to be one of the most difficult offensive forces that you have to quell. There's just so many points of attack for them. There's so many pressure points. And even when you think, okay, finally I can deal with this one side of the map, well then Bits swinging out of Palace, Mikaze swinging out of Con. Like, there's just too many factors every round that you have to keep track of.
So really what we're eyes on here, perhaps from the Navi side, is that we don't have any of those shakier rounds that we had on Nuke, that we don't let it get as close as on Nuke. We're expecting Navi to go right back into the strength of this Mirage.
I mean, I think that we were talking before about moral victories for the side of Monty.
Yeah. If
you're able to win the CT side half, that is going to be impressive to me.
I think it's fair. I think it's fair. I mean, certainly, again, if they can get this towards a 13-11, it's all about contextualizing, right? Because at the end of the day, in Bounty, it's win or die. It is always win or die. It's single elimination. You'll have to think about the next one. But when I was talking to Gizmy ahead of the game in the interview, he did mention that their sights were really set on that Pro League spot they had earned, and that it was all about building over these next couple of months to be in the best form they could be when they had that opportunity. And we know that format's very forgiving in terms of being able to play a bunch of games, so it does make sense to really look towards that horizon. But what if they could do it here?
Well, in talking to Gizmy during the draft show, he talked about the fact that the Monty CEO at one point drove him to a LAN event in a Porsche. So I feel like if they're able to take down Navi, he's going to need another ride. Because that would be that's something to celebrate right there for my money.
So you're saying the CEO gets another ride, or is he giving Gizmy
Give it to
the
Gizmy.
Porsche?
Give one to Gizmy.
Porsche, because I think that hasn't worked out historically.
Yeah, I think CS players with cars has actually been almost always bad.
I think real. Anytime a car comes up in the context of a CS player, it's been pretty bad.
There's never really been a positive of a player gets a new car and getting a car as an individual on a CS team is just it actually has destroyed chemistry more times than not.
At least twice that I can think of.
Yeah,
which is, if it happens 2 times, it's not a large number, but it's weird that it happened twice.
Exactly. I think it's also just an infinite, fraction there because it's just, I mean, what, 2 versus 0.
I'm sure somebody has to have bought a car and it just wasn't weird.
Okay, yeah.
It was fine.
Yeah,
we just don't think about it.
I also, in terms of actually just centering this around the game and trying to see one individual, I want to see if Afro can have any sort of redemption. Because I feel like as a player on Fnatic, I didn't think that he was necessarily a problem, but I just didn't really ever see too many highs for him. So I feel like this is a great opportunity for him to try to just slow down Navi as well, because I don't think Rainwaker is going to be holding up that A-side defense against the crazy split. So he's going to need Afro to actually slow Navi down, just cause a bit of a nuisance, cause a problem.
So you're saying that if we want to keep Navi in the garage, we're going to need Afro to be more of a hot sports car instead of maybe a family-friendly sedan in this matchup?
Yeah. We need to just pedal to the metal. He needs to get in their faces. Run him over.
Well, we're going to fill him up with some premium fuel, and to bring the gas to this matchup, the lovely voices of Scrawny and Launders. Take it away, boys.
Thank you, Mike. We're putting it into gear, baby.
Where's Honda? You can put us into gear.
Yeah, that's fair.
You need a Honda peak.
Listen to these guys. They're in their walkable cities and whatnot. Don't need a car.
I'm in one too, but so are you, actually.
Yeah, that's true.
You're just a burb boy.
Hey, love me a suburb. Can't blame me. A drive-through? Sold. That's culture in North America. So, Monty, Navi, into the next one. Also, 2009 Honda Civic. I'm a humble guy, Mo.
Yeah. I'm in the Avalon 2011.
Oh,
Avalon.
Nice. A real grandma's car.
Yeah, exactly.
Good. Keep you safe.
Yeah.
Where you should
Brand
be.
new whip, got keys.
Map 2 set to go live. We've got everybody in the server, everybody readying up right now. We've got, again, a great promise of Monty. I think, Maui and Darf opened up that segment by just saying, it's funny if you come in and you're listening to us praising Monty because ultimately they lost. But that was some quality Counter-Strike. That's the kind of Counter-Strike I always hope for when a team like Monty, who have a tough pick, right? There's other opposition. the higher seeds have to wait to go up against their opponents, and so Monte go versus Navi and make an honest swing of it on their map pick. I just hope that they can bring that same fight to Navi's pick of Mirage now.
Maybe, yeah. I gotta say, I thought it was okay.
Just okay?
Yeah, I thought it was just okay.
I watched the games earlier today.
Yeah.
I thought that was great.
Fair enough. Yeah. For the ranking disparity, for sure.
Yes,
Yeah,
sir.
that's true. That's true.
Yeah. Best map yet today at Bounty. We'll see what else we've got to offer, as BMass will be flashed out and stuck in behind the arch. He holds his own. Bit's gonna get the rebuttal going, but only for the one frag. Afro also showing face in the back of this B bomb site, and support is all over the place. Catwalk held by 2, market challenge comes out, and what was a 4 versus 2 gets whittled down to an even keel, but only momentarily.
Careful
Afro
about.
looking to make the difference.
He's only got 12 health, but it's wonderful in a pistol clutch.
And a P250 to boot. So even if he misses the headshots, you can cut through that Kevlar quickly. Bomb is in the possession of Monte down on the site, though, so Wonderful's going to have a tough job of getting down there.
He doesn't want to make noise yet.
Ooh, that's what we're
Wonderful.
talking about.
Is he gonna? He knows Afro is over here. He's getting the comm right now, probably.
Stuck behind the arch. Bomb still on the cat side of things.
Oh, Afro's sweating right now.
Oh, he's starting to panic.
Oh.
Wonderful misses his chance.
12
Remember,
health.
all he's got. A bullet will do it for Afro, and he sends it between the eyes.
Nice.
Nicely done. Goes for the wide swing, ends that one in convincing fashion, denies the 1v2, and on top of that, the 2v4 that Navi almost pieced together.
Yeah, and that's, Wonderful is he's a great player, especially on pistol clutches. One of the most underrated clutches of the year, because it was just a huge surprise, was his 1v4 with that Glock on the nuke lobby. I love that clip, but yeah. Well, thankfully it's calm here for Monte. They cleaned it up. They deal with the 2v4. Not a fast start for Navi. Buys coming in. They have no kits on this round. They're going a little heavier on the M4s, even though there was no plant. Just shows you they're putting an emphasis on guaranteeing the round, but Navi are actually saving. I feel like no kits is a little unnecessary. For how much, I don't know what that adds exactly.
Right.
In terms of safety.
Just like to live life on the edge a little,
Yeah.
If you don't have a kit, you can't let them plant. So we'll see if Monte can deny it. Gimli keeping his head tucked here by the van.
Gizmo got the cogs turning.
Grumpy. Just waiting.
Tagliatelle. Life of the B player right here. Solo camping at the van and B site.
Everything's going well. Just keep your head tucked. No problem. You know they were eventually going to pull the trigger on this jump. And looking for the 5 alive, Monte will pull it off. No kits needed.
No kits needed. Clean as ever. Let's see how many they buy now this round, though. How many? Take a guess. Over, under?
3.
3. Okay.
Because you're going to need them in the follow-up anyways.
I'm feeling a good 3, but...
They better buy at least 1, damn
I'll take 2. I'll take 2.
We're looking at 0. Okay. Guys. There it is.
Okay.
1?
1.
1 kit.
1 kit. Lots of money, 1 kit.
That's a confident move, gentlemen.
1 kit is not a guarantee.
That is a confident move.
That you're going to get it when you need it.
I think 2 bomb sites, 2 defuse kits should be the rule. Should be the minimum.
I like that.
Hanging around as this setup gets put in place by Navi on the A site. Smoke top stairs and bench. And Afro's got the first one. Gizmi trying to keep his head tucked down underneath. Man advantage for Monte, lost by the hands of Bit, but Gizmi's position, this is one of those ones that's going to catch somebody off guard, surely.
I mean, they're not looking at it at all.
And there's a lot of pressure offered from other positions. Yeah, he's gonna strike. This is Monty taking the fight on their terms, jumping down into Sandwich and offering Wonderful a double. We go to the 2v2. Gizmy's been found out and dealt with.
They know about BMAS as well.
He's got the kit.
Can he frag his way out of this?
And over towards Bricks, Wonderful's got the angle that keeps him locked in. He goes for the swing, and Navi will still find the round win. Looked like they were trying to just eject back towards ramp. Monty take the fight to them on their terms, and Navi step up to the battle.
It's just hard to figure out the best way to approach that because they had some good spots. They joined up, you know, played together in the aggression. They got the first kill through the smoke. They really wanted to help Gizmy in this position while he went unnoticed under Balk, and it almost worked out. Just that Navi are so good in these uncomfortable positions on A when it comes to their gunfights, and that's just the long and short of it. Like, they're all grouped up in Tetris. They don't have any cover. They're all in really awkward positions, but they're just so comfortable doing that. So I don't know if I don't feel like Monty didn't play it too badly, but that's just one of Navi's many strengths on Mirage.
We caught with the nade in hand. Makaze, there goes 2/3 your health. Wonderful gets hit even harder, but he'll come out with the opening kill of round 4. Afro wants to test the waters on the bench peak. Dangerous to play that game as Rainwaker gets burned down by half. And
where can he go?
Stays on by Navi. Makaze ends up finding his duel as Ima is just going to float out the solo play towards middle. And on the other side of that smoke is an opponent. Afro's smoke fades behind him. He's worried about Connector.
Man, it feels like this could all go down in a house of cards with one next frag. Wonderful, Makaze are low, but the T's do have a lot of map control to work with. And this duel has changed forms. It was Imma watching Cat, now gets caught off by BMAS. Very nice.
Good angle held. Afro still not given a duel. Oh, and the cover's good from Gizmy. Everybody tethers well. Bit into the clutch is going to finish off Afro. And BMAS still with some distance between him and this bomb site. Now starting to test a bit of a swing as Bit sends out the flash, signs up for the duel, but doesn't find the cleanest of shots.
No, wasn't the cleanest nuke. Not the cleanest spray in the 1v1.
Ew.
But very nice.
It was the right word, Launders. You were very honest there, Launders. That was the truth slipping out, wasn't it?
What?
Ew.
Wait, you said ew, and then I said PU.
You said it first.
Oh, no, I didn't say that.
Somebody said it.
Yeah,
there's only 2 of us.
Actually, it probably was me, huh?
Yeah, it was, yeah.
It was so subconscious.
That's what I'm saying. Just slipped the net like this ramp push into the A site. And he knows it.
He knows that was stinky.
Mm-hmm. Tough one to swallow, but here we are. Pride down the hatch. Rinse and repeat by the looks of things from Navi. No Ima mid-lurk this time, though. So they decide to pull the trigger, get the MAC-10 out onto default already. Ah, Wonderful's Desert Eagle. But the bomb is stuck in Sandwich right now on Alexi.
Okay.
It's fine if you just keep on whittling down the numbers of the defense.
Oh, 100 damage with this nade, surely, yeah.
Bomb now dropped, forced the ramp player to come out, and because of the lack of mid control, we get this flank coming out from Gizmy. It's gonna take a second though as he opts to go through Palace. And on the edge of this smoke, the MAC-10 versus Rainwaker in a moment. Oh, he loses the duel. Now bomb!
No way.
It could escape. If they don't like the odds,
Yeah.
Gizmy's flank finally arriving, but they actually stall out towards Ticket, and this could bode well for Gizmy still. There's the confirmation, though.
That's crazy how patiently they played that. Didn't die, 40 and 51 health, but Gizmy's just now got his work cut out for him. And Wonderful's here listening. Nobody's coming window, though. Bombs planted for the market, which means for Wonderful, obviously. Well, they can actually both use it.
Oh, full line,
awesome
man,
right
oh
there.
man.
It doesn't get better than that. And he just jumped out into the site.
Nasty move in the back of the bomb site for that one, you're right. The flashbang, the perfect jump while he's full blind, and then the reposition around the pillar. But you give him a second, so EMAP playing like that one like he didn't have a teammate.
They were both playing it like that. Yeah, that was a little bit, you know.
But hey, round win's a round win. It's on the board for Navi.
It's hard to be humble when you're stunting on a Jumbotron, as they say.
Who says that?
Kanye.
Oh.
Old Kanye.
Okay. Thanks for clarifying.
Same guy, though, really.
Sadly. Good ticket booth pressure to get yourself off that bomb site. I was a little worried for Navi. We've kind of seen them jumbled up and compressed in the site. We've seen Monty win on just the defense, but this time they take that extra look through ticket and they find an evacuation plan. You should always know where the closest emergency exit is.
Yeah, if you got to locate the fire blanket and the exit.
Enter the room, scan the room. Never let your guard down.
Right. Be vigilant. No, have a plan to kill anybody.
I know you don't want to, but sometimes you have to.
Yeah. Even a guy named Azuwu.
Fair. Never let your guard down. It's a psychological tactic he's trying to play here.
Yeah.
But he's also 0-4, so, you know?
Yeah.
Maybe sometimes you can read a book by its cover.
Judge.
That's it. I knew it. I knew it. That's why I paused. I forgot the first word. And Navi forgot to get the first kill this round. Instead, offering it over as they tiptoe their way through middle. That's fine. Bit can find your opening out through B. Read a book by its cover. I knew it.
That's a low-key all-time.
I was saying it, and I was like, it's okay. Classic. Launders is here. He'll correct the corn dog. Ooh, Bit is on the prowl with the 2-tap into the market. Makaze and Wonderful. I mean, the time to kill between Bit and Wonderful's frags there, that is individual difference, we'll call it, as Afro forced to 1v2.
Around the world rotation.
Maybe.
Maybe he gets a shot in the back on Wonderful. Maybe he doesn't believe he has a chance to win the round, though. Oh, no. No. Where the... Yeah, I guess there's just guns to go get, so... Priorities.
Mm-hmm. I think from now on, I'm going to say expressions with a French-Canadian accent, because then it makes more sense.
Okay.
Read the book by its cover. If I said that, you know, everyone would be a little more forgiving.
Yeah, you're like, oh, GSP, it's not your first language. That
you know what they say? Sometimes you read the book by its cover.
That's so.
It's
the best GSP ever.
Right? But when I
and
say
he's obviously
it,
a very lovable figure.
When I say it like myself,
yeah,
you think, ah, what a fool. They have their
it was the back. It has the synopsis on it.
That's it.
So it's all about extrapolating, essentially. So you're not wrong.
They have their back against the ropes. That one AK out on the field, that's the looming threat that Navi are going to try to hunt down. They know about it. So don't skip steps. Right now, Navi dodging the threat of that rifle as it takes control of the apartments.
This is the tough part about Mirage. You could know it's A, but it's about what kind of tools you have to stop it.
What the hell are you going to do about it? Especially now, utility. What?
Oh, that hit him?
50 damage through...
That found a crack?
Of all the frag grenades that actually do damage, that one?
It must on purpose. Is there a loose plank in the back of that?
Must be. There's a small gap.
Yeah, that's the only way.
Nicely done. Intentional.
No, was it? Can we go see where it fell? Exactly.
It's gotta be.
Because it wasn't through the ladder hole. But even with the bounces, it feels like it didn't go low enough, but...
You know, plywood, man, it's not a very, it's not a load-bearing
No, it shouldn't.
material.
It shouldn't be able to stop it. In fact, it should be completely destroyed. that little tree house that they've got going on there.
And while we're here, these don't look like very safe pillars either, for the record.
None of this is up to code.
No kit, no ninja defuse.
No regulations.
No deaths either on the side of Navi. We'll see if that changes on the exit. Gizmi going to take a swing at it out through Palace. He just gets stuffed. And Afro never even given a duel. So all's good for Navi. They dodge the threat of that one AK with 5 players standing at the end and now have a 4-3 lead.
Okay. What?
For 50 damage.
So what is... Oh, there is just like... Okay, but it must have hit the wall, right?
It's intentional.
So for those who don't know, they could be the smallest piece of metal or concrete or rubber. It will stop every bit of damage from a grenade. This round, Alexi gets his first kill. Did you know that?
I'm waiting. Flashes over full spam. Gizmi, careful. That's always an invitation for players to push. You go full mag dump, and Bit and Makaze are going to pounce on top of that one. Afro tries to step it up from the back of Market. Not going to happen, and Ime is here early. And you know what they say, the early birds is eating worms.
Yeah.
So, Rainwaker.
And with this lurk, he can get 2 birds stoned at once. He's got Azuwu walking back to save an upper. No way for him to go back here.
It is not Rocket Appliances. Hit that B bomb site off the mag dump, and you get yourself a 5th terrorist round win.
Trailer Park Boy.
Yeah.
There we go.
And French Canadian.
And French Canadian.
Ugh.
I think that's awesome.
Yeah. Does Trailer Park Boys have a French Canadian character? You'd think they would.
Don't, actually. Not that
they would.
I haven't watched every season, but I can't remember one, actually. That's kind of surprising.
Right? I mean, it's a layup of a joke.
Yeah.
And also, I think you tap into a whole other part of Canadians. Then you get the French Canadians on your side. Whether that's what you're interested in or not.
They already got you watching.
Yeah, that's fair. Here we go for the SMG push top middle. Starting to get into that part of the CT side where Monty know they've got to do something about the round count. So we go into the jumping MP9 phase of Mirage, which does cost them 2 bodies, but Rainwaker stuffs the player bottom mid. And so 3v3 regardless of Navi's best efforts.
What's great about that is Azuwu was 0-7. Alexi was 0-6. And they went head to head just now for the first kill to get onto the board. Yeah, it gives me, maybe he runs into a great timing here. It's going to have to be a long-range shot, but Wonderful's walking back.
Way.
Yeah.
Now he'll be focused on Gizmi's approach.
He's a hard guy to catch off guard, though, isn't he?
Oh. You give him the bomb, and you're given a better chance.
Okay.
Shadow. Nicely done. Natus has softened up Wonderful as well, so didn't have to go for the headshot. Rainwaker's going to chase Makaze, and they find that perfect pinch in spawn, cutting off the bomb control, forcing Bit's hand to come back now. So Monty getting desperate with that double MP9 push top mid. But it's not over yet. Bit catches the headshot. Flash isn't going to stop him. I mean, Bit could run B.
Yeah, he has to get the bomb on the
now.
ledge. And yes, it's too early to run away from this, actually.
Go.
Oh, this is kind of wild. I mean, Gizmi's thinking ahead. He's trying to split the difference, but he left a little too early, man. He thinks he's doing something super smart, and it looked like, yeah, it maybe was, but now he's just very far away from this post plan, actually.
Bit just keeps things simple, still thinking that he's inside of the... So certain that he's inside of the palace.
Yeah, because why wouldn't he have died from jungle if this happened? Because Gizmi moves so early. But...
What a weird 1v1. Bit's starting to figure out. But again, in the duel, only the 1 bullet hits, and Gizmi's going to come out on top of it. So Monty, like back on Nuke, are going to win a round with just lesser weapons, forcing the fight top mid to kick that off. The 5-7 Rainwaker frag bottom middle, that's what allowed everything to fall back. And so they'll cut that lead down to just 1.
I understand why Bit was so obsessed with the flanks right there. It gives me try to think 1 step ahead. He just didn't hang out long enough to make sure that it was Bit's only option. But he did that to encourage him to run to the other side of the map. So either way, kill comes to him. He still had lots of HP to work with. We see BMass reacting to another one of his teammates' clutches. Relieved and happy.
Ooh, leg shot for Wonderful. BMass lucky to play any of this round. Getting into the corner just ahead of the timing. Uh-oh. Yeah, Mikaze, sharp as need be. They're gonna burn out Sandwich. Bottom mid duel goes the way of Navi. 5 versus 3, a comfortable place to find themselves. And Afro's still waiting for somebody to take a challenge, but good push through the apartments to catch a back turned on Ime. And Navi, you could still go for this A commitment, but it's gonna be all in. Majority out through ramp. Palace player doesn't bite just yet, and if he does, Afro could damn well kill him. They'll smoke off connector, and that's gonna be the space for Alexi to bomb plant. Ooh, it's not quite on the money. Afro reveals himself, and Bit decides to take the challenge after the fact. Unlucky Afro sits there waiting for the challenge all that time, and then when he finally goes to look at the bomb site, that's when Bit bites. 4v2 post plant looking comfortable as Navi will extend that lead to a 2-round advantage yet again.
They're trying to hunt down these last 2 kills as well, but slowly. BMass on the right line. Perfect. Take down Mikaze. While this game's still close, I don't know if you could call Navi scared right now.
Terrorists win.
A touch of sloppiness earlier from Bit, but he's having a great game now. 131 ADR.
Yeah, funny enough, it's only kind of in those 1v1s where his aim has failed him.
Yeah, which is not what you want from Bit for sure. But there's actually like so much clutch on this team.
I think that's one of the reasons that they don't get upset very often, right? That's why we talk about them as kind of the dominators of the challengers.
Like I think it might have had more clutches than Bit last year. It was like more 1v2s or something like that. Very unlikely for a guy who's as aggressive as him too.
Ooh, Afro giving up his angles. Chucks the nade into the ramp, but it won't go far enough. 1 damage, that's all he gets. Flash will do what he was looking for and get Wonderful to fall back though.
We all know what happens in this position. Gimsy's got this tight line with a MP9. It's like sort of end of the road for this MP9. You're in a perfect spot to give your teammates info. If it comes too late in the round, all you need is 1 kill, and then it's just too awkward to trade. A lockdown the first can be very difficult. See how Mikaze approaches it. Oh, that's really nice from Alexi, man. I mean,
his first. He's done it.
Oh, that's his first kill.
That's it. Of all the kills he's had a chance at, that's the one that they need. It comes with a B bomb site rundown with tempo. And Wonderful, again, denied his angle, right? First the flash towards ramp, trying to get it onto the bomb planter, but Azuwu dives in, goes down empty-handed, and every other piece of Navi's got the coverage.
It's frying.
It is all too easy for Navi off of that opening kill. Alexi B met by an MP9 headshot, runs right through it with the AK, and so Navi lead 7-4.
So hard to define impact when you have to, you have to watch some rounds to see what happened here. But this is, if Alexi B doesn't get this 1 kill in a spot where the MP9's in a perfect position, the guy who had 0 frags coming into the round, it's probably done. It's actually probably done. It's very hard to trade. Mikaze was set up to trade it. He set good spacing right behind it, but not guaranteed. And then the B side's way harder to get to, but so much rest on that one moment. Alexi B came up huge.
It's nice to see these bit kills in contrast to the 1v1 shots. Is 13th and 14th there on the B-bomb site. Him and Wonderful having a competition as to who's going to end the second map, the top fragger. Final round of the first half. And at least Monty will come through with guns, but NAVI have shown us comfort here on their pick, and it's a wonderful opening kill. Quite literally, for the 5v4 again.
Yeah. We talked about most improved of the year last year. He was one of them.
Ooh, but Afro's got something to say himself.
Nice shot.
Good adjustment onto Mikaze, just trying to lean against the walls of ramp. Bit picks up the mantle, but it's Afro to pick up the angle. Problem is this front-facing A setup could really throw Gizmy to the wolves. Solo B play as that bomb's inching closer, and Bit showing a little bit of presence on A. You know that's going to keep them kind of stuck into the A defense instead.
Doesn't go for the full clear, and if he's going to start throwing nades over, this one might actually just alarm them. Gizmy sees a lot.
Dumps the utility, flash goes high. Oh, he's gonna get stuck by Alexi. Second kill of the half. And Alexi's gonna go one further over the top. So, bomb inevitably planted, and unfortunately for Monty, hook, line, and sinker offered by Bit over towards ramp. Gizmy's defense doesn't have enough to stand on. Despite his 9-kill half, this round is looking Navi's yet again. 4v2 in the post plant. We've got a couple kits, but that bomb nears the halfway point before they can even join up together, so the pressure is going to be on for this retake. It's going to have to be some killer shots, and Afro offers one, nearly stopping the climb up over to the van as well, but for now, E.MET back into the cover, and Alexi's got this one locked in. Rainwaker too late to the party, impossible 1v3. That is indeed an 8-round T-side here from NAVI. Boomich remains posted, now no support.
And but with the deep information, if they don't disrespect this, or if they come forward, well, it's actually come to the point now where his smoke can take over. He doesn't have to put himself in jeopardy. They're running through this. Oh my God, they're actually gonna come, yeah.
Oh, no way!
Double no-scope collat.
Easy pickup for NAVI. I mean, they laugh in the face of this attack. Fifth player in's the only one that gets a kill. He'll double down Monte.CET, but he's already down to a quarter HP.
But old habits die hard, it looks like.
That's 3.
Man.
But he only has 3 health left. That should be the end of him.
There's only 2 guys.
Yeah. He's going to use the smoke grenade to cut off Alexi.
Could they mess this up? 25 seconds, and Monte.CET is seeing red.
He wants to make it happen.
Oh my God.
Oh, no, wait, dude. This is a 1 versus 5 straight up, and he has time to get bomb. He should have this red with another smoke. Oh, my Monte.CET. One fake. The nade doesn't come through. Now, he's got enough space to commit to this. Monte.CET, a pure 1v5. And as E.MET tries to get out through that smoke, Monte.CET's just dodging all these bullets.
He's terrified. E.MET's looking behind him for a push through. Time's ticking away.
I mean, how could you not be horrified? Monte.CET, the prodigy, has pieced together 4 frags in this 1v5 ace clutch. And E.MET, his head is on a silver platter. A miracle from the magnificent Monte.CET.
The Flames and Dagster. Getting this bomb down is scary. Flames is taking real estate, but ends up getting punished. Liquid hold, and they win these fights. Just Dagster left to get past, but he's an iron wall at the back of the site. Moving around, kill number 3. Oh! Dagster! Make some noise for him, that is incredible!
And you've got JL and Wonderful.
It's this fight, JL and Wonderful, or in Fame, excuse me.
Very key. Fame slips up, getting ever closer. JL thinking about going to help as Wonderful puts that op over to the corner. That could come back to haunt him. Tough spot to get the multi-frag. But the CT's sitting and waiting for a little longer. Molotov goes to cave.
If Fame waits this long, this might come back to bite him.
He's got the kit, and that kit could be so key.
You gotta go, VP.
He needs to move. Bombs beyond. Oh, welcome to Wonderland. They lock down that post plant like it's nothing. Navi surviving the challenge on map 1. Just kind of brush Monte off with ease here in the second map. An 8-round T-side is exactly what Navi were looking for. And unfortunately for Monte, BIT has decided to turn up the heat here on map 2.
It's crazy because he's even given away a couple 1v1s and yet still also dominated. So he's just stringing them along right now. 8-4 for Navi. They're probably in their bag at the moment. They're feeling comfortable.
Feels like a few missed opportunities as well back in the first half. I mean, opening kills for Monte, sitting on 7 of those opening kills within the half, only convert for 4 rounds, and that's pistol and conversion included. So we'll see if they can pick up both pistols. That could give Monte a chance at a comeback. But we know Navi on Mirage, and we always knew this was going to be a difficult battle. That's why the desk kind of said this story ends here for Monte. Their expectations being met. Oh, Nectar challenge for Azuwu. His second kill of this map, folks. It's been a tough go of it. Alexi's also been one of the few on the struggle. And for now, he's going to be dropped in this pistol with nothing to show for it. So 4 versus 2 Monte, gunning for both pistol wins. And we'll see if this retake can come together. We saw a damn near 2v4 in the first one.
Yeah,
here we go again.
He might have to make a blood sacrifice to have odds at this.
It is the 2 best performing players.
Yeah, it's quite a duo.
And if I'm not mistaken, the same duo that almost pulled off the first 2v4. There is no kit.
There is no kit. That reduces your odds slightly.
So they got to give it up. Monte given a little more runway here on Mirage.
Production, can you shave Wonderful's head in his picture?
I know.
Here as well. No. It's the one thing they can't do. Can't you use like AI or something to do it? Beautiful. Yeah.
I mean, they've put like party hats on players before. They put a Batman mask on Kerrigan once.
They have. They can actually. They said no and more of like, we're not going to.
Yeah.
Not we can't.
Like enough with the requests.
Even though that's the first one today.
Today. And guess what? It won't be the last. I'm going to take that replay in super slow-mo zoom, please. Get ready. It was pistol and conversion for Monte in the first half. It is pistol and yet to be seen here in the second. Okay, Azuwu coming through. Yo, M4 is going to catch BIT. But with the last bullets. Unbelievable. UA.CET able to catch both those kills.
He just wanted to get involved so bad. Inside of that window smoke, he's like, oh, someone's using all their ammo. I should be able to find this trade, and still died.
Thought you could pounce him. Good on UA.CET to get away with it with the last shot. Alexi goes for the apartment smoke.
B. Yeah, I mean, they've got Alexi here with a 5-7.
And he just smoked this. So as they group up behind it, we're going to get Makaze moving over, his 100 health with a Desert Eagle, and a couple flashbangs. You put those flashbangs in the right spot, if Monte eat that, maybe the 5-7 thrives.
Yeah.
Maybe.
They're going to Molly Van, or are they just going to walk it out? Nope. There we go. Uh-oh, they missed it. Uh-oh, that's not good. Now they're going to totally forget about it. Oh. Okay.
Late spread on the Molotov. Makaze comes through with the Deagle frag.
They can't plant without empty. They need to get him.
Oh, he's running over. Oh. And that's good damage. 84 onto Rainwaker. Bomb's got a cross from bench, and it is allowed to get into position, but no cover on the door. UA.CET comes out with one, and the trade's good from Afro. Monte convert the pistol, but with only one survivor.
Yeah, there's no getting out of that situation, so at least they guaranteed the trade in that spot. That's a close call. I mean, sending your bomb carrier to go guarantee the frag. That was a little scary, but it was just the Deagle back there. Oh, you just know Azu felt so helpless here because he shot just to be able to see through the smoke in the first place.
Mm-hmm. You could see like the inaccuracy from the spray and then UA.CET's crouch. Bullets just off the side of the head. But when you're 20 bullets into a MAC-10 spray down. And also 2 and 13. Sorry.
That's a lot of guys.
Yeah, Lexi not long for this one. So this one looking like a chance to catch up on the economy.
Yeah, that's nice to see here for Monty. Full stabilization.
It'll better their chances of making this T side actually happen if all 5 can stay standing.
They're going to say no and then still shave his head. But they didn't.
Somebody's working on it. There's got to be somebody in production not doing an important enough job.
You should put Timothy Chalamet instead of him in the photo because he's going for the Marty Supreme haircut as well.
People started tagging me in the Marty Supreme.
Yeah. I can see that.
yeah, you seem very convinced.
Yeah, that makes sense, actually.
Terrorists win. Oh, poor Gizmy. What can you do about
like
that?
A champ, though.
Gotta laugh it off. It's down to a 1-round lead here. But for the first time, NAVI coming in with a full buy on the CT side. And it's a full buy that features a wonderful op, so get ready for some fireworks.
Like a fantastic op?
Yes. An excellent op.
Top 20 op.
That's wonderful. Currently 14 and 6.
So many players last year that kind of like really cracked top 20 because of Budapest. I mean, even like players like Frozen who would have been on there just got so much higher because of it.
Right,
just
yeah.
like that tournament just had so many stories for some of the greater carries in Tier 1. And Wonderful definitely showed off.
I think the nature of the stacked playoffs, too, you get to kind of put it on display when it matters the most versus the best.
Yeah. He was winning games single-handed.
From stage 3 to the major grand finals. Frozen, folks. But FaZe have been eliminated from the bounty, so...
We have Wonderful.
Isn't that crazy?
Yeah. That's hilarious. It's just that it's like... It happens a lot to them, so it's...
They got lucky. It happened so early in the event, we're almost going to kind of forget about it.
Yeah. That was funny because someone made a list of worst FaZe losses in history, like ranked them before this even happened. It wouldn't even make the list, I don't think.
Probably not. Waiting for this mid setup to come his way. Wonderful may have to turn attention to the apartment soon. Ooh, missed opportunity for the mid kill. Gizmy tries to pounce on that, and Wonderful wants to smoke it off. And that smoke forces Gizmy, or rather, he decides to. Unreal! Wonderful from inside of the arch. Barely got away from that catwalk chase and comes up in spades.
That's the guy we're talking about. Wonderful. What a 3K.
Gizmy thought he'd be able to challenge that smoke, push it over the line, that the pressure was going to stop it, but watch this man feast.
Unfortunately for Monty, this is just pure farm. All from Get Right, closed in on 2 positions. They're here to counter this spot. He didn't even need any help. Like, yeah, we'll molly that next time, no problem. If we must.
First gun round and the first CT round win. Hand in hand here for Navi. Side note, are you happy that Navi didn't make changes in the offseason?
I was thinking about, was it another like too expensive situation? But like they've always been pretty
Stingy.
Frugal. Frugal with how they get players and for how much. And I like that, actually. I mean, I'm not a huge fan of just like enormous names getting signed. I just don't believe in it. It's like, when
eat
does
the
it work?
rich.
Just no, it's more of like when are they actually performing above expectations? So, yeah.
Cheats ahead of it, and Gizmi's going to find himself the first casualty of this round as well. So the attack doesn't go as swimmingly as Monty wanted.
Gives me my money.
Oh, you saw him?
He did, right?
I saw a sliver, surely. Azuwu, though, in the meantime, is going to pick up the frag on Bit. Oh, and on Emeb. Both players trying to get through that ticket smoke.
It's time for a big round, Azuwu. 5-14.
Alexi B is going to be the next one to be toppled here. 3v5, folks. And Monty cut back down to the even 2v2. Wonderful knows that the player's committed to the ticket, and they know that Azuwu's bomb is still stuck over on Tetris. But they're going to, I thought they were going to throw Makaze through the murder hole to try to go deal with this BMAS flank.
Man, they have him locked in B, but Azuwu has to go all the way around the map. It's not what they're going to try to do. But crossing is still problem number one. And Wonderful's, he's got his teammate making noise, and this is actually encouraging the cross to take place. The bomb is starting to walk over. It's planted in front.
Wow.
Oh.
Planted safe. He missed the timing. He has to hold murder hole for a second, and then Azuwu over top of it. Navi's nerves of steel waver there for a moment, and in doing so, that Makaze jump out middle that forced Wonderful to turn is what allowed Monty to cross over for free. So just looking to save the off now. Makaze is going to run for the hills, and that is Monty from a 3 versus 5, walking it out into the A-bomb site victoriously.
Azuwu and Alexi have been bottom of the board heroes. Some of these rounds are just like all about them, but it's the, it's not about volume.
It's a very interesting timing to pull off this round as well, because it's a one-off round win from Navi, a 1 survivor in this one.
Yeah.
1 round gap. Sure, it's a T side, but we saw Monty push it to the limit. Navi were able to kind of close out before overtime on map 1. Will they be tested again, though? This is the kind of round that sets that test up as a possibility.
Feels a lot like Nuke in that way. Like Monty never officially got into the lead on Nuke though, right? Like just always 1 round away.
I want to say that's true.
No, yeah.
No, they had it once at 10-9.
And then 9.
Navi broke through. Oh, see ya, Gizmi. That is the opening death. Now, 3 rounds in a row.
Uh-oh. VMAS totally exposed.
Tries to go for the swing.
Oh, this isn't gonna. Oh, that's. Wait.
The fact he gets away with that.
That's crazy.
You know he just felt awkward for a second.
Still fighting though. Crazy as well.
Kaze is going to turn around to put that one to rest.
Oh, they can't just give this round away. One player going out a little too far, that's one thing, but they just doubled and tripled down.
Afro and Azuwu bringing it back though. Unfortunately for Azuwu, smoked off.
And
fortunately for him, bomb never actually exited ramp, so he can go grab it.
Yeah, that's not. I was thinking that's a downside, but actually, yeah, maybe it's just going to be better for him.
If Afro had taken that out, it would be sitting in sandwich right now. So this creates a bit of uncertainty for Navi to have to handle. You could see Bit kind of keeping his head on a swivel out top mid.
This one's a la carte for Azuwu. He can play it however he'd like.
Honestly, Navi never saw the bomb. They know he was in Palace, but every death that happened on this A floor. Oh, but they're ready to just walk this out. Yeah. They find their timing to peek it, and so Navi go to double digits first.
Just knowing when to go back and get some information. And Azuwu coming out of the same spot that he was last time with the bomb. Different route to get there, however. This round was just a little bit too easy for Navi. And You know, with the Palace run out, it's like you're actually hoping people are out in the open so you can duel them. But it gets really stringy. And it feels like it just wasn't under control, the fallback plan, or where to go from there. And Rainwaker couldn't find the ladder to get under Valve. That would have been a safe spot to stand in. Just a touch uncomfortable at a very key moment in the map.
Now the freebie comes forth with just Glocks on the side of Monte. Navi's 11th, queued up with ease. And so again, both pistols in this map go the way of Monte. They convert them both. It's usually the formula for success, but unfortunately for them, Navi bringing it to the table and all the others. And right now, with the Glocks hitting the floor of the B site, it's comfortable. Shooting gallery for Alexi. He's going to pad those stats. We know such a rough go of it throughout most of this game, but has had critical rounds and now gets some freebies.
Yeah, you had to be there to really see it. But his first kill of the game was one of the most impactful of the map.
Just get that rating up with the 3-round lead that comes with this 11-8 Navi lead.
Just again, their best chance to get into the control seat here for Monte, and it's such an awkward A attack. You can't think about it anymore. They've got another buy to come up with. It's healthy. It's got all the guns they want. Bro will not see this. They're spamming a bit, but
Ooh, pouncing as he jumps around with grenades. Gizmi has been the opening death 4 rounds in a row. Rainwaker tries to take it back, and BMAS has found his entry out on the B site before Wonderful can get the op on a line. So Makaze is drawn into the action, eats the flashbang, still alive, but barely. And BMAS is going to make sure B site belongs to Monte this round. Does a lot of work on his own here. Molotov off Wonderful's forehead. And that's going to force the save, so Monte still have something to fight for here on Mirage, and it comes by way of the BMAS double B entry.
And that's 4v5 too, so very nice round out of BMAS. For those who don't know BMAS, he did play on FaZe, right? For a short period of time, played on Mouse. Was it FaZe as well? It was, right? Am I crazy? Gosh, it's been so many years now.
No, he surely had a FaZe jersey on.
Yeah.
If you tell me that's not true, I'm going to argue even if I'm
because he
wrong.
played with Kerrigan on Mouse, so now I'm trying to remember if I'm...
Yeah, it was FaZe.
Yeah, okay.
From May 2020 to July 2020. In fact, he played with FaZe before Mouse.
A month. That's a trip.
Who plays for FaZe before Mouse?
Yeah, that's actually crazy.
Is that allowed?
Yeah, that's FaZe Academy.
The inverse.
Is that a demotion?
Golly. Good for you, man. You remembered that. 1 month in 2020.
1 month in 2020. I remember that.
Who remembers any of 2020?
Wow.
Well, Furia. It's the last time they were good.
Well, anyways, BMAS is known for his entries.
We see it on full display last round, that double Galil B exit. They throw Wonderful over there instead, so slight transition here in the defense for Navi. And we're going to see Monte just try to push this in with the A-site attack, but I think a lot of these executes have come up empty-handed. Gizmi's still alive for now. Guy's been having a rough T-side. Getting jumped on by Navi with little notice, but now they're going to go heavy out through the Palace instead. 3 players queued up. Met by a smoke grenade. Alexi eating a flashbangs, found towards Ticket. Good frag from Rainwaker. And then BMAS finding an entry, but only the one this time around. Man advantage still secured here by Monte as that next volley of util comes over. Rainwaker positioning deep inside of the ticket booth.
They're walking away from this, surely. They're gonna flash?
He's got all the nades, Rainwaker himself.
Oh, they're doubling it. Let's see if they dodge a second one.
Fully blind, but still recovers just enough vision at the end of that to deal with Makaze.
Why are they even still here fighting? This is a 2-on-4 retake.
They do not want this one to go down, but now it's just a dangerous exit. You see that shoulder spot, you think you can depart, and Wonderful will do exactly that. 2 players to leave for Navi. Monty's full assault onto that A bomb site's gonna net them double digits as well.
First kill's too easy on Alexi B. It's that full A attack. I think that the last time they had a rifle chance, and it was a little awkward, this is the one that they were looking for. The Palace walkout into the CT fight. They finally got their target. They got him blind too. Now they're in business. Very good. Oh my goodness. Most of the shots were into the wall. He was so blind.
Boosted off in Afro and rewarded.
That is huge.
When you consider Wonderful's impact as well.
Yeah, he's not often walking into that kind of kill.
Chance to tie this up. Monty seizing this T side. Again, we said double, both pistols, conversions. That was always going to put the pressure on Navi, and now gun rounds late in a half.
It's about to get real crunchy in middle here. They're waiting in underpass, top of middle. And Alexi, oh my goodness, just trying to cheat over towards A, but no, this just gets everyone killed.
Nicely done. It's Jack von Spreckelsen from top mid with the opening kill.
Excuse me?
What? Jack von Spreckelsen? That's his name.
Who?
Gizmy. Now Bit from inside of the sandwich waits for the walkout, and while his teammate holds off the Palace play, that's just going to push the bomb up catwalk. Surely they don't win this 2v5. Gonna try to go for the spam, but already that bomb's rounded the catwalk corner. So we've got this game tied up at 11 rounds here, folks.
Yeah, still probably not going to go for this with how far away they are. So Monty, it's perfect. The fact that they get this off a tactic too makes it all the sweeter. Taking out Wonderful in the way they did. I mean, I guess here it's, Monty don't have that much to lose. They have money to buy. So he has freckles, you said?
No. His name is Jack von Spreckelsen.
It's his stage name?
No, it's his real name. And it's his last name, so you can't even choose it. Wonderful. A sitting duck to the Afro boost. And honestly, that move off catwalk, jumping down into the bottom of middle, I mean, that player sitting in underpass has the support from, I was going to call him Jack, from Gizmy top mid. No, there's only one Jax. Look at this buy as well for Navi to try to stave off the 12th round here for Monty. I mean, that last round is massive. Great play to get the man advantage. Great close as well.
Okay, here it could come.
Although we have seen Navi win rounds with less.
Okay, I've got Rainwaker at just the mouth of this smoke. They have done crazy things from here. They like a risk or two. Oh, flash is terrible.
Oh, no.
Oh, that's just awful. I mean, it just didn't hit anything.
BMAS given over for free with that flash bottom A ramp.
Oh, unfortunately, Afro just bungled that entirely. I mean, because if the flash didn't happen, he wouldn't even swung.
Right.
And that didn't hit a thing.
With that comes the chance at Navi's 12th round. Still, pistol on Alexi, pistol on Makaze. Makaze, full health, unlike Alexi. But they're going to go for this cat play again, trying to find timing out middle. Oh, UA.CET takes one to the head, but Makaze's deagle, good for the first. Then Alexi dealt with.
Oh.
Gizmy, double headshot from the bottom of middle. forces those Cap players back, but the bomb got dropped in the process. Rainwaker walks out, insta-headshot on Bit. AK bests the M4. To hell with the headshot. And with the smoke inside of Connector, without a Hail Mary shot here from Wonderful, this bomb will inevitably be planted. Does he want this op in the final round of regulation?
Surely, with the money.
Wonderful, you'd think, has to go for this save as Monty are on the brink of a map 2 victory tonight.
Oh my goodness. I can't believe they survived that error in the beginning of the round. A free one back, but it's not the first 4v5 that they pulled off versus NAVI. That's an excellent recovery.
And finally, a chance for Gizmy to get a T round going. You know, a lot of early deaths, that streak of 4 opening deaths on this T side, but now he catches that kill last round, simultaneous with the bottom mid frag, and this time too, staves off that pistol push. So if he's not the first man down, he's finding himself his impact, and off of that bad flash, BMAS was done for. These 2 kills right here, the Deagle and the 5-7 denied.
Denied the trade. This as well would have been a 2v2. A rifle on default on the A site. Could have been a whole lot harder, but Rainwaker. 2 good rounds coming out of Palace most recently. And Monty grab another late game lead.
For the first time, a 12th round win. Overtime earned. They come into this one full M4. So Navi at full force for the 24th.
Oh, another boost up. Ooh, it'll sting to not get that kill. It was the right idea. Oh, okay. The right idea, the perfect idea. Had vision. Hit the shot last time. Still, again, they've been great. They've been winning rounds 4v5. This mid-crunch could be super solid. I mean, it could all go wrong or it could be super solid, but there will be action in just a few seconds.
Wonderful's got enough support to not turn away from top middle. Him versus Afro in a moment. Bit finding a kill before the smoke plumes. Ooh, but BMAS has got the trade. Won't get a chance to escape it though. Bit's double kill. And EMET gets found out with Wonderful never even having a thing to shoot at. Rainwaker's made it out from Palace. Calling for that bomb to come and join him from T-spawn. For now, he operates alone.
They kind of know how they're reorganizing here towards the ramp. I think it's clear as day exactly what's taking place. How long can Rainwaker stay up in this spot?
It's Navi 3 members strong over towards the stairs. Wonderful gets his first shot of the round. Rainwaker, the double back! And damage onto Wonderful as well.
He's trying to chase him down.
24 seconds for the 1v3.
He's tucked.
Op is just tucked and waits. He's got to go for the bomb on the Palace play, and he nails it to close. 1v3 for Monty to push this series to Dust 2. Commendable Counter-Strike back on Nuke, and a T-side comeback for Mirage.
The stand-in! Rainwaker washes Navi away on Mirage. What a stunning way to end that map. Keep it out of overtime. I'm a little speechless after that one, Maui. That blew my mind.
I'm shocked because I felt like Rainwaker in the first half was sometimes giving it up for the side of Monty. So to show there's a little redemption there in that final 1v3 clutch that he had, the space taking as well, recognizing that there was an opportunity towards the A bomb site. I mean, Monty's composure in this game was not something that I really expected. This round to in this moment, I feel like, Mike, we're ready to go to OT, okay?
So ready.
And I can't believe they couldn't get the trade. I can't believe he didn't use his utility here to try to play this any differently. And I just can't believe that he finished it out.
I can't believe it. This is actually, when he didn't use the Molotov on this corner, I figured he'd be dead to the op, but wow. Wow, talk about a round. I mean, smiles after that one, and well deserved. That's incredible for Rainmaker. And talk about when you're a player making an audition for a team, playing as a stand-in as well, having those kind of highlight moments may make up for some of the more awkward fumbles where you see like a communication issue or just not quite being on the same page. You pull that shit off, you could do whatever.
I don't see a reason why, if I'm Monty and I'm looking at Rainmaker after that one, I'm not getting a little excited, okay? Because that right there, off of the first half too, which I feel like we need to go back to, is just the CT side for him was a little rocky. I mean, there were moments where I felt like he wasn't quite connected with the team. We have this example here where it feels like maybe he even sells the round, where this one was a scrappy buy for the Monty side. It felt like they had this one dead to rights. Bits desperately trying to get back in this round, and Rainmaker kind of gives it up. So again, I'm almost contextualizing what it meant to Rainmaker and to Monty to see him go from being practically zero to then the hero. I mean, you love it. You love an arc, don't you, Mike?
You really do. A storyline and a saga as well. And I mean, praise on to Gizmy as well. He got that crazy deagle kill early on to make this possible, coming out of Palace. He pulls off the clutch here against Bit. No slouch for the first bullet accuracy. I mean, a legend for it. This is really impressive play from Monty and from multiple players coming from across the board, really.
I liked how some of the individuals played, but I even more so liked how the team played. The T side half that they went through there, I felt like on Nuke, you got a couple glimpses of it. The way that they're able to pause, the way that they just kind of have a couple different arrangements that they're starting their rounds with. I feel like that, to me, is what kept Navi just off kilter enough in this game, where they couldn't quite get a pulse. Because even in that last round, the way that they regrouped, wrapped back around towards A as Rainmaker took that space, it's showing individual initiative, but also an ability to just pause the round, not give up any unnecessary deaths, and then be able to convert.
We do at some point need to flip the conversation, because this is also a Navi team that let this slip out of control. You see the scoreline here, 9-11. It's a straightforward A play. You've got all your numbers up, and you're losing the bodies, you're losing the take, you're losing these critical, crucial rounds, and then you're hunting a little bit too far. This is where Makaze tries to chase a bad situation, and their money goes tumbling out of control. If they survive with 3 there, I think it would have been a much better opportunity to put together rounds going into the dying moments of this map.
I definitely agree. I mean, Navi they had to take a save pretty soon after that one to try to just make sure that they maintain their economy. That is a little bit curious. Also, the fact that they sent him there, I guess they just had the flash, they had the idea, and they just wanted to go regardless of the fact that that's an A bomb site that's completely taken. You've lost eyes on jungle, stairs, everything, and you think that one CT kill is even going to shift the odds in your favor? Probably not.
It just really doesn't feel like a round that we see Navi go for.
No,
right? These just aren't the plays that we expect this team to be making. And now we've got 2 maps of sample size where both have gone the distance, one of which they've lost now. And rounds like these are how they happen.
And this is just another example of how Monty have quite a few tricks. And I also love the pace change here. I mean, they get the opening pick in middle, but look at the time. I mean, they held on to top middle space, and then they swing out with 1 minute and 8 seconds left. It's just one of those reactions or pauses where Navi, in a point of vulnerability, know that they have to try to take something back. And it almost feels like Monty is just ready for Tier 1 CS like that. They just pause for the 40 seconds, let Navi just dig their own grave, and then punish them for it. So I've been really impressed with Monty's T sides, because some of that stuff was happening lightly on Nuke, but on Mirage, the culmination was them actually winning the map.
How worried should we be for Navi, right? Because the Nuke, we were already saying, that's probably a lot closer than you would have expected going into it. The Mirage now, we see them lose a lead where they should have been in control, where they had the CT side, where they had what we would expect to be every advantage going their way. Are you sounding alarm bells at this point?
Man, I mean, it's the beginning of the season, so you would always try to give a little bit more in terms of just. I don't want to sell my Navi stock immediately off of anything that's happening here, but when Alexei talks about the fact that they've been in boot camp for a little bit long, or at least been prepping for longer leading into the season, I thought this was going to be Navi turning a page. I mean, without seeing anything, I was ready to say that I thought Navi were going to be a top 6 consistent team this season, and I'm the one that's being sold here. This is kind of hurting me because Mirage, reminder, it's their bread and butter map.
Yeah. It's a position of strength. It's something that we expect Navi to have locked down every day of the week. And the fact that they're losing it in this manner, where they're in control, where they're in the lead, where they're making mistakes that we don't normally see from Navi, to a team which, again, Monte hasn't been playing at this level of competition, are playing with a stand-in, lost one of their cornerstone pieces right before the season started.
It's tough. I mean, you're nervous. Yeah, no, it does make you nervous, and I feel like James Banks right now probably is, you know, he's sweating. He's like he's rocking back and forth. I can only imagine it right now. He's a big guy, but you know he can assume the field position too. We all can.
It's a big baby, but we're headed into Dust 2. There's one more map of play here, and we're going to talk a little bit about that on the other side of this break.
What's your confidence coming in against Navi?
We're actually very confident. you know, we have a lot of faith in the way we play, and you know, the veto as well it went well for us. We planned for this veto, so nothing too surprising there. We're looking forward to the game. Done a lot of practice on these specific maps, so hopefully we'll show a good game.
Not gonna lie, there was a big part of my brain that thought, yeah, buddy, when he said he was really confident against NAVI. Turns out, Gizmy absolutely had reason to be. Really nice showing so far coming through from Monte. Very impressive results coming in across those first 2 maps. We got a damn series on our hand here, Maui, as we head to Dust 2.
And it doesn't feel like a fluke whatsoever. Monte are playing great CS. They're able to recognize how a team like NAVI is going to be reacting to picks, to man advantages, disadvantages. I feel like Gizmy is actually really proving his worth in terms of just time management for the team. That's not something I thought I was going to say coming into this series, but he clearly looks like a very composed leader in a matchup, even against one of the world elites.
And I think some credit over to Kakafu as well, right? In working on this prep and whatever that they have lined up for this. Color me very impressed across the 2 sample size. They have to stick the landing on Dust 2. That is going to be very challenging. Of course, we do still favor NAVI with every logical part of our brains, I suspect. But enough questions have been posed across these 2 13-11s that it's like, okay, let's play ball. I'm very excited for this one.
Yeah, I feel like this is a map that, I mean, I thought that the series was probably done once they lost their pick on Nuke, and now that we're here, it's giving me faith that I didn't even think I could find in myself for Monte in this series. Dust 2 is a map that they've actually been playing quite a bit in the last few months, one that they've taken down a couple of those tier 1.5 teams like the Foots, the OG out there. So I don't think that it's beyond them to actually make this incredibly competitive. But for NAVI, on the other hand, you know, they're obviously getting tested by the best teams in the world. I think one thing to NAVI's credit is that they aren't just like some of the other tier 1 teams that kind of recycle the same plays either. I've seen them try a few more things with their mid splits, for example. Like they'll throw the left side and the right side smokes occasionally instead of just doing the most simple mid to Bs ever. So I think that this is maybe where, one, NAVI is actually extremely prepared for this kind of map, and 2, the personnel are not going to take this one lightly, which they may have done at points on Mirage.
Yeah, I will guarantee at this point that Alexi B is sitting ramrod straight in his chair. He is sitting up. He is focused on in. And they might need to go a little deeper in their bag of tricks than they expected here on this Dust 2, because it's clear that Monte have done their homework, that they've done their prep, that they are ready to play. But now it's time for the big exam. One final test, and it starts with a little bit of a knife round here, Maui.
And it looks like we get CT side. Well, actually on Dust 2, sometimes you don't know who's going to pick what. But I think it was NAVI that won the knife round there. Think that they probably are going to go for the CT, though?
The CT, yeah.
Is that what Prod's telling me right now?
Yeah.
Okay.
Magic voice in my head. I'm just omniscient.
Okay. All right. Well, I think that clear as daylight, you should be focusing on Wonderful here. I mean, he's been extremely active in this series. I felt like on Nuke, he was clearly the star in terms of his movements. Dust 2 is a map that should be even easier for him to read. But if Gizmy's shown me anything thus far in this series, they aren't that predictable, Monte. So I'm really curious personally as to how they're going to throw little bits of misdirection in his way to slow him down.
Well, the question is, will NAVI right the ship and get the result that everyone expected, or have Monte thrown enough rocks in their way to throw them off course and take this one? It's all on the line. It's all on Dust 2. It's all on the backs of Scrawny and Launders.
Oof, always with the boats, this guy, huh?
You guys all look like Marty Supreme, actually. You, Wonderful, Darf, Timothy.
No. My hair's grown out, Mo. I'm putting distance, you know, once Timothy got
Marty,
that.
You're Marty Global.
You know what I'm saying? Here we go, Launders. We've got Monte and NAVI on Dust 2, and I think on an individual level, you know, we kind of had a cool off there as well for NAVI. Remember, I mean, not Wonderful, not Bit. Those 2 at the top. But when we were back on Nuke, there was 2Ks coming from the entire camp. That thing, that kind of changed course when we got into Mirage, and on top of that, both pistols plus conversions. Of course, Monte, we're always going to win that. Sprinkle in a 1v3. It's a recipe for disaster as far as NAVI are concerned. Monte to the T side with utility here on the deciding map with no second chances at the bounty. NAVI lose this map. NAVI are out of this event.
How many VRS points are on the line, actually, for this one? Because now we're close.
Go take a look for
you. Monte are back on the grind. Like, the Monte we remember and the grind formula, they're back on the grind and they're winning.
Fight's taken here by Wonderful from lower tunnel. And out long doors go all of Monte, barring Rainwaker, who sticks around towards Barrel's top middle. Scramble here for Navi to try to get ahead of it. Eating a flashbang doesn't bode too well for Alexi. Emet tucked into Gandalf, can wait. And he's got support from Catwalk as well. I mean, clearly Navi on the scene. But nobody holding that flank means eventually Rainwaker's going to find players with backs turned. And the guys on the bomb site are starting to call for that flank to come running in. Meanwhile, Gizmy gets a couple and just enough for Rainwaker to come through. Another pistol comes up Monte.
Welcome to the danger zone, Navi. Now you see Bit shuffling up in his seat, and they're like, okay, this is going to be the hard route. And it's Dust, too.
Navi currently...
Another lovely 2K from Gizmy.
The number 4 ranked team in Valve's rankings. This would propel Monte up the rankings by 3 from 38 to 35th. Not that drastic, actually.
What the heck? How come the other one was like 27 to...
What's going on there, huh?
8 to 25, wasn't it?
34 points for a victory over Navi.
That's... I guess it's an online match, so...
Chump change.
It's leftovers. Meatloaf. I mean, 3 spots, I guess, for an online match is pretty good. But, like, from 38... It's not going to turn enough heads.
I'll still be impressed.
Oh, yeah, we will remember this.
Opportunity there for Bit. No connection on the Deagle.
A lot of guys that are ready to jump on Bit right now. He's going to have to fight him off like Jackie Chan.
That one landed, but not between the eyes. So Gizmy still allowed to...
Do people even really know Jackie Chan anymore? Is that a crazy thing to sing?
That's a great question.
It's like, yeah, it has been a while for...
Late 90s, early 2000s. He was in everything for us.
Man, the fact that people haven't seen Rush Hour...
Or Shanghai Nights with Owen Wilson.
Wow.
That's my favorite Jackie Chan pairing.
Pairing? Movie?
No, pairing is in like, you know, he's got like Rush Hour.
What he's
I don't remember the name of that actor. No, like you know, you have like a duo in those films. In Rush Hour, the other actor is
Chris Tucker.
And in Shanghai Nights, it's Owen Wilson. It's my favorite Jackie Chan pairing.
Gotcha. Duo.
Yeah, duo.
Like they're casters, they're pairing.
That's fair. Conversion goes well. Navi wanted to hang on the tools they had, but they actually lose the MP9 at the end here. And luckily for Alexi, that's thick coverage. So you'll have 2 weapons moved forward. One of which really just the scout for Wonderful to try to change things. Tied series, Monte lead 2-0. Another converted pistol. This was a formula for Navi's loss back on Mirage, and Monte have gotten away with it again. And this lead should seemingly grow again here in the 3rd. Unless we get the best scout round of the year so far. That's rough, man. It took a
yeah.
But he's trying to get a boost.
Yeah.
4 days late.
Okay, Bit goes down. Look at the options here for Monte. Everything looks great. Oh, the nade could have done it. It's just a free round towards long, honestly. Rainwaker's just going to turn himself into a lurk. They're not stopping this.
predicted as well for 80 damage. It's going to take all the hype out of the round for Alexi.
Can't get one by Grimbo.
Ooh, Subu bending Galil shots. And so this little sprint to the top of mid, trying to deal with Rainwaker. Looks like Monty keeping 5 up this time. And a little bit of more money for the road for Glumbo.
We had, like, the first time we casted him, we said his name. Honest, I think we said Gimsy, probably, for, like, the entire match. Didn't realize. And his friends thought it was hilarious. Sometimes we use stuff like that on purpose. That wasn't one of the times, though, so we weren't even in on the joke.
No, we weren't.
You were just saying Gimsy.
But now we're friends, so
yeah,
do it like that.
Now it's Freckles.
Wonderful sat back, no angle to work with. Monty's flawless start on the line as Navi's first guns hit the floor.
One here watching middle.
Yeah, Navi, and particularly Wonderful, pretty happy to just kind of give up that angle pretty quick. Got to keep those nades tucked in the corner, Alexi.
Yeah, I mean, this is the guy you want to have him.
Wealth of utility on the A ramp. Smoke goes down in front of the cat play at 1:10. That'll slow things down, but we're not really getting Navi testing the edges of the map whatsoever. Nobody has taken another look towards these mid doors since Wonderful first left.
It's just a vanilla-looking map from both sides. I wonder if they try to Freiburg drop this round. It looks like they're going to set up what could be just a cat fake. Drop through the smokes and split mid-B. Bomb's still here at the top of middle. There's that flash. They get him down.
Drops through. Ema ready for...
they don't do their deep CT smoke, though. So now they just have to cross slowly.
Molotov burning Ema out. They at least zone him, but yeah.
Oh, they did. Okay.
Smoke on the other side of it. Usually that would come with the drop at the same time.
They did it just late, right? Or was that their CTs? No, it had to be theirs.
Now all of a sudden, with head tucked down towards Car, Makaze hasn't noticed this crossover. Alexi's going to clear it out from the CT spawn, so all goes well for Navi in the end.
Yeah, it was interesting. I think it was actually pretty hard for Emma to get anything from there with the way they were waiting for him. So they actually did deal with him pretty well, but didn't get the kill without the death, and also the drop in a CT didn't actually result in a kill. Yeah, this is pretty miraculous 2K here for Emma. And then they're a little stun locked by that kill, I think. The trade back.
Now Wonderful trying again to have some kind of an angle. There was so much space given over last round with the mid play, or the lack thereof for Navi. Monty slotted into that open space again. CT smoke will not get bumped. Emet opts to play in front of him with a flashbang coupled for the double.
Can't get better than that.
Not even blinded either, just wins the duels straight up.
Threat right now.
Afro's going to take an angle over towards window now, hoping that somebody oversteps, but doesn't want to float around because if that smoke fades, you know Emet's on the other end. He'll go hunting for that kill instead. Emet not on the same position, so this molly will not find its intended target. And Emet will be happy to just play over the box instead in the 5v3.
When do you see anyone get both in a spot like that? It's exactly what you need from a mid-beast player. Obviously supported, I think, off the flash push. Now gets even closer to wrap him. Plus, like, there was no trade, so... Wait, why is Alexi even watching that?
Flash finds its home. And
look at him, man. Is he going to ace?
Oof,
oh,
no,
why'd
he's
I
not.
say anything at all?
Half damage onto BMAS, all he finds. They turn attention, but at 10 seconds, there's nothing here
they
for
can
Monty,
die after
man.
time,
This
man.
has really fallen apart.
Wait, this is really dangerous for them. Their CT's everywhere.
Cannot afford to die here. Have to hang on. Flash comes through. You know Navi are going to try to force this. 3 players to die after time if they're not careful. Oh, it's just all done. Ouch. Oh, God.
That's the worst die after time round that I've seen in some time.
Oh.
I mean, that is the absolute peak of dying after time.
What
right
happened
there.
to this round, man? I mean, these deaths happened in a minute 15, and you're telling me you can't get past Catwalk in a minute and 15.
A minute and 15.
Wow.
I was up doing cameos at 6:30, but it's not about me.
Wow. Oh, that just takes all the momentum away, doesn't it?
Oh man, they look like they just had a full buy, and this is all they got.
Wow.
Oh.
That's, I mean, like you said, I haven't
dead
seen...
after time. When's the last time?
I have not seen something that bad.
We've cast together 8 years. I'm
Yeah.
not sure I've ever seen that. You seen that?
I don't think so.
I would have been there.
Whoa. Youch.
They're thinking about that right now.
Yeah. I mean, you know, sometimes we say like, "Ooh, that's gonna be a scab." Like that's still gonna be a festering wound.
Yeah. Yeah. I know.
And you're just sat there thinking about it the entire time.
Now you're at risk of dying after time again. Imagine if that happened. Saddest part about this round is they're just thinking about making sure they die on time.
Yeah, I mean, next round they still don't have enough. They have nothing.
Yeah, they should
They have
honestly.
2 rounds of
Navi
loss bonus right now.
Navi should just let him just kill the bomb planner only. Like make this worse. 25 seconds. You guys have to make sure you die. I know the bar's low, but if we're not dying here, I don't know what to tell you.
Gotta run through the fire. Gotta make sure. Down to 12 seconds. Shooting gallery for Wonderful. And, ooh, on for the ace. Oh, he's...
Stolen.
Unbelievable robbery of an ace.
Wow.
Check yourself, Ema.
But what are you doing with these clips anyways, these days?
I mean, it's
Is someone
early.
putting that in an edit? No.
Actually, yeah, this would turn into a... This could be one of the clips they play with the major charms.
That'd be one of the better ones, actually. Oh, man.
You know what would make a great major charm was Monty dying 3 players after time.
That could be a rare.
That's what I'm looking for. I don't know.
Man, look at this. Look at this. You guys are wondering, why are we talking about 3 guys dying after time? Look at their money still.
Glocks in the last round.
To
Here
this
we are
day.
again.
This is what happens. One guy is bad enough.
And this is on top of that as well. Like, we'll talk about it one more time after this when Navi are into the next round, because I want to see how much money they have by the time Monty get into another purchase themselves.
Yeah,
there's 2 sides to that sword.
Yeah.
You've screwed yourself, and you have just springboarded Navi to such a comfort zone for the rest of this CT side.
Yeah.
I mean,
we could minimize it, but at the end of the day, it's the entire half.
It's ramifications from round 5 to round 12, essentially.
Yeah, maybe for the rest of your life, depending on
for the rest of your
what kind of VRS this gets you.
For as long as Launders can remember that round. You know, Monty made it to major playoffs once, but I'm going to remember that round.
Yeah.
An organizational calamity. What a blunder.
Okay, they got to figure out how to die again right now.
15 seconds. We're here again. Little walkout from middle. 10 seconds on the clock.
These guys need to die.
Before the time expires. Ima's gunning him down. They don't want them to plant, but yeah, they'll get away with that at least. Okay, well, they squeeze a little extra money out of that one, so.
Man, they waited so long to do that, but they actually got the plant off, so fair enough.
Down to the final 4 seconds. Well, Navi with a 4-3 lead, and it's Monte back with a bye. How much cash do Navi have by the time Monte got back here? I'm looking at about everybody having everything they need.
1 MP9.
Plus $36,000, give or take.
36 grand, okay.
Everything Navi want, plus 36 surplus.
Well, luckily for Monte, they also, with that plant, they get a lot of
Look at
money.
that cash.
They are just, look, it's 4-3, and they're... Be careful with your money, folks.
But at least now we can get back into the game, because Monte's hands have been tied behind their back by that one blunder since it happened. Now, not too late. Only the 8th round of the half after all. But it still doesn't inspire me with how kind of lame some of these slow rounds have been with just Glocks. Show us you've still got fight left in you, please.
Is it Emma, I think, maybe just got into their head. Oh my God. You've got Monte. The map is quiet. They're not moving around anywhere. Navi aren't working for anything. We had just had a moment where they died, losing to time. And then 2 rounds where it comes close again. We just don't want that to happen again.
Mid-hold easy for Makaze. Bit gets cleared off of the B bomb site in the meantime. Oh, the lineup for the triple here. Makaze given a gift. And a 4 versus 2 for Navi. 25 seconds as Apro goes for the bomb plant. Cover from the AK right behind him. No tunnel control coming out for Navi. And that door remains smoked, but so smoked that they try to work around it. Rainwaker with 2 kills in this attempt, but the other double still alive for Navi. They will extend that to a 5-3 lead. Big multi-kill moment here for Makaze.
I don't want to see rounds going in the clinch. I want to see Monte making this map look alive, looking to get a kill before they exec, trying to do something in a default. Not just waiting till 35 seconds. What's happened to them all of a sudden? Idealists? You think Navi are afraid to play against a late round execute when they're 5v5? How much research have we done right now? This is not the way to go out, and it's the perfect time for a pause. And they've had lots of time to think. They were in limbo on those 2 Glock rounds. Maybe that shook them a bit. How come they put Makaze all the way over there on the other wall? Still the new guy, eh?
Needs a bit of space, you know, to thrive still. Minute 10 in cat control for Monte. We've seen them literally sit here for a minute.
Yeah, they'll sit here and...
For a minute.
Man, why Navi don't have to push?
And by now, Monte, I think, needs to realize that it's not going to happen.
Yeah, and so give yourself more time to work the exec. Again, stylistically, some teams are really terrible versus late round execs. Navi are not. Navi are literally, they're born for that.
Blade, the kind of coach that's got you running dry runs on your birthday.
This is after attack pause, by the way. The changeup is go A.
Trying to throw some long control into the mix late, I suppose, but at 30 seconds, you still don't have any exit through the doorway, and Wonderful sitting here waiting. It's a smoke onto Wonderful's angle. That'll rob him of that. 20 seconds on the clock. Another late Monty execute.
The smoke is going to help them, though.
Easy hold for Wonderful. And then Alexi stuffs it as well on the cat extension. They're just trying to walk through smokes at 25 seconds.
The smoke is silly.
And all of Navi have vision. Not to mention, like you said, this corner smoke helps them out. It allows still for Wonderful to sit back on car.
It would have been fine if there was like a minute on the clock. They're throwing this basically a setup smoke to take long control that the Opera can play with. Unless they blow that open and do something crazy with it at 20 seconds, how's it going to help you, really? Wonderful's like, okay, you're not going to try to flash and kill me. I'm just going to go and use this.
Monty in desperate need of an inspiring round here.
Yeah, and they took a tack pause, too. That's right off the tack pause. That was their best idea.
Yikes.
Yeah. Two 13-11 games. They've shown us how to play close to Navi on 2 maps in a row.
This one, not so much.
Yeah.
Again here at a minute 10. Same as the last round.
They're just like psyching themselves out with all the space. I don't know.
Drop an earlier utility this time around, trying to make that cross out happen. Rainwaker will come out through the mid smoke and find Makaze with a knife in hand. This time as UWU's down into the position. Look at this. Change up the timing.
Nice.
Get into the bomb site, find open space, and you get yourself a 5v3 post plant. Much better look here for Monty in the 10th round. Still head tucked on top of the bomb plant. And it's Wonderful down for the count. Flawless so far for Monty here in this one. They will indeed secure a 4th round on this T side. And it comes by way of getting to the same point at the same time as rounds prior, but playing with more than the final 25 seconds.
Yeah, so it's round 10. There's so much money they could have bought for 3 more rounds, but luckily there'll only have to be 2 more. It's still going to be full buys each time. Monty could very well let this half get away from them, but at least here we just see a solid round executed in time, and it really shows us that you're not getting any extra value out of the 30 seconds that you don't do anything, especially versus a team that's not even pushing you.
I think that's one of those moments where Navi were just kind of lulled into a sense of false confidence. The fact that Wonderful's caught off by timing, misses a shot. The fact that Makaze's caught off by timing with a knife in his hand.
Yeah, I mean, Rainwaker just ran through that smoke, and they have been doing that a little bit. That's, I think if you're Navi, you're just like, oh, that's fine. I mean, you wouldn't have expected the other team to do the same round so many times in a row in the first place. You're probably just like, well, why even change their gameplay? Let's see how many times that they make this happen. Now, finally, they change up, and I'm sure Navi will too.
Gives me with a faster tempo to the cat play. Gonna find another unprepared Navi member, this time Ime, with grenades in hand, not ready for that swing around the corner.
Wow, that's crazy. He got up there. There's no one watching inside of middle. The door's not smoked either, so Ime just thought, no way they're trying to scale right now. That's a good kill.
Afro killing Makaze is going to give him a 5v3 in the 11th. Wonderful drops down. We've seen Monty here plenty of times.
Well, this will be pretty difficult for Alexi. I mean, I can't... Why are Navi not even gambling in any direction here, actually? Hoping it's a mid-B kind of. Alexi playing on the site by himself, trying to stop a whole long split. Let's see what he can do.
3 players in front of him. He'll blast away only a Zuwu. And a bomb plant that can't be stopped. So moving into the next one, Navi just walk away. I think Navi's kind of lack of ambition in the CT side has just been kind of covered up by some of the failures of Monte.
That's a good way to put it.
We were sat here kind of criticizing Monte with justice after not having...
Neither of them doing a lot.
Yeah, but now, now as Monte make a change towards the very end of this because they had to, has Navi done anything that's kind of blown your socks off?
No, I mean, I would just say that, like, their game plan to hang back in a lot of these rounds has been totally fine. This was a round that I expected it to be more aggressive, not less, or just equivalently, but Imma dies on Cat. And Imma's the guy who really, like, started off this whole series of tilt rounds for Monte with his, like, back-to-back 2Ks on mid-B.
So given a chance to actually tie, I can't believe we're in a world where this half could get tied.
Well, it was more, it's more the fact that Monte could have just had a great half, right? Their money got so ruined. And what we see instead is that, well, Monte are now winning hard rounds in a row, but each of these rounds, Navi have had a full buy. They'll have a full buy right now, too.
Towards long goes the Monte attempt. E-Man trying to fall away. 2 players stuck along the wall, and that's going to be a great trade back for Monte's 4v3.
Excellent first bullet from Zuwu. And now Navi need to look alive.
Scrambling towards the A site while we get this entire pullback from Monte. Bit taking positioning inside of the tunnels. Could find Rainwaker with his back turned.
Rain just dies here. And now it's actually really scary. Oh, Bit's going to just jump by.
And that's going to serve as their trigger to go sprinting into the B site. Wonderful can try to chase them. Bomb kind of stutter steps over towards site. Wonderful, thinking that the targets will be further back, gets blasted away by BMAS. So we do indeed have a tied half queued up.
Yeah, 3 full buys in a row. Monte won them after the save, so full credit to them. Hardest route to get here.
Made this half harder on themselves by losing the economy for the 3 rounds that they did. Clutch attempt for the road here, Makaze. Ending the CT side for Navi. Flash fades. Afro regains vision, and the Opper's known to be over towards the tunnels now. Layered up with one of the 2 rifles coupled alongside it. Monte, big recovery, because it was a big fumble in the middle of this that cost them the majority of these Navi round wins. We end this half at 6 rounds all.
Hey guys, this is Mahone, and I'm going to break down how the pros hold long A on Dust 2, so you can do it just like them too. Let's go. Usually at the start of the round, you want to pay attention to the spawns. That's because only the best spawn for the CTs gets past this corner before the best T spawn peaks. So the best use of the spawn is to try to get a Molotov down at the doors right away to stop a potential rush. Now keep in mind, if you don't have the best spawn, the Ts can already be holding you. With a Molotov down at doors, the next component is to have a second person throw flashes to blind the Ts as they come out. One of the most common ways to do this is just over the building from the long crossing. The flash will blind Ts holding from the doors, so even if you don't have the best spawn, you get a brief window to cross the angle. It's possible to throw this flash too early, so the timing to throw this flash is at 1:49, which leads to the earliest a T can be at the doors. The Molotov and flash gives you a good initial defense, but Ts with the best spawn can run straight to blue bin before the Molotov lands. So another option for the Molotov is to throw it behind the blue bin, which stops Ts from sitting there. And as for a potential T at the entrance, you can use this smoke at the start of the round. The smoke is thrown from elevator, flies over the buildings, then bounces off the top of long house and drops into the doors. This smoke limits Ts from holding the long corner, which gives you an isolated fight on the T crossing to blue bin. But keep in mind, if you want to peek the doors with the best spawn, it won't land in time. The blue bin Molotov and long doors smoke takes away a lot of positions for the Ts. But what if the Ts are fully committed to taking long? There will be flashes or a corner smoke preventing you from holding the entrance. To ensure your Molotov still lands even while blind, you can use this lineup where you run sideways facing the wall and release as soon as you reach the corner. Facing the wall reduces how much you get blinded, and it also removes the need to step forward to throw the Molotov, which means you can cross the pit without any additional movement, and it lowers the chance the T catches you mid-throw. To fight the corner smoke, you can throw a counter flash to blind the Ts pushing up. And this is a flash your teammate can throw for you. The goal of the flash is to have it pop on the left side of long and behind you so you don't need to turn. This flash will blind Ts hugging the wall, as the 149 flash won't get them. With this flash, you can swing to the left side of the smoke or push through the smoke to catch Ts directly behind it. So with these extra steps, let's say you fought off the initial push. What's a good spot to hold from? There's this position at the pit where you aren't directly holding the doors but the side of the blue bin. The idea is to catch the Ts at the moment they have to clear the right side. You can also use this lineup to re-smoke the doors without exposing yourself too much, giving you time to reposition. So that's what you can do if you have long control, but what do you do if you're forced to fall back? If you back up to the long crossing, you can use this smoke that lands at the middle of long to delay Ts from pushing up. The smoke covers the entire choke point, which allows you to move freely between car and CT spawn. And as well, you can use the smoke to push up close to fight the Ts. And that is the last piece of how to hold Dust 2 Long A like the pros.
Back into the action with what has been a recovery out of Monte, a surprising recovery with how kind of flat some of those rounds in the middle of the half went down. But obviously, we said, when's the last time, if we've ever seen such a, post-timer expiration round loss? How do you deal with that? How do you handle that? Monte don't know what it's like to have to stomach that. And some weird rounds after and still a few for the road.
Yeah, you almost can't. I mean, you can't do anything really about the fact that you have no money. You've got Glocks and you've just got to hope that you get a kill or two in the next couple of rounds, and yeah, that's about as bad as it gets. The fact that Monte came back 6 rounds, won 3 full rifles in a row, actually puts the spotlight back onto Navi in terms of making mistakes or really not bringing a whole lot of interesting gameplay to the table. Not a great half of Counter-Strike.
No, just being honest.
Yeah, yeah, I love being honest.
Shame too, because I was pretty high on Monte's supply in the first couple of maps. And Navi's.
And this could be another close map. I mean, 2 13-11s back-to-back.
It's not a dead duck for either team, though, just a lame duck. Can't let it spoil the series. But this pistol, the same pace. 55 seconds, they'll clump back up into the tunnels here in this 4v5. Working with a Molotov, a flash, and a smoke, but met by a smoke on arrival. They're now going to pull all the way back to spawn instead.
But when Navi do a late round situation, yeah, they're playing with fire, but well, here they're really just playing with fire because they're running away from a site that has 1 guy into one that has 3.
And still they take the pit kill instantly. Afro's going to tuck his head down. They keep their Molotov. They don't throw it to the car.
There's no way they think about car right now, right?
Oh, they do hold it. Alexi B was holding it the entire time. Makaze walks away with the kill, and then Gizmi here in the final 10 seconds of the round. Bomb's been dropped at 6 seconds. They get the kills top ramp. He's just got to survive. And so Navi play with fire and get burned.
Oh, and Bit dies after... Did he die after time?
No, he earned his money.
Oh, okay. Ooh, okay. That was a close call. But yeah, huge reroute out of B. 1 guy in the site. I mean, they didn't know... it's actually, to be honest, kind of surprising Monte didn't rotate anybody over. But I guess they are the ones to get the first kill, so... Whoa, that was on 0.
So lucky to have his money. He affords himself a deagle bit. Goes with wonderful scout. It's the first time we've seen Monte with such an early lead. Usually they've got to work for it towards the later half of the second half. But this is now 3 competitive maps of Counter-Strike between Monte and Navi. And again, Monte giving themselves the best chance now on Dust 2. Another pistol picked up. We've been talking about the pistols and the conversions fueling that victory back on map 2.
Eat your heart out, BMAS.
2 kills clean, but falls to the scout. Whoa. Gives me a flash to work with, a double flash, in fact. And that's exactly what he needed. Shut it all down. Afro therefore survives, so Pistol, 4 players alive at the end of the conversion with rifles all ready to go. So they'll be fine to face off versus the Galils and AK that Navi are currently buying.
No, we saw it in the last half, like Navi didn't do a lot. It's gonna really stand out now that we're on T side. They're sort of forced to show their hand and really, really tell us like how alive they are in this game. At this point, if Monte didn't have that one bad round, they would have crushed that first half. That much is clear.
Deeper utility. And what Monte had to handle back on their attack. Afro's nade. Yeah, right on the money.
Quality.
Half of Makaze gone, a quarter of Emed dropped. And hands shown here by Navi with a bit of counter utility of their own, but there's still more defensive grenades to fly through. We hit 30 seconds, and Navi are gonna go for that pit control first, but BMAS, great chance at another delivery of a double kill.
That's great
More
anchoring.
utility damage on the players on Cat. This one gets stuffed worse than Monty's attempts to get into that A-bomb site.
3-round lead, excellent round from BMAS. He's not getting a lot of support there. Super sound anchoring. That's what you want to see from this guy beyond the entries. Three VRS spots on the line in this series, and the pride and knowledge of knowing you've taken down Navi if they can pull it off, and also knowing you could have beat them on all 3 maps too. Hard work on this day, especially with that one special round on Dust 2. Imagine, despite all that, they still pick it up. They'll be feeling great. And with the stand-in. How long will Navi take to put this exec together? They're coming through the smoke.
Rainwaker in the corner. Oh, stuffed by that Tech 9. And then Emez not given a chance to use the M4. Gizmi on the doorway to try to contend with the bomb site, but decides not to right away. Instead wants to put the smoke down, create ambiguity, wait for his teammates to get into position.
I think it's a smart move.
Bomb's still not picked up, though.
Yeah, if anyone plants, if they wait any amount of time, the CT's are already ready to go in 2 at once. So it's going to take some careful planning. Oh, Gizmi gets hit in the head. He's down to 3 HP, but he's still kicking.
Lexi burned off of the bomb plant position. Frag chips away at him as well, ever so slightly. No flashbangs here for Monty to try to get through, but they do have incendiaries if they want to try to burn out these corners again. Alexi thinking about the challenge, finds the player in the backdrop. Gizmi's low health still gets the trade. His second of the round, a spit, finds cover. Oh, BMAS comes in with it. And Monty to take a 4-round lead, double digits, and 3 away from sending Navi out of Bounty.
And they're not rushing any situation. They're playing within their limits. They're playing the advantages, and they're not letting Navi get anything from a clutch to a lucky round or win an eco rush like this.
You know, we saw back on Nuke a Tech9 fueled force buy workout for Navi. That quick attack through main that kind of sent Monty's head spinning and cost them the opening map. This time Tech9 same opening kill, but unable to close it as Monty just kind of cool their jets, recollect, and come through with a solid retake.
And we're here because of a 1v3 from Rainwaker on Mirage. And now he's once again at the top of this scoreboard, fighting against NAVI.
Your time on Liquid did not count.
Did not count. Oh man, that one hurts. I never thought I'd have to use that against my own region.
But the buys will keep on coming here for Navi. Dangerous.
Oh my gosh, he absolutely knew he shouldn't have pushed that far.
Insane play to make out of the gate for this one. Excited about the concept of a 5-round lead. Instead, costs a man advantage in 17th round. And with the smoke fading, Makaze climbs up looking for another one from mid. Perfect.
51 on the nose.
Yeah, give Alexi a taste of his own medicine.
Oh, this looks like it's going to be timed up nicely.
Oh,
so
yes!
nicely.
Alexi dropped in the background first, and Makaze full blind, couldn't find his spray. They're then going to find refuge as well on the catwalk. Eman's so desperate. And the fact that there's two of them, not just the one, pushing off of the bomb site to get into the position. Beautiful move here for Monty.
I love that they didn't wait too long. I mean, they could have and let that split happen, but no, they took control of it, and there's no one here on long to stop the big flank. Everyone's got a kit. Bit and Wonderful, 2v4.
Two from long for Bit to try to duel with at a distance. Wonderful finds his. Bit will go down with nothing. Second shot from Wonderful, back into the cover. Third kills his. And as the cross comes out from ramp now, BMS on the brink of his own triple. Wonderful, can he pull this off? No, sir. Head taken, clean off. And Monty with 11.
One more to destroy their dreams. You know what? Would it have even? Fact is, Monty have a huge lead now. And that round shouldn't have been close. After this 4v5, this setup from BMS, the fact that he gets the last kill as well. This game's about players who got opportunity on bigger teams in the past. And now we're getting the spotlight in Tier 2.
Navi have shown us nothing on this T side to be proud of. Not a single terrorist round win.
I mean, when you add it up, they also, I mean, in that first half, it's like two rifle rounds maybe.
Half of Navi's rounds on this third map have come by way of catching 3 players after the round expired.
Yeah.
And the Glocks that followed for 2 follow-up rounds.
That's the easiest way I've ever seen to win a game.
We talked about how they had all the money as well, right? $36,000 surplus by the time that Monty got back in with their first buy after that blunder.
Plus,
and guess what? Monty still win all those rounds.
Yeah.
This is going to sting for Navi if Monty can finish these last 2 rounds off.
Try not to say embarrassing earlier, but there's no other way to describe this one.
Alexi picks up the mantle towards mid-control, steps out through that doorway.
Careful playing games around the smoke. And he's not going to try to leave. Oh, Alexi's inside of this. Free smoke comes out, and he tucks, actually.
Gizmy's incendiary, though, confirms that there's players out there who would have heard that. Now Alexi ahead of this, but that storm, that charge forward, it's going to be heard from CT spawn. 2 players on the brink of the site. Gizmy comes through, and Rainwaker's offered up a double as well.
Triple.
Rock solid hold from Monty. And a smashing of Navi's T-side's attempts.
What? They made that look so easy. Rainwaker as well over on the B site.
And this is not a Navi that has just rolled out of bed for Bounty. This is not them taking this chance half-assed. Started their season early with a boot camp.
They said they had a great boot camp.
They're still in it even.
Yeah.
Full focus on the Counter-Strike. 2 nail-biters to start this series, but now a blowout in the direction you'd never expect it after what was once a 6-3 lead. Monte simply will not stop winning and stepping up to the challenges 2 rounds in a row when Navi are trying to make their move, something that they never did throughout the CT side. Monte are happy to stuff them on the approach. That push into Catwalk 2 rounds ago was perfection, and Gizmi coming through to pair up with the 3K from Rainwaker. Galil's across the board for Navi here in round 19.
Gizmi been a huge fan of the positioning on 2 maps now. The overall output is huge. The stars are shining here for Monte.
Bit enters this 3rd map with a 1.56 rating across the first 2. Him and Wonderful were lights out on Mirage. All that effort just to try to claw 6 rounds consecutive for overtime map 3.
This is a B walkout waiting to happen. The bomb leaning in the right direction. Rainwaker starting to get suspicious about this, however.
Afro
and that
finds
is
it.
A massive tag. 98 damage through that door. HE does a little bit as well. There's 3 players ready to come B.
Grouping up for the exit. Only the one from Rainwaker this time around. Afro's angle into the site, given another chance, but he misses his shot this time. Still, good early damage on Alexi, and point blank slams Makaze out of this one.
Oh.
It's a safe plant behind the tall pillar, and Alexi's 2 health still enough to catch another frag towards tunnels. He'll see nobody else from Monte taking that avenue, and a clean reposition here from Wonderful, now down beneath that Opera scope. But as he's given a chance to reposition, Afro, Gizmi picks up the mantle. They're stuck on the other side of this retake, ready for the door smoke to fade. Playing with now that last flash thrown out by BMAS, and Bit gets blasted. Wonderful gives up his position because he gave up the shots from the corner, though he'll find his 3. And Navi, the first of 6.
And that's Alexi tagged to 98, by 98, through the door inside of middle as the only guy alive besides him. It must have been him from the back of the site, the guy who had to plant a bomb, as well as Afro pushed inside the window, and Alexi didn't get cleared in this spot. Very close call.
Azuu's gonna have tunnels control for the retake as well.
Yeah. The only distraction Wonderful had to get that 3K. And they keep this thing alive. Gosh. Whittled down the entry here, Makaze, who not very online this game. And the boost, it's going to be coming in a little, want to say late. It's actually fine, but it misses the shot.
Still Navi make their move, a second whiff from Afro.
They don't know about this guy either.
M4 pops up in Gizmi's hands, and he gives himself a little more room to work with, but the pressure clearly on, and still he's able to reposition. Headshot onto Alexi. Makes the most of that high-pressure situation. Frag nearly kills Makaze.
They have to cancel the plant.
Just got him off of it with that 12 health. He didn't feel like he could stick in the digits.
They want to wait this out, but they're still a tunnels player. They're playing super far back right now. It's not clear they're really going to try this.
And no frag grenade to deny that additional plant attempt. Monte offer Navi another round. That's 2 of 6.
You know, right now Afro's not having a game. He's missing a lot of big opportunities. That's another one between the movement and the shot. That could be the one that seals a deal. How many can you miss versus a team like Navi? And they're trying to boost up, so I guess it's not his fault there. Seems small, but this makes it a 4-round game.
Terrorists win.
Do Navi do comebacks when it feels like they've definitely lost? Yeah, they do. They have lived for years up to their ears in salt. Didn't have the best round after a pause last time, but the whole team's just playing a bit better now.
Scary thought, though, giving Blade a chance to get into the action.
That's true, too.
No timeouts otherwise for Navi, all spent earlier on.
I wonder if the other half of your brain's just going, what's Blade saying right now?
Yeah, right? And how do I say something more impactful?
Yeah.
That's coach v. coach warfare, though.
And meanwhile, Blade's not even thinking about you.
Doesn't even know your name.
Doesn't even know who you are. Doesn't know how you're in the lead.
Now, it's one thing for Monte to touch 12 on map 3, but it's the fact they had 6 map and match points to play for. First round win for Navi in quite some time. No challenge this time from Monte. Two of 6. Trying to inch around that smoke. Gizmi stepping up to the plate, finding first blood in a second. No way! 21 frags to his name.
Man, that smoke, the way he's played around it, I'm like, man, are you really going to get away with this kill? And he finds both players.
All of a sudden, this feels all the more real, but it is still going to be Navi trying to just slowly work their way up catwalk. Flashbang keeps Afro off the angle, so he doesn't confirm that they've already extended to the boxes. He's got B-Mass to work with. Afro hits his instantly, and nobody's going to fall here for Monte.
Good night.
From Budapest playoffs to eliminated at the Bounty. First it was FaZe, and now it is Navi. Big upset for Monte tonight.
Do not adjust your monitors. Do not refresh the page. What you are seeing is what has occurred. Monte toppling Navi to start out this Blast Bounty. Last season, we had no upsets. This season, we're starting out with all of them. Holy calzone, Maui. What a result.
I can't believe it. I knew Monte had that one result recently, but to bring in Rainwaker, to take down a big dog like Navi, it's extremely impressive, and also it just feels earned. I can't understate that. This doesn't just feel like individuals are popping off. It actually felt like there was great structure to a lot of the rounds that Monte put forward. Even in the losing effort on Nuke, it really felt like we saw great construction of rounds, composure in the mid round. I'm really impressed by Gizmi in so many different aspects as a caller, leader, as an individual player. And I feel like I could probably shout out 3 of the riflers on Monte, but we'll get to all of them, surely.
I mean, that was such a statement way to end the map as well, right? Taking the aggressive dynamic move around the mid-smoke that he had thrown, knowing that they were going to try that maneuver, reading them, predicting it, and killing 2. Those were critical to put the pressure on the Navi, and we saw it again and again. And I think your point about Nuke is really well put, because it was all 3 maps, right? Yeah. It was just narrowly losing your own map pick, battling back keeping them away from overtime on Mirage, where it could have gotten away from you. And on Dust 2, even just within this map, in that first half, I mean, Connor and Mohan put it very nicely. That round where they have 3 players die after time, that would sink so many teams. And they battle back from it to bring it back within that half. And then once they swap sides, they just walk away with it.
CT side, they were impeccable. I mean, that was just such an impressive performance. But yeah, like you said, I mean, the beginning of their T side looked like they were just getting stalled out. I mean, they were very slow to take space. They weren't exerting any pressure onto Navi. And then I feel like maybe round 8 or so, they kind of just flipped a switch. I mean, even at the end of the half, they were finally actually causing misdirection. Like people like Wonderful, people like Bit, they were getting caught off. They didn't know what Monte was going to do next. And I feel like there's just these little tweaks that Monte are making in these rounds, and the concerted efforts that they make in those rounds to just not do the most obvious play. I feel like that's something that even watching some of the better teams in the world over the last year or 2 years, sometimes it's too simplistic, and you're never actually winning with tactics. It's always the brute force approach, and that I would almost cite no brute force efforts for the Monte side. Sure, on the CT side, you need a couple multi-frags, but on the T side of every single map, I'm seeing great plays, great composure.
The thing that springs to mind is clever, savvy, right?
Yes.
Like, it's a really brainy way to win, and it's a Navi. It's a plain Alexi VT.
That's what's one of the more impressive aspects. I mean, you're catching guys off who are so seasoned. I mean, multiple players here were the part of the team of the year in 2024. So to actually outplay them, that's when you actually realize, like everything I saw today in the series today makes me believe that Monte is a team I have to pay attention to for this season.
And I mean, if we talk about players and player quality and their history, right? Azu and Gizmi are still very young into their careers, the 2 Brits, but the others have had opportunities. Bimas, he's young, but we've seen him in top-end teams. We've seen Afro in the French scene for so very long. Rainwaker had that opportunity on Liquid. These are all players who have been cast off from previous homes, who have been sent down the tiers, and they're proving here that maybe that was hasty. Maybe they deserve another crack. I mean, they've certainly battled to earn it here on Dust 2 and in this series.
Bimas was a guy who we probably didn't praise enough in this series, but his efforts towards the A site, primarily long A on those defenses, the little bits of proactive play towards short being set up by his teammates. I mean, he's a guy that has also been sort of off of everybody's radar, probably thrust a little bit too early into the tier 1 scene. But now, finally, I mean, Nico's eye, maybe it's finally paying off.
Maybe it's finally paying off. And there's a guy we got to talk to because we got to sing his praises straight to his face. Gizmi coming on in here. Gizmi, what a wild upset. You told me you were confident in the interview beforehand. Yep. You earned it. I'll tell you that much. What's on your mind right now?
Oh, yeah. I mean, we're feeling great, of course. Yeah, I mean, just beat a really good team, so that's really great for us. I mean, the whole game as well was really fun to play, actually. Like, I mean, in this team anyway, we have very good vibes, but, you know, even when moments got tough, like economy got broken in numerous times in the best of 3, everyone's like positive, looking forward to the next round. So it's great fun and very happy with the win.
I want to zoom into some of the more micro aspects of this one. I would say in the first half, it was pretty clear that you guys were kind of stalling out. You had that round on short where you guys all just got pinched after time. Like 3 guys basically had $50 each. And then I think Kakafu, or you guys called a timeout in the middle of that first half. And then you kind of started running away with it. I think you won 4 straight, or maybe you lost 1, then you won 4 straight. But either way, what was said in that timeout there? Because it seemed pivotal in your victory today.
Yeah, so basically, you know, we're very familiar with throwing essentially bait nades on Dust 2, like early to, you know, bait nades from the CTs. And it was very clear that Navi, you know, weren't throwing nades back in that time, and they were disrespecting the nades, basically, which they also have on their T side. Like, they run the same style, so that probably makes sense. And we basically just discussed that idea in the TAC, and how I obviously have counters to that. So one of the moves we did was like basically an early short pop as soon as the mid B smoke popped, the first one. So we could assume Imma would be in CT, they would be playing a retake A setup, and we could play a nice 5v5 after plant. And, you know, we had great lurks from Raker this game as well. So just when teams play like that, that was an easy solution. Other things worked as well.
Just
we
one,
also did.
yeah, one quick follow-up on that. Yeah, I mean, you said Rainwaker on the lurk. I mean, I think I remember that round. He just went through the mid-smoke and caught Makaze with his knife out. Is that part of the plan, or was that because he heard somebody running in CT?
Well, he might have heard them. I mean, the plan was for him to be a B-lurk that round, and he has freedom in what he wants to do. But we are familiar with doing like an active mid-doors lurk where he's trying to catch the rotation. So he probably was, yeah, he probably just heard the steps and ran through. Big balls play.
I gotta say, you are remarkably calm given the context. I want to just put a little bit of the context into your ears, because you're saying things like, oh, obviously, you know, we have the counterplays to this. This isn't just some other team in a CCT or a knockout event. This is NAVI. They were in the playoffs of the major just before this break. This is one of the brainiest, most difficult to play against teams in the world, and you just outplayed them at times across all 3 maps. This is a remarkable achievement. What do you think pulling off this kind of upset means? Is Monty now a team to be feared in 2026?
Well, first, thank you. And yeah, I mean, like I think we've taken some big names down in 2025, and you know, practices as well. We've had very good results against tier 1 teams in practices. You know, I'm very confident myself in my call-in, and I've kind of put the ideology that I play with into the players, and the players themselves are insane, like all very crisp, and we play a style where it's a very strong style in my opinion, and yeah, people should be a bit scared, but I mean, it's all good. We'll see what happens anyway. You know, we could go back to a CCT game and lose to some rank 100 team. You never know.
That's life in the world of Counter-Strike, especially when it's online. I'll tell you one thing, man, you have firmly planted yourself on my radar. Congratulations on that win. Can't wait to see what you guys do in the next round.
Thank you very much. Have a good day.
Wow, humble as well. I mean, he's just so calm about it. It's NAVI!
I know.
I wanted the guy to just soak that in for a second. This is an incredible victory.
It's just the IGL brain.
IGL brain.
Probably thinking more even about some of the rounds you lost at that point. You know, how do you fix those for the next time? So, I mean, Gizmy has really exuded a lot of confidence, and it's been extremely impressive. The composure shown across all 3 maps, I can't understate that enough. I mean, or overstate it. It's just the way that they even played Nuke in some of the losing rounds. It piqued my interest. Well, now you firmly have my attention.
Yeah, absolutely. I can't wait to see what they do next round. We've got a little bit more context for you. We've already got FaZe knocked out. We've already got NAVI knocked out. This has been a wild bounty so far, and it might just get even wilder and weirder, because who's up next? The Kings of Counter-Strike of 2025. It's Vitality taking on Virtus.pro after this. And now focusing in on Bounty and your first opponent, Virtus.pro on the other side. They played you very closely in Chengdu, actually, after making their new additions. What do you think of this team, and why do you think it was so close that last time?
Well, I think that this VP improved from the last time they played. Before that. Unfortunately, that was the last event, I think, because they missed few events before. So yeah, I think they're interesting. They picked us while they were other teams before, because they had this close game. Even though we played probably our D game at that game, they played good as well. So yeah, I think they showing some good CS. They had a long break. They could grind and think about the way they wanted to play. So let's see how it's gonna be.
Why do you think you match up well, and how do you think it's gonna go this time around?
You know, when we choose a team, we have like Spirit, Falcons, Vitality, and NAVI. So Vitality for us is like, you know, we have similar map pool. So we just pick them, and I remember Chengdu, we can win 2-0, I think, and thus we have a little bit choke. So I don't know. I know how Apic's calling, I know how they're playing, and we wanna, you know, play in our game, so we don't care about who is it, and we just believe in what we're doing and try win. So that's it.
I like this answer from Perfecto. It's been interesting to see his evolution since he's taken up the IGLing role. It's interesting to see this VP, right? They didn't have very good results in 2025, even in that Chengdu, but if you look at some of the games right at the end of their season, there were some signs of promise.
And there's signs of progress on top of that. I feel like watching Perfecto at the beginning of his IGL stint was more just about seeing them group up, not really being able to use lurkers, almost kind of, dare I say it kind of looked like I was watching Aurora. But now I feel like I'm getting multiple points of pressure. At Chengdu, they played those teams close because they played great Tier 1 CS. It was Perfecto evolving as a leader, and that was even through some of the troubles that the youngsters were having.
Yeah, speaking about those youngsters, I want to contextualize this, right? Because they have two very young players coming on in, making the jump up from the VP Prodigy Academy. They're teenagers, right?
Yep.
This is their first taste of Tier 1 action. This is their first taste of this level of competition. And I mean, for Bist, Chengdu was his first event. Toru had a little bit more time, but there's a lot that we can imagine in terms of how far they have to grow, how much higher their ceiling might be than what we've seen so far, Maui.
I have nothing positive to say about Bist, but hopefully that changes today. Toro, on the other hand, even though his rating hasn't looked spectacular, I like him at the beginning of rounds. I like how he's defaulting, even against Tier 1 opponents. I feel like I've seen him win duels when he's even pressured with a flash play, understands what sort of moves are going to be thrown in his direction. And so that's something for Perfecto to work with. Now, Bist, on the other hand, guy that I feel like has a lot to learn, especially as an opper jumping up to Tier 1.
There's a lot to learn, certainly, but I was curious to hear about this, so I asked Perfecto about his young guns. Now, Perfecto, it's been a while since we've seen this Virtus.pro team in action. How do you think the team has progressed since Chengdu?
I think since Chengdu, we made solid progress as a team, but we still building our structure and understanding how we want to play, because we have young blood, and my job as captain is to help them stay calm, trust their instincts, and not overthink. So step by step, we try to be a better team than Chengdu.
Now, speaking about that young blood, those young guns, they got thrown to the fire in Chengdu. We haven't really seen a big sample size from them yet. How much further along do you think they are now that they've had a few months to practice?
I mean, they're young, but they're very motivated and hungry to, you know, prove themselves. So I just try to give my experience. Fleet also try to give them experience. So I think they're doing really well now. So let's see what happened in this game. And I believe in this young bloods, because you can see all young bloods now, it's top 10 HLTV. So
I gotta say, it was so refreshing to hear that answer. When we compare it to the identity VP had, shall we say, under previous leadership, where it felt like every new player, every young player was getting so much blame and responsibility placed on their shoulders, to hear your IGL just come out and say, I believe in them. It's such a simple thing. It feels so obvious, but it is a really fresh breath of air for Virtus.pro.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like the electronic method has been tested.
Scream at them until they break or thrive.
And it's just not worked out. I don't think it's a way to incubate up-and-coming players, and so for Perfecto to just have that sort of faith, to recognize that, I mean, I think he knows himself too that he's coming into this probably with a little bit less of an ego. I feel like Electronic kind of had this way where it was his way or the highway. Well, actually, they chose the highway, and the highway seems to have Perfecto driving the car right down. I mean, and it's looking, I really do think eye test wise, yeah, results maybe are a little bit mixed / negative, but I think eye test wise, this just feels like it's working a little bit better. I feel like the team is exercising more options in a round and letting people try to actually just make a little bit of a play on the map instead of just ruling with an iron fist.
Well, we are going to be getting into the action in just a few short moments, but before we do, we got to find out where it's going to take place. It's time for the veto. We do have one map, or one series of sample size not that long ago. Do we think it's going to go the same way?
I would expect it to. I mean, the thing is that VP obviously had a lot of time, about 2 months between the Chengdu matchup and now, but given that they won Overpass the last time that they played against Vitality, I say, why not just go back to it? Unless you're going to throw out some kind of crazy curveball with Anubis. But no, they actually, yeah, they go to the Overpass once again. In general, that's just kind of been the pick for Perfecto as an in-game leader on Virtus.pro. And for Vitality, I could see, okay, well, we got Dust 2 in the mix here. I think that was, yeah, that was the pick last time around. Decider was Inferno in Chengdu, so that kind of would be my bet for where this ends up. But again, it's been quite some time since these teams matched up against each other. And I would assume it's probably more so, yeah, VP who want to mix things up because they did lose that back then.
We'll have to see. I will say as well, yes, they did lose that back then, but we have to put some context in there, which is that the two young guns really had a rough go on it.
Yeah.
The fact that they still kept that game as close as it was, when you look at the statistics at the end of it, is kind of intriguing and impressive. Perfecto even touched on it, that they felt that they threw that second map a little bit, the Mirage.
Yeah, they were up maybe 5 rounds. I think 11-6 roughly, maybe 11-8 actually. But yeah, they had a real opportunity to close that series out, which is why this is pretty scary for a Vitality team who has no footage to work off of other than the very last time that they played against each other.
I'm so fascinated. We've already had so many upsets. We've already had 2 really surprising, spicy results. That there's that doubt in my mind that this one might just get weird. 2 guys who love to get weird. Scrawny and Launders, take it away.
Thank you, Mike.
Yeah.
How did you know? How do you know about that?
I guess he does know us after all this time.
Launders, surely Vitality don't lose to Virtus.pro though, right? You can't have that many upsets this early on in the bounty.
Well, I think once one starts, then it's just it opens the door. I think Vitality watched that game and they go, wait, are we next? Did we have a great boot camp? Does it matter? It's the first week of the year, right? And that's just where it happens. Now, for it to happen to Virtus.pro, is that a greater upset even than for NAVI to lose to Monte? They gained 3 spots off that one series online.
They did beat them on Overpass last time.
They did beat them on Overpass last time.
Well, without further ado, let's get into it. Vitality, you're reigning,
defending
Budapest major champions
of the world
versus a VP
who weren't there.
It's been some time since we've set our eyes on Virtus.pro, but nothing's changed. Jokes aside, sat back waiting for the CT aggression. None of it comes their way just yet in this pistol, so collect the utility. And that's going to be 4 flashbangs and 2 smokes ready for the B execute. Who's on the other side? Mezzi, Flamesy, and Rops. Frag grenade for Mezzi as well. That being well-timed could spell disaster here for VP. It's going to chip away on 3 players. Instant execution for Mezzi. 3 US. Oh, what? Are you kidding? First round of the year and a USP 1 mag ace.
Oh, it's liquid gold out of Mezzi. Let's watch that again.
This is some dog shit.
Oh, I had shivers. That's the anchor of the year right there.
Mr. Merryman. Wowza. You got your answer, folks. Vitality.
Not winning Overpass this time.
Not this time.
Oh, I swear he wasn't smiling in his photo before this round.
Oh, a well-earned grin. How much damage was that? Did anybody else even need to land a shot? 500 damage, 100% headshot percentage.
500 damage.
500 damage.
500 damage.
500. Wow.
Every damage.
That was crazy. You know, that's why sometimes the pistol rounds will catch you, and that was one of those moments. Can never forget. Anything's damn well possible with Mezzi and Vitality in the server. And it's a quick one here for ZywOo. Triple kill for him. Not nearly as impressive as
talking about a
Mezzi
team
ace.
that literally won every award.
Let's watch that ace one more time, shall we?
It's the third one that gets me.
5 bullets for the last 3.
Wait, I mean, it's the 4th one, actually. Wait, it's the 5th one, actually.
Wow.
Do it on land, kid.
I don't know how long his contract is, but extend it. And then take that new contract and extend it.
Bonuses. Give this guy a car.
No, don't.
Yeah.
Wow. That's one of those. It's gonna take a couple rounds to digest. Whew, gun round will maybe cleanse the palate. What's up next? God, he's working with this new M4 as well called Messenger of Death. Mezzy. Starting to intimidate me, brother. MP9 kill into connector. Softens him up. It's actually Mezzy over the shoulder to get it. His 7th frag of the map already. And now they're going to turn attention towards Monster. Flash didn't blind Perfecto. Players in the backdrop get the trade frags, and Flit just snuck up short side in that moment. Man advantage VP in their first gun round.
Man just appeared right there offshore. Very good trades.
Good on them to kind of follow those two Vitality players. Flit slips the net. Gets in behind them, puts ZywOo and Rops into a man disadvantage retake on B. Now they're not playing with a kit. There is 2 over towards the short side towards Monster. That half wall push is gonna have to come out for this defuse. Time is already ticking at the halfway point. Short smoked off in the meantime. ZywOo gets the 1, but this is still Rops too far removed, so Virtus.pro 3 rounds into this T side find a round win.
I love the move from Flit up short to get that last kill. I feel like the most important kill there in a CT spawn. So it's a double swing on Monster, and they're not doing anything without utility. They had a flash behind this as well from up in heaven to try to get their trades down, but it was a nice, it's nice from Virtus.pro to be so prepared for it. Perfecto playing anti-flash up on the wall. And this one right here. Apex had no idea. His guard was down, I think, because he was the one flashing from up in heaven earlier.
Oh,
yeah, that flash was up. That flash kind of just gave away the game a little bit. He was like, be ready to turn in 3, 2, 1. Made him almost easier to kill, unfortunately.
Ooh, Flames, he thought he had an element of surprise, but cleared from behind. Mezzy, give it a clean duel versus a falling Perfecto. That one's easy.
Yeah, no one gets in the middle of that fight. Oh,
Great
what a
grenade
grenade.
bang.
He's playing pool.
Straight off the pillar and into Mezzy's feet.
Rops got spotted, didn't know it.
Toro worried about both sides, though. Thinking somebody's going to aggress towards him from the bomb site that he just softened up. He's serving up as a real distraction here. Still eyes on it from Mezzy, eyes on it from Rops. Nobody else really moving right now for VP, waiting out that CT smoke on Monster. Great headshot from Toro, coming through now with 2 kills, plus that frag grenade on Mezzy. He's done all the damage so far this round for Virtus.pro.
They need to get working, though, a little bit. And it's just with the time left over and the info that Vitality still have. Doubling up on barrels is going to be a very nice counter. We'll see. Is going to even go for the molly. Man, they're playing this down to the wire. My goodness.
15 seconds. Walkout's coming. Apex fully committed to the barrels tuck. Mezzy blinded, loses his position. Apex with a chance to strike. And he's going to buy that sweet, sweet time. There. Oh, but it's on the other side of pillar. Apex, he doesn't stop the plant. Now he's going to need these kills. He at least gets the double.
Wow.
Flit recovers. The bomb plant on the opposite side, but Flit again has gotten past on timing. Blindside ZywOo, and Apex can't manage to win the round despite 2 backs turned.
I actually can't believe the bomb got planted on that side, not on default, when they didn't have heaven. Did they smoke it?
I'm not sure, but they didn't have short either. I guess
yeah, they came up. I don't know. It definitely didn't feel like an optimal plant right there, but it may be the perfect risk, especially after they got the barrels killed too. You think they wouldn't be worried about this at all? Like, heaven's not smoked, right?
It is.
Oh, it is. Okay. I guess they had the full kit of utility back there on Monster. Double flashed in. Still, my goodness. Well, you really couldn't have played it better if you were Apex after, you know, not getting the bomb plant running right into you. Still getting 2 frags. Well, Virtus.pro took their time with it, but made it worth it.
Up versus pistols as a reward. God, it's been a roller coaster so far, Mohan. We're only 4 rounds in.
Yeah.
Vacant B bomb site prime for the taking. VP have made the right selection here.
It's a fresh-looking Virtus.pro lineup. Like, look at these guys. I'm always liking a balance of new and old like this.
It's crazy, you know, but we do refer to Flit and Fame as old now.
Yeah, I was gonna say, Fame, I'm calling you old. He's really in the medium. In the intermediate age. Or like, in terms of experience, I'd say. But, yeah. I think that's where it becomes a real nice balance.
It's funny, we talk about Norbert in his matches and, you know, him bringing experience as a major champion, but sometimes I forget that Flit and Fame won one too.
Yeah, same team. At the exact same time.
Easy to forget. Haven't been able to find nearly that level of success ever since.
That's okay. Most people never do. Most people, one major tops.
And even then, you're an anomaly.
Yeah.
Ooh, perfectly placed nade for Mezzi to have to deal with. Making his job difficult at the moment. So catching a glimpse of the connector presence, peels back away from that one. VP really here to make Vitality sweat in their first map of the season. Down to 50 seconds, and Bathrooms control is what VP want to start locking in on. Numbers strong, all 5 players here.
Man, when did everyone start playing slowly in CS2? I thought we all agreed. Game was hella aggressive, but again, Virtus.pro made it worth their time last time. They were very good on this.
Good spray through the smoke for Perfecto for the trade. Apex, though, gonna stuff him there. Ooh, but he steps out into the line of Bist. And so VP's Opper makes a difference here. ZywOo lets him know he's on this bomb site. As his sniper rings out, we go to 15 on that clock. Op is gonna have to push back on Toro. And it's going to be ZywOo to get the better of his counterpart. Now all on Toro, 1v3, surrounded on the bomb site. And this time playing it down to those final 7 seconds, but it's Vitality with all 3 of their players rotating up in time.
It's tough when then Molly, you really want to make sure you can get the plant off, get smoked with a gap. So it's a nice move here. ZywOo taking full advantage of that, as well as Robs inside of the bathrooms. Made it just too hard to scale.
In front of it now, Flit taking a quick early glance as we get a ton of utility set up for the volley over, and just Flit being here finds one double. Mezzi
totally blind.
Ready for that left side push. Not able to get a third one. Flamesy will only collect a single kill himself. We go 2v2.
Okay, Perfecto.
Bist's hands busy with the plant. It's a double graffiti walkout here for Vitality once the flames fizzle out. They opt not to go for this boost. ZywOo lets him know where he's coming in from with that scope sound. Oh, quick scope onto Perfecto.
Oh.
Bist with a tough clutch ahead of him versus the likes of ZywOo and Robs. Smoked off from one side, can't actually stop them from walking up the boardwalk. He will take up position inside of the smoke. That is desperate. And so inside of it, ZywOo hunts him down with one shot. and Robs will stick the defuse for the Vitality 4-3 lead.
Oh man, from the other side of that, like no one else was standing in the smoke. I guess it wasn't a very likely situation. And Mezzi, again, 2 kills blind here over on Monster. What a nasty shot from ZywOo. It looked like he was going to give up on the clear. No, just made sure.
Wow. All the people in the world who miss AK spams through smoke, and ZywOo hits that shot.
Yeah.
Just one. Made him look like a bug on the windshield. Barely even stopped to take the shot. Felt like he was more focused on collecting utility from Monster. And a big retake to put on the board as well for Vitality. Sends Virtus.pro back into pistols.
The walls are closing in a little bit. Apex will be the first to show themselves, and these won't have an adequate way to respond to this. Maybe they just try to run forward, but
Flash finds Robs at least, but in that moment, ZywOo strikes. Onto the bomb site go the pistols. Ah, nicely done. Robs off of the ZywOo. Flash made easy for the double. Short, Apex hits the ground, but 4 survive for Vitality, and now stabilizing on this CT half.
Indeed. It's really no trouble.
Felt like trouble was brewing there for a little bit. Those B hits. Beyond the Mezzi ace. We get a first timeout here for VP. Pretty young looking coach that Virtus.pro have.
Yeah, with the funniest name.
Problem.
They've
got a coaching problem.
Yeah, problem, not the problem. Problem was the problem.
27 years
That's
old.
That's going to be the article, right? When eventually maybe changes teams or something like that.
Yeah.
Problem was the problem.
Or was it Rare Atom replaces somebody with trash?
Yeah. Freest headline ever.
Oh God, back to the delirium.
Oh man, is what we're seeing real?
I think so.
Well, it's literally not. It's a video game.
Whoa.
Get over yourself.
Oh my God, man. If this isn't real, then how can it feel so good? Counter-Strike day in and day out.
It's just esports slop.
Pops up close.
What?
Wow, that is sick.
Well, that's anything. I don't know. I can't even believe that's real. Yeah, that is perfection. That's what that was.
Great crosshair placement for the first headshot. Toro's going to bring it back with the Galil, so it's not for free, Robs.
They always have answers. They do. Man, that was crispy, though. That was very crispy. Bet you can't do something like that, Flamesy.
Looks like you might be
just trying to goad him into doing it. Yeah, let's see that clip.
Here's one run off. Flit's gonna pay the price for that. Still found out as he tried to walk down with him. Toro trying to crank that dial of aggression as the heaven smoke comes through. Fire onto the short side. Toro's gonna get ahead of it, and as he burns, he drops Mezzi, but still burnt to a crisp. Bist back to the clutch. CT split. Had a fast move out of ZywOo to serve up a distraction.
Oh,
nasty adjustment out of Bist, and he gets back around the corner. Him versus ZywOo. And ZywOo perched on the bomb site, working with the kit, trying to send that flash in. Bist dodged it, sticking it down, and wow, ZywOo just gets it through the side of the half wall. Another clutch for Vitality, but a hell of a shot from Bist and a nice opening from Toro twice, both coming through the flames and then getting it back in playground.
Yeah, man, the trades they've got in response to some of these moments have just been equally impressive. But let's see this again, because what in the world is that? The guy, it's so crazy. The second guy he kills is the one who was shooting at him first, and it still didn't look like Perfecto had enough time to guarantee that.
8 years in the HLTV top 20 consecutive. So if you're gonna shoot at ROPS, don't miss. His 2 worst placements, 18th, I believe.
Yeah, he's getting young. He's like the Brian Johnson of.
What's crazy is
he's getting younger every year.
Since he gets, if 18th are your 2 worst years of the last 8, and it's not even though there's like some like, a 14th sprinkled in. All the other 6 placements are 10th or higher.
Yeah.
Like, what are we talking about here?
Yeah, he's the true superstar role player.
You're lucky if your best year's in the top 20. His worst years are still in the top 20. How cool it would be to be ROPS.
And he has world records in KZ.
Flamesy pops up. Equalizes at the 4v4. We've been waiting for the Flamesy multi-frag, and this round could have been it. Does do damage. And Perfecto in that moment gets cleaned up as ZywOo's support comes in.
ZywOo's on fire right now.
Yes, sir.
So much impact.
Looking like the world's #1.
Top 2 for sure.
Flash onto the monster side's gonna blind Bist. Doesn't make his job any easier after all that damage. Second flash finds you. If you're VP right now, you just feel like you've been found out. Stomping on the crossover, Flit versus Apex, and Apex wins both duels. Oh, made easy with that 10 or so HP left on Bist, but that's 7 rounds on a CT side for Vitality now. Looking like the #1 team in the world.
That's a fact. I think Mao even brought up #1 team, or #1 year ever.
Right,
to
yeah.
contend with Astralis. I didn't really take a look myself.
It's up for debate.
That was 2018.
It's 1 event less, but with an extra major. That's the argument.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I mean, that sounds pretty good. If we're going off of those achievements, which makes sense, absolutely. Also, every year it gets harder than the last with the amount of good teams out there, so. 2018 was a toughie, though. That was the most stacked of the 2020s.
Felt like the best year of that era of Counter-Strike.
By far.
COVID divided it all.
Hardest, yeah. FaZe Clan, Astralis, SK were still, EP were still there. Cloud9 won a
Cloud9. MTS Game God Wolf.
Fnatic won Katowice that year.
Hell yeah. And now Vitality just win them all. Smoking off Apex so that he can just sit in his corner. Little walk up to the front of bathrooms in this 5v5. Ooh, tries to clear Apex. Turns it up on Fame and gets away with that unscathed. Meanwhile, we get this B bomb site walkout, but you still got defenders down here. Vitality haven't felt the need to stack either bomb site, and so defense all across the board. And as this commitment comes in at 20 seconds, Cross will be found out by ZywOo. Good flashbang in the middle of the site, though. That's blinding everybody. And now we get the recovery coming through in the 2 versus 3. It falls to ZywOo. Great headshots from Perfecto, and VP find their 4th.
It's crazy how hard they're working to get 4 rounds. They're getting some really good trades, but it's always from the back foot. Here, they get the 4th. They grab another. It's a very decent half, especially considering it's overpass. But it doesn't feel like a game where Vitality have this much of a lead over Virtus.pro, and that's just credit to Virtus.pro for, again, shooting so well. Nice round Perfecto. That's 4 for him, right?
Oh, I didn't catch it, to be honest. And HLTV is 4 minutes delayed.
Yeah. Oh, touched the edge of this smoke. Flamesy spotted. Flash is perfect. Excellent tactic here from Virtus.pro. I was gonna have to farm some more.
Ooh, Rob's caught. Takes a slight step beyond that signage. Apex ready, and they're not. Nades in hand for Fame. Couple players still on the bathroom side. Late arrival from Long. Back at a 3v3 with health advantage, but Apex oversteps. And the Long player is going to best him. Is there the commitment still here from VP at 50 seconds? They could try to burn that clock. Instead, ZywOo gets found out trying to find cover, and Perfecto back at it with another couple headshots. That's 2 consecutive thanks to Perfecto's closes. VP walk away with a 5-round T-side here on Overpass.
In the process, Apex gets the better of his teammate. Now, he's got the utility to keep Donk out of this.
He knows he's gonna swing.
Okay! He knows. Apex, baby!
It's a fact! Who is it? Charge your mouse, charge your mouse!
Look, it's plugged in. Yeah, it's plugged in. There we go.
Yep. Char, even though you win, we love you. Merci, madame.
I'm gonna make sure that I always put 100% effort into it.
Don't know if that's coming through.
Then you lose this timing that you get with the element of surprise. It's like worth it to almost lose a player there.
It's you, baby! It's you! You wish you would be here! Jimmy! Even in the fucking train on pop, you shot me!
Another action-packed half of Counter-Strike on the menu this evening, my friends. We started it all off with a Mezzy ace in the pistol, and what looked promising for the individuals of Vitality winds up being a couple of late rounds for VP. Those mowdowns that Perfecto offered up, man, those were headshots galore.
That was awesome.
Round 11 and 12 had Perfecto's name stamped across them. He is the highest performing player for VP in the server right now, and they get themselves a very commendable 5-round T-side versus the #1 team of 2025.
Statsmeister is smiling ear to ear at this performance. And it's lovely to see. It's a fresh-looking VP, some great rounds in there. and a solid T side to speak of.
Nice double up inside of the short pipe. Toro comes through with 2 kills.
Oh,
3.
2 kills, huh?
Not bad, buddy. Not bad at all. I would like to see a Virtus.pro back towards the top of Counter-Strike. Felt like they never shook off the shackles of James' departure. Electronic wasn't the call.
Yeah, that was
Perfecto picks
another
up the
one of
reins.
those, all these teams that end up buying, you know, buying
For the first
players.
time ever, VP go for a massive signing and it blows up in their face.
So, let's
Toro
go.
looking for the 4th and 5th in this one, but it's going to be Perfecto to help out. You're going to welcome that one. Toro comes through with the quad kill. Tough to beat Mezzi in the pistols, but he tries his damnedest, and that's going to be VP closing the gap to a 1-round difference immediately.
How many spots do they jump off this series?
I can check.
Because every time I think there's no point in checking, because this one would be more unlikely than the last.
Virtus.pro would gain 4 positions.
4 positions.
From 54th to 50th. Can you believe VP are not even in the top 50 teams in the world right now?
Well, they made all these roster moves, so that's fine. They do have to just prove it again.
So you can believe it.
Yeah, totally. They don't have a core. But with this lineup, they absolutely could climb. The question is, how could it only be 4 spots, even though it's online? This is the #1 team. I want them to jump 20 spots.
20
right?
spots.
You don't think that'd be fair? 20 spots from 50?
From 54
for beating the #1 team
to 34.
I don't care if they were blindfolded. What?
In a best of 3 as well. That's
yeah,
true.
yeah.
This is a best of 1. I'd say, yeah, 4 is fine.
Yeah. Best of 1, 12 spots.
Ops, though, coming through with the double deagle. That's not supposed to happen. Bista's only got Berettas. You came into this round confident with your pistols, and instead now Mezzi's picked one up with the Glock instead. Very cost-effective round coming through for Vitality.
And that is a blessed deagle that he's working with. They've got to be careful. We've seen Mezzi's pistols this game.
Come on, Mezzi. Remind him who's boss.
Perfecto, will he give him a chance?
It's a matter of timing, right? Perfecto kind of floating between both sides of the sign.
Yeah, he's looking. Mezzi's going to be in tune with this timing. 3, 2, 1. Okay, but that was your chance.
Toro's going to come running up, sprinting from connector. Mezzi, yeah, knows you fell back that direction, but I like that Perfecto doesn't just cower, sit back in a corner, doesn't let Mezzi go for the jump over. He's able to hold that line on long, and it's a VP conversion despite Rop's best efforts.
What an effort it was, too. Just a frame away from being saved. Tie game.
Tie game, CT side advantage on overpass, and the last time you met this team, you beat them here.
And as they brought up on the desk, we're looking for a good map out of Bist. We're trying to see, I mean, we've seen some excellent trades from Toro. The map overall has just been impressive as a team. We're getting creative. Getting rambunctious.
Throw Flamesy up and over. Still nobody spotted this round out of Virtus.pro. Happy to lean back here in round 15. Smoke down long, though. That's going to cause questions for these 3 defenders on A. Are they? And if so, how many are grouping up behind that smoke when the reality is they're down here towards Monster
They throw the setup smoke at the perfect time.
Yes,
a little
they do.
too late, you can't fall for it. This early, got to respect it. Whole attacks come in B. Toro, I hope you've got your cape out.
They're going to come trudging forward. He opts to just go for the committed position in the corner of short instead. And unless they plant on the right side of pillar or
Let
do
him go
this,
by, yeah.
he would have had his line, but he's got a frag grenade to pop this open. He could stop this plant. No, not in time, and it doesn't go out far enough either. Uh-oh. We've got a 5v4 post plant. VP on for the retake. They've got a single flashbang to play with, but they're already starting to walk away for the save.
No, this is good. I mean, Toro getting this kill, maybe they could stick around.
It draws them back slightly. Toro finding a second kill.
This guy's coming up with kills out of nowhere.
Maybe they should have stuck around a little bit because Toro puts them into a 5v3, but still the call was made.
Can they save, really?
Yeah, they're out.
No, I mean...
Virtus.pro.
Yeah, Virtus.pro.
Vitality.
Vitality, they've got no exit route.
Run, brothers. Flee.
Oh, okay. They just barely all get away with their lives. No one's here to punish them either.
What's crazy is they are here to punish them, but they don't decide to commit to spray them down,
Screw me up again, Connor.
All right there to do it. Okay, we do have a problem. He's not wearing pants.
Who's not wearing pants? Problem?
Problem's not wearing pants.
What's the problem?
Lack of pants. Toro's camera proves it.
I mean, shorts are just pants for short people.
I'm listening. Vitality back to the lead. Scary, though, that Toro is able to get as much as he does. Just kind of roaming away for a save. I think at the back of his head, he's thinking, come on, guys, could we not have come? Like, did you not have faith in me?
Yeah, he's been getting kills like that. Extra special ones that move the round forward a bit. That's what I've been seeing from Toro.
Actually quite promising.
Is he from Toronto?
No.
We claim him anyway.
Bomb left back by Ladder, so be it. Vitality gonna go through the same motions as the last round, right? That smoke grenade that we said was so perfectly timed on long.
Yeah.
That kept that heavy commitment from Virtus.pro on the wrong side of the map.
There it is again.
Comes down at 50 seconds once more.
It's very uncomfortable because at some point they're gonna, they're not gonna believe it. Is this gonna be the one though? You're gonna really watch for Perfecto's rotation. He decides, if they believe it or not.
Toro pressed up against Monster this time instead of playing inside of short solo. Clearly, Virtus.pro not biting down on that long smoke quite as much as they did one round prior.
It's the full commit coming now.
Heaven smoke lands, short emphasis. Flit almost caught in transition there to the barrels. Back turn to Graffiti's gonna cost them. Perfecto makes it look easy with the double, and Toro disengages from the Monster duel, but Apex still able to pick him up.
Can he
10
plant?
to the clock. He's gotten the cover, and there's no need to clear this. Apex lucky to have been given that space. Another chance at a kill. What a robbery. No. And then the short fight immediately. Flamesy's into it with another player to his left. Fame crawling in, and he will find that headshot to make the decision, to make the decider. Virtus.pro tie the game with one survivor.
Wow. No bullets back as Flamesy was shoulder peeking there, trying to get some information to bait him into a bad fight, and he just came through perfectly with the crouch swing. We don't see them defend that round. For Vitality got so close. But the setup's great, and as I mentioned, Perfecto's going to be the one to show us if they believe in the setup smoke or not. And he stayed. He was very shrewd this round. He didn't fall for that same play twice. And it was his presence that got 2 on the defense.
Still enough of a buy for Vitality to try to contend here in round 17, taking up early control inside of short.
I don't like the amount of space that's being handed over to Vitality at this moment. I mean, again, you can see the setup smoke again, but the conditioning is such that they haven't gotten in front of it before. If they use it this time, what are Virtus.pro going to do? Are they going to over-rotate back to A? And if it doesn't get scouted at all, or the T's just going to scale.
This time confirmed bodies behind it at 25 seconds as well, not at 45 seconds as seen previously.
Most of the CTs are here now.
It seems like a finely stacked bomb site for Virtus.pro, but we'll see if the Tech9s can still rip-roar through. So far, nothing. Fist and Fame, a kill apiece. There's the rebuttal back. Missed off shot could be critical. Quad kill consecutive from Vitality.
Ooh, with the bomb plant, Toro was hoping he could just walk away from this, but no.
A 3 versus 5 turned into a 3 versus 1 in the matter of seconds.
And, you know, a lot of teams, it'd be hard to win with that low time, those low guns. Even though they had all that space for Vitality, they know how to do that. They don't run the clock down for nothing. Overpass is a big map.
VP can't even be mad about that because they love to play a late round too.
Yeah, absolutely.
You gotta respect it. Game recognizes game.
They just needed better spots for their late round. They needed to play at least someone in bathroom, allow freedom for someone to rotate in behind them. And they kick off for the first 2 kills, which is so impressive, but like everyone's out of ammo, everyone's out of space. It's
so jumbled up.
Eventually you're gonna die, even though it looks like it's all going so well.
So Vitality pull back into the lead. 9-8 their advantage. Not wearing pants.
He's working from home. Get off his back. It's clearly just moisturized.
Okay. Ooh, this is the spot they're left in, huh? Problem with the timeout. Tries to piece together the picture for VP, and it's not a pretty one. 2-5-7s, MP9.
Yeah, they're gonna need to borrow some money. This is not good enough. Not good enough to be scary. Gonna be tough without an op too. Oh, so much rests on this buy.
Off the flash. Had a chance at the duel, but Flamesy and ZywOo come together for that one.
Oh man, I don't know. This buy all the way down to 0 with this, you know, in this situation, it's tough. I get it. You don't want it to get worse, but I don't think Vitality are going to fall for this one.
All while ZywOo shows no signs of slowing down. 15-8. They're going to take a look at this A bomb site and find it vacant. Stark contrast to the last round when all the bodies were stacked on top of it for VP, but feels like they know this one's a bit of a lost cause, and the next round won't be any less rough. So save what you can, folks. Cross your fingers and hope Bist can make something happen with that M4 in the 19th round of play.
Which, you know, isn't so bad. Everybody saving. Because it was a very high likelihood they'd lose this round. I think they just wish it wasn't one of their M4s they had to lose to tell them to go.
But I mean, you also try to set it up out of the gate, right? That flash to get Fame into a duel.
They kind of squeezed this, actually, the plant. They waited a long time. They're gonna hunt them hard here. Oh, man, this one might be painful to watch, actually.
Well, it depends on who you're cheering for. Vitality cut it down to just 3. There goes the M4. Yeah, you're not getting out of here, Virtus.pro. This is going to have to be a fight to the death. And Rops pulls off his end of this.
They're flashing this. This is how sweaty it's getting.
Oh, Vitality, you nerds.
They didn't lose anybody.
Geeks. 5 players alive for Vitality, none stand for Virtus.pro, and so all that silver lining we tried to build up is taken away from them. Apex lets them know what he thinks.
God, very expensive.
I didn't take Apex as a Funko Pop collector.
What is that about anyways?
I don't know. Beanie Babies of
No one ever takes
2020s.
those things out of the box?
Nope. They're collectibles.
But like, you'd buy like rare toys and stuff and leave them in the box. That's the whole thing. But those things just, they're all over the place. They come like that.
Well, I own shiny cardboard, so who am I to judge?
I like video games.
And golf balls.
I bought chocolate golf balls at Christmas.
Yeah, I know you did.
Yeah.
USP's here flooding into the playground, not going to get anything this time. They know that they had nothing to work with, so at least VP get this one over with quick. Well, at least everybody barring Flit.
Are there rare ones like Pokemon or?
I have no idea. I don't know how they work really.
I've seen entire stores that are just those things.
It's the beauty of plastic. We can make a whole lot of stuff with it.
Collectibles are always awesome. It's just, you know, but I have to have an unboxing system of some sort.
Yeah,
I have to be able to lose badly.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Trading card games got me early. And just when I thought I got out,
they pulled me back in.
Flit really wants to make something with this $300 P250. He said, I bought this. I'm either going to keep it or I'm going to get to kill you.
They want every round to hurt as much as possible.
11-8. Good on Vitality to survive this test. Again, trying to show improvement in the last head-to-head. The fact that they lost the CT pistol to Virtus.pro, but broke through once the guns got going.
They're probably looking at today in this event right now and going, well, this is free now.
Yeah.
Our competition is taking themselves out.
There's a few other competitors that they should still be worried about, but for the most part, yes. Vitality keep up their end of the bargain. I think that, again, if you just want to be, you know, a lot of the speeches last week at the award show for Vitality were just, let's do it all again in 2026. Let's make that our year as well.
I feel like this all happens because of Apex's, first of all, determination, but also like the way he set goals. I think even going into the second half there, it's like, okay, now I want to be as strong as 2018. Okay, I want to, you know, if he just was, obviously the best word is complacent at any point, there's no way you could achieve what they did. So that's a great track record. And also, you know, if we're comparing them to the best team in history, because we can compare them to the 1 year in history, they went on for 4 years, right? So they had a lot of stamina to do that. Also, that was every match was CSGO. That's not even a small difference. Every match was that many more rounds. So for sure, Vitality, they could keep it going. They wanted to.
Toro gonna shut it down on the monster side. Eesh, that was the most limited player for Virtus.pro this round, and nice to see him walk away with a kill. A man advantage comes with it. And smoking off Apex means he's not going to test the waters of walking through that. Not far off, Apex. Oh, there it is. Finally gets a tag.
Yeah, baited him into that just a little bit. Bomb running back and away. And this A play is a little interesting, actually, because it's gone kind of unnoticed. Fame could absolutely interrupt this bomb.
See
So
how
that's
active
one
he
thing,
remains.
but just I don't think Apex is not going to go on the inside of bathrooms on this move. So we'll see how far he goes.
Fame's still moving quick.
Thing is, they don't have any info outside of B, so Fame might be more thinking about it being B.
I almost said nicely done too soon. Apex.
They already rotated out of A.
Yeah.
Oh, but for no reason.
Gets tagged a little too hard for that one. Double smoke. Bit of a slight mistake here for Vitality, but it's still a bomb plant regardless. More utility, barrels down onto the bank, and here comes the other two players of Virtus.pro. Now, just stuffed up behind that
But
dumpster
now,
smoke.
dude, $0, and if they go for this, they're calling it a night. They better hope they win.
Working with a kit on Flit, still sticking around off of the flash. Bist gets blasted out of the round by Mezzi. Right back to the headshots that kicked off this map. Mezzi with all 3 in the 3v3 to secure that 12th for Vitality.
We finally give Henry G some credit.
He deserves it.
For Mezzi.
Henry G deserves the world.
For Woxic.
For Cloud9. The Colossus. Wow, man. And like you said, if you go for this one and it fails, you better be ready to just walk away from Overpass, because now VP stuck in the mud up against this T side. Feels like the test was really brought to the table by Virtus.pro. I've got to say, we wanted to see good things from Bist. I think him and Toro have been 2 of the more impressive pieces. Unfortunately, really slow games for Flit and Fame.
Yeah.
What once was the rifle duo of Virtus.pro hasn't been able to contribute like the other 3 players on their team. Perfecto with those critical closes in round 11 and 12 as well showed value within Overpass. But in the absence of player 4 and 5, it just feels like Vitality across the board have been able to find that gap. And ZywOo just omnipresent, 8 deaths throughout this map. Feels like every round they win, he is still alive. From the ace in the first pistol, Mezzi's kept it constant. And we didn't have any kind of a liability game from Apex whatsoever. Calls have been good, but you've got a player right behind you.
Yeah, fully spotted here.
Fame's Famas put to the back of Mezzi's head, and he keeps it clean. So I talk a little smack. He's going to have to pick it up one more time, and he pushes through that smoke to get away.
But he sees that the molly's there. There's no way else he could be.
Him and Apex change places. ZywOo's going to hunt him down in the meantime. ZywOo's 20th frag in 21 rounds of play. Perfecto tries to chase it, and ZywOo goes one better. So Vitality surviving the test of Virtus.pro's Overpass, a map VP won last time they met, but it's a map win to kick off the year here for 2025's #1.
The sun never sets, son William Merriman, and it was a fine day indeed for Mezzi. Starting the action off, ZywOo closing it with aplomb. That is a nice map for Vitality. But there was a moment there where we thought things were getting interesting.
First half, I feel like VP did everything that they wanted to do. I mean, they got the exact same score line that they had in the map versus them in Chengdu. 5 rounds on T-side Overpass. You're not upset about that. CT side, though, very different story. I felt like Vitality kind of pulled a couple out of a hat here and there, some pretty unlikely round victories for them. But by the last 5 or so rounds, it was just clinical.
And I mean, that comes down to like the player quality as well, right? Is that you always can pull those crazy rounds out of a hat. We've seen it 9 million times last year with Vitality. I think it plays into what Apex was talking about with that interview a little bit too, where he said the last time they met VP, it was maybe Vitality's D game in that particular matchup. This is definitely a few letter grades above D.
At least B, minimum.
I mean, their standard is, if we're grading on a curve of Vitality games, that it is a harsh curve, to say the least.
That T-side was A, for sure. And Mezzi definitely gets an A for this ace and what he did in the entirety of the map. I mean, this guy was a stalwart on that B bomb site. I mean, this ace to kick things off, just a single magazine from the USP, so crisp. You can't ask for anything more. I mean, I think there was a little bit of questioning at the end of, does he really deserve Anchor of the Year? I think he does, okay? Like, I voted for him for that.
He's your anchor. That bone ain't moving.
Yeah. I mean, he's been so incredible for them. And this is something also that I've kind of touched upon in different platforms, is just the way that, again, like, the way that he's integrated into this Vitality lineup, where on Fnatic, maybe he didn't have every single star role, but he didn't get all of the positions he loved when he went to Vitality. And so frequently we see players that move from a tier 1.5 team to a tier 1 team. They have to have a couple role swaps. And then you get 40% of the player you were watching on that rank 15th team, Mezzi got better, arguably got better once he got into these even more sacrificial roles. And I find that to be just so wildly impressive.
I thought it was interesting. I was doing some review of the year in the off season and watching back some of that Vitality content that they produced about their own year. And one of the big conversations topic you almost forget coming out of 2024 was like, does Mezzi deserve to stay on this team?
Yeah.
And then he came out and repeatedly proved that, yes, he absolutely does again and again and again. And he just shows that class, shows that quality again. To have a player like this and have him be the player that is your 4th or 5th star in so many moments and still have that kind of ability to just take over the server, it is astonishing.
I would say regarding both of the role players on Vitality in Flamesy and Mezzi, I feel like in the first half of 2025, it was all Flamesy. He was just incredible on the entries. Kind of slowed down in the second half, but that's where Mezzi picked up all the slack. I mean, even at the major itself, best player in the grand finals, or at least one of the maps, he's looked so strong there. You could argue at times he was the second best player for Vitality, just looking at kind of random series here or there. But yeah, no, I feel like he is so much more comfortable with Rops as well versus Spinks. He was sometimes more of an active player next to him. When it's Rops controlling some side of the map, you just can firmly focus on your crosshair and lock in.
Now, looking towards the other side of things, VP, they had some moments. They also had some mistakes. We saw some rough edges here. There's one round we wanted to take a look at here, round 12.
Yeah, this was a good moment actually, though, for VP. We had some they had a little bit of sauce early on. The way that they were able to take space towards the short side, and even in a 4-on-4, just kind of they worked pretty well in the last game at pulling some of the rotations. But I liked the clinical nature of how they finished this one towards the B bomb site, because you could see that there was just no easy fight really for the Vitality players. And if you like, Zai was trying to make something happen for himself at the tail end of this round, but there's a smoke that's kind of around him, there's a molly behind him to the left, there's a perfect flash that catches him off too, and this is a guy who's obviously number 1A, 1B, it doesn't matter what you want to call him. If you're making him that blind, he could be the 500th best player in the world. Doesn't matter.
I will say this is a nice way to talk about the young guns as well, right? Because Bist does throw that flash, that very nice flash, which is something you love to see from a young player. Bist and Toro, they both had some moments. I think both of them had some big multi-kill rounds. There was like a 4K with the dualies coming through. What's your temperature check on them after Overpass? What are you thinking?
I feel like for Bist, I saw some better signs here than I did back at his opening event in Chengdu. For Toro, kind of more or less the same. I'd say I haven't really changed my tune with him all too much. Like, again, I think he's pretty good for the first 45, 50 seconds of a round, but sometimes when things get a little hectic, maybe the late round situations can get away from him. But Bist in this one, I felt like had a little bit more flair. I felt like he came into this, I don't know, stat line wise, maybe wasn't insane or anything like that, but he didn't seem to be as much of a losing condition as he was at Chengdu.
And looking at the way that this map got away from them, right? There was one round in particular that we were looking at right at the end where it was just kind of starting to be the nails in the coffins, around 17, where they had the man-up situation, they have control, they have what looks to be a pretty solid defense, and then, I mean, we're 13 seconds in, there's 5 players coming into 5 players, you get the 5v3, and then what happens?
I mean, they just burst through this one. I mean, it's hard to even really tell exactly what happened. They just knew that they had to get the trades. The opening deaths may look bad, and yes, the number situation obviously doesn't look good, but then it allotted so much space for Rops to follow up with those kills. But I loved this round. I mean, this one from Vitality, just I think when people are talking about Vitality's era, one of the aspects that's brought into question is, does it have that feeling of Astralis, of what they did in 2018-19, where they're just they're constricting you, where they're outplaying you in facets that you didn't even feel like you could be outplayed. This is the kind of round where I felt that, where you actually just feel that you didn't just plant the bomb, you didn't just play for the win, you played to delay your bomb plant so your players could sneak closer to the obvious stack that VP were in so you could take the guns away. Like, that's not just dotting your I's and crossing your T's. That is a whole essay written in calligraphy. That's beautiful.
Well, Apex got the pen. Maybe it's a fountain pen here. I mean, it's certainly showing very nicely here. And ZywOo as well, if we're talking about painting with a beautiful brush.
Yeah.
This man is he's just too good sometimes. It doesn't feel like it's okay. He is unreasonable.
That kill right there that he got against Fame was just so absurd in terms of the reaction time. I feel like sometimes, again, with ZywOo's kills, you don't always see the velocity, the speed, because he sets himself up so nicely. This is a game where you could tell that there is a clear mechanical difference between him and some of the VP players, because he wasn't always in the perfect position to just hit the 4 out of 10 difficulty shot through game sense. He actually had to hit a lot of hard shots, and he delivered on that front.
I'm thinking of that 1v1 where he was up against the player Monster. I think it was Fame, who just starts to come around the corner and he just instantly sidesteps at the perfect moment. What do we got here? Wait, can we have? Oh, this is the coach. Probably. Look, I need an intervention here. I need an intervention. Everyone who's blonde with glasses doesn't look like me. Does this guy look like me? What do you think?
I mean, it's funny that Danish production would do this when...
They all are blonde with glasses. So many of them. Actually, not that many, but enough.
Just saying.
Yeah, I mean, maybe not right now. I'm a little lighter than I usually am.
If you sat in Problem's chair, I'm none the wiser. I'm not going to say that's clearly Darth Mike. I don't know.
Well,
could be their new coach.
I may have a problem with this graphic, but it seems like the audience may not. We've got a little bit of a break here, and when we come back, there's another map to play. We're not done just yet here. Stick around.
You've done everything in a year. How do you find that next challenge, and what is it that you're setting for yourself?
Well, the chance we have is that a team like Astralis played before and lived before, so we want to match them. It's not gonna be an easy task, but the goal would be to be the best team of all time. So we need to do one more year at the highest level, winning a lot of trophies, etc. So it just motivates us. And winning is so satisfying, you know. So I guess that's the main thing we want to do. And obviously, you know, during like the second part of the season, it was a bit tough because we lost a few events, etc. So the taste of losing is so bad that you want to win so much.
Constant motivation there. Do you look at it as that grand goal, we want to be the greatest team of all time, or do you break it up into smaller pieces? Is it approaching each event with a different goal in mind?
Well, the sure thing is, when we started 2025, we didn't say, okay, we want to win 9 events, 10 events, or whatever. We were focused on each event and not focusing on the next one. So that's what we're going to do this year. How we want to be the best is only being playing good Counter-Strike, focusing on the game, trying to give our best towards that, and then it's so much easier. So for us, it's, focusing on CS and see how it goes. Take every tournament as a unique one, trying to win them, and that's it. Not thinking about the major yet or whatever. Just now it's Bounty, and here we are.
It's something common to all champions, all championship mentality, is how much they just hate losing. It's almost that the losses sting more than the victories are celebrated, to a degree. You definitely hear that from Apex. They're setting their lofty goals, but it's also about avoiding that sting of defeat.
It's pretty much a common theme, I'd say, for a lot of players, even people that are just face-it grinders. They just hate losing. They never really even seem to get excited, because just from one game to the next, they hit that Q button again, and the loss throws off the momentum, and everybody wants to just stay in the zone.
To quote Tom Brady, what's the best ring? The next ring. Dust2, who's going to win it, Maui?
I think that this one has to be Vitality favored, without a doubt. But here, I'll give you a little case for Virtus.pro, okay? In the last game that they played, it was obviously very close. VP at one point were up 11-8. Looking back at some of the rounds that they were able to win, I like the proactivity on CT side. I like how they were able to mess up the timings of Vitality. If they can be disruptive again today, at least they might make this one interesting.
We'll see if they can. Two champions of mentality and words. Scrawny and Launders, take it away.
Mike's always slick with it. I wouldn't call myself a champion. I haven't won anything yet, Mike, but working on it. Working on it, Launders. When are you going to win an esports award?
An esports award? I have no idea. I mean, if I'm in the same category as you, it's going to be tough.
Okay, thank you. Launders, you ready to get into Dust 2?
Yeah, I am. I like that Maui had to just consider that maybe the underdog wins here because of all the crazy results that we've already got here at the Bounty. When are we going to stop being surprised? I think, well, maybe right now.
I just realized I put my shirt on inside out for this segment.
Oh, nice.
Oops.
I don't think you should win any awards.
I'm going to take it off again.
Or maybe put it on to win an award so because it's backwards day.
I don't know. Little jiggle, Toro waiting for the long play. And he'll find the headshot onto Robs.
This guy's like the Jacob of pistols.
He's really got something. Like what I see. Oh, comes back in with a second. Perfecto through the smoke clipping. Flames.
Oh, what?
And a jumping Zywoo shredded. What? So Virtus.pro queue up a pistol win. This 4v1 as Mezzi does catch them off guard. Hold on.
Mezzi.
Oh, those shots were close.
They were very close. Surprisingly, didn't get the kill, but wait, will he anyways?
No. Fame from the backdrop's going to protect Flit and his Berettas, so we go VP pistol round win out of the gate on Dust 2.
Toro is excellent so far. Even on Overpass, I feel like he absolutely stood out. Lots of good kills. It just looks like he's very focused. I mean, one idea to the next. They need him through the smoke. He's ready to go. He's ready to take that first peek. His aim does not look shaky at all. Gotta keep an eye on this kid.
Yeah. You gotta respect Apex for trying.
Yeah.
But... Ooh! Meet your maker, baby!
Zyra goes, now watch this drive. Oh.
That's why you don't bring a knife to a gunfight. Apex was the knife. Bist was the gun. ZywOo's the nuke.
This analogy was crazy.
We got there. We got there.
All right, here comes the second one. Oh.
Quick departure from the tunnels. Not going to find anybody picking their timings on mid doors. Not for VP anyways. Little flash to get it going, but...
There's a lot of guys in mid. They got to be careful about Cat right now.
Letting these pistols cross. Perfecto shaves Mezzi off the back end of this conga line, trying to move its way up catwalk. Oh, ZywOo seconds clean. Trying to track the player's sight. That one gets away from him. Toro's got his number. Fame's got the teammate on the other end, and so Flamesy's not sure which way to head. Drops into the doorway with 30 seconds and a scout in hand. Pinch on both sides, he's done for. Toro picking up a second kill in the round, and Virtus.pro convert with majority alive.
Yeah, those are some... I mean, if he had armor, that third one was coming for ZywOo. Watch this trade back. Beautiful. Five eyes. Realize.
What is that? 500. He's speaking to us in code.
Yeah. I think I need some help with. I want to know what that was. He tried to spell it out, I feel like, but
Vitality to come through with their first gun round. It's Apex limited. Scout last round turns into him on a Tech 9.
There's no 5 on the scoreboard, and there's no 5s anywhere. I feel like I'm losing my mind here.
Maybe it was only the first half of the message. We'll have to wait to see what comes next.
Oh, I see.
It's like Morse code. You got to wait for the whole thing.
Right. It's like when you eat Cheerios and you go, they're saying a message.
Ooh. Is that what you wanted? Yeah.
Family Guy.
They get out through the doorway. Number is strong. Vitality popping a smoke as well to give them cover up the ramp. Fame's gonna have his hands full in a second. Flit tries to charge out from CT spawn and does so successfully. Won't get back into the cover though. ZywOo's op looking at his spawn for his victim. He'll catch Perfecto in the backdrop, all while Fame still hangs on to this bomb site. Ooh, and he gets Rops coming out from tunnels. Toro on the scene with a double to close this.
Big from Toro again, just pure impact right in the middle of rounds here. So nice. And he cracks a smile here at the end.
Versus Vitality's first guns, Virtus.pro still come up with their third consecutive round win.
Great last map, great in this one. Sound from Fame, and I mean, what really mattered was Fame got his kill anchoring right there, because then it would just been a retake. That's a whole different beast. Maybe he's going to give us another number after that shot.
Virtus.pro really not offering anything over to Vitality this round. Just happy for them to try to walk through the mid doors again. Flash comes over and Flit still has enough vision to catch Apex trying to lock into the boxes. Perfecto here to help out, and this one falling flat until Flamesy tries to get it going, but the long player holds well. Op down in spawn, climbs back up through the boxes.
Oh yeah, he gets away.
Interesting here. Flamesy's got a chance to give cover. ZywOo's hands busy and no flank coming up from Catwalk, so better be cautious with this op in the mix.
They gotta be terrified of it, actually. And he can isolate a lot of duels from here if they're not careful. Yeah, oh, nice from Toro, man. Toro in the back, beautiful.
Mezzi's gonna pick up, no, not even. Already had a scout, so can't easily transition to the op, which means...
So good from Toro.
A 3K for him, a 9-1 start here on Dust 2, and showing why he does good work in the orange jersey of Virtus.pro. Round after round, finding multi-frags so far on map 2.
Yeah, and map 1. He's going huge.
This one, just the scout and Tech 9's really of vitality. But Toro's position catching Rops off guard entirely on long.
(9-1) versus number 1. Whoa, lucky there was no punish. I guess that smoke was a little poofy on the left side when he swung out.
They eat the flash on the follow, though.
Are Virtus.pro going to be okay if they try to do this same round again, but versus these guns? I'm not so sure. Would definitely like to see a little bit more proactivity.
This turns it back and flash, and in doing so, opens the door for Flamesy. Luckily here for Virtus.pro, though, Perfecto's got the mid doors held.
Yeah, he ate that, and I mean, that's the op-down on the corner. It's just such a massive threat in this situation.
Bomb.
Lant is gonna... Yeah, it's going down. No problem.
Mezzi. A little frantic there for a moment, but we get this double up on long for Virtus.pro. Toro's had good impact on these retakes, and he's part of it again. Him and Perfecto coming together for that one on Flamesy. Man advantage established, but the problem is it's just Flit down and Spawn and 3 members of VP trying to gun for this cross. Eyes on it from Apex. ZywOo going wider. He'll pluck Fame off the back end, and that's all 3 dead in the blink of an eye. Flit never given a chance to emerge out of the CT spawn either, so 5 rounds into regulation, and Vitality will find their first, despite Flit racking up the costs here at the end.
Yeah, that actually makes it crazy expensive. You can see right now, Vitality's money's not in a great spot. Buy will come through again. Luckily, they saved the op, and most importantly, they played a 3v4 post plant pretty damn well. Yeah, Bist, we're still looking for some stronger moments out of him. Toro, I got no questions. I've seen everything I need to.
Which feels like that last one comes down to the nitty-gritty. Bist trying to dodge those flashes, but gets blasted away while blind.
It's not an easy job, but it is the whole job.
Waiting for somebody to overstep.
Oh,
that's
and
what
it
Zai was
happens.
doing.
That's actually a rare place to peek from. Ooh.
They let him know he was there with the shots. That was Perfecto with an MP9 for the record.
Yeah, I think he didn't even believe there was like vision, I think, over top of the smoke, but it makes you wonder what he was even doing then. Yep, he's there.
Thought he was up against a decoy. Zaiwu hanging on to it. Mezzi catching Toro as Robs finds his inside of the tunnel. So this round's going swimmingly for Vitality. And it's going to bottom out VP's money. They needed something of this one. Oh, that's nice.
I mean,
good adjustment.
It is, but also, is it even worth it at this point?
Right, trying to get away with the save instead, perhaps.
Like, even if he got a kill, and he's dead.
Nice shot, though.
Nice shot. It was.
Fortunately for Bist, it's in a losing round. And that part's not going to change, whether he's stuck around or not. So, 4 out of the gate for Virtus.pro. Vitality find consecutive rounds back-to-back. And they're going to keep majority alive here as well. Apex hanging on to Zaiwu's op for the meantime. Barely visible over top of it, but that's all Zaiwu needed to deal with Perfecto.
Those are the moments you want to see, but I mean, maybe he didn't feel like he could have exited long. But surely he's not thinking he's going to fight his way out of that situation. I'm not exactly sure. But there won't be anything coming into this one.
I wonder if he thought it was impossible anybody else had crossed yet, too. You know, so you think you're just fighting the first guy?
He's listening. He got ears. He got 2 of them.
Well, maybe them ears don't work too good.
Maybe not, but he's also young. Shouldn't have any tinnitus yet.
You shoot that op too long with no earplugs. Next thing you know, you can't hear so good.
I think he's got a lot of reps then. Well, this right here is game for a lifetime. Buckle up. Strap in.
Oh, I see. Buckle up. Good one, J-Raz. We got comedians in the house. Anybody else in production want to show us something cool? Huh? Anybody else got anything up their sleeve? Something funny?
Okay, Connor, hop in. Let's find out who asked.
Just J-Raz stunting on him. Oh, replays. Replays one in.
That was,
okay.
That was good.
I get it.
That was for you.
Yeah, that's for me.
Wow. Oh, man. That's awesome.
Ow. Clean up in the T-spawn. These USPs going down real quick. Real smooth like. Not meant to get kills whatsoever. They'll get their one. So be it. Vitality starting to chop that lead down to only a measly 1 round difference.
That was good.
That was good. That was good. Had to wait a second, but Virtus.pro returned to the game with guns. Time to shut down this momentum. How about it? You know, one of the downsides of throwing Toro over towards long A is I feel like he just kind of gets bogged down by the position, you know?
That's like Rops, though, for Vitality.
Yep.
You know, and you mean kind of like he can't get involved as much?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Like he's there on the retake at A.
You think he's due for a
but
promotion is what you're trying to say.
I think maybe just throw him at Vitality somewhere else 1 round, you know? Let the dog off the leash a little.
Be a bear off the chain.
Hilariously, the round that he's not on long is the round Vitality walk out the doors to no contest.
And now maybe in some weird way he can get more involved in a more active way. Pushing off a short this time, all the coast is clear. And I mean, the T's will be coming up here, surely. Ah,
Good control and good positioning for Virtus.pro, but
Yeah,
Bist
but
gets
Bist-
blown away.
Bist, we need something.
Man advantage for a second, make it a double man advantage, 30 seconds, and all of Virtus.pro are here, so they're gonna have to try to fight for this in a second. Burning is Flamesy. Toro's coming out with a headshot, but Flamesy's got the counter kill immediately, and now all that remains of VP is a bit of CT control.
Too many
Smoke
guys everywhere.
Fading, bomb crosses, and what's left of VP are just jumbled up inside of their spawn, hoping they're allowed to save from here on out.
They're back in the crib right now. And it's surrounded. No windows to jump out of here.
Police is at the door.
It's actually not, it's the crooks.
Yeah, it's true. The terrorists. Who are still afforded a round win, and Vitality's 4-round streak now pieced together to tie this game at 4.
You got every kill here? Almost.
Nice headshot. Hey.
Oh.
ZywOo's doomed.
Oh. That nade.
He brings perfected.
That is so good.
Still, not bad, VP. You go from a 2 versus 4 saving in your spawn where it looked like you were done for to clearing out all of Vitality.
Oh, that nade was excellent.
But that's okay. Flamesy had $10,000 coming into this next round. Easy rebuy for him. Not so much.
Bist, it's like, you know, we're not gonna pog champ over 90-yard flicks if you don't hit shots like that, you know? He's set up, and it's with Toro. Could have been cool to see the two young guns together holding the site down in a different way, but he's just got to set his team up with something. You're going up against the top dogs right now. Number 1.
Honestly, tough job as a 17-year-old up against 2025's number 1 to kick off the year.
You can't keep saying that like I'm sitting right here with my own list. It's not like Valve.
No, no, no. I am implying Vitality. When I say 2025's number 1, I mean the team.
Oh, not the other opper.
No, no, no.
Okay.
It's funny that it can be interpreted that way.
Would make a lot of sense.
It's ambiguous.
Not that much.
2025's number 1, him or they? Pistols gonna be scattered in a second here as we have Vitality coming in 3 strong for the cat play. Ooh, a smoke makes it interesting, but they're gonna sign up for the fight, and the flashbang's gonna make the difference. ZywOo setting up Flamesy and Apex to just clear out all the corners. And what could have been a Glock kill is Mezzi's frag instead. Hot to the trot, they'll clear out Perfecto. VP have lost their lead as Vitality pull ahead 5 rounds in a row on this T side.
Sort of suddenly decide to start playing fast, so it's a real switch up and a real wake-up call, I'm sure. How old's Toro, actually?
Toro's 18.
Yeah, so I mean, I feel like a great direction for Virtus.pro, just in general.
How old do you think that Flit and Fame are nowadays? Because we called them old earlier.
39 and 40.
Flit 25, Fame 22.
And that's why Fame is in the intermediate, because when
That's fair. You did say that.
At Rio, he was like super fresh, but he never really got to take on, he never really became a star player after Rio. Like there never was a period of time for that.
In Rio, he must have been 19 or 18 at the time.
Yeah.
He was literally Toro.
Yeah.
Whoa.
But not every one of them will win a major.
And yet he hasn't aged a day.
I know, yeah.
That's what happens when you hang out with the time wizard, James, a little too long. Grouped up for the cat commitment. Poor Perfecto is going to have his hands full, just trying to drop utility here, keeping his head tucked. Does shave off health from 4. It's not massive nade damage, but it helps out the M4s in the duels. He's going to burn down to 45 into the open, holds his ground for a moment. And then, all of a sudden, Toro again successful over towards Long, getting the better of Robs. A deep peek here from ZywOo to take the man advantage, and with a bomb plant, it's going to be a desperate act to get the retake going. Good adjustment here from ZywOo. Guns going empty. He's got 3. Flamesy here for the last one. Majority alive, and Vitality have not looked in the rear view since this 6-round streak started.
It's a lot of cat, but they don't really need to overcomplicate this situation. It's always working. In fact, it's getting easier every round. It's getting a little bit faster, too. Nice and explosive here for Vitality. And they get 2 on the hold. It can be enough for a retake. It's obviously tough when it's Vitality that you're going up and you want to get someone who has a multi, but it's not happening today. Let's see if this man knows what the problem is.
Another tough one here for Virtus.pro. MP9s, 5-7s, and a rapidly moving offer to the long door. Missed shot, though.
It's not necessary on this round.
Also,
even though it comes off.
Out.
Yeah.
Trying to make that top mid move happen immediately? I don't think so. Fame's gonna try to pop it, but this one gets cleaned up. No success for Virtus.pro in round 11 either. So strong start with the 4-round streak, but Mo, we could be looking at a world where, you know, we go back to Overpass as well, putting an end to the streak in the first half was Perfecto, a couple of key rounds in 11 and 12. And it doesn't look like that's coming together this time.
No, it doesn't feel like it.
VP getting owned.
Unfortunately, they're letting every round come to them, so it's even harder to make a case for them when Vitality, they go carefully to get Cat. They go carefully to get all their setup smokes in place. They go carefully to make sure they can come long late. And VP have not taken over Tunnel's control. They have not got a pick early in the round. They have not tried to push long a single time this half, except for the ecos. There's never been a moment where Vitality don't get every bit of space they want before their exec. Not one.
Oof. And at times, sure, there's been a promising element of a hold, most notably Toro from long. It's been like the one part of the approach that gets shut down by Vitality, but still they come out with these round wins 7 times in a row. Yeah, you're right again. Sat back.
It's very easy to wait out grenades on Dust too, because you have so much time to do everything. And here, they're fully conditioned, and since they don't push, they can't find out that they're wrong. They don't even have a vision on Cat, 4 guys on A, and Fame's just crossing his toes and hoping this isn't actually the B play for once. That was rough, but it's wide open. This round is still over, kind of.
Fame coming out with the double op this round.
Yeah, I mean, the site is gone.
Burnt to a crisp.
He tried to give himself vision.
Door smoke gonna be blocking the way the entire time for Bist's arrival, but this is gonna be Virtus.pro with their hands forced into the retake. Perfecto picks up that op being on 14 health, so do they get a 5th round for the road?
Oh, smoke.
VP gonna have to turn this game around once they're on the attack themselves. ZywOo's so confident.
Please do something crazy, ZywOo. 5-7 up here, he's got the op too. Throw the op over.
The op is on his back, 5-7 in hand, point blank on the windowsill. They try to charge through, he spams him down, an assist and a kill to him. Totally stuffed on the side of the window, and Vitality can do no wrong for what was 8 rounds straight.
It looks like Rob's going to be tested in this pistol round, but he's got dual Berettas over towards the ramp. A confident start from ZywOo, who's already taken space away out in the yard. It's Rops, though, on the chopping block. Dual Berettas fire off, and it's all Rops all day!
Every single individual of this G2 squad refuses to falter at the hands of Vitality. Finally, something comes through in round 11. ZywOo's double kill out through the tip of that windowsill. It's better late than never for ZywOo to step forward as the hero Vitality need. And they needed one 5 rounds ago. Apex gets burned into it, and ZywOo, it's all or nothing. Here or never. And as he eats that flash, they'll come barreling towards his sight. Backs turned, and that is 4 frags deep for ZywOo. Oh, it's the ace. It's all 5, and the hero steps forth.
And Apex has been all over the Mag 7 today. Inferno Banana. That's actually one of the stronger places.
Yeah.
Not if you get HE'd. Ooh. His is a bit deep. Jump shot. Go on, do it.
Surely they know. They must have seen Vitality do this. They must have seen Apex do it.
They're holding nades.
Yeah.
Do it. Do it. Yeah, okay. On the stomp. He's not going to jump. He's waiting for commit. He finds a double. Mag 7 back as he finds 4 off the jump. Apex. That's one way for the RNG to fall in your favor.
Killing the clock.
They're killing the clock. 35 seconds now. Navi have to make a choice.
Flamesy in the same corner he's played in the past. Wonderful right here in hut. Meanwhile, 8th floor falls. Navi get the entry. Mezzi, backside. The anchor of anchors. Vitality's king. He sits here as Bit responds. The headshot. Hunter only gets the 2. And so now it is on Ema. And with 15 seconds, he's got to somehow grab that bomb. We've got low health on Mezzi. And they end it right here.
Mouse are so frightened of Banana. I mean, retake util's being set up, but Mouse aren't even close. They only now re-enter ahead of that smoke. Now it's well timed. Molly will stop Mouse's approach. Over it goes. Flames again, forcing these kills, and this time he flicks up with ease.
And no matter how you sliced it in this matchup, there's multiple scores to settle. Vitality, since getting back from the player break in this season, haven't seen them made a final yet. Last time they were here, Mezzi falling short of the finals in London. And Mao's the team that started it all, the beginning of the fall apart for Vitality. Well, they're back now into the grand final. Vitality get it done in 2.
Vitality putting a meter stick and then some between them and Virtus.pro in this challenge tonight. Bode well out of the gate. 4 rounds for a start out of VP's side of things, but now they'll take to the attack without not 1 round win in the last 8 played. Promise out of Toro, an unfortunate half for Bist by the end of it. You know, back on Overpass, we could kind of put them in the same pod and say, wow, there's promise there. And unfortunately, from map to map, only one of the 2 have been able to keep that up. Luckily for Bist, Fame's also had a bit of a stinker of a series.
And
that's
maybe
across both maps.
A little bit's on Perfecto. I mean, and the calling is just like, you know, could have been more ideas for them to use instead of just starting out every round pretty similarly and waiting for the attack to come. So now that they come onto the attack in this half, we can see if they've got some more to work with. Something interesting. But Dust2 today has been a little bit dry, Connor.
It's been very weird.
Yeah. It's been the same slow starts, past a minute, up cat every round.
You know, again, I think it's
to
just
kick off 2026.
It's that little bit of Christmas weight we are all still carrying, you know?
Yeah.
Everybody's still a little lethargic. Everybody still wants to sleep in.
Yeah.
You know, there's just we're gonna get it all into gear.
Yeah, that's funny. Yep, it's true.
You know, what's the date
all you
today?
do is
The
survive.
14th. It's the 14th of January. Should that be the most action-packed day of the year?
No, you're right. I mean, it's crazy. Only Pimps entering like a cycling marathon today.
Toro comes through with the opening kill on the pistol. He's been great in the pistol rounds. Fame's, though, going to be the one to just kick down the doors on B. Takes a peek out from the tunnels through the CT smoke, nabs himself 2 frags, and lo and behold, it's a retake demanded of ZywOo and Flamesy, or bust here. That round streak coming to an end for Vitality here in the second pistol. So, pistol rounds, that's where VP have been able to find a bit of a difference.
I'm telling you, Toro's got like Jacob stats right now on pistols. He's always putting in something. For those who didn't see, at Budapest, he had like a 2.2 rating or something on pistols.
When's the next time we're going to see FaZe play?
Krakow.
Yeah, Krakow, right, of course.
Oh, it's going to be Krakow with Jacob.
Yeah, wow. Whoa.
Whoa.
Polska Gurum.
That means holy cow, right?
I don't know, actually.
No, it means like...
I hope it doesn't mean anything bad.
No, it just means Poland is amazing,
just
basically.
double-checking, you know. It's the danger that we play with when we say things we don't understand.
Polska Gurum.
I did make it sound corny. Ooh, Mezik.
Wow.
Combining the scout and the nade.
Alley-oop himself.
Yes, sir.
He should get an assist
That's
in
what
the kill
anchors
feed
do.
for that.
Anchors do it on their own.
That's true.
And he is last year's #1 anchor.
Oh, yeah. That's... Oh.
Iwu floating around towards the boxes. Oh my god. This was a round win for Virtus.pro. I'm just double checking. VP won the pistol, right?
Doesn't feel like it.
Let me check back in because I don't know if they're going to get anything else going. Bist down to 30 HP V4. And Vitality. Take that pistol round momentum. Shove it in the can. You've got Robs doubling back through tunnels as well, so there's no free path for Bist towards B.
No,
he can hope there is. Yeah, he knows his fate is doomed. And so, denies the AK save. That's one extra FAMAS / Mac 10 held onto instead.
Did it get caught in a tree or anything? I don't think so. Tag with the HE right behind it. Beautiful.
The old Mezzi alley-oop. So there's Vitality right back to winning ways. On the brink of double digits and a 2-0 over Virtus.pro this evening. Not looking to join Navi and FaZe as Budapest playoff teams that get eliminated in Bounty's opening matchups. It's not a list that you want to be on, but here come the Tech-9s roaring through middle with 2 kills. Rob's head tucked back sight, worried about the tunnel exit. And he's gonna drop one, but still Bist puts that barrel to the back of his head. 7 health for him off of the bomb plant. There could be a double up on this doorway. They've got the nades to try to pressure it. Okay, giving himself a real chance now. Bist, so close.
Nice
18
try.
health, the difference there for Flamesy as Vitality. It's costly, but double digits nonetheless.
Oh, that was an effort, Bist. That would have been a great moment to have here to just deny them from getting 10. Put that clutch together, and it's just Vitality's ability to just get this one extra every single step of the way. Rop's in the sight, 2 guys around him. They're doing their best to sort of make it confusing as to who's going to peek first, and he still just gets it right before he dies, and the trade comes in, and ZywOo gets a pick off before you get in the window, and it's just like, you're trying so hard, but it's constantly, the hope is getting ripped away from you.
It's great to watch, isn't it?
It is, yeah, it's poetry in motion.
Feels like everybody on Vitality's got that death grip. Never going down alone. Oh, Apex nearly in that boat.
Respect.
Flamesy trying to chase it down. Oh, M4 gets blown back to him, so you actually do a great job of denying the gun, hilariously.
You wished you had an HE for that.
AK changes hands to Flit instead. Well-timed HE here for ZywOo. Could be the end of Bist.
Oh, 51 left for Perfecto. I mean, this round isn't really important, per se.
Oh, ZywOo sees it and falls back. They're already ahead of that, though. He'll pluck Toro off the round. Tag down to 23 health, and Flick's gonna get the better of him. So bomb plant earned here by VP.
Oh,
never mind.
You said that, but you lied.
Perfecto. Blasted away. Fame goes for the reposition onto the long plant instead. Trying to keep his head down as the cat retakes already well underway. And that's gonna find Fame out in the open. It's an op on Bist and an AK for Flit, and one of the two just hit the ground already. Flit trying to keep his head down. Oh, Flamesy doesn't waste a moment with this retake. Majority alive for Vitality yet again.
It didn't decide what they were going to fight for. I feel like Fame maybe had the right idea, but no one was with him, and then you can't really fight for long. And that plant is open to Cat as well. It's actually a pretty versatile one, so I think he was actually onto the right idea, but there wasn't a team behind him.
Well placed nade by Mezzy to just kind of slow the whole ordeal down. Not every day you get to see Zywoo so animated.
I love it.
Stack up inside of the tunnels. Rop's gonna have his hands full. Drops the smoke in front of it, places the barrel against them, and gets nothing for it. A little bit of damage, of course. That's where Mezzy ends up finishing one off, but then Toro's found an entry, and so they keep it clean.
Save, yeah.
Slam into that B bomb site and extend play ever so slightly.
That's pretty huge. I mean, no kills on the defense until that one HE trade from Mezzy's been good on those, but an excellent refrag out of Toro, and that's it. Too far away to stop this. So it's, you know, nothing fancy on this round. Full B play, but it can absolutely work. You want to throw those in sometimes.
It's honest work here from Virtus.pro for their 6th round.
Definitely. You got to have a couple easy ones, a couple hard ones. You can't just do all hard ones. You're going to run out of stamina. Things might still go wrong. You've got to have some mood boosters, some rushes, some defaults, some tactics, some gimmicks.
Is that James?
Terrorists win. It's not the cross.
What does that look like from Fame's POV, I wonder?
Yeah, it just kind of swatted him away.
Like, overreacted to the left. Oh, we do have it. Okay.
Oh!
You know, I was about to make a comment,
it.
too. I was just about to say, weren't ready for that one, were you, production? And I'm glad I didn't.
No, they're actually fast as hell.
They're ready for it.
I wonder if they're going to test Rops again. I mean, Rops had only 5 kills this game. It's been a very humble Dust 2 for Rops.
Just a humble guy. I mean, honestly, Fame was kind of going through the same thing over on that B side. I kind of threw him under the bus when I compared him to Bist's first half, but Fame was just sitting on B with really nothing to shoot at. Called upon for one too many A site retakes.
But, I mean, Rops has a sliding bar for his HLTV top 20s.
Sure.
So
that's fair.
We're allowed to call him out like 2 times more roughly on average per week.
Ready for the commitment at 15 seconds. VP really let this one sit down to the wire. Oh, that is immense damage in the last bullet out. Flamesy finds another headshot.
No.
Toro's gonna catch one. Flamesy!
No way.
On a tear! And there's no time to win this. Let him go for that ace.
Let him off the leash.
Toro hides and denies. Stellar stuff from Flamesy.
Ooh, an after time death. He didn't even see the first 3 players. What a guy. Heat-seeking bullets.
It's the problem, though, playing down to the clock like that. 15 seconds, you know the whole pack's behind it.
That's very true.
You know they're all there.
Absolutely.
They've got nowhere else to be. They're either out long with Toro or running through that smoke, and smokes are not brick walls. VP learned that lesson the hard way as Vitality take a 12th off the back of the Flamesy quad.
Oh, it's so good.
They try to play with the timing here to change it up, but then they still just get stuck along that wall in an act of desperation, trying to leave. Virtus.pro unfortunately meet their makers here at Bounty for the start of 2026. And Vitality makes sure that they don't get put on the same list as FaZe Clan and NAVI. A 2-0 start to their year.
Trendsetters, trend breakers, perhaps. Vitality aren't messing around. Ain't no one upsetting the Kings of Counter-Strike to start out 2026. They're not letting that crown slip just yet. They're coming out swinging.
Role players today were just fantastic for Vitality. Mezzi in the first map, Flamesy in this one. ZywOo, though, the consistent factor in both of them. Both times, sublime, making VP look entirely pedestrian.
It's what you want to see. It's what you want to see from the #1 overall player coming on in out of the award show and showing why he earned that one as well. It's always good to defend your title early, shall we say. I gotta say for VP, there were some bright spots, right? I think the youngsters in particular had some moments, Toro and Bist, where that's really what our eyes are on, is to see how those players are going to develop with their little time. It's a very tough test to be up against the Woo, to be up against Flamesy, to be up against Mezzi.
Yeah.
There's no margin for error.
There's little glimpses. I feel like Launders also was pretty high on Toro throughout this series. Again, I feel like a lot of what I've liked about Toro has once again been confirmed. Bist had his moments, I'd say, but I'd say it's more just little glimpses and shots. I'm not really seeing always the consistent round-to-round activity that's going to be the big difference maker that a team like VP probably needs. But again, there's a lot in terms of what we need from him if we want to see VP be contenders, and I think that's just a little bit unrealistic right now. I'd rather see guys like Fame and Flit begin to just kind of carry their weight again and become guys that are kind of on the precipice of top 20 players themselves.
Golly, ZywOo was so clean in this one. It feels like that quintessential where you just always getting something.
This FAMAS clip was crazy, actually. I'm surprised that he was able to just burst him down. And I'm pretty sure that was a full rifle round, too. I mean,
it was.
He makes every gun look so good. I also love the moment in this one where I guess I'm just gushing about ZywOo for this post-game segment. Where Apex got the scout on the T side round, and he does nothing with it. And then ZywOo just gets it and makes the round extremely competitive out of nowhere.
Easily catches the kill. We've got somebody standing by who we can also do some gushing about. We got Mezzi coming on in. Mr. Merriman, nice start to Bounty for you. How you feeling?
Yeah, feeling good. It was nice not to make the second map too close, but no, happy with the start at least.
Mezzi, after 2025, obviously, you guys accomplished nearly everything that there was to accomplish. And knowing how you guys proceeded last year, it was all about setting objectives, trying to beat a record, trying to keep a streak up. Going into this one, what is the primary objective?
Like you say, we accomplished a lot last year, but no bounty, of course. So that's the next goal. We need a blast bounty. But no, I think first of all, especially so soon after a break, it's all about getting back into things, about making sure that we start the year right, like we did last year, and not fall into like the mistakes that we did in the second part of 2025. And yeah, just ensuring that we get back to a strong level, playing a lot of CS, getting into form as individuals. Of course, it's tough, obviously, going straight into online CS as the first tournament, but yeah, it's all down to us to make sure we keep putting in the time and making sure that we can get to a good form.
I'm going to take a little bit of a different tact with this question. I don't know if you were paying attention to the game that happened right before yours, but it's been a good day for UKCS, not just because of you for once. Your countrymen in Gizmi and ZywOo pulled off a crazy upset over NAVI. What do you think of them in Monte?
Yeah, I mean, I've always thought good things about those guys. I think they've been doing well for a little while now. I think even into last year when they had a few of those tier 2 lands, they performed really well as well. So yeah, I think they're very strong players, and like everyone's seen, of course, even in the last days, it's a lot of upsets. And I think with Monty, like I say, I think they're putting a lot of work, and yeah, I think they're great players, and hopefully they can keep playing so well. And put UKCS on the map as well. We have got some other players. It's not just me, so it's good to see them shine as well.
Do you think there's? I mean, I'm not quite familiar with the other UK players that are playing in Tier 2. Are there any other that are on the radar beyond the guys that are on Monty?
I mean, there's obviously everyone knows Cypher. I think he's been a bit
sure, yeah,
unfortunate to say the least. But like I say, it is in a rough place. I think there are still some UK players that are in mixed teams still trying to. You see them on HLTV playing games at the moment. Like you've got like Giraffe and some of the UK players or Irish players, artists and so on. But it can be tough. But I think at the moment, which is the best thing, is with VRS, there are so many tournaments and so many players and so many teams trying to get into these tournaments. So there's still some knocking around, but it's pretty rough at the moment. But I think performances like Monty are having with Gizmi and Azu, it's exactly what we need to keep seeing other UK players come through as well.
Well, I got to say, you've been a hell of a standard bearer for the region, and in my experience, that usually inspires the next generation. So congratulations on the win today. Some very nice form from you as well. That pistol ace obviously starting things out, and look forward to seeing the next steps here in the Bounty.
Cheers. Thank you, guys.
You heard it here first. The one thing that eluded Vitality in 2025, a Blast Bounty, and they're out for vengeance. The one prize they have yet to claim here, Maui.
Third time's the charm. That's what they say, of course. And I feel like the last time around, they definitely were in better form. First time, that is what really kicked off the era when they lost that one to Eternal Fire in January. I think that's, I kind of wish, though, that Mezzi and Vitality had slightly stricter goals, or I guess the objectives, if it were more hard set in stone. But yeah, I think he's being realistic, that it's, you know, this part is online. You're just trying to make sure that everybody's in good enough form, that the floor is high enough that they're not going to fall victim to an upset just like Navi or FaZe have so far at the event.
I mean, I think we've heard this from Vitality before. Some events they approach as practice or training or getting themselves into form with eyes towards perhaps more substantial prizes down the line.
Yeah.
That being said, they also tend to win the ones that they use as practice, at least if we're looking at last year. So definitely coming in to win it. They have no interest in losing any step of the way, and certainly no interest in being a first round upset. I mean, you gotta swing a little harder to knock the crown off the king's head.
Without a doubt. And for the individuals, I'm sure we'll ask them all a little bit more as the event goes on, and hopefully they keep winning so we can pick their brains. I'm kind of curious about their individual levels, because as we know, 4 of them made it onto HLTV's top 20. I think they were all in extraordinary form.
Yeah.
And so I want to hear what they're doing maybe as individuals to try to just one up themselves, because that's kind of, if you can already play that well as a unit, which they have proven continuously throughout last year, then you're just kind of at that point thinking, what can you do to be a little bit better? But the only guy I think that walked away empty-handed was Flamesy, so hopefully he can win some kind of award this year as an individual.
Opener of the year, perhaps. Might have to, like, Tanya Harding Donk, but
I don't know what he can do to get that away from Donk, but it's got, yeah, actually, that might be too tall of a task now that I really think about that.
Where there's a will, there's a way, and maybe there's a way to that one, but there was certainly a way through many matches earlier today. We're going to give you a little recap here in case you weren't watching, in case you weren't looking. We have Snacks the Dark King as GamerLegion made me sad as they managed to edge it out against Passion UA. Looking good at moments, Passion, but not able to put together the complete picture. Good signs, though, for Snax' GamerLegion. That one's got to get the Polish fans excited.
It surely does. I mean, it's a new look GamerLegion. And then in the second match of the day, we had the stand-in team in Friendly Campers take the fight to Heroic on map number 2, but it was indeed Heroic who came out on top, by the way, with a stand-in themselves, not using their Opper in Alcarin. It was Youngster who filled in his stead, and I'd say did an admirable job. Yeah, he was an Opper today.
He was an Opper, kind of, sometimes, maybe.
Yeah.
Who needs an Opper in 2026, really?
Not Vitality. They need a hybrid. They got a hybrid.
They got a hybrid. We're all following the model at this point. And I mean, the upset of the day, what an incredible match this was. Monte toppling NAVI, close games across the three, and Monte just showing themselves genuinely to be the better team in multiple phases of the game, especially as we closed out. Really incredible showing coming through from Monte. This one's a stunner.
Truly could have won it in 2 maps. If anybody watched back Nuke, I mean, we all saw how many of those rounds were on a knife's edge, that it was very much within Monte's grasp to close that one out. And I'm glad they took care of business, because I've been hearing some rumblings, and I'm not always gonna jump the gun on tier 2 teams. I gotta really see it with my own eyes against a tier 1 roster. Well, that's proof. There is a recipe for success, and it didn't look like just one individual today decided he was gonna pop off because it's some online game.
Really brilliant at multiple stages of the game, we just have to say. And I mean, eyes on Gizmy. Eyes on Gizmy at this point.
Yeah.
Eyes on this roster in general, because it seems like they're doing more than would be expected with what they've got available, and that's always an exciting prospect. You can take a look at the teams that we've still got in. Some really stunning names no longer with us after the first round of play, and we're only partway through. FaZe, gone. NAVI, gone. We got upsets already here in the Blast Bounty, and that's what it's all about. This is about expanding the pool of teams and brawling it out to see who actually can reign supreme in the madcap single elimination world of online Counter-Strike. Take a look at the games that we've got coming up tomorrow, because the bounty action only continues. We'll be starting out with Gentlemates taking on M80, or the Mate versus Mate game. 3D Max, an Inner Circle matchup, Liquid and NIP, and then to wrap the day, Falcons versus Ecstatic. They passed on the last bounty, but now they're looking for a little bit of the prize themselves. Exciting matchups. Who's going to be the next upset? Who's going to be the next shocker? Well, that's all to be seen. For now, we're going to say good night. Another great day of Blast Bounty action. Tomorrow we'll be back. We need you rested, eyeballs peeled, and ready to watch some crazy Counter-Strike.
Welcome to The Bounty, a new, bold Counter-Strike format where every round raises the stakes. Here's how it works. The prize pool isn't just split at the end, it's distributed as bounties. Each team starts with a bounty based on their seed. Lower seeds begin with 0, but can still strike it big by hunting bounties from higher ranked teams. Win a match, and you secure 50% of your opponent's bounty as a guaranteed payout. The other 50%, it carries forward, growing the stakes for the next round. After each round, the lower seeded teams pick their opponents from the higher seeded pool. This happens during the live draft shows, taking place before the tournament first begins and after each round of play. Bounty hunters can choose from the most wanted teams, deciding if they want to choose their opponent based on strategy, past history, or simply going for the biggest prize available. This is Counter-Strike like never before. Are you ready to go bounty hunting?